Chapter 251. At the tail section of Longshan No. 1 train, the carriage door opened, and 7 or 8 fully armed personnel rushed out in unison. In the snow, the gunmen who were dragged out by Kiki also struggled out of the snow, and the woman who was fighting with Shuqin on the roof also stopped. The three people stood in a confrontation and looked at the group of people. Lin Xian's eyes fixed on the woman in the lead, and he immediately felt that she looked very familiar. Don't attack, it's a misunderstanding. The woman was wearing a thick white down jacket and a high-tech cold-proof mask. She was tall and straight, and looked extraordinary. She shouted at her subordinates, and looked at Lin Xian. Captain Lin, I am Ning Jing from Longshan No. 1. We met before at Yubei Airport. Both parties were wearing cold-proof clothes and helmets. Lin Xian didn't remember it for a while. When he heard the other party say it, he remembered that the woman in front of him seemed to be the woman who followed Shi Diyuan before. Ning Jing, the deputy commander of Longshan No. 1, who had shown outstanding strength in the airport defense battle. Huh? Lin Xian took a deep breath in his cold-proof mask, and then he waved to Shuqin on the roof and Kiki beside him. The two of them stopped their attacks. Kiki pushed the young man in her hand into the snow and said, "Oh, I remember you, but these two people seem unfamiliar. I thought your car was occupied by someone else. This is our new teammate." Ning Jing explained to Lin Xian, "I was negligent just now, and didn't receive your response information. When I reacted, the fight had already started behind." "I'll buy Xiaoqing." She looked at the girl on the car and the young man under the car, and said to Kiki and Shuqin, "Are you all safe?" The girl named Xiaoqing in the car shook her head indifferently without saying a word, and the young man, who was left in the snow by Kiki, got up at this time, hurriedly adjusted his sunglasses on his face, and said to Ning Jing a little awkwardly, "Sister Jing, it's okay, I'm okay. This guy's eyes can emit laser beams. Your new teammate is quite powerful." Kiki clapped her hands. Shuqin in the car also silently looked at Xiaoqing on the opposite side. This girl did not use the power armor, but her physical skills had already evolved to a very advanced stage. The fight even made Shuqin feel some pressure, but Shuqin knew that she was not very proficient in operating the power armor, which limited her performance to a certain extent. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and said directly, "What happened to you?" The rear compartment was empty, the transponder did not respond, and Ning Jing's face was a little heavy at this time. It was clear that something must have happened on Longshan No. 1. Ning Jing looked at the infinity in the distance, and for some reason, she seemed relieved. "Captain Lin, if it's convenient, let's talk in the car. It's too cold outside." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. Seeing Lin Xian agreed, Ning Jing immediately said to the girl in the car and the young man under the car, "You two should also get in the car quickly. The other party is one of us." The tense atmosphere was relieved. Lin Xian, Kiki, Shuqin, and the other two followed Ning Jing into the rear compartment of Longshan No. 1. The temperature in the car was not high. Lin Xian's power armor system showed only 12 or 13 degrees, but compared with the temperature of more than 50 degrees below zero outside, it was already very warm. Taking off the cold-proof mask, Lin Xian looked around and saw that the carriage was deserted. The living carriage that was originally crowded was now empty. It was empty everywhere, and even the air was cold. "Have you been parked here for many days?" Lin Xian asked immediately after seeing this. "Almost 2 days." Ning Jing led the three to the rest area of a living carriage. Several members of Longshan No. 1 quickly brought several pots of hot water in thermos for them to drink. "It's not that we don't want to go, but we underestimated the scale of the blizzard. There wasn't such heavy snow when we arrived here 2 days ago." The middle-aged man standing next to Ning Jing was named Lu Yong, and he was also a familiar face that Lin Xian had seen before. He said, "The current situation is that we can't start at all. The track is frozen, and the train is too big and too long. It's impossible to speed up. The most important thing is that one of our drive motors has a problem. We have been trying to repair it these 2 days." "Ah? Can't move? What about all of you?" Kiki asked in surprise. Originally, she and Lin Xian thought that Longshan No. 1 had encountered some huge attack, but they didn't expect that the train couldn't move. "And where is Shi Diyuan?" Lin Xian immediately asked the key question. He led the team to the northeast in the direction of Trakama Ice Valley. Ning Jing said at this time, 2 days ago, we received a high-frequency distress signal wave in this area, which was from the Phoenix Society. Laoshi decided to lead people to rescue them, and we waited there for 6 hours. The original plan was that if they did not return after the time limit, we would drive to Shilin City on our own and wait for news. It's just that the extreme cold vortex came too fast, all communications were interrupted, and we were also attacked by a large number of snow monsters. The traction locomotive of the front car broke down, and coupled with ice and deep snow, so Ning Jing sighed. We are completely stranded here. Take people to rescue? Shu Qin beside Lin Xian was puzzled. Driving? No. Lu Yong explained. Our number 2 and number 3 power traction locomotives have been modified with triangle track strong magnetization all-terrain drive modules. Captain Sher drove the backup energy locomotive, traction locomotive, and 3 heavy firepower weapon station crews. Hearing this, Lin Xian recalled Sher Diyuan's style at the airport, thinking that this was really something he could do. This big brother was very righteous in times of crisis. What? You modified the all-terrain drive? Kiki was very surprised. Where did you modify it? That's not the point now. Lin Xian interrupted Kiki, looked at Ning Jing and asked anxiously, how long have they been missing? Ning Jing shook her head. We lost contact after they left. Normally, our communication equipment covers a range of about 20 kilometers, and we don't know how far it is. In addition to the extreme cold vortex, the radio frequency is also invalid, so we can only wait for 6 hours as planned. I didn't expect the blizzard to come so quickly, and with the snow monster, we couldn't leave even if we wanted to. 2 days ago, I said people to look for them in the northeast direction, but the wind and snow were too strong. People in this heavy snow couldn't even find the direction, let alone encounter the snow monster. I was worried about more casualties, so I withdrew the people. Ning Jing said in a deep voice. Now, in order to reduce the attack of the snow monster, I have gathered all the passengers in the front car. There is also centralized heating there, and our combatants can be relatively better protected there. Oh, I was wondering why there was no one. It turns out that they are all gathered in the front car. Kiki said at this time. Then the back of you is empty. Aren't you afraid of the weird body rushing in? We have patrolling combatants here. Ning Jing looked at the 3 people. Don't you know that those monsters can sense the presence of living people, so they will only attack the carriages with people, and they are not interested in these unmanned carriages. That's right. Kiki wanted to say it was related to the mark, but now she thought that Ning Jing was right. Whether there is a mark or not, the monster will not attack the unmanned area. After Ning Jing finished speaking, she looked at Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian did not speak, she took the initiative to say, I had originally planned to abandon 20 carriages and try to rush out of the snow layer, and at the same time send an advance team to Shilin City to seek assistance. I didn't expect to meet you. Ning Jing knew Lin Xian's ability. In this situation, Lin Xian's appearance was simply a savior from heaven for her. In Lin Xian's view, abandoning the excess carriage mass in exchange for the power of rushing is indeed a wise choice. Longshan No. 1 has a total of 68 carriages, with more than 1,000 passengers on board. It is a mobile track fortress. Such a large train is trapped in the wind and snow. If it cannot be started, it will become an iron coffin in the blizzard, which is the same crisis that Lin Xian worried about before. Are there specific coordinates? Lin Xian asked at this time. Yes. Ning Jing said. The Trakama Ice Valley is about 80 miles away from here, but the problem is that the snowstorm is too strong and the information is blocked. Once you leave the track, it is difficult to even distinguish the direction, and those snow monsters. So Laosher's plan is to drive the all-terrain train directly over there, and it is also for safety reasons. Lin Xian's eyes were stern, and he said in a deep voice, the people from the Phoenix Society sent out a request for help. I believe that the situation they encountered is not something that ordinary survivors can solve. Brother Sher is really righteous. He was not speaking in a sarcastic way. If it were Lin Xian, he would have no choice in this situation. The train was trapped on the track in the blizzard. The only choice he could make was to speed up and rush out of the snowstorm. If he wanted to divert to other places to save people, he would have to have conditions. Under the premise of such deep snow, the several cars on the train were useless. The only ones with mobility were Kiki and the Vulcan mecha. It was impossible to let Kiki take people to fly over in the vast sea of snow to find people. I don't know the details. Ning Jing relayed the distress signal they received to Lin Xian. When we first entered the Parma grassland, we saw a giant mecha being hoisted by multiple transport planes to the southwest hinterland in the blizzard. I guess this should be some kind of weapon test project that the Phoenix Society is conducting. 2 nights ago, a strong earthquake broke out near Ye's Lake. Other survivors have also seen it near Sufing Village and Ye's Lake. It is said that there may be S-level weird bodies. So Laosher also speculated that the rescue signal may be related to this operation, because normally, Phoenix would not easily release such a distress signal. Giant mecha? Kiki's eyes widened, and his eyes immediately looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also understood, and it seemed that the information given by Hu Lushou was true. The only problem was that the Phoenix Club's regional radio station had reported that an S-level weird body appeared in Yunhuang Swamp, which was in the south of Parma Grassland, close to the direction of the Wei River on the east line. Now it has appeared near Ye's Lake on the north line. Combined, either the unknown creature is moving toward Shilin City, or there is more than one S-level weird body on Parma Grassland. I roughly understand. Lin Xian stood up after hearing this, and he looked at Ning Jing. Take me to see the damaged traction power locomotive first. The most urgent thing is that he must quickly solve the problem of Longshan No. 1 being trapped, so that the Infinite can continue to move. According to the current situation, the two teams can only cooperate to rush out of the snowfield and head toward Shilin City. Fortunately, the two teams are old acquaintances. Ning Jing knows Lin Xian's ability, so there is no need to say much. She immediately took Lin Xian to the train in front. Lin Xian, what do you think? Kiki whispered to Lin Xian on the way. If the problem here is easy to solve, and the weather conditions won't get worse before we set off, I want to go and take a look. Lin Xian said bluntly. No matter who it was, Shi Diyuan, the Phoenix Society, Lin Xian felt it necessary to help, but he also knew that the situation in the Trakama Ice Valley must be dangerous and complicated. Shi Diyuan drove the heavy weapons station train there, and didn't return, not to mention that he could only travel light. Even if there was a powerful psychic like Kiki, it might not be useful under the influence of bad weather. So Lin Xian was a little entangled. Kiki understood Lin Xian's thoughts very well, so she said, just now she said to send an advance team, which means they must have a small all-terrain mobile vehicle, and they must also want to find Shi Diyuan. I think we can cooperate, and send a small team to the Ice Valley to have a look. If we really encounter any danger, we can run away. It's daytime now. If we travel light, it shouldn't be a problem to get out with our mobility. Lin Xian looked back at Kiki and whispered, You little girl, are you particularly curious about that giant mecha? Kiki crossed her arms. You are a mechanical mutant. This kind of thing is simply a nuclear bomb-level weapon for you. Aren't you curious? Lin Xian was indifferent. Of course he was interested, but Lin Xian's personality liked to start from a pragmatic point of view. Now that the Infinity is trapped, the top priority is to solve the current dilemma first. The blizzard may come again at any time. If even the Infinity cannot be saved, other ideas are just fantasies. But after all, it was related to the Phoenix Society and his old friend, Stefan, so if the principal issue could be resolved, he felt that the risk was worth taking. There was a very embarrassing problem with the train being too long, that is, it took quite a distance to walk from the rear car to the front car. The Infinite now had 14 cars, and it took at least 1 or 2 minutes to run from the front car to the rear car, and that was still fast. In Longshan No. 1, not only was the train long, but it was also quite crowded inside. Although it was obvious that the middle corridor had been specially controlled for the convenience of dispatching, it took nearly 7 or 8 minutes for several people to walk forward quickly. Along the way, Lin Xian, Kiki and Shu Qin saw a variety of internal facilities, including living carriages like honeycomb sleepers, a double-decker carriage that can accommodate more than 80 people, supplies, weapons carriages, medical aid stations, radio broadcasting centers, weapons stations, entertainment carriages, and separate manufacturing carriages equipped with industrial lathes, bullet reloading smart presses, and various 3D mechanical printers for the manufacture of basic mechanical items. Going further, there are special carriages that can be used for meetings in classrooms, psychological counseling carriages with customized interior scenery, and even internal supermarkets, where passengers can use some of their own stored items to exchange for other urgently needed items in the supermarket. Lin Xian was secretly amazed. It must be said that this train has become a small society. Passing by the living carriage of the previous train, many curious passengers poked their heads out of the sleeping cabins, looked at the 3 strangers passing by the corridor below, and began to whisper curiously. A new member? Isn't that the boss of Infinity? I saw him at the airport. Infinity? I really met them again. What are they doing here? I don't know. The closer we get to the front car, the warmer the car becomes. In addition to the heating system, there are many people crowded here. Ning Jing almost concentrated all her firepower to make up for the problem of difficult front and rear support when trapped in the snow. If it was driving, there would be no need to concentrate in this situation, but now not only is it trapped, but Shi Diyuan also took away a group of combat forces and heavy weapon stations. It is stressful for Ning Jing to protect more than 1,000 people. Ning Jing and Lu Yong led Lin Xian and his party to the front car. In addition to an intercontinental nuclear-powered carriage, Longshan No. 1 also has 2 electric traction carriages, similar to Lin Xian's previous Wanqing 7F electric locomotive. Because of the high power consumption, the integrated power system in the car needs to accurately supply energy to each carriage's power demand. In order to ensure sufficient energy, Shi Diyuan drove away one of the small nuclear-powered carriages, a traction electric locomotive, and 3 weapon stations, and took more than 60 people to the Trakama Ice Valley. If there were no sudden accidents, the remaining power sources and traction locomotives would be more than enough to drive more than 60 carriages of Longshan No. 1 to Shilin City. This is it. Ning Jing led Lin Xian into a large electric locomotive. To the front was the largest intercontinental nuclear-powered locomotive, which was also the front of Longshan No. 1. Like the Infinity, it was equipped with a large armored shield, which was mainly used to break through the tide of corpses or obstacles, and used as an icebreaker shield in snowy weather. Shi Diyuan only modified the No. 2 power core with a triangle track strong magnetization all-terrain drive module, while the No. 1 intercontinental power group remained unchanged, which made Lin Xian feel a little confused and didn't know what his intention was. I take a look first. I hope the problem is not too big. Lin Xian looked at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The daylight was getting shorter and shorter. He was not sure whether this guy weighing hundreds of tons could be repaired before dark, but there was no way. Longshan No. 1 was lying on the track, and his Infinity could not fly directly over. Without saying anything, Lin Xian directly activated the mechanical heart and began to scan the entire electric locomotive. Soon, the precise electric traction transmission system, traction motor, microcomputer network control system, and other mechanical structures began to appear in front of Lin Xian in the form of a light curtain. As the scan gradually expanded, a blueprint of a high-power electric locomotive also appeared in front of Lin Xian. After the inspection, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it should be solved in 30 minutes. Ning Jing's face relaxed immediately after hearing this and said, "Great, it seems that we are not destined to die. Don't you have a repair engineer on such a large car?" Kiki asked immediately when she saw Ning Jing's relieved look. "Yes," Ning Jing said helplessly. "Our engineering team also found the problem, but they said 2 sets of asynchronous/permanent magnet synchronous motors failed, and the active swing mechanism was damaged." Lin Xian said directly, "In this case, the car body needs to be dismantled. It's okay in other environments, but it won't work here. Active swing mechanisms can only be replaced with kits or dismantled and recast." If it were in other places, Lin Xian believed that track fortresses like Longshan No. 1 would definitely have corresponding plans, but the problem is that it is not difficult to dismantle and assemble the car body in this icy and snowy environment, and it is always facing the attack of snow monsters. In this case, no one dared to work outside the car, but for Lin Xian, it was not a problem. What he was most worried about was the loss of some key parts or core components. He couldn't even scan the blueprint for this, and he didn't know how to repair it. "We tried it yesterday, and 3 people died." Lu Yong sighed and said, "But it's strange. No beasts in the snow have appeared since last night. I wonder if they are all dead." "You too?" Kiki was surprised and said, "We killed a lot of them at nightfall yesterday, but since then, no one has appeared. It's really strange. Maybe this creature moves in groups and moves to another place." Shuqin also analyzed it this time. "I hope so," Ning Jing said, "but I am also worried about the worst situation. After all, the disappearance of these clusters of monsters often indicates that higher-level weird bodies have appeared, but they have not appeared in front of us yet." Lin Xian frowned and said, "You mean territory?" Lin Xian has encountered this situation in Yuzhen. Except for those pseudo-people and the upside-down ghosts hiding in the cinema, those weird bodies from the outside world are isolated outside the range. Under the seemingly safe surface, there are often greater risks. So Lin Xian no longer believes in the saying of good luck. "Yeah." Ning Jing looked at Lin Xian and said, "It seems that you have also encountered that kind of large-scale weird body with a territory, so this situation is not necessarily a good thing in my opinion. Maybe Lao Shi and his men have encountered this kind of trouble." Lin Xian heard this and said, "Sister Ning, do you have any snow vehicles? There is a spare all-terrain polar vehicle, how?" Ning Jing frowned slightly. "What do you want?" "After repairing the car, I want to see if I can find Lao Shi." Lin Xian looked at his watch. "It will take about in half an hour. If our 2 trains are to rush out together, I will add a support traction frame between the 2 cars later, and with the help of the superpowers, we should be able to move out. Now that the blizzard has not come, It should take no more than 2 hours to go to Trakama Ice Valley by fast maneuvering, and maybe we can find some clues. Ning Jing was shocked when she heard this. Okay. Actually, I have thought about it too. Then I will take someone with you, so that we can have someone to take care of us on the way. Lin Xian nodded, and immediately began to make arrangements decisively. He contacted Chen Xishuan directly through the communicator, and planned to let Brother Hua come to the front car of Longshan No. 1 to park and prepare to clear the way. Infinite No. 1 will be commanded by Chen Xishuan, and he and Kiki will drive the polar car with Ning Jing to Trakama Ice Valley. Chapter 252. The news of the arrival of the Infinity and the repair of the Longshan No. 1 traction locomotive soon spread between the two trains. When the passengers in the living carriage of Longshan No. 1, who were originally panicked, heard the news, the depressing atmosphere was soon diluted a lot. Many people breathed a sigh of relief, excited and fortunate. Lin Xian felt the enthusiastic atmosphere coming from the carriage behind him, and felt a little emotional. When there are many people, their emotions are very easily affected by the group, whether positive or negative, which makes the management of the train much more difficult. Of course, the advantage is that there is strength in numbers. Combined with Lin Xian's weapon manufacturing system, a very powerful combat force can be armed to take root in the Doomsday survival. Knowing that Lin Xian used mechanical superpowers to repair the train, many people ran from the distant carriages. Even if there were armed team members to stop them, they could not stop these people from looking at the traction locomotive. Wow, is that Captain Lin? I saw him at Yubei Airport. What a hero! Mechanical abilities are so cool. Oh my god, we're saved. One person can actually repair such a large motorcycle. Let me see, let me see. The crowd was noisy. Kiki, Shuqin and Ning Jing were preparing their equipment for going out. Seeing the people looking over there, Kiki smiled and said to Lin Xian, "Look how popular you are. When you get to Shilan City, maybe the Phoenix Society will be scrambling to poach you." She was half joking, but Shuqin heard it, and it seemed a little confusing. She looked at Lin Xian with a complicated expression, not knowing what his intention was. If Lin Xian joins the Phoenix Society, does that mean that Infinity will also be completely disbanded? Perhaps the entire team will be attached to the Phoenix Society and become a protected existence. Joining the Phoenix Society does not mean that the status quo can be changed. Lin Xian said seriously, now the Phoenix Society is also a mobile official organization. The Dawn Center is completely a super large vehicle group or mobile city. Even if our Infinity catches up with a large group, it does not mean that we can relax or accept protection calmly. Lin Xian understands the truth that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. In this Doomsday, even women and children must contribute their strength. There are no innocent people. That's right. Ning Jing came over at this time, followed by the man and woman named Abai and Xiaoqing behind her. They were also fully armed at this time. It seems that she is ready to take these two people and Lin Xian to participate in the rescue mission together. The Phoenix Club is different from Dawn City. Without the support of a town, except for Phoenix City and Noah Sea City, all the land survivors convoys gather together as independent groups. Whether it is a train, truck, car, or RV, all kinds of vehicles can be regarded as mobile urban houses. Joining the Dawn Center means that there is an overall organizational structure in terms of information, collective resources, and defensive combat power, but it does not mean that we need to give up vehicles. On the contrary, our own vehicles are the most important foundation. The migration of all mankind sounds like ants passing through. Shuqin said at the right time. Yes. Ning Jing nodded. Kiki shrugged. The Phoenix Club is not all migrating. It should be said that the main survival forces are moving. For example, Kahua Heavy Industry, the most important industrial asset under the Phoenix Club, is the world's largest military technology group. So many manufacturing plants and research institutions cannot be moved away. It is indeed impossible. Lin Xian said, although Phoenix and Noah have certain industrial production capabilities, they must have land-based super factories to support the arms, technology, and industrial product manufacturing of the Interstellar Army and even the entire Phoenix Society. For example, the rumored super-large mecha cannot be manufactured by a mobile fortress like the Dawn Center. As far as I know, Kahua Heavy Industry has many bases, which are now under the protection of the Interstellar Army. In addition, Phoenix is also cooperating with many large organizations, such as the Finger Group. Ning Jing looked at Lin Xian and said, "You should know Jian Shiwei from the Silver Star. The Finger Group still has a lot of remaining assets and strengths around the world. It is not just their eternal Doomsday train. In addition, there is also the Silent City. Currently, It is also one of the important arms supply partners of the Phoenix Society and Dawn City. Even the Dawn City of the former Federation has maintained certain cooperation with the Phoenix Society in many aspects. Different positions do not mean that cooperation is impossible. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The crisis faced by mankind now is the same. In fact, all survivors should hope that all mankind can unite together, not like now. I can only say, I hope that one day it will be like this. Ning Jing sighed, turned back to look at Abai and Xiaoqing, and said, we rescued these two young people from a group of Advent organizations. They were used as experimental subjects to study biological evolution. Do you think that for such an organization, they would hope that all mankind would unite? Lin Xian and the other two looked at the two people behind Ning Jing at the same time. Abai wore thick sunglasses, and his facial features looked very immature. He looked about 17 or 18 years old. Although his eyes could not be seen, and he did not say a word from beginning to end, Lin Xian still felt a sense of fear from him at a glance, as if it was a sequela of physiological fear of the outside world. The girl next to him, Xiaoqing, had a pretty face, and was originally a well-behaved type, but now there was only a cold and wooden feeling in the girl's eyes, as if she had lost all her emotions. She held the gun blade tightly in her hand, and her whole body was cold and free from the awkwardness and childishness that should be present at this age. Experimental subject? What experiment? Kiki frowned. Ning Jing sighed, turned around and gently patted Abai on the shoulder, as if to make him relax a little. Then she gently lifted the sunglasses on Abai's face in front of several people. The next moment, the faces of the three people all changed. Abai's eyes were densely packed with holes, and scars left by various pinholes and sensors, and were stitched together by fasteners like staplers. The eyes were now gray and white, and no pupils could be seen except for a wave of energy flowing. Abai seemed to be very resistant to this action. He trembled all over. Ning Jing put down the sunglasses again when she saw this. His eyes evolved into superpowers, so they used his eyes for experiments. Ning Jing said calmly, when I rescued them, I even wondered whether the night was more terrifying or the human heart was more terrifying. Kiki's face darkened at this time, and he looked at the couple indifferently. Xiaoqing also said in a deep voice, it is difficult to understand these guys with ordinary people's thinking. Woo! At this time, the traction motor of the electric locomotive began to run and sounded, making a low hum. Lin Xian stood up and walked out from behind the two women, looking at Ning Jing. Okay, let's arrange a plan for our two teams and make a quick decision. Okay. Ning Jing saw this scene, and her frown finally relaxed. She said quickly, I calculated it just now. If we set off now, as long as there is no blizzard, we should arrive in Shilon City around 2200 hours tonight. If we go to Trakama Ice Valley, it will take at least 2 hours to go back and forth. In any case, it will be dark before entering Shilon, so we can relax the time. Lin Xian heard this and said, the blizzard will definitely come again, and there will be troubles in the snow. We need to make a quick decision. If the situation changes, we will come back and set off as soon as possible. If the train does not run, everyone will feel insecure. Only when we enter Shilon City can we breathe a sigh of relief. Shilon City is heavily guarded by the Phoenix Society, and there are a large number of survivors gathered. It can be said that it is the only safe haven in this snowstorm. Only when we arrive here can Lin Xian feel a little relieved. While giving the information of the Dark Mark to the Phoenix Society, Lin Xian also wants to obtain a train drive upgrade plan from the Phoenix Society, or obtain some information on mechanical technology and superpowers. In short, the reunion with the Phoenix Society is like finding an official organization for the survivors. It is absolutely exciting to find an organization during the days of fleeing all day. Bang! In the howling cold wind, the Infinity was connected to the rear car of Longshan No. 1 through the metal connecting components made by Lin Xian. In the Infinity car, Lin Xian summoned the core members to synchronize his plan with everyone. Kiki and I will go alone. As usual, if I am not there, the whole car will be commanded by Teacher Chen. Lin Xian looked at the time on his watch and said, we have already discussed with Longshan No. 1. It will not take more than 3 hours. If there is a snowstorm, we will return early. After that, he looked at Lu Xingchen and Xia. Brother Hua and Xia, you are responsible for opening the way here. Xia will drive the Vulcan out, so that we can respond at any time. Teacher Chen will be responsible for contacting Lu Yong at Longshan No. 1. Delu and Xiuqin will guard the car. Chen Sichuan nodded when he heard it. Is there really an S-level weird body over there? Yes. Xia also said, it sounds very dangerous. That's why we travel light. Lin Xian explained, It's easier to escape with fewer people. Okay, then you be careful, Chen Sichuan said. Let's go, girl. Lin Xian arranged everything and called Kiki, but Kiki brought the PX-05 robot from the back car and said, let's take this guy with us. It may be useful at a critical moment. Lin Xian nodded and said, okay. Buzz, 2 camouflage-tracked polar vehicles drove through the snow. Lin Xian and Kiki drove one, and Ning Jing drove the other with Bai and Xiaoqing. Without much hesitation, the 2 vehicles drove quickly to the northeast, raising a lot of snow dust, and soon disappeared in the vast snowfield. Calculate the location and make a mark. Okay, got it. Kiki sat in the passenger seat. Every time she drove a distance, she used her telekinesis to control a device connected to a long pole and inserted it into the thick snow outside. Then she operated on the mobile terminal, and a small communicator on the long pole began to flash green light. This is the device made temporarily by Lin Xian for relaying information transmission. Even if it encounters a snowstorm, it can find the direction of the return trip through close positioning and avoid getting lost. Rushing into the vast snowfield, the 2 polar cars seemed to be driving on a white ocean. The original Parma grassland was thousands of miles open without hills, and now it was covered with a layer of white snow, which made the sky seem endless. The white snow layer was extremely dazzling, making it difficult to tell whether the route you drove was a straight line. The navigation system in the car only had a simple concept of the directions of east, south, west and north, and nothing else. Ning Jing's car followed behind Lin Xian, and she couldn't help but admire Lin Xian's operation when she saw the car in front. Mechanical abilities can do whatever they want. In this doomsday of ice and snow, they can actually create a signal transmitter out of thin air. He is very powerful. Bai was sitting in the back. Hearing Ning Jing's words, he whispered, he can block my rays. Ning Jing was a little surprised when she heard this, and then said, there are also hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Captain Lin's car. The girl next to him is a telekinetic ability user. I have seen many powerful abilities in all these years, but I have only seen this one in the telekinetic system, and I have never heard of mechanical abilities. His ability is not like an ability at all, but more like a gift from the creator. Mechanical. There is more than one. Xiaoqing, who had been silent from beginning to end, suddenly spoke woodenly at this time. Ning Jing looked up at the girl in the rearview mirror. Have you seen other mechanical ability users? Xiaoqing looked at the dazzling white snow outside the window, and fell silent again, and stopped talking. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Ning Jing didn't continue to ask. She knew that these 2 people had suffered a lot of inhuman torture in the mysterious Adventist organization, and they had a strong psychological rejection of the outside world. Ning Jing also got along with them for a while after rescuing them, before gradually gaining their trust. These 2 people were almost crazy enough to risk their lives for the safety of the train. When they attacked Lin Xian before, Ning Jing was a little confused. Fortunately, the 2 sides didn't fight, so she was relieved. In Lin Xian's car, Kiki said to Lin Xian, while operating the mobile terminal, do you think that the organization that Bai Xiaoqing belongs to is the previous Foundation Research Institute? I don't know. Lin Xian blurted out, but this seems like something they can do. Kiki pouted and looked at Lin Xian. Then I know why they invited you. It seems that they want to study your superpowers. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have thought of this. I thought they were attracted by my excellent genes and rich knowledge. Nonsense. Of course he knew that his greatest value to such an organization was his superpowers, even including the Phoenix Society, and the great interest in him came from this. It's different. Kiki said in a different way, what I mean is, if they want to study your superpowers, shouldn't they catch you like them and conduct inhuman experiments? Why do they need to invite you for you, and spend so much patience to let you appreciate their human games, and let us leave easily? Don't you think the logic here is very strange? Buzz, 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 the track wheels roared, and Lin Xian drove while thinking about Kiki's words. He was silent for a while and said, actually, I can't figure this out either. With the strength of the Foundation, Lin Xian didn't believe that the other party was afraid of his and Kiki's strength, so they changed their methods of studying superpowers, but Hua Xiaoling's attitude seemed a bit confusing to him. Because in his contact with Hua Xiaoling, in addition to mystery, he also felt a kind of sincerity. Yes, sincerity. It was the kind of sincerity that was completely tolerant and open to different understandings of things, and was extremely firm in the career she was doing. So much so that when she invited Lin Xian, she was completely appreciative and recognized, which was completely different from the bloody experiments being carried out in the Qingshui town test field. Boom, boom, above the sky, The extremely cold vortex that covered the sky continued to emit bursts of thunder, suppressing the snowy land, and even the air could feel the tremor. Low temperature warning, -60 degrees. The cold wind was howling, and the temperature detector inside the polar car was flashing red. The windows and frames outside were covered with terrifying white frost. The cold air almost condensed into a solid state and penetrated through the sealed gaps of the polar car, making the temperature inside the car unable to rise. Lin Xian and Kiki were both fully armed in the car, wearing thick cold-proof helmets, and the body temperature maintenance device on their bodies was also maintaining power output. Kiki shrank his neck due to the cold, and couldn't help but use telekinesis to add a layer of shield to himself, which made him feel a little better. Lin Xian looked at this scene and remembered his mechanical amplification. At this time, he opened the light curtain and saw Ice Wall Mechanical Amplification. Mechanical Amplification Start. Ice Wall 8 hours 44 minutes and 59 seconds. The force field will be successfully upgraded in about 8 hours. This skill sounds much more powerful than the ice wall in terms of defense level. It is always good to have more life-saving skills. At the same time, he opened his own R&D center. R&D Center. TRP 4th Generation Special Industrial Active Exoskeleton Power Armor. Blueprint 2 days 2 hours. The blueprint upgrade of the power armor is also crucial. This thing he made can directly improve the combat power and survival level of himself and his teammates. As long as his mechanical manufacturing level continues to improve and the manufacturing efficiency is accelerated, he can equip all vehicles with this power armor. Then the strength of the Infinity is equivalent to everyone being a genetically evolved mechanical warrior. The two polar vehicles were driving in the snowfield, and on the skyline, they were like two grains of sand moving in the endless white ocean. After driving for about an hour, the terrain began to have some hills and undulations. Kiki used the scene-scanning radar of PX-05 to observe the terrain ahead, and found that the two vehicles were approaching a huge glacier canyon that stretched for dozens of miles. In Lin Xian's sight, the white snowfield in front suddenly stopped, and a neatly cut cliff appeared. He immediately turned the direction, and the two cars drove forward along the edge of the canyon, and climbed a high slope before stopping. "We are here. This should be the Trakama Ice Valley." The two opened the car door at this time, and a whistling snow wind blew in their faces. Lin Xian wore a black snow blindness mask, and stood on the track of the polar car. Ning Jing behind him also came immediately. Everyone stopped the car, and looked forward together. Not far ahead, a huge canyon that tore the earth appeared in sight, stretching endlessly. The howling cold wind formed a vortex airflow above the canyon, and white snowflakes were constantly flying. According to the previous map data, this canyon originally had glacial landforms all year round. After being covered by the blizzard, even the glaciers could not be seen. Ning Jing said in the cold wind using the communicator, "We didn't find any signal from Lao Shi and his team along the way, but the direction is indeed this side. How can we find such a big canyon? Do we have to go down?" Kiki controlled the PX-05 robot to fly out of the cliff in front. On the mobile terminal, the camera system was blocked by the wind and snow, and could only see a very vague ice valley scene. Not only was it deep below, but the terrain and glaciers were intricate. Lin Xian looked up, and saw that this ice valley had open areas and vertical narrow valleys. It would definitely be extremely dangerous to explore it. Moreover, he still hadn't seen any snow monsters after walking so far, which made him even more uneasy. "Sister Ning, let's search from here and control the time." He looked at the dark clouds swirling in the sky. Thunder burst from time to time in the center of the extremely cold vortex, reflecting the cobalt blue storm sky, which was frightening. Phew, as if to confirm his guess, the cold wind began to intensify at this time. The blizzard should be coming soon, and it is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Ning Jing nodded. From the situation we just came over, it should not be as dangerous as expected. It seems that Lao Shi and his men must have encountered something else. Did they go into the canyon? Lin Xian shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. If you go down in this terrain, you can't get up. Even if he is driving a train modified with a strong magnetized all-terrain drive module, he won't be stupid enough to drive down. Well, let's not delay that." Ning Jing decisively returned to the car. She brought 10 small drones for rescue and search. At the same time, on Lin Xian's side, Kiki also flew high into the sky, wearing the PX-05 robot to explore the bottom of the canyon. "Girl, be careful. Don't say it." Flying over the deep valley, and looking at the cold wind, and the dark glacier canyon below, Kiki couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This place is quite scary. Lin Xian was not idle either. He went directly to the edge of the cliff. He stretched out his hand, and the light curtain appeared. A large amount of materials flew out, and were quickly forged and assembled in the air. Soon, a signal tower about 3 meters high was made by Lin Xian, and stood on the edge of the cliff. At the same time, he took out the communicator, and began to shout in the full frequency band. ZZ Kaka, the search frequency was launched in the wind and snow. Lin Xian squatted on the ground, and kept watching the signal band of the communicator in his hand. Click, click, Ning Jing looked at the gloomy sky, and the heavy snow that was gradually drifting. The control screen of the drone in her hand was all blurred, and she couldn't find anything at all. After a while, drones were frozen by the wind and snow, and fell into the snow. At this time, a boy behind her suddenly came forward and patted her shoulder. That? Over there. A boy pointed to the south along the edge of the canyon. What did you see? Ning Jing asked immediately. A boy opened his mouth and said slowly. The breath of death, monsters, people. Ning Jing's face changed when she heard this, and she immediately found Lin Xian. Captain Lin, this way. Lin Xian, who was searching for the signal, stood up immediately, and several people climbed towards a steep slope in front. Crunch, crunch. Facing the wind and snow, stepping on the thick snow that could bury a person, when Lin Xian and his companions climbed over the steep slope, a huge open field appeared in front of them. Crack. Ning Jing just walked over, and it seemed that she stepped on a rigid object. She looked up, and saw a gray monster with several meters long legs suddenly appeared in the snow in front of her, half buried, with only one claw stretched into the air, and condensed white frost hung in the wind and snow. Be careful, she shouted immediately. At this time, the wind and snow gradually decreased, and the visibility in front became clearer. At this time, more and more strange frozen corpses appeared in the field of vision. At the same time, there were a large number of damaged vehicles, dead bodies, and huge wings like bats. Further ahead, Lin Xian also saw a black Hercules transport helicopter crashed in the ice and snow, and the huge engine unit was inserted upside down on the ground. Looking around, it seemed as if a horrific battle had taken place here, and the only word to describe it was tragic. In addition to the large number of snow demon corpses, there were also many strange bodies that they had never seen before. A large monster shaped like a four-legged monster, and several meters tall was inserted into the wing of an aircraft. It died tragically, with gray and black scales all over its body, which looked very scary. There were also those strange wings. Lin Xian had seen similar ones when he passed by Dalat town before, but that one was much larger than the one he saw now, but the wingspan seemed to be at least 4 or 5 meters. It was conceivable what kind of horrible monster buried under the snow was. The cold wind was howling, and hundreds of strange bodies appeared on this battlefield, and there were countless damaged aircraft and cars. It was like a strange hell in a blizzard. Chapter 253. What happened here? Kiki followed with the PX-05 robot, and frowned at the tragic battlefield in front of him. The monsters over 3 meters in size were densely packed here, 100 times more terrifying than the snow monsters they encountered before. It was hard to imagine what they had encountered before. This is not one of ours. Ning Jing quickly walked to a frozen corpse, identified it, and frowned. It doesn't seem to be from the Phoenix Society either. That Hercules belongs to the Phoenix Society. Lin Xian said solemnly at this time, and then he took out a telescope and looked into the distance. It seems that there is more than one. So many Hercules, what are they transporting? Kiki widened his eyes. The takeoff weight of the Hercules transport aircraft exceeds 1,000 tons. It is mainly used in the army to lift large military equipment. It can even lift 20 heavy TFE-600 double-barreled tanks at a time. However, Lin Xian saw at least 3 crashed Hercules transport aircraft in front of him. This terrifying carrying capacity can directly lift his infinity. It must be a big guy. Lin Xian exhaled a breath of cold air from his cold-proof mask and said, if I'm not mistaken, the distress signal you received before should have been sent from here. Go ahead and take a look. Okay, get in the car. The cold wind was biting, and this battlefield of death stretched for miles. Lin Xian and Ning Jing returned to the polar car and drove forward. As their polar car drove in, more and more strange bodies appeared in the snow. Some were half covered, and some were completely buried. They were crushed by the tracks of the polar car, making crackling sounds of broken bodies. Ning Jing looked at this tragic scene with a gloomy face. Although she had some hope when she came here, her heart suddenly sank when she saw the situation here. It seems that Lao Shi and his men are in danger. Let's look for them again. Lin Xian drove the polar car forward with a stern look on his face. Unexpectedly, he soon saw the 4th Hercules transport plane. He took a long breath and said to Kiki, "For transport planes, and they also use joint cables. It seems that they are either transporting a large army of heavy weapons, or the super large mecha mentioned in the radio." Kiki hissed when she heard this. She had guessed in this direction when she saw the scene, but the situation seemed to be much more exaggerated than she expected. Thousands of tons of mecha? Does the Phoenix have such technology now? Kiki is a person who is very familiar with military mechanical technology. She knows a lot of top-secret military weapons and equipment. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she was a little surprised and doubtful. If it has such a large volume and weight, it will not only require ultra-high power energy and power systems, but also high-sensitivity drive systems. These combined together will have many very complex neural control elements. Even if there is an intelligent brain program for integrated processing, such a large volume will still be limited by the load limit of the material. Kiki sat cross-legged on the co-pilot, calculating quickly on the mobile terminal with both hands. Even if all these are fine, there is still one most critical thing. If you want to achieve high-level comodal drive, one driver is not enough. Otherwise, if this level of weapon can only reach level 1 or level 2 comodal coefficient, it will be a completely bulky humanoid arsenal, which is not as good as the combat value brought by airships and fighters. I don't know what solution Phoenix will give, but after analysis, it seems not as reliable as the Iron Swarm. After saying that, she looked at Lin Xian, her eyes lit up. But except for you, if there is such a mecha, maybe you are the best solution. We are now in a pile of monster corpses, and we don't know if there are other living things. It's a bit redundant to care about these now, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. A signal antenna several meters long was raised on the polar car. Lin Xian deliberately increased the transmission power, searching for available information in this snowfield, and connecting to the road signs along the way. The further he drove forward, Lin Xian found that there were more and more strange bodies buried. Many of them had been buried in the snow before, but the further he drove, the more bodies began to appear on the snow. These monsters seemed to be running in one direction. Ning Jing also noticed this phenomenon. She said in the communicator, "Captain Lin, be careful." Abai said that the breath of the monsters ahead is getting stronger and stronger. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. He looked at Kiki. The two were a little surprised that Abai could sense the breath of the strange body. However, after hearing Ning Jing's judgment, they became more alert. These monsters are buried shallower and shallower. It doesn't seem to be because of the snow layer. It seems that. Kiki raised her hand, and a wave of telekinesis surged, and a layer of snow was opened. In an instant, a snow monster's body was turned out by her like a potato. It should be the time of death. The further you go, the later the time of death, so the burial is shallower. Lin Xian said in the communicator, there should be someone resisting in front. Kaka, Zitzi, as soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, the whistling cold wind began to weaken a lot strangely, and at this time, the green light on Kiki's communicator, which was conducting a full band search, suddenly flashed a few times. Hey, there's a signal! Kiki immediately became alert, and began to narrow the fan-shaped range of the signal search. Sure enough, after a while, the green light flashed more persistently, and a hoarse wind sound began to come out of the communicator. Whoosh, wind sound. Who? Damn. Whoosh, wind sound. No! On the other side, Ning Jing also heard the intermittent tone in the communicator, frowned slightly, and suddenly her eyes focused, pressed the communicator and said, Captain Lin, it seems to be Fat Cat's voice, our people. Fat Cat, old sure. Ning Jing shouted immediately. Whoosh, wind sound. Heart. Underground. Don't. Damn. Underground? Lin Xian caught a few clear words, and couldn't help frowning. What are they talking about? Buzz, the polar car accelerated and moved in the direction of signal capture. At this time, more and more monsters died in the snowfield, including vehicles, damaged Iron Guard 3 military assaulter mechas, and only the suspended aircraft with the engine compartment sunk into the snow. The bodies of interstellar soldiers wearing protective power armor had been frozen into ice sculptures. Further ahead, a huge black shadow dragging on the ground gradually came into view from the wind and snow. What is that? Kiki's eyes widened. Transport ship? It doesn't look like. Two polar vehicles drove in quickly. Just when Lin Xian, Ning Jing, and others thought it was a large black hill or some kind of aircraft larger than the Dragon transport ship, the black shadow in front began to become clearer, and a terrifying creature appeared in sight. The black hill turned out to be a giant black worm. The black worm was winding for hundreds of meters, like a giant water pipe, lying in the snow, seemingly dead, with a huge mouth facing the approaching polar car. Just that huge mouth full of whirlpool teeth seemed to be able to swallow the two polar cars in one bite. Seeing this scene, the two polar cars stopped immediately. What kind of monster is this? Ning Jing couldn't help but exclaim when she saw this scene. It seems to be dead. Lin Xian didn't dare to breathe at this time, and said in a stern voice, "Could it be that the earthquake last night was caused by this thing? Wow, such a big worm." Kiki widened her eyes. Lin Xian noticed that there were many scars, like gullies on the huge worm corpse. The most terrifying one seemed to be cut directly by a sharp blade by February 3rd, which was enough to be fatal. "What's wrong with you?" In Ning Jing's car, she noticed that Abai in the back seat looked a little strange. "So many monsters," Abai said nervously. So many monsters. Caw. Captain Lin. Ning Jing's face changed drastically upon hearing this, and she shouted into the communicator, "There are many living monsters here." Caw, zz. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know if it was the sky or the earthquake. The snow layer in the snowfield was shaking violently. Boom. The roaring sound began to become extremely intense. Lin Xian noticed that the ground seemed to be surging like waves, and the monster corpses buried in the ice, and snow began to appear on the surface of the snow layer in large numbers, as the snow layer shook. At this time, the hoarse voice in the communicator suddenly became much clearer, and the few people heard that the hoarse voice inside was someone shouting loudly. "Be careful. Whirring wind sound. Can you hear me? Whirring wind sound. Be careful underground. There are big bugs underground." When Lin Xian and Kiki heard the content in the communicator, their faces changed immediately. He was just about to start the polar car when he found that the snow layer and the ground under the car suddenly began to collapse like quicksand. "Oh no!" Too late. Kiki reacted and threw away the mobile terminal. Her eyes were full of powerful supernatural fluorescence. She grabbed Ning Jing's polar car next to her and lifted it up to the sky with her own car. Buzz! Instantly, two polar cars weighing several tons flew into the air with great overload, and the next moment, the ground under the polar car slid down with the snow layer, and a huge black abyss appeared. It was a huge abyss mouth. Boom! The snow burst in an instant, and a black giant worm rushed out from the ground with its huge mouth, and drilled out of the ground for more than 10 meters, trying to swallow the two cars in one gulp. Kiki grabbed the two cars, and lifted them up quickly. He clearly felt a force of pressure rising from under the car. In an instant, the window of the polar car suddenly darkened. The people in the two cars saw the inside of the worm mouth full of sinister fangs outside the window, covering the sky and the sun. "Ah!" Kiki gritted his silver teeth, and made a burst of angry sound. The telekinesis in his hand directly crushed the windows of the two polar cars, and rushed into the sky with a strong upward force. The black worm rushed up to the limit, and the mouthpart spewed out a huge fishy wind. Then the huge worm body twisted, and after swallowing nothing, it drilled towards the ground. Boom! The giant worm tore the ground apart with the might of an earthquake, and drilled into the ground again, like a stream of fish. The worm body, which was unknown how many meters long, arched a curved bridge on the ground, crossed the border madly, and drilled into the ground with the sound of a clattering earthquake. "Forward!" Lin Xian shouted. Kiki was too strong at this time, and the two cars had been lifted to a height of more than 30 meters. She immediately retracted her strength and pushed the two cars forward, falling towards the snow surface in front in the form of a parabola. Wah. At this time, a harsh boiling sound sounded in the cold wind and fog in front. As the huge black worm entered the ground, dense snow monsters began to rush from all directions of the snow layer towards the source of the vibration. "Abai!" Before landing, Ning Jing shouted to Abai. Abai, who was in the back seat, climbed to the front seat without hesitation and raised his sunglasses directly in the air. Buzz! The burning energy gathered around his eyes, and in an instant, two dark red laser beams burst out and hit the snow layer in front of the two cars. Immediately, he raised his head directly. Wow! The laser beam shot straight forward, instantly sweeping a charred bloody road in the middle of the dense snow monsters. At this moment, Kiki just controlled the car to land heavily, and the track wheels spun wildly towards the bloody road that was swept out. Old Sher and the others are at 1 o'clock, go there. Lin Xian made a decisive decision. He could hold on for 2 days, which meant that Shi Yuan must have some support. At this time, the big bug was alarmed, and the two polar cars could not drive back, so they could only bite the bullet and meet up with Shi Yuan first. Ouch! Falling from the sky, Kiki had no time to control the car precisely, and the two cars hit the snow, almost smashing them apart. Fortunately, the two cars were special vehicles, very tough, and the power systems were not affected. Be careful beside. Squeak, squeak. Before I could sit still, several snow monsters had already pounced on the frame, stabbing into the car with their long tails with spikes. Get out of the way. Kiki's backhand sent out a wave of telekinesis, directly blasting away all the snow monsters within a spherical semicircle. Sizzle! When the road was about to close, the next laser beam was shot out again. Clang, lang, lang. At this time, a high-speed rotating sword swept across the snow monster in front, causing blood plasma and head to spray out. The rotating sword flew back in an arc. On Ning Jing's polar car, a thin and slender girl took it gracefully. She stood on the roof of the car against the whistling cold wind, and with a few swings of the sword, she cut down all the snow monsters that rushed over with an exploding revolver. Z, woo! Lin Xian turned the steering wheel sharply, crushing several snow monsters, and directly raised his hand to point the mechanical energy cannon hole and shot out. The mechanical engine at his fingertips roared, and the dazzling blue light directly penetrated more than a dozen snow monsters, bringing a burnt smell. ZZ. This way, southeast. Whoosh, wind sound. The heroic voice of Shi Diyuan came from the communicator. Lin Xian immediately said, Brother Shi, how are you? Because the car windows were broken, the howling cold wind rushed into the car crazily, and the steering wheel and dashboard were soon covered with white frost, and the heating system failed. Fortunately, several people were wearing cold-proof equipment, but the gradually increasing wind and snow blocked a lot of vision. Lin Xian? Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Shi Diyuan seemed surprised. He didn't expect that besides Ning Jing, Lin Xian from Infinite was also here. Old Shi, Captain Lin came with me to help. Ning Jing also shouted in the communicator. Quick, go southeast, to the edge of the canyon. Whirring wind sound. It's safe here for the time being. Shi Diyuan shouted. Hearing Shi Diyuan's voice, Ning Jing seemed to be relieved. She stepped on the accelerator, and drove the polar car madly forward. Dong, 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 several dull sounds rang out in the snowfield. At this time, everyone suddenly discovered that among the surging group of snow monsters, several huge four-legged monsters rushed towards the two cars in a weird crawling posture. This monster has no eyes, and its bent limbs are like steel, making a heavy sound. It is also very fast, even crushing several snow monsters under its feet. Suddenly, it rushed out from the group of snow monsters and rushed towards Ning Jing's polar car. Boom! The four-legged monster is huge, and even higher than the polar car in its crawling posture. Its two front feet directly inserted into the hood and track wheels of the polar car. Bang! In an instant, the car body deformed instantly, and Xiaoqing, who was standing on the roof, jumped out, rolled in the air, and chopped the center of the four-legged monster's head with a gun blade. At the same time, Ning Jing in the car was quick-witted and pulled up by his feet to kick, and used inertia to directly lower his head and jump out of the windshield. Ding! Xiaoqing's spear blade slashed through the four-legged monster's head, cutting vertically from the center of the eyebrows, making a hard sound. The monster's skull was extremely hard, and the sharp blade only split half of the skull, and blood plasma spurted out. At this time, Kiki also attacked at the same time, using telekinesis to grab Ning Jing and Abai and pulled him back. Boom, boom, boom. The polar car continued to move forward and drove towards the four-legged monster, flipping over and crushing it. Catch it! Ning Jing pushed Abai onto Lin Xian's polar car, and suddenly stepped on the roof of the car and leaped towards the four-legged monster. Xiaoqing, let! Ning Jing shouted coldly in the air, and the woman, with a fierce aura all over her body, actually went forward. Seeing this scene, Xiaoqing raised her gun blade, stomped on the four-legged monster twice, cut down two snow monsters, and left the range. The four-legged monster saw that Ning Jing dared to come towards it, and roared, but its two front legs were still inserted in the polar car. Ning Jing was extremely fast, and she arrived almost in an instant. She actually swung her right fist, and smashed the four-legged monster's head. Bang! Ning Jing swung her fist, and hit the head of the four-legged monster that suddenly attacked. There was only a muffled sound. The huge head of the four-legged monster was like being hit by an anti-material sniper rifle. Most of the head collapsed instantly, the cervical vertebra burst, and the forehead turned into plasma fragments and sprayed out to the back in a jet shape, which was extremely bloody. Bang! This punch brought a huge fist wind, and even the large snow and wind in front of it was hit to create a vacuum-like area. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, Kiki's eyes widened. What a great strength! Lin Xian, was also secretly amazed at this time. For a moment, he was not sure whether this woman was a superpower or a genetically evolved physical practitioner, and she had such great strength. Girl, pull people back. The snow monster tide came in an instant. Lin Xian drove the polar car to sweep across a layer of snow, creating a steel plate defense on the left frame, and asked Kiki to pull people back. Kiki understood, grabbed Ning Jing and Xiao Qing with one hand, and used the other hand to send out a shock wave to blast the snow monster away, and then the polar car rushed out of the siege directly. Abai used a laser beam to sweep away the roadblock again, while Xiao Qing, Ning Jing and Kiki resisted the monsters rushing in from all sides. The polar car rushed at high speed, and there were more and more snow monster corpses on the ground. Many fresh corpses that were not buried began to appear, and they seemed to have just died not long ago. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian immediately understood that it must be the snow monster tide that continued to attack the direction of Shi Yuan and others, so there were large groups of corpses exposed. I see you! Sure enough, the polar car had just rushed out less than 2 kilometers, and the sound in the communicator began to become clear. Beep, bang bang bang. At the same time, the overwhelming firepower line shone in the wind and snow fog in front, madly suppressing the snow monsters rushing in behind the polar car. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, even a large number of explosive missiles exploded in the snow monster, and the firepower was completely unlike the effect brought by Shi Yuan's several weapon stations. It seems that there are more than just Lao Shi and his men. Ning Jing shouted. There are others. Phoenix Society? Lin Xian, look. Kiki suddenly exclaimed loudly. At this time, everyone looked at the wind, snow and fog in front of them, and saw that there were more and more fire lines in the wind and snow. A large number of large vehicles and snow vehicles began to appear, at least hundreds of vehicles, tightly surrounding an arc-shaped defense line about hundreds of meters long, and in front of the line, there were piles of various strange bodies and snow monster corpses. The smell of gunpowder and blood was wrapped in the cold wind and snow, and there were a large number of explosion craters and crash planes everywhere. This defensive line was around the edge of a huge cliff in the Trakama Ice Valley. As Lin Xian's polar car approached, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky behind the defensive line. The black shadow was like a giant, holding a fist on the canyon with one hand. Most of the body was under the cliff, but the part that was exposed to the horizon was like a steel building, revealing a majestic power that shook the world. Lin Xian's eyes trembled. At this time, everyone in the car saw that it was a super-large humanoid mecha. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Xian and others' polar car drove in, the firepower of the defensive line suddenly increased. At the same time, more than a dozen psychics of various shapes rushed out from it, and began to use means to help suppress the monster tide behind. For a time, the scene fell into white-hot. Lin Xian saw that there was a train group with a modified strong magnetized all-terrain drive module in front of the line, dragging in the front, and a middle-aged man in thick cold-proof clothes was carrying a Gatling gun and firing crazily. Shi Yuan. Boom boom. At this time, the sound of earthquake came again, and the surging snow monsters were like a raging madness, rushing towards the metal jet. In addition to the four-legged monsters, several unknown monsters with huge wings began to appear in the cold wind, wrapped in the cold wind, constantly flying over the defense line. It's that black bug. Lin Xian shouted. Brother Lin. Shi Yuan stopped the firepower in his hand and shouted to several people. The stink bugs underground dare not approach here, hurry. Drive in. Lin Xian heard the words without saying a word, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. At the same time, the mechanical heart was running, exerting the power of this polar car to the limit, raising the monstrous snow layer and rushing over. At this time, a heavy armored crawler truck in front of the front line started up and opened a small hole. Woo! Just where the polar car was speeding past, the snow dust suddenly burst up, and the black giant worm drilled out from the ground again, swallowing a large number of snow monsters in an instant. The violent earthquake caused the snow layer on the edge of the cliff to slide continuously, and a large-scale avalanche began to occur. The rumbling sound was deafening in the ice valley. So Old Shi and the others are trapped here, Ning Jing said. Let's run away first. At this time, the polar car had already rushed into the front of the formation, and Lin Xian immediately shouted to Kiki, let's attack together and block it. Okay. Buzz, Kiki quickly flew out of the car, her eyes flashing fluorescent light, her hair moving without wind, and launched a big move directly at the snow monster tied behind. Buzz. A low and soft sound sounded, and a nearly transparent spherical light curtain quickly contracted towards her heart. In an instant, It turned into a shock-wave light ball emitting white fluorescence, with her as the center, and instantly vibrated, boom, in front of this huge shock wave. The deep snow and frozen corpses on the ground were all lifted up, like a river being swept away. The snow monsters and monsters that rushed forward frantically hit the invisible shock wave curtain wall one after another, and were blown away one after another in the screaming and screaming. The huge force continued to squeeze a large number of snow monsters into pieces, and suddenly the snowfield in front of the front line became a frozen open space with traces of shock waves. At the same time, a Bai's laser beam shot out into the sky, directly cutting off half of the wings of a huge winged monster, and spraying green corrosive acid all over the sky. Boom! The vibration of the earth suddenly slowed down at this time, and the blizzard began to intensify. At this time, the snow monster seemed to be affected by this vibration, and began to drill into the snow, disappearing in the wind and snow. Ha! CD Yuan, who was firing, looked at this scene, and couldn't help shouting, "This girl, I haven't seen her for a short time. Has her ability grown so terrifyingly?" Chapter 254. The snow monsters were rioting, and the black giant worms were frantically drilling into the ground. The bodies that were still swimming and exposed like black hills were focused by everyone, causing a bloody rain of flesh. But these heavy firepower seemed to be completely unable to hurt the monster, and even the black skin was not penetrated. The huge explosion seemed to ignite a small spark on its body, and everyone watched the monster drill into the ground with the momentum of an earthquake. The snow dust rolled, and a large amount of snow on the edge of the canyon began to collapse and slide. As soon as Kiki made a move, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. At this time, the overwhelming firepower swept in, pressing down the snow monsters that emerged from the snow, because the snow layer in front had been washed away, and these snow monsters had no place to hide. Once they rushed out, they were completely exposed on the surface, and torn into pieces by the metal jets fired by various heavy firepower. Because the terrain narrows at the edge of the cliff, this defensive line is easy to defend but difficult to attack. These monsters gather and jam, and they can't rush up at all in the face of the powerful kinetic thermal weapons. The monster with huge wings in the sky tried to rush into the formation in the blizzard. The anti-aircraft heavy artillery on the main weapon station of CD Yuan Longshan No. 1 began to show its power. There were constant thermal explosions in the air, and the whole ice valley was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Rumble. The ground shook, and the huge black worms underground began to make trouble. CD Yuan looked at the snow dust on the surface, and began to vibrate. He spat hard and turned to a camp behind him and shouted, "Team Leader Yu, this thing is coming up. Let the machine burn for a while." Buzz, woo, not long after, a deafening roar suddenly sounded from the huge mecha body. In the blizzard, the roar of a nuclear-powered turbine engine suddenly sounded, with gradually harsh audio, shaking people all over. Empty, empty, empty. With the appearance of this voice, the violent snow monsters suddenly became chaotic, and the vibrations underground began to become more agitated, making the entire snowfield float like waves. After a while, the earthquake was getting farther and farther away. With this buzzing sound, large groups of snow monsters and four-legged monsters began to drill into the blizzard and gradually disappeared from the line of fire. Cease fire. Save ammunition. Make way, and let them in. The firepower of all parties began to stop as the snow monsters receded. In front of the defense line, a track truck with heavy armor started, drove out a section, and opened a small opening in front of the line. Lin Xian immediately drove in. As soon as he drove in, he found that there were still many cars parked inside the line, some of which were labeled with the Phoenix Society logo. A temporary camp was stationed here. Woo! The roar of the nuclear-powered turbine engine gradually died down at this time, as if it was vibrating in the air with a bit of wailing. Lin Xian and Kiki immediately looked up, and saw that the huge humanoid mecha was propped up on the ground with one hand. Looking down at the ground, the part exposed above the ground alone was more than 30 meters, almost the height of more than 10 floors. The mecha half knelt in the ice valley, with one fist propped up on the cliff. Blizzard swirled in the cracks of its jagged shoulder armor. The brand new dark blue paint was already covered with traces of war damage. On the chest was a huge nuclear-powered turbine engine, and a ball of orange-yellow halo curled up. A huge tear appeared on the left arm, revealing a large number of hexagonal hydraulic pipes, like a torn honeycomb. Light golden condensate fell from the pipe mouth into several meters of ice. The left shoulder armor plate rolled outward, revealing the carbonized transmission shaft inside, and the alloy skeleton that could withstand 10,000 tons of pressure. Fuck. The Phoenix Society actually created such a terrifying weapon. Lin Xian looked at the steel giant in front of him, and couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Even his mechanical heart felt like it was going to work spontaneously. Wow, the battle against the monster tide had just stopped, and the defense line quickly returned to its position and adjusted. At the same time, a large group of people came towards Lin Xian's polar car from all directions. Shi Diyuan walked quickly in front. When he saw Ning Jing and Lin Xian getting off the car, he said directly, "When I received the signal band, I thought it was the reinforcements of the Phoenix Society. How could it be you? Of course I came to find you." Ning Jing looked at the people behind Shi Diyuan and frowned and said, "Really? I thought you were all dead. How come so many of you are hiding here?" "Hey, Sister Ning." The fat cat behind Shi Diyuan said in surprise, "Why are there only a few of you? Aren't you from Shilon? Are you coming from the city? Where are the reinforcements from the Phoenix Society?" "That's right, are you the only ones?" "Abai, Xiaoqing, where are the others? Where is our main force?" "The main force is still there." Ning Jing sighed, looked at Shi Diyuan and said, "Due to the sudden increase in the blizzard on Longshan No. 1 and the attack of the strange tide, the No. 3 electric traction locomotive broke down, and all of us were trapped in the snow for 2 days. I didn't expect that the Infinity would also take the North Line, and we just waited for Team Lin, who helped us repair the car. We thought we would come here to search for you before leaving for Shilon City, but we didn't expect you to be trapped here." "Trapped in the same place?" When Shi Diyuan heard this, he slapped his thigh fiercely. "Oh damn, such a big thing has happened. We are in trouble now. We can't rush out now, without the reinforcement of the Phoenix Society." Lin Xian stood on the track wheel and looked around. He found that in addition to Shi Diyuan's team, there were at least 4 or 5 other survivors of the team. There were more than 200 people in total. It seemed that they were all trapped in this place. "Brother Shi, what's going on?" Lin Xian asked. Shi Diyuan pinched his brows with a headache, looked at Lin Xian helplessly, and said, "Brother Lin, I'm really sorry to trouble you again. Now that you are here, we have to be brothers in distress again. We haven't rushed out of this place for 2 days, and we have lost a lot of people. If we can't wait for the reinforcement of the Phoenix Society, we may have to die here. It's like this, Sister Ning, Captain Lin." The fat cat behind Shi Diyuan was wearing a thick leather coat, his body was very bloated, and he was wearing cold-proof goggles. His face was red from the cold. He explained to the few people, "When we received the signal for help that day and rushed over, this place was just like. It was like hell. This Phoenix organization seemed to be secretly conducting experiments on this giant mecha here, but it was unclear what happened. Almost all of their people were killed. An armed company of more than 100 people and a general aviation transport group were basically wiped out. When we got here, Brother Qian and his men had been holding on to this front for a night. Who knew that this place was a dead end, and that once you come here, you can't get out? Oh, by the way, Brother Lin, Ning Jing, let me introduce you to a few brother teams that live and die together. Although we have only known each other for 2 days, everyone is ready to die here together, haha." Shi Diyuan didn't seem to have any negative feelings about being trapped in a dead end. When he mentioned this, he pointed at a man in the crowd who was dressed in thick mink and seemed too delicate, and said, "Qian Deli, the captain of the Joker team, is an absolute master, awesome and powerful. It's all thanks to his people that our team can survive until now. There is a flying mutant in his team who rushed to Shilon City for reinforcements after dawn, so we all thought you brought people from Shilon City. Brother Qian." Shi Diyuan introduced the man named Qian Deli. "Ning Jing, Abai, Xiaoqing, these 3 are from my team, and these 2 are the ones I told you about, who proposed the towing plan at Yubei Airport. Brother Lin Xian, this is his sister, her name seems to be Kiki, right?" "Sister?" Kiki was about to speak when she heard this, but she saw that the man named Qian Deli was looking at Lin Xian with a scrutinizing look, and said, "Oh my god, you are the young hero that Lao Shi mentioned, who saved tens of thousands of people, but now it seems just average." Lin Xian and Kiki felt a chill when they heard this, not because of what he said, but because of the strong feminine tone of this man's words. When he spoke, he liked to put one hand on his chest. With his exaggerated mink coat, he looked like a lady. Moreover, among the dozens of people present at this time, only Qian Deli looked the least like someone who had been running for months in the Doomsday. "Don't get me wrong, I speak like this, I am straightforward and don't like to beat around the bush," Qian Deli said loudly, "but you are quite courageous to rush over alone, but you are a little reckless. Now you are just like us, you can only wait for rescue obediently." Kiki shuddered upon hearing this, frowned and responded, "Why can't we get out? We can just get out the same way we got in." It's easy to say. Don't you think we haven't tried it? The leader of another team was a middle-aged man wearing a set of heavy industrial modified power armor, and said, "Did you see that big black bug just now? It's guarding us outside. As long as we leave this area, I'm afraid there will be thousands of monsters rushing up. This is still daytime. These guys are not like this at night. This snow demon and the four-legged big snow demon move very fast at night, and they can chew through any thick armor," said another person in the team. "The most important thing is that big black bug." Shi Deyuan looked at Lin Xian and Ning Jing and said solemnly, "Even if we can escape, Longshan No. 1 and Infinity can't stop this guy, so we can only run." Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. "Then why don't we get attacked if we stay here? According to Team Leader Yu, this guy is protecting us." Shi Deyuan raised his thumb and pointed to Unit 01 above his head, and then pointed to the right arm of Unit 01 that was propped up on the ground. On the heavy fist bone armor of the right arm, there was a huge folding high-frequency blade chain sword hidden, and the top was full of green plasma that had frozen into frost. "Did you see it when you came here? A big guy was killed by this chain sword." Ning Jing was horrified when she heard it. "Are you talking about the dead black worm? It seems you have encountered it. So you mean that the reason why it won't approach this line of defense now is because it is afraid of this mecha?" Lin Xian asked with a frown. "What else?" The man named Qian Deli said in a high-pitched voice, crossing his arms. "Handsome boy, do you think that so many of us are here to enjoy the snow scenery?" He pointed to the large snowfield in the distance. "The big black bug has been waiting outside. Our car rushed several times and lost many people. If we could get out, we would have gone out long ago." Ning Jing smiled speechlessly and looked at Lin Xian. "So, we are asking for help instead of saving people." Everyone was silent, looking at them helplessly. "This is troublesome. Our plan only lasts 3 hours, and there are 2 trains waiting to leave." Ning Jing looked at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice. Fat Cat smiled bitterly. "So we received the signal and thought you were coming with a large group of the Shilon Phoenix Society." "Huh," Kiki said at this time. "Then let's just make a feint to the east and attack in the west. First use a car to lure away the worm, and then the others can run away, right? You think we haven't tried it?" Shi Deyuan said with a headache. "The snow is full of snow monsters, plus those four-legged monsters. A car can only survive for 5 minutes at most. The most important thing is that those monsters are very smart. They can catch our scent. They can distinguish between one person running and a group of people running. This method is useless. A car will not lure the big monster away." Smell? Lin Xian understood immediately after hearing this. It was a dark mark. But this kind of snow monster can catch the mark on the prey during the day. Now it seems that Lin Xian and Kiki must have been marked with high-level marks. It's unknown what level that black giant creature is. I'm afraid everyone present has this mark. "No way," Kiki retorted. "Then our 2 cars were attacked by it just now, and it scared me." "Really?" Qian Deli raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a puzzled look. "How did your 2 cars escape from the clutches of that thing?" Kiki said, "We just escaped like this." Ning Jing explained, "It was very thrilling. Fortunately, Team Lin and his men took action. However, if we run back, we will definitely not be able to escape the pursuit of that thing, and we may also bring trouble back to the train, which is a disaster." "That's right." Lin Xian nodded. "Now it's not a question of how to get out. If he can't completely get rid of, or even kill the black underground worm, the Infinity will even face the situation of being overturned. In this case, it is even more impossible for him to bring the trouble back like this. It seems that we have to think of other ways. The only way now is to wait for the support of the Phoenix Society in Shilon City." Shi Deyuan turned his head and looked at the huge humanoid mecha behind him, "Or pray that this thing can come back to life and lead us out." "What do you mean, this mecha can't move at all?" Ning Jing asked. "It's over a long time ago," said Fat Cat. "Just now, I asked Team Leader Yu to light a fire and pretend to scare the big bug away. In fact, this mecha can't stand up anymore." "Hey!" Shi Deyuan suddenly reacted, looked at Lin Xian with his eyes lit up, and immediately slapped his forehead. "Good guy. How could I forget this, Brother Lin? You are a mechanical superpower. Oh, maybe there is really a chance." He immediately came over and patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. "Come on. I take you to meet Team Leader Yu. She is the team leader of the Emperor Project. She must be very interested in you." Lin Xian poured cold water on him. "Brother Shi, do you think I can fix this big guy? You think too highly of me, don't you? Don't you have mechanical abilities?" Shi Deyuan looked at him in surprise. "He is a mechanical ability, not a mechanical god. This mecha weighs at least several thousand tons. How can it be so easy to fix it? At this time, Kiki stood up to explain his ability for Lin Xian. Kiki was right. This mecha is too big. It's not just a problem of repair and scanning, but also a key point. Material. This mecha uses composite armor, and may also require a large amount of supercarbonate alloy, nano-ceramic armor, etc. These are all high-grade materials. Lin Xian doesn't have so much for repair and manufacturing. Even now, at a cursory glance, the core and main structure of the mecha seem to be intact. There should be many subsystems damaged, but the tear on the left arm is particularly serious, and it will be a big project to repair it. Shi Diyuan looked at Lin Xian blankly, and Lin Xian nodded and responded, yes, but it's okay to understand it first. Well, that's okay. Anyway, no one can do it now, and I have mentioned you to team leader you before. Maybe everyone can come up with other solutions. After that, Shi Diyuan said to Qian Deli, Brother Qian, I will take Brother Lin to see team leader you, or you can go too? I won't go, Qian Deli said as he glanced at Lin Xian. I don't like that woman, she's so cold. I just stay outside and watch. Maybe those snow monsters will come again soon. Haha, think on the bright side, at least we have a few more awesome psychics. Everyone has seen how powerful this telekinetic girl is. Maybe we find a way to rush out soon. Shi Diyuan encouraged everyone, and everyone nodded slightly in agreement when he said that. The attack of Kiki and others just now was really shocking. There were more than a dozen psychics here, and their strength was not bad, and large-scale lethal weapons like Kiki and Abai really gave everyone more confidence. So, the people in each team started to return to the car to keep warm. The defense line had 2 nuclear power plants to supply energy, so there was no problem with heating. One is the nuclear-powered locomotive and traction locomotive that Steve Yuan drove with a triangle-track strong magnetized all-terrain drive module. Lin Xian just observed it, and found that this drive module is very advanced and precisely manufactured. The only problem is that the changes are huge. It can be said that everything except the car body has been changed. Lin Xian must have paid a lot of price for Steve Yuan. He thought about it. If it was purely manufactured, it would be an epic project for Lin Xian. He could already imagine how troublesome it would be. He had never manufactured such a large mechanical structure, not to mention that the Infinity has 14 carriages, which is not something that can be completed in a day or two. So I'm going to ask him how to make the costumes later, and if there's a chance, I see if I can scan the blueprints. In addition, the Joker team also has a small nuclear power plant to power the team's electric car. In addition, many teams have auxiliary solar energy storage devices, but at this time, nuclear power is still the only way to make people feel at ease. The edge of the Trakama Ice Valley under the blizzard can also supply heating devices to all teams. Shi Diyuan led Lin Xian and Kiki to the large tent camps under the mecha, while Ning Jing took Abai and Xiaoqing back to their Longshan No. 1 car. By the way, there is something I'm curious about. Lin Xian said as he walked, isn't this Emperor Plan also organized by the Phoenix Society? Why does it need to ask Shilon City for help? Lin Xian has been thinking about this question just now. Why does it sound like Shilon City is completely unaware of the actions of this Phoenix Society organization here? Shi Diyuan waved his hand. I asked a long time ago. The actions of this Emperor Plan are top secret. Keeping it secret from your own people? No. Shi Diyuan looked at Lin Xian and said meaningfully, I guess they encountered some situation. The current situation must be beyond the plan, causing the Phoenix Society organizations with other support points to lose contact, so they used the full band help signal. We have 7 convoys here, all rushing to support. With so many casualties, it seems that they encountered an S-level weird body, such as the Black Bug. Kiki said at this time. That Black Bug is not an S-level weird body. Shi Diyuan said proudly. At least according to the evaluation of the Phoenix Society, this thing is not up to S-level. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard this. So the S-class weird body in the Parma grassland mentioned on the radio is not this thing. That's right. In the snow and wind in the camp, a team of interstellar soldiers wearing military power armor, outside the large windproof tent were busy moving munitions to the front. Lin Xian and Kiki took a glance and found that the uniforms on these people were quite special. Looking around, there were less than 20 people left. These people were holding heavy weapons, equipped with active exoskeleton power systems, and high and cold-resistant equipment. It seemed that they had experienced several consecutive nights of war. These soldiers were full of fatigue and traces of battle damage. The closer they were to the huge mecha, Lin Xian and Kiki felt that the wind and snow around them had weakened a lot. They could feel the residual heat from the nuclear-powered turbine engine on their chests just after it was started. People standing in front of this giant were like ants. When they raised their heads, they could feel a sense of oppression like a mountain. Seeing Lin Xian and Kiki looking at the huge mecha in front of them in shock, Shi Deyuan also stopped and said with emotion, "Scary, right? Hey, my goodness, I was also shocked when I saw it for the first time. We humans can also make such things. If we can make more, we can compete with those monsters in the dark, and the remaining survivors in the world can also boost their confidence." Kiki said bluntly, "But the current situation, doesn't it mean that this plan has failed? The super weapon created by the power of the Phoenix Society was destroyed in the first test. This news seems to make people more desperate." Lin Xian heard this and said, "I think the purpose of Phoenix Society to build this kind of weapon must be to use it to fight against S-level weird bodies, or to enter Xingyuan for reconnaissance. If this is the result, does it mean that it has not met expectations? I don't know what this thing has experienced." Shi Deyuan said with a deep breath, "But it can kill such a big black bug head-on, so its power must be extraordinary." Lin Xian nodded. "From the scars on this mecha, it must have fought with other monsters." "What is the name of this mecha?" Kiki asked. "Their people said it's called." Shi Deyuan looked up at the steel giant and said with a stern look, "Emperor Project Unit 01. Chapter 255. Lin Xian and Kiki followed Shi Deyuan to the tent of the Phoenix Society's temporary camp. There were many electronic devices placed here. A large number of pipelines were connected to these devices from the tent, and then more pipelines of varying thickness were divided to connect to the giant Unit 01 on the edge of the cliff in the distance. "It seems that the system is still being repaired?" Lin Xian approached and said. Shi Deyuan said, "I guess most of the functions are still operational, such as the power core of the mecha is intact. You also saw this guy start up just now. The purpose is to deter those monsters. This trick won't work all the time." Kiki said bluntly, "The weird body is very aggressive, and it probably won't work at night." "Ah." Shi Deyuan sighed at this time. "Yes, we almost lost last night. The nuclear-powered turbine engine of Unit 01 burned all night. Fortunately, the terrain on the edge of the canyon we are guarding is still favorable, otherwise this place would have been gone. According to the current situation. Judging from the situation, our ammunition reserves may not last tonight." He looked at Lin Xian and said, "Brother Lin, we are really destined to meet. We always meet at the critical moment of life and death." Lin Xian said calmly, "For us survivors, every day is a critical moment of life and death. In fact, it is the same, but we are really destined to meet." "Ha ha ha." Shi Deyuan smiled proudly and looked at Lin Xian meaningfully, "But don't say it. When I saw you, I had an inexplicable feeling that we would not die tonight." Lin Xian was ashamed. This brother put too much pressure on him, making him seem like a savior. In fact, he had a headache as soon as he entered here. He wanted to rely on his and Kiki's mobility to conduct reconnaissance, but ended up walking into a wolf's den. But to be honest, with Kiki's ability, taking him to escape from the air might have a high success rate. The flying ability users of the Joker team could break through the encirclement, and maybe they could too. But this idea could only be suppressed in his heart for the time being. Shi Deyuan and the Phoenix Society were all here, and it was impossible for them to just leave. Moreover, he was also very interested in the Phoenix Society's imperial plan, and at this time, he was also thinking about how to break through. "Captain Shi." At this time, a man in the uniform of the Interstellar Sergeant and power armor ran over from a distance, with several soldiers covered in snow behind him. "The monster tide came again? It's been less than 3 hours. "Oh, Captain Sun." Shi Deyuan said hurriedly when he saw the visitor. "You came back so soon. It's okay, we have blocked this wave, and there are no casualties for the time being." Sun Kai is the captain of the armed guard company of this Emperor Project team. 2 hours ago, he led a few soldiers to the ice valley to find other ways out, but he didn't expect that the frequency of the snow monster tide's attack would decrease again without any warning. A huge avalanche hit. He took his men to hide in the ice cave to avoid the avalanche, and then hurried back. Sun Kai's eyes swept across the remaining defense line, and he breathed a sigh of relief and said to Shi Deyuan, "Captain Shi, thanks to you, this should have been ours." "Well, why are you polite? In this period, we are all comrades in arms. Your armed company has made so many sacrifices. Aren't we here to help you?" "Hey, these two are." Sun Kai saw 2 new faces and immediately became alert. "Are you from Shilin City to support us?" "We are not from Shilin City," Lin Xian said directly. Shi Deyuan cleared his throat and said to hide his embarrassment, "These two are my old friends, and they are also here to support us." Sun Kai immediately understood what he said, and a little disappointment flashed in his eyes. He looked at Lin Xian and Kiki helplessly. I know, thank you for risking your life to support us, but the current situation should also involve you. I am really sorry. Captain Sun is polite. Since we are in trouble, we just need to find a way to solve it together. Lin Xian said frankly. Kiki also said, that's right, who knew the situation here would turn out like this? Shi Diyuan said quickly, yes, think about it on the bright side, there is strength in numbers, my brother Lin and sister Kiki are both powerful psychics, and there must be more ways than before. By the way, where is team leader Yu? Come on, I introduce her to a precious talent. Psychic? Sun Kai frowned slightly when he heard this. This sister Kiki is a telekinetic psychic, who can go up to the sky and into the ground. Just now, she was able to defeat a wave of monsters by herself. She is equivalent to 10 heavy artillery by herself. I'm not talking about weight, ha ha. Shi Diyuan said half-jokingly, and Kiki was stunned when he heard it. Then he pointed to Lin Xian, and my brother Lin, a mechanical psychic, can repair machinery. Tell me if it's powerful or not. I think your emperor plan must need such talents. He may be able to repair this big guy, then we can rush out, right? Sun Kai looked at Lin Xian in surprise. This was the first time he had heard of mechanical abilities. When Shi Diyuan mentioned that Lin Xian could repair machines, he immediately became excited. Lin Xian listened to Shi Diyuan's constant boasting and quickly stopped him. No, brother Shi, didn't I just say that I am not sure I can repair such a large mecha? I need to check it first. Lin Xian's words made Sun Kai's hopeful expression sink again. He immediately calmed down, looked at Lin Xian with a scrutinizing look, and then said with some embarrassment, if this is the case, then don't look for team leader Yu. They are now busy studying the plan to break out, and are also trying to repair some subsystems of Unit 01. I plan to take people to the next Ice Valley before sunset to see if I can. Hey. Shi Diyuan interrupted him. Didn't I just say that my brother Lin is a mechanical mutant? Since we need to repair it, he can also help, right? Lin Xian looked at Sun Kai at this time and found that he seemed a little embarrassed, so he said directly, is it because it is inconvenient to keep it secret? The Emperor plan is a top-secret plan of the Phoenix Society. Although the content of the plan has been generally exposed, it involves the core assembly of the mecha and other secrets. Lin Xian estimates that it should also be kept strictly confidential. After all, the enemy of the Phoenix Society is not only the Dark Tide. However, Sun Kai's next words made Lin Xian realize that his thinking was a bit narrow. Sun Kai swept his eyes over several people, took a deep breath, and then said, but it is not entirely because of confidentiality. The main reason is that I think you should not be able to communicate any results. Why? Kiki frowned. Sun Kai patted the snow on the power armor and said seriously, if it was the Nightwalker organization, they would definitely be very interested in you and your superpowers. But the people of the Emperor Project are completely the opposite. The reason why Phoenix City established this plan is because some people firmly believe that relying on human technological revolution can lead human civilization to the dawn. You can understand it as different research routes. The Nightwalker organization studies superpowers and dark invasions, and the Emperor Project studies mechas and military weapons. Therefore, no one in the entire Emperor Project is a superpower. What? Kiki was speechless. You Phoenix Society also have such differences. Isn't this too frivolous? It's not a difference. Sun Kai shrugged and said, the highest principle of our Phoenix Society is to use human civilization as the basis. Survival is the will. No matter which plan or department, it's the same, but everyone's research direction is different. In fact, there is no connection or disagreement between the two departments. There will even be cooperation in some special operations. For example, this plan has a Nightwalker team to escort, but unfortunately it has been sacrificed. Then in the Nightwalker organization, there are also various mechanized weapons and vehicles provided by the Emperor Project. Yes, isn't that good? Shi Diyuan said speechlessly. Then what else can I say? But directly intervening in the core research content of the other department is different, not to mention that we are not members of the Nightwalker organization, so it is even more impossible. That's what Captain Sun meant, right? Lin Xian said with a clear mind. Sun Kai smiled bitterly and nodded. He looked at Lin Xian and said, actually, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. There are people in the world who are both superpowers and can get involved in the field of science and technology. It's simply... He couldn't find any words to describe it for a while. A superpower, but his main job is to drive a mecha. I really don't know what the people of the Nightwalker organization and the Emperor Project would think when they see this scene. I don't think so. Shi Deyuan looked at Lin Xian with admiration. Brother Lin proposed the traction plan when we were in the Yubei high-altitude corridor. As a superpower, he solved the technical and mechanical problems that the technical team could not solve. And he was also a powerful fighter when fighting against those weird bodies. I think whether it is your Nightwalker organization or the top of the Emperor plan, they will recognize and respect such talents. Anyway, if it were me, I would not have time to curry favor with them. Moreover, now that life and death are at stake, there is no time to make rules and regulations. Only idiots would make such a set of rules. Shi Deyuan's words almost made Lin Xian and Kiki laugh. Brother Shi, why don't we forget it and think of other ways? Lin Xian looked at the huge mecha in the distance, thinking that he would go and touch it first to get a rough idea. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to discuss, and there would be no result in the end. Sun Kai paused for a moment after hearing this, and said directly, how about this? I take you to talk to team leader Yu and the others. Just like Captain Shi and the others said, it's a matter of life and death now, and it's better to have a solution than nothing. Right, Shi Deyuan said loudly. Lin Xian and Kiki exchanged glances, and then said nothing more, and followed into the tent together. As soon as I entered the tent, the space inside suddenly became bright, and the biting cold wind was completely isolated. Inside was an open combat command center with sufficient heating system. There were more than 20 people inside. Various computer instruments were placed on both sides. Many technical team members of the Emperor project were busy. In the central area, there stood a metal operating cabin with a circular base. Countless pipelines were connected to a man wearing special operating armor like a spider web. On the screen next to it, various neuron docking states, drivers' physical signs, and hundreds of parameters of Unit 01 were displayed, which made people's scalps numb at a glance. Fully syntactic neuron interaction system, neural synesthesia control technology, looked so cool. Kiki couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene. Lin Xian nodded. Such a large mecha, and a humanoid weapon, human nerve synesthesia is indeed the best solution. Sun Kai looked at the two in surprise. It seems that you are really knowledgeable. Wait a moment, I will call team leader Yu over. At this time, Captain Sun walked over and communicated with a young man next to the metal operating cabin. The man immediately turned around and looked at Lin Xian and Shi Deyuan. The man had a delicate face and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He looked less than 40 years old. His eyes were like lightning. At this time, he saw Shi Deyuan and Lin Xian and Kiki beside him with a gloomy face. After listening to Sun Kai for a while, he impatiently handed the mobile terminal in his hand to a staff member next to him, and then walked towards the few people quickly. This team leader Yu is the temporary person in charge of this group. Their original team leader died a few days ago. He is the deputy team leader. He was in charge of the technical team before. He is a sour literati. At this time, Shi Deyuan suddenly whispered in the ears of Lin Xian and Kiki. Lin Xian nodded slightly upon hearing this, and he probably understood the other person's personality. Hello, Yu Yuheng. The man with gold-rimmed glasses walked up to Lin Xian and stretched out his hand to him with a cold face. Lin Xian, Kiki. Lin Xian introduced himself. Yu Yuheng looked at the two of them, nodded and said, thank you for your help. I heard that you are a mechanical superpower. I wonder what the specific characteristics of your superpower are. My superpower can repair and manufacture machinery. Lin Xian looked at Yu Yuheng and got straight to the point. He immediately raised his hand to perform mechanical manufacturing. In an instant, a light curtain appeared, and countless materials flew out, began to forge and combine, and soon, a sophisticated small drone appeared in Lin Xian's hand, with 4 rotors running rapidly, quietly flying on Lin Xian's palm. At this time, Yu Yuheng and the researchers of the technical team around him saw this scene, and their faces changed. This? Made out of thin air? Yu Yuheng frowned. Even though he was well informed, such a supernatural power still shocked him. As the core technician of the mecha team, he certainly realized what it meant to make a small, sophisticated drone out of thin air. Although it was just a small drone, the core components it contained involved at least 15 subsectors of industries, and more than 30 related supporting industries in the society before the apocalypse day. A simple power system included motors, speed regulators, battery packs, propellers, not to mention flight control systems, radars, gimbals, sensing loads, cameras, infrared sensors, laser radars, image transmission systems, heat dissipation modules, etc. But this was not over yet. Lin Xian grabbed the drone directly and broke off one of the rotors. Then he operated the mechanical repair. In the light curtain, The broken rotor was like being reshaped by an invisible 3D printer and restored to its original state. For ease of understanding, the drones made by Lin Xian are only small drones for reconnaissance, and they are simple to build. And this time, the people in the Emperor Project No. 1 team were completely stunned. What kind of ability is this? It's too amazing. A human flesh factory? Yu Yuheng raised his glasses repeatedly. At this time, his breathing became heavier, and his lips were dry. He was stunned for half a minute before he reacted. He was originally going to refuse the participation of Lin Xian and Kiki, two superpowers, with a few words, but at this time, he was more curious. Can you make something bigger, for example this? Yu Yuheng walked aside, picked up a mobile terminal, and found a picture and handed it to Lin Xian. This thing is called a phase conduction prism. The single unit weighs 12 tons, the structure is very complex, and it also contains polycrystalline information element pipelines. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. If there is a blueprint, it is possible, but it takes time and materials. How long? Yu Yuheng asked. Such a large component will take at least 8 hours. Lin Xian said. Yu Yuheng's face changed when he heard this. He frowned inside, then looked at Lin Xian. You are very capable, and you are definitely a creative talent, but I'm sorry, if you can't make this in a short time, I can't help you much. He lowered his eyes, and said with a sigh of relief, as if he was convincing himself. I said that there is still a certain logic in the creation of all things. If it is just to make corresponding products with blueprints, although it is a supernatural power, it is essentially what our industrial production line can do. If it is in the wild, it is indeed convenient if there is enough time, but in this case, it can't solve any core problems. Yu Yuheng said, as he looked at Lin Xian. I am actually very curious about you psychics, but I also know that the use of your psychics is essentially related to a certain energy threshold in the body. The people of the Nightwalkers organization call it mental power, or soul value. Whatever it is, except for those few special people in the world, it seems that most of them are still in the growth stage. According to the current growth progress, they are at level 3 to 4. According to the evaluation standards of the Nightwalkers organization, it seems to be like this. I mean, even if you can repair it, the size of Unit 01 is too big for you. Logically speaking, you should not be able to fix it, but there are some key parts that you may be able to help. Lin Xian and the other two couldn't help but frown when listening to Yu Yuheng's call. Yu Yuheng's words seemed to reveal a lot of information, but Lin Xian did find some key points in his words. It seems that in the eyes of these scientists, the psychic value presents a certain growth curve. So Yu Yuheng believes that even if Lin Xian has the ability to create, it is impossible to complete the creation of Unit 01 in a short time. Even if there is a blueprint, it is still within the scope of industrial production. He was right about part of this. Lin Xian's current mechanical manufacturing and mechanical devouring ability is indeed at level 4. With his ability, he really can't repair such a large machine in a short time. Not to mention repairing it. Even scanning it will be a very big test for him. Kiki got anxious when he heard it. Hey, after talking for a long time, what exactly happened to your Unit 01? Which systems have failed? And whether it can be repaired? You didn't tell us anything. We don't know how to help. Yu Yuheng raised his glasses. Sorry, the other problems are more serious than the component I just mentioned. Since the simplest one cannot be solved, based on the principle of confidentiality, I will not talk about the others, but... He looked at Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, if we can get out alive this time, I will upload your information and report. Our Emperor project may be very interested in your abilities in some manufacturing aspects, such as manufacturing factories. Our manufacturing factory is currently in a very safe environment. It may be a good place for you, and the treatment is not bad. Manufacturing factory? Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. In their eyes, his ability can only be regarded as a humanoid 3D printer? Hey, is it so mysterious? It's already this time. Kiki is dissatisfied with Yu Yuheng's mysteriousness. He raised his chin towards the driver wearing the control equipment and said, It's just a fully symbiotic neuron interaction system, neural synesthesia control technology. The height of the mecha is 90 to 115 meters. The power core should be a dual nuclear fusion reactor turbine processor, 2-person neural synesthesia driving. The control system and AI quantum core should be developed separately. There is a compound multi-aperture array wave radar on it. The legs are equipped with hydraulic power distributors, and 500 kT Euro stabilizers should be used. The joints are KKG level high agility torque drives. In order to achieve agility and balance with such a large volume and weight, there are at least more than 4,000 muscle units. Each muscle unit is equipped with 2 magnetic control engine groups. Let me guess, The ankles are equipped with magnetorheological dampers, and are equipped with 04F6 level cooling exhaust/water outlets. There are also weapons. In addition to the foldable high-frequency blade chain sword, the extreme energy capacitor in the right hand is equipped with a plasma cannon, and perhaps a hidden missile vertical launch system, orbital incinerator, ultra-high voltage pulse electric hammer, bala bala bala. As she spoke, the faces of the technical team members behind Yu Yuheng became darker, and their expressions became complicated when they looked at the petite girl. Yu Yuheng's pupils dilated at this time, and he looked at Kiki in disbelief, saying, "You, how do you know this?" Kiki crossed her arms and said impatiently, "These are the directions of military technology research and development. This big guy should be the culmination of our current human technology. It is impossible to suddenly break through Zenith star technology in a few months and directly evolve from a star propulsion system to a star curvature engine accelerator, right? No." Yu Yuheng looked at Kiki with a serious face. "I mean, how do you know so much about these top-secret research projects?" Kiki's expression froze when she heard this, and she realized that she had let the cat out of the bag, so her big eyes rolled around. She glanced at Lin Xian, and quickly covered up. "I used to like some military fans and technology forums." Lin Xian almost laughed out loud. "Technology forum? You have directly hacked into the original federal system to swim. Even the blueprint of the GK-03 electric knife was stolen by you. What else do you not know?" Yu Yuheng and Sun Kai looked at Kiki very suspiciously at this time. It sounded like this little girl knew more than a military spy, and it was hard not to be suspicious. Click chi. At this time, the various parts of the man in front wearing heavy control armor made the sound of automatic disassembly. Several small mechanical arms stretched out, and precisely disassembled the mechanical operating parts one by one. At this time, a tall man wearing camouflage short-sleeved shirt walked down from the control console, and the staff beside him hurriedly handed over heavy winter clothes and coats. Immediately, the man came over while putting on his clothes, and asked Yu Yuheng and Sun Kai coldly, "Who are these two people?" "A mechanical mutant who came to support." Yu Yuheng said, "Maybe he can help us make some key parts." Hearing this, Chen Wei glanced at Lin Xian and Kiki lightly, and then said to Yu Yuheng coldly, "Let them go somewhere else to help. Don't come here to make trouble." After saying that, he left directly with a cold look on his face. Yu Yuheng also looked at Lin Xian at this time, gestured to him with a helpless smile, and walked away, and then Sun Kai could only take the three people out of the tent. "Who is this guy? He is so arrogant. We are here to help, but why does he act so arrogant?" Kiki was very angry with Chen Wei's attitude. "Hey, he is the pilot of this mecha. His name seems to be..." Shi Yuan frowned and said, "Chen what?" "Shin Wei." Sun Kai followed the three people and sighed. "This Unit 01 is piloted by him and his brother Chen Lai. Both of them were ace fighter pilots of the Interstellar Army. Now they are mecha pilots with a 5th covariance coefficient. They are the first batch of pilots of the Emperor Project. Their temper is a bit bad." Chapter 256. His brother? Where is he? Sun Kai looked at the ice valley behind him. He died down there when he was covering our group on the last day. Did you see the tear on the nano-ceramic window on the head of Unit 01? His brother Chen Lai was torn out by the strange body. In the end, Chen Wei drove this mecha alone to protect the rest of us. After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian meaningfully and said, "He has such a temper. He doesn't have a good face for anyone, and he is particularly resistant to superpowers. I heard that after the apocalypse, his family was killed by a superpower thug team. Killed them all, and now his brother is gone too. Plus, he was traumatized after driving the Evangelion Unit 01 alone. So don't take it personally. You risked your lives to help him, but he had that attitude. I apologize to you on his behalf." Lin Xian was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "Captain Sun, you're too polite. I can't really help. It seems we have to think of other ways. Drive a mecha with neural synesthesia alone?" Kiki was surprised to hear that. "He didn't die. He's lucky." Sun Kai nodded. Kiki said to Sun Kai, "By the way, didn't you say that team leader Yu and his team have a plan to break out? What is it? Aren't they all waiting for rescue from Shilon City?" Shi Yuan said at this time, "They seem to be planning to have this mecha send out some signal to attract monsters, and then have this mecha use a self-detonation method to see if it can kill the black bug or severely damage it, giving us a chance to escape. I'm not sure about the details, but they already had a general direction before you came. Quantum dot nanoclusters." Sun Kai said, "This is a device that Unit 01 was originally experimenting with to lure monsters. It is said that the nanoparticles emitted can form an entangled state with a matrix quantum well in the monster's lair. It's too complicated for me to understand. Lin Xian looked at him and thought to himself, you have made the principle so convoluted, and you still don't understand it. But there is another plan. Sun Kai kept talking. It was proposed by Chen Wei. He and his brother are both level 5 common coefficient drivers. Now his brother is dead, and there is a level 3 common coefficient person in the team. Chen Wei wants to take this person, and try to force the start of Unit 01 to open the way for all of us. As for rescue, in this case, the information is not available, and even the direction is unclear in the blizzard. The flying superpower may not be able to reach Shilon City if he ventures out, so it can only be used as a backup plan. The key is still to rely on us to take the initiative to escape. Lin Xian nodded after hearing this. Just send. Hope for rescue is definitely not possible. There are too many strange bodies gathered in this canyon now. Even if there is rescue, it will be very difficult. Kiki caught a key piece of information when she heard it. She looked at Sun Kai. Start the mecha? Meaning, this mecha can still be started? Sun Kai felt a little embarrassed as soon as he finished speaking. I really don't know the technical problems of this mecha, but since such a plan can be proposed, maybe it can be. After speaking, he immediately said to Shi Yuan and Lin Xian, you guys talk first, I go and report the situation of the exploration. After speaking, he left. Wow, this thing can be started? Shi Yuan looked at Sun Kai's reaction, and immediately turned his head to look at the huge steel giant, with a look of sudden enlightenment. It shouldn't be that simple. Lin Xian said at this time, if it is that simple, then the first plan must be this, and it will not be the exploding mecha. Shi Yuan opened his mouth after hearing this, and after a while, he sighed deeply, looking at the snowy sky and said, it's troublesome. I originally thought that Longshan No. 1 has arrived in Shilon City, and it wouldn't be so bad if I died here. As a result, a car of people are still in the same place. I should have known not to come. Lin Xian looked at him after hearing this. You will come no matter what. You will never be a cold-blooded and selfish person in your life. That's right. Kiki also smiled and said, when we were at Yubei Airport, Taylor from the Federation was going to shoot at us survivors, but you stood up immediately without knowing the situation. Brother Shi, you have to admit that you are a good person. Good person. Shi Yuan pouted his lips in frustration when he heard this. Unlucky ghost, I am responsible for so many lives. What should I do? There are other ways, Brother Shi. I will go with Kiki to see the mecha first. Okay. Shi Yuan turned around and said, you go, I will go to the front line to see it, and we will meet up before dark to discuss it. Yes. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he immediately took Kiki to the direction of the huge mecha. At this time, the soldiers of the interstellar army around, including the busy technicians, did not say anything when they saw it. After all, everyone was on the same ship at this time, and the other survivors were all very curious. It was not only Lin Xian who ran to see the mecha or even touch it, so no one stopped them. The closer you get, the stronger it feels. When they reached the arm of Unit 01, Kiki stretched out his hand and used his telekinesis to prop up a large cover, blocking the wind and snow, so that the two could clearly see the metal lines full of industrial beauty on the mechanical arm. How could humans, who can create weapons of this level, and such a civilization, lose to these beasts in the dark? Lin Xian reached out and touched the cold finger bone armor plate, whispering silently. The charm of machinery is fascinating. Lin Xian opened his eyes slightly, and at this moment, the mechanical heart finally started. Clang! The moment the power of the mechanical heart touched the steel behemoth in the wind and snow, a silent huge shock seemed to sound in the dark, echoing between the sky and earth under the deep valley of the Trakama Ice Valley and the extremely cold vortex. Lin Xian did not scan the blueprint. He knew that under this situation, there was no time for him to handle this large mechanical structure, so he directly let the mechanical heart spread on Unit 01, using his personal perception to replace the scanning and analysis of the mechanical heart, trying to cover the entire Unit 01. The advantage of doing this is that he can feel this industrial behemoth in a very short time, and without spending too much energy, and can understand the problems of this mecha with his current understanding of machinery. Buzz, buzz, the mechanical heart is like a floating visual sense from the perspective of the sky, flowing from the blade of the folding high-frequency blade chain sword hidden under the wrist of Unit 01 to the 6 sets of cylindrical extremely energetic capacitors behind the plasma cannon, extending all the way, passing over the shoulder armor. And the body of more than 100 meters high uses a multifaceted carcass joint. The niobium titanium superconducting ring of the reactor on the chest is swallowing and spitting out orange-yellow pulses. When the perception sinks into the magnetorheological fluid transmission cabin of the knee joint, time suddenly collapses into fluid. He witnesses the hydraulic rod drawing a Mobius ring in the four-dimensional space, and every friction of the nano-bearing is creating a new parallel universe. In his perception, this Unit 01 is standing in a complete posture under the aurora of the ice valley. Huh? Under the snow, Lin Xian exhaled a long breath of cold air. When he passed through the interior of the synesthesia cockpit of Unit 01, he learned that this mecha had an official name, Pengu. At this moment, he inexplicably felt a kind of earth-shaking heroic intention that came straight from his heart, and his understanding of machinery seemed to have reached a higher level of thinking. Kiki used her supernatural power to shield Lin Xian from the wind and snow, fearing that the raging cold wind would affect his judgment. Seeing Lin Xian open his eyes, she couldn't help but said in surprise, "So fast, how is it?" Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Except for the tears on the left arm and the nano-ceramic window on the head, the external main structure is basically not seriously damaged, but I noticed that the tear on the head seems to have destroyed part of the host inside, which may be a big problem." Kiki heard this and said, "You mean the main control system may be broken?" Lin Xian nodded and analyzed. Just now, in order to scare away the monster tide, Unit 01 activated the nuclear power energy core. When we went in, I wondered why Qin Wei was asked to connect to the main control system when the energy core was activated. Now it seems that it is probably to manually control the exhaust, fire, power supply, bridge. These subsystems that were originally controlled by the intelligent brain system can only be driven. Then they dare to start this mecha? Kiki was shocked. In this case, even if there are a few more level 5 symmetric drivers, it will be useless. So many subsystems rely on experience and manual operation? Then Qin Wei might have a brain hemorrhage and die before he can even get the mecha to stand up. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. He didn't know how Qin Wei could carry this mecha alone in this situation. The entire mecha has at least tens of millions of sensors and controllers, which are integrated into dozens of control units of various sizes, and then controlled by the AI intelligent brain. The driver only needs to perform symmetric simulation operations, which is already complicated enough. It is hard to imagine how much brain and willpower are needed to operate such a complex system manually. "So you really can't fix it?" Kiki asked at this time. Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile. "Impossible. Even if I am given enough time, I can only fix those broken mechanical failures, and maybe fix the laceration on my left arm, but I can't fix the AI host. What should we do now?" Kiki frowned. "The people in our car are still waiting for us. If they wait until night, they will definitely get into trouble." Lin Xian looked at Kiki's worried face, and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This girl is now worried about the safety of the whole car. "Don't worry, there are other ways to fix the mecha. Brother Sure will bring us. Before we went to see Team Leader Yu, I told you that I probably couldn't handle this mecha." Kiki looked at Lin Xian and said, "So you have other ideas?" "Yes, but..." Lin Xian frowned and looked at the time on his watch. He thought for a moment, then hooked his finger at Kiki and said, "Quick, I need you to do me a favor." It was 1500 hours in the afternoon. The wind and snow gradually increased. The defense line on the Trachoma Ice Valley formed a narrow arc around Unit 01. In addition to the support from branches like CD Yuan, there were also entire teams coming out. These people were originally heading to Shilin City, but now they were in such a dilemma. On the all-terrain drive train of Longshan No. 1, Shi Diyuan and a group of brothers were preparing ammunition. Ning Jing counted the number of people, and walked toward Shi Diyuan with a gloomy face. "Old Shi, no matter what, we have to rush before dark. There are so many people on Longshan No. 1, and only Lu Yong is looking after them now. If we encounter a monster tide, it will probably be dangerous." Shi Diyuan put a chain of ammunition into the drum, paused, and said, "Team Leader Yu and Captain Sun said they are urgently discussing the plan. They will call everyone together later. We must try before dark. However, if the big black bug is not intimidated by this mecha, we really have no other way." In addition to the support from Shilin City, didn't Fat Cat say that the armed company also went down to the Ice Valley to find other ways out? Ning Jing said anxiously. "It's better to wait for rescue." Shi Diyuan shook his head and said, "There are gullies under the Ice Valley, and no vehicles can work. Even if there is a road, we can't march alone in the blizzard. Without these vehicles, we can't survive more than 5 miles. Ning Jing sighed when she heard it, and then she looked at Abai and said, "Abai, can you still sense the monster's breath on us?" Abai sat in the corner of the car and looked up at everyone when he heard it, and then whispered, "After we came into contact with the monster, we all have some on our bodies." Ning Jing looked down at her body, her eyes slightly stern. What did Captain Lin say? He is a mechanical superpower, and he has. Do you have a solution? Hey. Sure, Yuan stood up. He must have a solution. This guy has rescued tens of thousands of people. This difficulty may not be difficult for him, but... Coming back to the point. After he finished speaking, he looked at Ning Jing seriously and said, whether Longshan No. 1 can rush out of the wind and snow may depend on him. So no matter what the situation is tonight, we must find a way to ensure that Brother Lin is sent out safely, so that the people on the 2 trains can survive. You too, do you understand? He swept his stern voice to the other brothers, and everyone's face became solemn when they heard the words, and they all nodded without hesitation. In the snow, Lin Xian stood alone under Unit 01 Pangu, looking up at the huge nuclear-powered turbine engine, feeling the scorching air driving away the cold around him, and he seemed to be swallowed by the exquisite vortex. Handsome guy, what's wrong? Are you in trouble? A sharp voice sounded, and Lin Xian looked back and found that it was Qian Deli in a mink coat who was looking at him with interest. Lin Xian looked behind him, then looked at Qian Deli, and said in surprise, "You are so fast. When did you stand behind me?" "Just now." Qian Deli swept his eyes over Lin Xian, and then slowly looked at Unit 01. Everyone thinks that only this big thing can save us. Do you think so too? It's normal to have such a big killer behind you. Anyone would want to take shelter under a big tree. Take shelter? Haha, it's freezing. Qian Deli tightened his coat, looked at Unit 01 and said slowly, "But after so long of fleeing, this is the first time that a human weapon can make those ugly monsters feel afraid. This Emperor plan makes us survivors feel that humans are not so small." Lin Xian said bluntly, "Do you know the Dark Mark?" Qian Deli looked at him blankly, waiting for him to speak. "We discovered that the dark entities have a language or method of communication and hunting, which can leave an invisible mark on the prey. This mark will make us a beacon in the dark forest after dark, and thus be hunted by other hunters around us." "Interesting," Qian Deli said with interest. "It seems that these monsters are quite united." Lin Xian was a little stunned. It was the first time he heard someone pay attention to this point, so he couldn't help but discuss this issue with Qian Deli. "Is this your first reaction?" Qian Deli looked a little proud, and he said in a nostalgic tone, "Before the end of the world, my biggest hobbies were shopping and hunting. As a professional hunter with a legal gun license, I have a habit, that is, I will not let other hunters take the prey I like." "Why?" Lin Xian asked. "Why is there any other reason?" Qian Deli smiled faintly and looked at Lin Xian. "Hunters enjoy hunting itself, and don't care much about the harvest from hunting, just like fishermen enjoy the process of catching fish. If he likes to eat fish, he can go to the supermarket to buy one. What's more, I don't like to eat meat. In addition to fishing, fishermen also like to feed fish, but they don't like to eat fish." Lin Xian heard Qian Deli's words and remembered that when he was in college, he often skipped classes to go fishing. He was well equipped and had a great time, but he almost always caught fish. For this reason, his roommates often treated him to fish to make fun of him. He, Qian Deli smiled and said immediately, "Hunters never share prey, so the dark mark you mentioned doesn't look like the relationship between hunters and prey. More like a hunting order?" Lin Xian's expression was slightly stern when he heard this. "I have always believed that the purpose of the dark weird bodies is not simply to devour prey, they just want us to disappear. So when I heard you say that the big black worm didn't dare to approach here, I was very puzzled. After all, it seemed that they were fearless when facing those monsters before, but why was the giant worm afraid? Is it just because Unit 01 killed one of its kind?" Qian Deli frowned. "Monsters will also have the mentality of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. This is normal." Lin Xian lowered his head and was busy making things. He looked up at the huge Unit 01 mecha and responded in a low voice, "Maybe." Qian Deli crossed his arms and looked at Lin Xian deeply. He looked back and said, "Let's go. Team leader, you invited the captains of several of our teams to discuss the breakout plan. Although there are only 2 of you, I think you still need to participate." After that, he turned around and left. Lin Xian looked at the time on his watch after hearing this. His expression was a little solemn. At this time, in the wind and snow, a slender figure fell from the sky, wrapped in an invisible telekinetic shield. Kiki's face was red from the cold. When she landed, she said to Lin Xian, "It's done. Let's go, time is running out." Lin Xian nodded, and the 2 hurriedly walked towards the combat tent. As soon as they entered the combat tent, a warm feeling came over them. At this time, including Shi Yuan, Ning Jing, Qian Deli, Sun Kai, and the leaders of the other 5 teams gathered here, plus Yu Yuheng and other members of the Emperor Plan team. There were more than 30 people standing in the tent, and the atmosphere was a little heavy, because everyone could feel that danger was approaching. The frequency of the Snow Demon Tide's attacks was getting higher and higher. They could resist it for one night, but not necessarily for 2 nights. At this time, everyone knew that they had to fight before dark. Lin Xian and Kiki walked in, and everyone looked at them. Shi Diyuan and Ning Jing nodded to them, and Captain Sun beside them also gave a look. Then Lin Xian and Kiki walked to a corner from behind the crowd. At this time, Lin Xian noticed that the driver named Chen Wei was also sitting on a work chair not far behind Yuan. He was wearing a military coat and had a stern face. There were many sensors and infusion tubes wrapped around one arm, and he seemed to be receiving some kind of treatment. Seeing that everyone was present, Yuan called Sun Kai and said directly, "It is 15:20 now. There are still 2 hours and 40 minutes before dark, plus or minus 10 minutes. I called everyone here now to discuss our plan of breaking out urgently." Sun Kai also stood up and said, "Everyone is here to support the predicament we are in, so I will make a statement first. No matter which plan we use, our armed company will be responsible for opening the way in the first camp." "Hey!" Shi Diyuan interrupted him directly and raised his hand and said proudly, "No need, unity is the most important thing, and we should proceed from reality. My train has the thickest armor, so we must open the way. We should use the armor first, and there is no need to let the brother troops block the front." "Yes. What are you afraid of? I only have one life." "Say this, it seems like we are afraid of death." The people from the other convoys also spoke up immediately. Since they all chose to come to support, none of them are selfish. Although it was only 2 days, this group of people had similar interests and quickly became one. No one would care about these things at this time. "Let's talk about the plan first." Qian Deli crossed his arms and interrupted everyone's discussion in a high-pitched voice. "It's too early to talk about this now." Yu Yuheng raised his glasses and said seriously, "We have prepared 2 plans. One is to break through from the front, and the other is to abandon the position and move from the back of the Ice Valley. Let's talk about the latter first." Yu Yuheng looked at Sun Kai, who nodded and said to everyone, "We went to the Ice Valley to explore the road 3 times and found a glacier tunnel below, about 3 kilometers long, which can lead directly to a gentle slope of the Ice Valley in the north. I observed that we can go up from there to the snowfield near Ye's Lake and then detour. The only problem is the vehicle. If we use this, if we have a plan, we can only use small snowmobiles. We must give up large vehicles and move together toward Shilin City. Our Emperor project team still has more than a dozen small snowmobiles, all of which are fully enclosed, which is equivalent to traveling light. We have traveled 3 times so far and have not encountered strange bodies. It is a relatively secret evacuation plan." Yu Yuheng also added at this time, "The advantage of light evacuation is that we can escape quickly, and the safety factor will be higher without strange bodies. The only problem is that there is a risk of encountering strange bodies after entering other areas. In this case, it can only be regarded as a gamble." "What about the frontal breakthrough?" Ning Jing said at this time. Yu Yuheng said directly, "The plan for the frontal breakthrough is this." He picked up a mobile terminal and operated it for a while. At this time, a demonstration drawing of a device appeared on a combat screen behind him. This device is called a quantum dot nanocluster resonance generator. It is a form of energy existence that we discovered based on the cold dark basic particles of the Dark Invasion. We currently believe that these emitted nanoparticles can cause resonance in the perception system of the strange body. In simple terms, it simulates the communication method of monsters to attract monsters. This was originally one of the experimental projects of our Emperor plan. It was proven to be effective in previous operations. After we launched this nanoparticle on the target strange body, the Qinwei brothers encountered a large-scale strange body attack when they drove Unit 01 into the night. So we repaired this device overnight and prepared a set of self-running programs to attract those snow monsters, or the black worm. Kiki, who was standing in the corner, frowned immediately after hearing this. She whispered to Lin Xian, "Hey, why do I feel that he is?" Description: It doesn't seem like I attracted the strange body, but it seems that I was marked with darkness? It should be the dark mark. Lin Xian's expression was also stern at this time. It's a pity that the hell-black chrysanthemum was not with me. What do you mean? After hearing Yu Yuheng's words, Shi Diyuan, who was standing in the front, frowned and said, "Why didn't I understand? Attract those monsters, then where can we run? It's like this. I first talked about the technical principle of this plan. First of all, this device has not been tested unmanned yet. Whether it is feasible in this case is still questionable, so we have made multiple plans. Kiki whispered to Lin Xian, sure enough, I thought that the unmanned device was really used to attract monsters. From this point of view, isn't it that the two brothers Qinwei were marked with dark marks during the battle? Then this plan should not work. Wait a minute, wait until he finishes. Lin Xian whispered. Yu Yuheng then asked a staff member to bring up a glass container with a ball of green juice inside and a small device on top of the container. This is the blood of the dead black worm. We extracted a part of the active part. There is a volatilization device on it. In the past 2 days, everyone should have discovered that the black worm dare not approach here. Our speculation is the same as yours. So the second preparation of this plan is to bring the blood of the black worm to create the same deterrent force and add an insurance to our breakout. Finally, the third preparation. Yu Yuheng stood up at this time, took out the second glass container, and said, this device has been made in 2 copies, so this time we will break out in 2 groups. Divide into 2 groups? Xian Deli frowned. That's right. Yu Yuheng nodded, and said with a firm look, assuming that the first and second preparations are not effective, then we will divide our troops into 2 groups to ensure that at least one team will have a chance not to encounter the black worm. In other words, half of the people may survive. As soon as this was said, everyone changed color. My goodness, this sounds a bit tragic. A leader of the team wearing a thick hat said in panic. Yu Yuheng shrugged. There is no better way at present. The resonance generator and the blood of the black worms are only theoretically effective. If they are effective, both teams may survive. As a scientific researcher, I have to start from a practical point of view. If we split the troops into 2 groups, the chance of survival will be higher. His words immediately made many people fall into deep thought. During the escape, if anyone encountered the black worm, it basically meant that the whole group was wiped out, and it was almost impossible to survive in this blizzard. Is there no other plan? What about the support from Shilin City? Someone asked at this time. I suggest that we should not have too much expectation for support. Yu Yuheng said calmly. It is at least more than 1,000 kilometers from here to Shilin City. Even if there is no accident and no strange body or trouble, it is still a problem whether you can find the direction in this environment, not to mention whether the reinforcements from Shilin City can stop the large-scale monster tide when they arrive here. Our armed company of the Emperor Group has strong firepower and is equipped with several assaulters. Now it is almost the entire army was wiped out, with less than 20 people left. Now it's less than 3 hours before dark. It's better for us to take the initiative than to wait for rescue. Our survival rate will be greatly reduced after dark. I believe everyone is clear about this. After speaking, Yu Yuheng looked at Qian Deli. I know that the psychic is your subordinate, but I'm sorry, we can't just wait in this situation. Although I believe my friends can definitely get to Shilin City, the problem is that it is indeed difficult to get there before dark. Qian Deli put his hands in his sleeves and said in a flat tone. It seems that the only option left is to break through. Shi Diyuan crossed his arms and looked at Sun Kai at this time. Captain Sun, forget about the transfer to the Ice Valley. Abandoning heavy firepower and heavy armored vehicles, even if we can leave this Ice Valley, I guess we can't run far. Yes. Ning Jing also agreed, and you are in a small team mode. Once our main force moves, the monsters may follow immediately. At that time, we will be buried under this Ice Valley without even a chance to resist. In fact, many people did not consider the concealed transfer method as a plan at the beginning. After all, for these survivors, armor and firepower are the source of security. What's more, although the people here don't have the concept of dark marks, they also know how those monsters can be Hollow City plans. Sun Kai nodded when he heard this. He naturally understood everyone's concerns, so he said, then let's break through the plan. There are currently 2 routes. One is to go north along the original route, and the other is to go around from the west. You can choose the 2 routes. Our armed company is responsible. There is another plan. Before Sun Kai finished speaking, a loud voice suddenly interrupted him from behind. Everyone looked over and found that Qinwei stood up at this time, walked over, and said to everyone in a stern voice, there is another plan that can keep all of you alive. Yu Yuheng immediately stepped forward to stop him, and said in a rejecting tone, Qinwei, I have already said that your plan is not feasible from the technical verification. What is not feasible? Qinwei pulled up a young man in the technical team. Xiao Yang is a 3rd-level common coefficient driver. I could drive alone before, and Xiao Yang helped me to handle the transfer signal, so it can be driven. Yu Yuheng argued loudly. The reason why you didn't die in the previous 46 minutes was that you were lucky that the blizzard rushed into the cab and didn't burn your brain, and there was a secondary host supporting the weapon program. You are lucky to be alive until now. Since the mecha is going to explode, why not let me go? At worst, I can take that bug with me. It's better for the two of us to die than for two teams to gamble their lives. Qin Wei roared. After that, he stared at Yu Yuheng, his eyes stern, and he said word by word, I know that the Emperor plans to regard me as an important asset, but don't you know what the highest principle of our Phoenix society is? Yu Yuheng's face kept changing under his gaze. He raised his glasses tremblingly and said hysterically, I told you that this is a technical issue, not from the perspective of assets. If you do this, you will only. Qin Wei grabbed Yu Yuheng's collar, gritted his teeth, and slowly said, I'm not afraid of death, I'm only afraid of living a cowardly life. For a moment, the atmosphere in the tent became cold. Okay, stop talking. At this moment, a light female voice interrupted the quarrel between the two. Everyone looked over and saw Kiki standing in the corner with her arms folded across her chest, saying to Qin Wei, Although you have a bad temper, you are very strong-willed. I admire you very much, but I still have to tell you that he is right. Your plan can do nothing except passion, and it will only lead to your death. Qin Wei looked at Kiki coldly. What did you say? I said, you will only lead to your death. Kiki was not afraid of his gaze at all, and said quickly and confidently, From a technical point of view, in addition to the damage to the intelligent brain host, this mecha has another problem. It is extremely cold, and has been shut down for more than 24 hours. In addition to the power core, the rest of the engine, including the drive and joint hubs, need to be restarted. Not only does it need to be operated as a whole, but it also needs to be de-iced. To start in this situation is several times more difficult than your previous driving state to insist on fighting. To put it bluntly, even if you two go, you probably won't even be able to stand up in an hour, and your brains will be burned into eggs by the fault feedback of tens of millions of neural contacts, not to mention a lot of other problems. I think since you have driven it yourself, you must have some understanding of the difficulty of driving this thing. Are you sure that taking that inexperienced person with you can solve the problem? Kiki's words immediately made Qin Wei unable to refute. He opened his mouth and looked at Yu Yuheng in front of him. Yu Yuheng broke away from his hand at this time, raised his glasses, and said, I have told you many times that the reason why I didn't consider your plan is entirely due to technical considerations. No one knows the problems of this mecha better than me. The two of you will only die in vain and waste our time. And you, don't be happy yet, your plan is not good either, it's just a paper war. Just when everyone thought the argument was over, who knew that Kiki suddenly pointed the spearhead at Yu Yuheng, which made everyone a little confused. Me? Yu Yuheng said in surprise. Everyone looked at Kiki with doubt. Yu Yuheng's plan was logically feasible, and he prepared a triple plan. Although it sounded tragic, it was indeed a feasible plan. Kiki sighed when she heard Yu Yuheng's question. You should rarely face strange bodies in your work, and you haven't experienced such dangerous moments, right? Yu Yuheng was a little indignant. What do you mean? Are you asking me about experience? It's not an experience problem, it's a common sense problem. Kiki raised her finger and said, no matter what device attracts monsters, or the monster's blood, you have overlooked the most important issue. These monsters have eyes, noses, and ears, and can lock onto us in the dark. They even have a certain amount of intelligence. We have encountered strange bodies countless times in the dark, and we either escaped, died, or were killed by us. But have you ever seen these monsters, miss? Yu Yuheng's expression froze when he heard this, and Qin Wei stared at him. Also, you said that we should split up into two groups. This plan is even more eye-opening. You know, it's hard for all of us to stop their attack by relying on our positions. How can we escape after we split up? Do you know how many snow monsters and snow demons there are in this snowfield? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions? Compared with these monsters, our number is not enough. Let alone splitting into two groups. Even if we split into 20 groups, we will face an endless tide of monsters, and we will only die faster. Kiki continued in a questioning tone. Also, there is another black worm corpse 3 kilometers away. How can you be sure that there is only one black worm underground? As soon as these words came out, Yu Yuheng was speechless, and Shi Diyuan, Qian Deli, and others all looked gloomy when they heard it. These people were all leading large convoys, so they naturally understood the problem with this plan very quickly. So according to you, all we can do is stay here and wait for rescue? Qin Wei asked directly in a stern voice. Kiki's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing everyone's hope. They started to become negative before taking any action, which was very unpleasant for him as a soldier. Sister Kiki, Brother Lin, do you have any other ideas? Shi Diyuan noticed Lin Xian and Kiki standing silently at the edge of the crowd from the beginning. Seeing Kiki reject all the plans, he immediately became alert. He looked at Lin Xian with an anxious tone. There must be a way. After Kiki said that, everyone's eyes suddenly changed. Seeing that Kiki criticized both Yu Yuheng and Chen Wei in one call, Lin Xian also stood up and said to Yu Yuheng, "Team leader Yu, there is one thing we all agree on, that is, as an official member of the Phoenix Society, you put your own safety aside first and are willing to stand in front of us survivors to face difficulties. Your courage and faith are worthy of recognition." Yu Yuheng was poured cold water by Kiki on his carefully formulated plan at this time. His face was a little gloomy. Hearing Lin Xian's words, he said in a weaker tone, "If you have a better plan, just say it directly. Don't flatter me. She is right. I am just a technician, and I am indeed lacking in experience." Lin Xian nodded, looked at the time, and didn't beat around the bush at this time. He stood up and said sternly, "In fact, the plan is very simple. All of us just need to rush out before dark." As soon as the voice fell, the tent suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions, a little unbelievable. What kind of plan is this? Chen Wei's eyes were furious at this moment. He saw Lin Xian standing out with a confident look and thought he had a thorough plan, but the result was just like this? Just charge? Isn't this nonsense? If you can just charge out, why are you hiding here? At this point, even Shi Yuan, who always supported Lin Xian, was a little confused. He looked at Lin Xian inexplicably and said, Brother Lin, is this all?" "That's not the case." Lin Xian didn't have time to play dumb. He said directly and decisively with a serious face. "First of all, I want to remind everyone, have you forgotten something very important? That is, it is daytime now, and the time is 15:20. Lin Xian looked at his watch and continued, "All snow monsters come out of the snow layer and cannot be exposed to the sun for a long time. In the case of a heavy snowstorm, they will be more active. This also intuitively shows that. It is clear that light is very dangerous to strange bodies, including the giant worm. It came out twice, but it didn't move for a long time before quickly burrowing into the ground. The parts exposed to the light would also be hit by our firepower, and a piece of blood and flesh would be blown up. Doesn't this explain the problem? Of course we know this." Xian Deli crossed his arms and looked proud. "After dark, these monsters don't move like this." "Then what?" Yu Yuheng looked at Lin Xian and frowned. Lin Xian looked at everyone who was confused, walked up directly, took the mobile terminal in Yu Yuheng's hand, and threw it directly to Kiki. "Girl." "Okay, right away." Kiki cooperated tacitly, and started to operate immediately. At this time, the screen behind Yu Yuheng projected a picture, which was a temporary terrain curvature map. Lin Xian pointed to one of the directions. "We are now in the direction of the Trakama Ice Valley near Ye's Lake. The extremely cold weather will cause the cold air to be close to the ground, which is the so-called inversion layer. In addition, the extremely cold vortex clouds will block the light at noon, but in the afternoon, after the inversion layer dissipates, the sun will shine obliquely to the west, and with the diffuse reflection of the snow layer, the light will reach its strongest time of the day. Please be more specific about this time." Lin Xian looked at his watch again. "It should be between 1600 hours and 1700 hours. We will have the best chance if we break through it this time." "Humph." Chen Wei was very impatient when he heard this. "It's totally a joke. The dark clouds above are covering the sky. Can you make the sun listen to you?" Yu Yuheng's face darkened when he heard this. "It's very snowy now. The weather conditions are unpredictable." "I understand what you mean, but the light." "Light, I can handle it." Lin Xian interrupted him. Everyone was surprised when he said this. "Captain Lin." Sun Kai looked at Lin Xian inexplicably. "What do you mean by that?" Without waiting for everyone to react, Lin Xian directly turned his hand and sent a gravitational lens into the tent. Buzz! Instantly, a very small space vortex appeared in the tent hall, and the light in the room was instantly distorted and layered. Even all the computer screens were disturbed by some kind of signal energy. Curved snowflakes began to appear on the screen, all heading in the direction of the space distortion. Swish! The next moment, everything returned to normal. "I can change the light in the sky in a short time with my ability." Lin Xian's words exploded in the crowd, like a heavy bomb. At this time, Chen Wei and Yu Yuheng's faces changed drastically, and they looked at Lin Xian in astonishment. "Ah? You can control the weather? It's not that exaggerated. It just enhances the light. It's not very useful in normal times, but these monsters like to go out during the day, so I can be useful." Lin Xian didn't want to discuss his gravitational lens too much. He didn't understand it himself, so he said modestly. In addition, there is another very important issue that you have not considered. Before we came here, there were no snow monsters in the entire Yays Lake area, but they gathered here in large numbers. The specific reason may be related to this mecha or advanced weird body. But if we leave, these monsters will definitely continue to chase us. It is impossible for us to run to Shilon City in 2 hours, so even if we escape, it will be difficult for us to escape the attack of these monsters without support. But my Infinity and Brother Sher's Longshan No. 1 are parked on the north track about 100 kilometers away from here. Now all the vehicles are ready to cover us with firepower. As long as we can rush to the target location, we can get greater firepower support. With bilateral convergence and relay, we have a chance to persist in Shilon City after nightfall. Wait! Yu Yuheng was full of questions at this time, and he said to Lin Xian in shock and confusion, "The signals here have been blocked by the blizzard. How could you contact the convoy 100 kilometers away?" "Yes, this kid even contacted Longshan No. 1, why don't I know?" Sure Yuan muttered in the crowd. Ning Jing beside him suddenly realized something and immediately looked happy. "Who said I couldn't get in touch with him?" Lin Xian took out his communicator in front of everyone. "Hello, Teacher Chun, is Brother He ready to open the way?" He pressed the communication button and contacted Infinity. "Ka. ZZZ. Lin Xian, we are all ready." After a period of signal noise, Chen Sichuan's voice sounded in the quiet tint. Clang, lang, lang. Lin Xian raised his hand and created a signal pole in front of everyone. He weighed it in his hand and said, "I am a very cautious person. When I came out to find Brother Sher, I was afraid of getting lost, so I left a signal pole every few hundred meters." After that, he looked at Yu Yuheng who was stunned. "Team Leader Yu, I have something to report to you. My nearest signal tower is 2 kilometers away. Because I encountered a monster wave on the road, I didn't have time to bury it in advance, so I just borrowed the overclocking signal seed device of Unit 01 to make a bridge system to help me transfer the signal." Yu Yuheng's eyes. The glasses slipped down his nose, and he opened his mouth dryly. You, what, when?" Lin Xian looked at Kiki, and Yu Yuheng also looked at the girl beside him. Kiki squinted and smiled at her. "Don't worry, I didn't peek at your secrets." "Good boy." Sure Yuan immediately cheered. "So you have kept a backup plan, ha ha." Xian Deli also looked at Lin Xian with surprise at this time, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This handsome guy is really extraordinary. This plan is good. The big brother of a team looked excited. "It's really worth a try." Everyone began to agree. Sun Kai also looked at Lin Xian. With a surprised look, his breathing became a little faster. The whole team gathered to break through, taking into account the terrain and weather conditions, combined with the daytime light, and most importantly, solving the problem of contact that they had not been able to solve before. Although there is no perfect plan, Lin Xian's arrangement at this time is definitely the best solution for this group of people to survive. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire tent suddenly became high and warm because of Lin Xian's comprehensive and thoughtful move, and a real hope of survival began to grow wildly in everyone's heart. At this time, outside the Trakama Ice Valley, the biting cold wind and heavy snow continued to blow. On the snowfield, every few hundred meters there was a gray signal column inserted in the deep snow. The green signal light flickered like breathing, like an electronic beacon in the white ocean, transmitting the frequency of the blizzard. Chapter 257. Hue. The cold snowstorm made the skyline gray. The temperature was minus 55 degrees Celsius. On the northern track of Parma grassland, 2 heavy trains connected together stood on the snowfield like a 2-kilometer-long straight dragon. The wind and snow were raging, and the ice was hanging on the pillars. The temperature difference between the inside and outside of the train made the specially made reinforced glass of the train condense with full fog. Guji, in the middle living carriage of Longshan No. 1, a young boy stretched out his hand to wipe away the cold fog, revealing a little face that was red because of staying in the heated space for a long time. The little boy leaned in front of the window and looked at the pure white snowfield outside with curious eyes through the gap of the thick armored grille, and was immediately pulled away by the adults behind him. "Come here, from now on you hide in the safe with Bing Bing and Xiaodong, and as usual, you are not allowed to cry or shout, and wait for the adults to open the safe before you can come out. Do you hear me?" The thin woman carried a heavy gun on her back, quickly put a thick cotton coat on the little boy, and stuffed a bag of biscuits into his arms. "Eat when you are hungry." The little boy nodded sensibly, and then quickly got into the special safe in the carriage. Many carriages have such devices, and when there are more, they can accommodate about 10 children at the same time. Bang bang bang, dong dong dong. At this time, In the carriage of Longshan number 1, the crowd was moving, and countless busy figures kept interspersing. Everyone was talking in a low voice, and their hands and feet were moving non-stop. All the adults were carrying guns, and boxes of supplies and ammunition boxes were transported in the corridor by trailers. All non-combatants returned to their original living areas, and others will proceed according to the operation of full vehicle deployment. The commanders of each carriage were busy deploying defenses. They were doing this kind of work every day, and they would often practice even when it was safe. This was why the more than 1,000 idle personnel on Longshan number 1 were able to form a strong combat effectiveness and a high survival rate. Except for young children and the elderly, everyone was a soldier, working together and cooperating. Each carriage was equipped with a commander to dispatch, and the defense force was evenly distributed. Moreover, every 5 carriages, there would be a special weapons station carriage for heavy firepower and weapons supply, which was convenient for replenishment and dispatching in wartime. But this time, the whole train felt extremely high pressure. For no other reason, Lu Yong knew from the news conveyed by Lin Xian that they were about to face all the snow monsters from Ye's Lake to Wuliastai Mountain, and there were also underground giant monsters that could overturn the train. Even the Phoenix Society was almost wiped out. It is conceivable that the next step will be a very dangerous life-and-death escape. Whether they can successfully support the large forces led by Shi Diyuan and Lin Xian, and whether they can finally arrive at Shilin City alive, depends on their preparation. Distribute food in advance, otherwise there will be no time to eat. Flamethrower, de-icing agent are all transported to the front car, and the heating in the range of cars 24 to 46 is increased by 10% to maintain the oxygen density in the activity area. Where is the ammunition? Lu Yong's face was full of urgency at this time, and he led a group of people to move quickly between the carriages. At this time, Longshan number 1 was full of the heavy atmosphere before the war, and the people in each carriage were busy guarding. The base of heavy firepower is enough, but if we have to fight all night, we divide it into levels. Lu Yong said, as he walked, mainly deal with high-level weird bodies or large-scale situations. At other times, we need to use armor to engage the enemy. Ammunition cannot be used for 6 hours. The psychics and enhancers in each compartment must strictly follow the rhythm of alternating firepower. Heavy firepower suppresses one circle, and after engaging the enemy, the psychics drive the enemy at close range. By the way, Dongzi, Wang Zhong, Shuangyu, Yu Lianqing, Zhu Enren, Min Ming, these foreign players, the power armor must check the spare batteries in advance. It is very windy and snowy tonight, so let them prepare an extra set of rooftop temperature maintenance devices. Okay, Captain Lu. Si Diyuan and Ning Jing are not here. Lu Yong is the number 3 person in charge of Longshan number 1. After receiving the notice from Si Diyuan and Lin Xian, he immediately began the battle deployment. Also, check the arc pulse string vibrators in all carriages. Understood. Right. Lu Yong stopped and said, quick, Brother Shi has told us to send the 3 spare arc pulse string vibrators to the infinity. Although they consume more power, they are very useful for dealing with these snow monsters climbing on the car, better than using bullets. The subordinate nodded and turned around to prepare immediately. On the other side, on the infinity, in carriage number 12, Qin Sichuan, wearing a power armor, was arranging defense matters with everyone. It's 15:30 now. They are expected to set off at 1600 hours. The journey from where they broke out to here will take about an hour, so we still have about an hour and a half to prepare. Qin Sichuan pointed to the hatch in carriage number 12 that was originally reserved for 11:30, and said to the building and Lu Cheng, let's move the Vulcan mecha here. Although it can't be moved, the firepower on it can be used to cover the rear car, otherwise the bullets of the 1130 close-in defense gun will definitely not be enough. Shasha waved her hand. It's not easy to move. The exit is in car number 11. Unless I start the mecha and climb onto the roof and get into car number 12. The huge size of the Vulcan mecha is difficult to use in the train, and the passage between the cars is even narrower, so it is almost impossible to move the cars. It's a pity that Sister Kiki is not here, otherwise it would be easy to do it. We can only rely on us. Qin Sichuan said, then climb over. There is a tool rack ladder made by Lin Xian in the tool car. Shasha, you will be responsible for guarding car number 12 tonight. Shasha nodded quickly. Well, don't worry, just like driving a car to fight monsters, the firepower of the Sally is very strong. I will be here tonight too. Shu Qin took out a traction rope with a hook on it, which can be buckled on the power armor. It's very passive to fire a gun in the car. We can't attack those monsters after they rush up, so when necessary, I will use the upgrade. Go down to the roof and support Brother Hua. And us. Lu Chong and Miao Lu also put on thick winter clothes at this time. Miao Lu and I will guard the middle car with Brother Lu. Lu Xingchen stood aside, with a face full of fighting spirit. The battle is about to end, it's exciting. He twisted his neck and said, tonight we will have a good fight in the wind and snow. Brother Hua. Qin Sixuan said to him with a worried look, you must pay attention to the connection between us and Longshan No. 1. If there is a problem there, it is very likely to cause our front of the car to derail. No problem, leave it to me. Lu Xingchen closed his eyes and nodded, looking confident. Delu also took a tow rope and prepared to take it back to car number 5. If it's just bullets, it won't last that long. We may face hand-to-hand combat tonight. Qin Sixuan said in a deep voice. Lin Xian and I discussed that before the reunion. The two cars need to start in advance to increase the potential energy. The speed must reach at least 80 kilometers. Timing is also important. After that, she looked at Lu Xingchen. Brother Hua, you and the people of Longshan No. 1 should open the way in front. You must wait for Lin Xian's notification. If the distance is more than 3 kilometers away, our two teams will lose contact, and then it will be troublesome. In the vast snowy blizzard, there is no signal. It is difficult to find a speeding train a few kilometers away. However, it is impossible for Infinity and Longshan No. 1 to start after the reunion. Being trapped in the wind and snow itself is extremely time-consuming. If it is submerged by the strange tide, it will be impossible to rush up again. So things are more dangerous than expected. Qin Sixuan and Lin Xian estimated the time and issued a command after being 3 kilometers away from the train. Then all the cars will be dispatched, and the large force will turn around and follow the car to achieve support. At this time, the communicator sounded, and Qin Sixuan heard that it was Longshan No. 1 who sent people to deliver several boxes of equipment to Infinity. Arc Pulse String Vibrator? What is this? Our boss sure got it from Silent City. Installed outside the car, it will release a large area of arc string vibration to the outside, which is equivalent to a pulse-type high-voltage power grid. It is very effective in defending against those monsters who like to steal cars. Among the group of people who delivered the equipment was a young man named Wang Niao. Qin Sixuan had seen him before in Yubei City. He opened the weapon box at this time, and there were 3 sets of brand new black devices inside, showing a flat honeycomb structure, which looked like some kind of powerful energy-consuming device. Oh, I see. It seems to be on the Vulcan. Shasha's eyes lit up when she saw it, but this is much bigger. Wang Miao nodded. This is prepared for large vehicles, but the range is also limited. We only have 3 spare sets left. You can't cover all of them, so I suggest focusing on the energy compartment and the living compartment, and don't cover the other empty compartments for now. Qin Sixuan was very grateful. Thank you very much, we need this very much. Shu Qin also nodded. Just now we were talking about those snow monsters climbing onto the car. At present, we have no way to deal with them except for the outer armor electric blade and the close combat outside the cabin. Now this comes at the right time. Then put it in the number 12 compartment to protect the weapon station and the nuclear-powered locomotive, and then the number 10 compartment to protect the members of the living compartment, and the last one in the number 2 compartment to protect the information center and the electromagnetic rail gun. Qin Sixuan said decisively. Okay, time is running out, I help you install it. Wang Miao came with a mission, so he didn't waste words at this time. I help. Delu also took the lead. He knew this aspect. Now that Lin Xian was not here, he directly acted as a repairman. At the same time, Qin Sixuan also called Miao Lu and Xiao Yuan. We also distributed the meals in advance. Everyone has a full stomach. Tonight, it will definitely be a fierce battle. As you said, the personnel are in place. Tlacoma Ice Valley, Unit 01's defense line. The violent cold wind whistled in the Ice Valley, and the frequency of Lin Xian's communicator flickered. He listened to Qin Sixuan's report and said calmly, Do you have 3 sets of arc pulse string vibrators? Okay, it's no problem to install them in these 3 carriages. You have to pay attention. If there is a pursuit battle, our Gemini nuclear-powered electric locomotive at the rear must be protected. Another point is that our breakout convoy cannot catch up with the speed of the train and will be dragged behind. The firepower pressure will definitely be the greatest. In the combat tent, everyone has been busy. The members of the Emperor group are carrying various combat supplies and equipment, and the members of other convoys are preparing for the breakout operation in full swing. The vehicles of the technical team are surrounded in the middle, and Laosher's train is in the front. We are responsible for the rear. Qian Deli said confidently, My convoy has many superpowers. And you can rest assured about the mobility and mopping up capabilities. Well, De Lu and your 3 convoys are responsible for the left wing. Captain Sun, you and Captain Zhou, Lao Wei's 3 groups are responsible for the right wing, and Captain Lin's car is free to move in the middle front. The command will be handed over to Captain Lin. At that time, only the team leader will communicate in the channel, and then communicate with the subordinates. No problem. Okay. Vehicles of various sizes are already filled with things. Sun Kai is discussing the breakout formation with several team leaders. Lin Xian sets the communicator to public. Then he looked at Sun Kai and Shi Yuan and said, also, if the train behind can't keep up, we can use the train to pull up the convoy like the airport's high-altitude elevator. Okay. Shi Yuan nodded, but the snow is too thick. If the train overturns, disconnect the traction rope, otherwise it will become a burden and slow down the train. Don't worry about this. The problem of overturning is still a small problem for so many superpowers here. The biggest problem is the black worm. Lin Xian said at this time, if this thing catches up from underground, it is very likely to overturn the train directly, so I think it's best to give the worm a heavy blow before we meet up. Shi Yuan nodded solemnly upon hearing this. The thousands of people on his Longshan number 1 knew what kind of disaster it would be if the train was overturned by the huge worm. At that time, the whole train would be submerged by the snow demon and blood demon. In the vast blizzard, they would basically lose any chance of resistance. Yes, it's best to hurt and cripple this worm during the day, otherwise it will become our nightmare at night. Qian Deli walked over and said seriously, don't worry, if this thing dares to come out, I will bite a piece of meat off it even if I risk my life. Shi Yuan clenched his fist with one hand, his eyes slowly turned red, and the white of his pupils turned yellow like a tiger's eyes. The whole person exuded a strong momentum, and the next moment, his eyes returned to normal. Time is running out. We have to set off in 10 minutes. Sun Kai also said at this time, just now our infrared sighting system detected a large number of biological alarms in the snow outside. It seems that our actions have attracted the attention of these monsters. We can't hesitate. Boom! Just after he finished speaking, there was a sudden violent tremor under the ground, and the ceiling lights in the tent began to shake. The people who were preparing urgently stopped talking. When the tremor stopped, Lin Xian stood up and said in a stern voice, sure enough, they know we are going to run away. After speaking, he picked up the communicator. Girl, how are the preparations over there? Whoosh, wind sound, almost. 5 minutes. In the communicator, the sound of the whistling blizzard and Kiki's voice came. Yu Yuheng, who was in the crowd with a look of urgency, saw this scene with a complicated expression. Only then did he begin to truly understand how much of a paper plan his previous plan was. Before the convoy even started, its movements had been sensed by these monsters in the snow. No matter which group of troops they divided into, they could not escape the pursuit of these monsters. As for going down to the ice valley, it would be a death wish. Can these monsters sniff out human thoughts or smells? A terrifying thought flashed through Yu Yuheng's mind, and he sighed and stopped thinking about it. He looked at the crowd and suddenly found that one person was missing. He frowned and turned to rush out of the tent. Outside the tent, the armed company and the personnel of each convoy were constantly moving things. Some vehicles had started and began to gather behind the front line to form a formation. Yu Yuheng looked around and suddenly saw the familiar figure on the cliff of Unit 01 in the distance. He immediately ran through the crowd. What are you doing here? We are about to evacuate. Get in the car quickly. You can't stop the infusion now. The person standing here was none other than Qin Wei. Qin Wei, wearing a military coat, stood in the biting cold wind, looking up at the cockpit of Pengi Unit 01, which was looking down at the earth. The tear on the nano-ceramic window on the head showed a sad sense of battle damage on this mechanical giant, and the mecha hundreds of meters high was covered with a thick layer of snow. When my brother died, we still maintained neural synesthesia. The pain he endured was also endured by me, so I myself have died once, and this pain is nothing to me. You are a level 5 sympathetic pilot, the ace pilot of the White Emperor Space Force, and the first batch of people who drove mechas and fought against S-level weird bodies in the Emperor plan. This is a successful attempt. The Phoenix will continue to build stronger and more complete Emperor mechas. Yu Yuheng looked at Qin Wei's back and said, I know you want to die here. If you want revenge, you can drive a new mecha back. After saying that, he sighed, took out something from his arms, walked up and handed it to Qin Wei. What is this? Qin Wei asked. Yu Yuheng spread out his hands, and in his hands was a blood-stained phoenix badge, engraved with the name, number, and department number, and the badge in Yu Yuheng's hand was Qin Wei's brother Qin Lai's. That Lin Xian gave it to me, saying that he found it when installing the bridge system in the cockpit. Chun Wei saw the badge, his pupils shrank, and he couldn't help clenching his teeth with a complex and painful expression. Immediately, he reached out to take it, and turned to walk towards the convoy. I get on the armored vehicle. Armed vehicle? Yu Yuheng said anxiously. Didn't I tell you that you still need an 4? The 4 will affect my ability to set up the machine gun. The combat tent had been emptied at this time, and more than 100 vehicles, and nearly 300 people in the defense line had been fully equipped. Lin Xian and Kiki still drove the original polar vehicle, and the windows and frames had been repaired by him. Lin Xian just opened the door, and suddenly found that there was already someone sitting in the driver's seat. Xiaoqing from Longshan No. 1 team held the steering wheel with her hands, turned her head, and glanced at Lin Xian lightly, while Kiki, who was in the co-pilot, greeted him with a smile. Hello, are we leaving? What do you mean? Lin Xian said. At this time, Ning Jing came over from a distance and shouted to Lin Xian, Captain Lin, let Xiaoqing help you drive. She is a good driver. You should be in charge of directing. We are worried that you will be too busy. Lin Xian understood immediately after hearing this, and did not refuse. He nodded to Ning Jing, then turned back to look at Xiaoqing, and then walked to the back seat and sat down. Lin Xian, how is our train going? It should be ready. Lin Xian nodded. Sasha drove the Sally to the number 12 carriage, preparing to put the mecha on the roof and use it as a turret. Kiki frowned when she heard this. Oh, this little girl is so brave. You know what? This method is not bad. It can exert the combat power of the Vulcan mecha while moving. Lin Xian nodded. Kiki nodded with a little worry in her eyes. That's right. Are you ready to go? Xiaoqing glanced sideways, and spoke with a cold face. Her voice seemed to make the temperature in the whole car drop by 1 degree. Lin Xian opened the car window, and observed the wind and snow outside. The blizzard that had intensified half an hour ago was much smaller now. It seems that God is helping us too. Boom. The ground continued to vibrate slightly, and the sound of boiling snow dust began to sound on the snowfield in the distance. The monsters buried deep in the snow seemed to be ready to move. Brother Lin. Waiting for your call. Stefan, who was at the front of the front line, was driving a train with an all-terrain drive device and an electric traction locomotive. It was not only powerful but also terrifyingly large. At this time, the whole car had started and turned around, and the whole convoy showed an arrow-shaped momentum ready to go. Buzz, buzz, the engines of all the vehicles began to roar. We are all ready. The snow seems to be less, ha ha ha. Indeed, the light is indeed brighter. Captain Lin. Sun Kai on the right wing also heard a voice. All personnel are on the train and ready. Lin Xian nodded, turned his head, and looked back at the tall figure in the snow, his eyes slightly cold, then looked at the restless snowfield and the piles of snow monster corpses frozen into popsicles in front of him, picked up the communicator and said, Everyone, break out. Buzz, as he shouted, hundreds of heavy vehicles seemed to burst into the earth-shaking roar at the same time. Whether it was tracked, snowboarded, or heavy chain-wheeled vehicles, they all raised snow dust all over the sky. The whole convoy roared and began to rush into the snowfield ahead. Charge! Shi Diyuan shouted. In an instant, a mighty torrent of heavy steel began to rush into the snowfield, crushing the fragments of ice corpses all the way, and rushed forward with the posture of a group of horses crossing the river. Everyone keep the convoy interval, don't crash, Brother Shi. No matter what you encounter, don't stop. Lin Xian's voice sounded in the communicator. Don't worry, if you don't shout to stop, I won't stop even if I hit the mountain, ha. Shi Diyuan's heroic voice came. The convoy rushed along the valley in the direction that Lin Xian and Ning Jing had come from. The huge vibration of the vehicles soon caused the densely packed monsters in the snow to boil. Snow monsters of all sizes began to jump out of the snow like fish that were aroused. After a while, there were more and more of them. These monsters were like fish caught in a fishing net on the water surface, jumping out madly towards the train. Fire! The sound of firing sounded in the communicator. Da-da-da. Beep. The sound of machine guns and Gatling guns rang out, and full metal shells were thrown wildly. At this moment, the entire convoy opened fire. Chapter 258. On the snowy plain above the Trakama Ice Valley, the convoy rolled over the snowy plain like a steel torrent, and the roar of the engines tore through the howling of the storm. Pay attention to the ammunition, those big guys haven't come out yet. Lin now shouted in the communicator. The four-legged snow monster and the flying-winged strange body in the blizzard have not appeared yet. At this time, ammunition must be saved, especially the projection of heavy firepower. From the defense line to the Infinity, it takes nearly an hour to sprint at full speed. Even if they succeed in meeting with Longshan No. 1 and Infinity, it is only the eve of the crisis. After entering the darkness, these thousands of people with dark marks will face real terror. Squeak! Hundreds of snow monsters with sharp tail spikes kept coming out of the deep snow and pounced on the convoy like locusts. At this time, the convoy had already accelerated. A large number of snow monsters kept shuttling through the snow layer. Soon, there were monster groups like tides in the deep snow from all directions converging towards the convoy. The overwhelming momentum made many people feel nervous. Buzz, on the polar car, Xiaoqing stepped on the accelerator hard, and the roar of the engine drove the traction wheel to spin wildly, raising a large piece of snow dust behind the car. The polar car rushed directly to the side and rear of the Zediyuan train in front. Bang! A snow monster suddenly jumped out of the passing snow and pounced on the door panel next to the driver's seat, roaring, and was about to stab the people in the car with its tail needle. Xiaoqing lowered the car window, drew her sword with her left hand, and slashed out of the window with her backhand, cutting off the snow monster's head. Then she kicked the door, sending the door and the snow monster's body flying. Lin Xian was helpless when he saw the car door he had just repaired. This girl was really not afraid of the cold. Bang, crackle, crackle, the left and right wings of the entire convoy were attacked by groups of snow monsters. In addition to the sound of gunfire, there were dense collisions, which forced the convoys on both wings to move closer to the convoy in the middle. Four-legged monsters appeared at 3 o'clock. All of them were large. There are also four-legged monsters at 7 o'clock. Pay attention to the crash area of Hercules in front. Unknown flying wing creatures, airspace behind, everyone pay attention. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook, and the snow layer of the entire snowfield was trembling. At the edge of the canyon, countless monsters gathered and continued to rush towards the convoy with the momentum of a torrent, and then formed a large army of monsters chasing behind. Yu Yuheng sat on an all-terrain snowmobile in the central convoy, sitting with a group of colleagues from the technical team. Everyone was fully armed and wrapped tightly. At this time, he felt the roaring attack outside, and his face was suspicious and uneasy. Team leader Yu. The two colleagues around him looked at the rear of the vehicle in horror. Yu Yuheng also turned his head. The next moment, his face changed drastically, and he almost gasped. The snowfield was almost invisible behind the convoy. The gathering army of snow monsters seemed to have become a gray-white wave, chasing the convoy with a surging momentum. A large number of fire lines continued to splash towards the rear. Every time the howitzer exploded, it could lift up the fragmented bodies of snow monsters. It's terrible. How can there be so many in the snow? I remember that when the Unit 01 was tested before, there were not so many. How come they all gathered here? Yu Yuheng's eyes flickered and he murmured, "It may be related to the number 13 S-level creature." A middle-aged researcher nearby said nervously, "Didn't the observation team confirm that Unit 13 went to Yuwang Swamp?" Yu Yuheng shook his head. "It's not that simple." After that collision, Unit 01 seemed to have suddenly become the target of all the strange bodies under this extremely cold vortex. This large-scale phenomenon has never happened before. Team leader Yu. The researcher looked at him solemnly. Is it possible that the S-level strange body has some kind of call or something like incitement? Command? Yu Yuheng's glasses flickered slightly. You mean this? The researcher nodded and said hurriedly, "Yes, that's the feeling. Maybe they marked us and Unit 01 with some marks, and then the monsters in these areas came towards us in groups. The attack came, and this matter was very abnormal from the beginning. Yes, we all find it strange." Another person also said at this time, "At first we all thought that it was caused by the noise of Unit 01, but from the feedback from Captain Lin and others, when we were attacked, they suddenly couldn't see the snow monster hundreds of kilometers away. Isn't this too strange? That's why we suffered such heavy losses. The destructive power of the black worms far exceeded the A-level assessment, but there were more than one in this canyon. These situations are helpful for us to study the characteristics of strange creatures." Yu Yuheng nodded at this time. The gunshots in his ears were like dense firecrackers, and behind him was a boiling tide of snow monsters. He kept looking back and then said to the team members, especially the characteristics shown by creature number 13. After saying that, he looked at the several metal devices placed in the car, and said with a heavy look, "Unit 01 has been abandoned, but the experimental data must be taken out, otherwise all our efforts will be wasted." Boom, 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 the ground shook, and a large amount of snow began to settle at the edge of the canyon. The convoy drove into the edge of a valley at this time. There was a pass in front of it, which was where Lin Xian and Ning Jing had parked before. The convoy passed through countless fighter planes and car wreckage, and saw a black corpse like a hill stretching for hundreds of meters. It's the corpse of the black insect. On the all-terrain vehicle of Longshan No. 1, Ning Jing was wearing a cold-proof suit. Looking at the huge insect corpse in front of him, he immediately said, "We are about to reach the position that Captain Lin said." Shi Diyuan looked at the hills in the pass on the left and the cliffs of the canyon on the right, and said in a stern voice, "We have to rush faster. There will be a lot of noise later." Hua hua hua. The strange tide surged. The last convoy was Qian Deli's Joker convoy. Qian Deli, wearing a thick mink coat, stood elegantly on the outside of a large polar vehicle, holding the guardrail, and watched the hyena-like snow monsters in the back surging in the snow. The closest one was only a few meters away from him. "It's disgusting." He pressed the communicator beside his ear. "Everyone pay attention, the avalanche is coming, speed up." "Yes." The subordinates responded one after another. "Everyone get ready." Lin Xian's voice came. On the polar vehicle in front, Lin Xian glanced at the hillside behind the black insect corpse, and then stared at the watch in his hand, and the signal light on the detonator. Before that, he had asked Kiki to come here in advance to place his metal bombs on the hillside, and he also asked Kiki to press some bombs on the black insect corpse. Kiki turned back and looked at him nervously. "I forgot to ask you, can the snow suppress those snow monsters?" "No, it can only disperse the chasing monsters, and let us take a breath." Lin Xian stared at the detonator in his hand, and said, "My main target is still the insect corpse, so I asked you to install the hot melt explosives." Kiki nodded. "I hope to lure the guy underground out. Every time it just sneaks up and runs away. It will be even more difficult to deal with it at night." Lin Xian felt the vibration from the ground at this time, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, "It will come out soon, and we must disrupt its rhythm." What he is worried about now is that this monster will rush out directly from the middle of the convoy, which will be troublesome. Ding! At this moment, the detonator suddenly flashed green, and finally connected to the signal. "Everyone be careful, it's coming!" Lin Xian immediately shouted in the communicator. At this time, the convoy just passed the huge black worm corpse, and then Lin Xian decisively pressed the detonation button. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a series of explosions suddenly sounded on the hillside in front of the convoy, and the black worm corpses in the back also burst with explosive flames. The huge explosion of the hot melt bomb instantly shattered, melted, and sprayed the frozen tissues on the black worm corpses. Hundreds of tumbling snow monsters were also affected and shattered. The shockwave lifted these green plasma and black worm corpse meat pieces and flew out with a bang, bringing up a huge flame ball, which was completely splashed into the air and the ground, and fell on the chasing snow monsters. And these green plasmas seemed to cause some confusion in these neatly chasing snow monsters, and a restless atmosphere continued to spread. Rumble. At the same time, on the hillside in front of the convoy, a huge explosion caused large pieces of snow to collapse and slide, gradually forming a rolling avalanche and sliding down the mountain. Speed up. Drive faster. Pay attention to the formation. Boom, boom, boom. A black shadow approached quickly, and a huge four-legged monster suddenly attacked from the wind and snow on the flank, and its hard long legs directly smashed down on the roof of a small car on the left wing. Too late. At this time, the armed personnel in the small car who were shooting outside looked at this scene, and they felt black in front of their eyes, and even their heartbeats stopped for a minute. The teammate who was driving saw the scene in the rearview mirror and immediately prepared to slam the steering wheel to drive away from the convoy, so as not to let his own destruction affect the formation of the convoy behind. But at this moment, a golden phantom suddenly flashed out from the snow outside the car. The phantom was extremely fast. The snow tied on the hillside behind, and the four-legged monster's sudden attack were like slow motion in front of it. The golden figure seemed to step on the snow layer, leaving no trace. It jumped up and kicked the four-legged monster's extremely hard front foot. Ding! There was a sound of metal clashing. The four-legged monster's front foot was directly torn off in the opposite direction, and the huge force pushed it back. At this time, the other teammates reacted, and the overwhelming metal jets were greeted. In an instant, the upper body of the four-legged monster was blasted into pieces and rolled into a group of snow monsters. The golden phantom quickly disappeared and returned to the back of the team. After crushing dozens of snow monsters, it landed on the roof of the large polar vehicle. Ouch, it's so dirty. Qian Deli looked down and saw that his exquisite pointed leather shoes were stained with green plasma. His face changed immediately because he was a severe mysophobia. He quickly took out a handkerchief from his mink coat and carefully wiped the plasma on the edge of his shoes. Then he looked at the handkerchief with disdain, looked at the snow monsters behind him, threw it away, and said viciously, "This silk handkerchief is a reward for you." Boom, boom, boom. With the stable progress of the convoy and Lin Xian's accurate judgment, the avalanche rushed down just after the convoy passed, and swept away tens of thousands of chasing snow monsters. The huge flow momentum carried these snow monsters to the cliff under the canyon, blocking a large number of chasing monsters at once. But before the convoy could breathe a sigh of relief, more snow monsters rushed out of the snow layer like locusts. Just as they were about to cross the pass, the surging sound underground began to become more intense, and the entire snow field seemed to have turned into liquid, constantly rising and falling. "That thing is coming out! Girl!" Lin Xian and Kiki opened the car door and got out. Kiki flew in the air, while Lin Xian stood beside the car holding the handrail, looking at the snowy ground with a serious look. He immediately looked up at the sky again. The sky was full of dark clouds under the extremely cold vortex. The cold wind and snowflakes never stopped howling. The setting sun fell through the gaps in the clouds in the west on the snowy plain formed by the Parma grassland. The pure white sea of snow was shining with a dazzling light. The light at this time was indeed much stronger than when the blizzard came. Those snow monsters came out of the snow as if they were torn by something. Their skin cracked inch by inch, and they kept howling in pain, attacking the convoy frantically. A car with stagnant firepower was entangled by 7 or 8 snow monsters at this time, and was dragged out of the convoy shakily, and then rolled into the tide of snow monsters, and was soon overwhelmed by the dense snow monsters. "Ah! I will fight you!" Boom! The people in the car were full of anger, and detonated the explosives at the last moment. Several people in the car, and hundreds of snow monsters around them turned into fragments of flame stars. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A car fell, and another car at the back of the convoy immediately stepped up and filled the gap again, protecting the living vehicles and technicians' vehicles in the middle. Casualties continued to appear, and the heartstrings of the entire convoy began to tighten further. Lin Xian scanned the battlefield with a cold gaze, and lowered his voice to Kiki. "Remember what I told you. If that thing comes out from the middle, save as many as you can." "I know." Kiki's eyes were shining with supernatural powers, and she was wrapped in a telekinetic force. The cold wind outside could not affect her at all. At this time, her mind had sensed dozens of cars on the ground and in the central area. This level of action was also a very extreme test for Kiki. On the other side, Shi Diyuan, Ning Jing, Abai, and more than a dozen powerful fighters from other teams also came out of the car, staring at the cold wind as cold as a knife, and everyone was searching for the target underground. Ning Jing grabbed the thin Abai and stood on the roof of Longshan No. 1 train. At this time, Abai opened his mouth and breathed nervously, constantly searching the ground under his heavy sunglasses. "Did you see it?" Abai trembled nervously, and kept searching in the cold wind. At this moment, everyone's heartbeat seemed to be tense. Boom! The violent earthquake intensified, and the snow layer on the edge of the Trachima Glacier Valley collapsed in pieces towards the valley. Just as the convoy was about to rush out of the pass, Lin Xian and Abai suddenly turned their eyes to the front of the convoy. "In front! In front!" The two voices sounded in the communication band almost at the same time. The fat cat, who was responsible for driving Longshan No. 1, heard the sound, and at this time, he saw that the ground above the pass in front suddenly exploded, and the snow and dust rushed into the sky like a fountain. Empty, empty. A huge humming sound accompanied by the sound of the Earth's crust being shattered instantly echoed over the canyon and the snowfield. The entire convoy was too late to stop its momentum at this time, and was about to collide with the exploding snow spring head-on. Behind the snow dust, a black worm as big as a mountain rose into the sky. Its huge body made people's scalps numb, like a strange parasite standing on the earth. The giant worm opened its huge mouth, like an abyss, and appeared in front of the convoy, covering the sky and the sun. The shocking scene even made people lose their minds for a while. Separate the convoy to the left and right. Seeing that the entire convoy was about to rush into the huge mouth without warning, Lin Xian made a quick decision and shouted directly to Kiki. "Turn the steering wheel quickly, we are about to hit it." Kiki saw this scene, and her face turned pale. She flew forward directly, and her hands activated the surging telekinesis power, condensing an invisible torrent of telekinesis, pushing the convoy behind to the left and right. Chi. At this moment, everyone was turning the steering wheel violently. Longshan No. 1 turned left, Lin Xian's polar car turned right, and all the vehicles followed the lead of the two leading vehicles and turned madly. The steel torrent began to split in a Y shape. The vehicles behind that could not avoid it seemed to hit an invisible air wall, banging, and then drove to both sides. Ah! The life vehicles, and the vehicles of the technical team behind were stunned at the huge mouth of the abyss rushing towards them. This horrifying scene made many people scream in fear reflexively. An uncontrollable truck hit Kiki's mental wall, lost control, and rushed into the armed convoy on the right wing with huge potential energy, and crashed into a snowmobile, knocking a huge gap in the traffic on the right wing. Immediately, several out-of-control cars fell towards the cliff of the canyon. Seeing this scene, Kiki quickly distracted her attention to pull the truck, but a gap appeared in the diversion mental field in front of her. The two cars in the middle rushed into the huge mouth of the abyss worm in a daze, when the snow dust completely blocked her sight, and screamed everywhere. "It's bad," Kiki exclaimed. Boom! On! A sound wave like from hell came from the inside of the abyss, and the flesh skirt around the mouth kept rolling, bringing out a lot of fishy smell. Bang! But at this time, an armed vehicle took the lead in launching an artillery attack. The vehicle-mounted machine gun emitted a huge air shock, and the 75mm alloy armor-piercing bullet shot out with terrifying power. Chen Wei, looking at the abyss, Chen Wei's face did not have the slightest hesitation or fear. In his opinion, this huge monster did not affect his attention at all. Instead, there was a raging fire of war in his eyes. "You're fishing right now, you're looking for death." Chen Wei's roar rang out in the communicator. Lin Xian and Kiki looked back at the man, with a flash of surprise in their eyes. Chen Wei's words at this moment immediately brought everyone back to their senses from their surprise. The huge mouth of the abyss worm was facing the convoy. Although it was scary, it was also the most vulnerable place. "Fire! Hack it!" On the roof of the train, Shi Diyuan took out a shiny 155mm howitzer from somewhere, and even the primer was completely worn out. He saw his hand swelled into thick tiger arms, with a powerful force and majesty all over his body. He actually lifted a 155mm howitzer weighing 40 to 50 kilograms with one arm, and stood on the top of the train, and threw it towards the huge mouth of the black worm. Woo! With a sound of breaking through the air, the howitzer was actually thrown out by him with a powerful force, and shot straight into the hole more than 100 meters away. Longshan No. 1 car was the closest, and the howitzer directly hit the black abyss mouth of the monster. After a few seconds, it exploded. Boom! "Don't be afraid, kill! Kill it! Fire at full speed! Da-da-da, beep beep!" Firepower guidance. In an instant, the firepower of the entire convoy was instantly projected towards the abyss worm. Buzz! A dozen superpowers also attacked together at this time, accompanied by a dark red laser light, and rushed straight to the giant monster. Lin Xian looked back and saw that the firepower of all the convoys had been turned around. He seized the opportunity at this time, turned around and pointed a finger at the sky, his eyes cold. "Give me light." Chapter 259. Gravity. Transparent. Mirror. At full power, Lin Xian felt that his energy was drained away like a flood. Above the sky, a piece of space began to distort rapidly. In an instant, the distorted space began to expand rapidly, distorting and swallowing the large amount of Tyndall effect light projected from the cloud gap, and a dazzling halo began to appear. At this time, a sun phantom seemed to appear in the sky hundreds of meters away. The light was dazzling, like an oversized fluorescent lamp, instantly brightening the entire canyon pass, and the visibility between the wind and snow suddenly became much clearer. At this time, the gap between the wind and snow dissipated, and there was a moment like a clear winter afternoon. The light was like a torch, instantly causing a large number of snow demons to be extremely distorted, and the howling sound was deafening. A large amount of black smoke began to seep out of the skin and joints of the weird bodies. The demon tide that was originally like a tide now drilled into the snow layer frantically, making the resistance pressure of the entire team suddenly loosen. At the same time, the firepower of the entire convoy was projected onto the giant abyss worm, with various explosions and metal jets bombarding it. In an instant, smoke and dust rose up, and black meat and green blood flew everywhere. On! The huge devouring power came from the huge mouth. It drilled out of the ground for dozens of meters, and twisted its mouthparts quickly, trying to sweep the entire escaping convoy. It was completely different from the previous sudden emergence and direct drilling back into the ground. But its furious sweeping devouring did not work. Instead, its hard black skin was melting, twisting, and dislocating rapidly, so that an armor-piercing bullet could hit with greater power than usual, and a large amount of blood clots fell to the ground. Empty, empty, empty. the snow, dust and gravel on the ground suddenly exploded. At this time, CD Yuan was holding a 155 howitzer in one hand, with angry eyes and a body like a tiger. Longshan No. 1 had already passed by from the side. He was about to fire with both hands, but he suddenly found that the monster was shrinking madly underground. He shouted, "It wants to run! The daytime is not the home of this strange body in the night. Facing such a monster that can destroy the city, it is the best opportunity to severely injure it. How can CD Yuan and the others let go of this opportunity easily?" As soon as the voice fell, the whole team wanted to shoot all the gun barrels together. Even in the car of the technical team, many people were holding automatic rifles and pistols and shooting at the monster with all their strength. Walalelo, the abyss worm quickly retreated underground. Lin Xian was sweating profusely and gritted his teeth. He stretched out his hand with the last bit of strength and clenched it. The twisted, dazzling light ball began to condense inward in a Fibonacci spiral. The next moment, a scorching ray as thick as a bucket shot out downward. Boom! The scorching ray directly hit the body of the abyss worm, and immediately black smoke and steam burst out on its body like a huge wave. Buzz, on the other left wing, Abai took off his sunglasses, and two laser beams were directly fired at one side of the worm at close range. In just a moment, as the giant worm fell madly, the laser beam tore a terrifying incision of more than 10 meters on its body, like a hot knife cutting butter. And Lin Xian's gravitational ray, which lasted only 1 second, directly pierced the upper wall of the worm body, causing the dark abyss mouthparts to emit a scorching white light. Empty, empty, empty. The snow, dust, and gravel exploded, and the abyss shrank back into the ground in a frenzy. Under the smoke and dust, only a circular pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters was left. A large amount of skin and tissue meat was scattered around, and even splashed on the convoy cars rushing past. Rumble, the earthquake wave began to transmit violently, and a large piece of mountain snow at the pass slid down. CD Yuan was still not venting his anger, so he grabbed two 155mm howitzers and threw them into the huge pit. After a few seconds, two explosions were heard in the empty pit, and it was obvious that nothing had been blown up. Buzz, at this time, the convoy of the defense line finally drove past the huge pit, drove away from the pass, and drove towards the flat snowfield. "Ah! It ran away," said Shi Diyuan angrily. Bang, bang, bang. Humph. At this time, on an armed vehicle, Chen Wei's machine gun stopped firing, hissing. The hot machine gun muzzle turned slightly red, and the snowflakes fell on it and made a boiling sound. Definitely, it must have been hurt. In the communicator, Captain Sun panted and said, "It is estimated that it will not dare to come out again in a short time." Before dark, Qian Deli stood on the roof of the car. He had spent a lot of effort just now, and now he used his hand to fan his face. "Report casualties in each car. We are not out of danger yet. Prepare ammunition, don't slack off." The leaders of several other convoys also shouted in unison at this time. Yu Yuheng stuck his head out of the car window and watched the scene in horror with the other technical team members. It had only been half a minute since the abyss worm emerged, but it was as if they had experienced a terrifying life-and-death battle. The huge worm body and the abyss mouth brought a tremendous sense of oppression. If it weren't for that strange telekinesis that protected the convoy, I'm afraid that at least 1/3 of the cars would have been sucked in uncontrollably at that moment. "How is Chen Wei?" Looking at the armored vehicle where Chen Wei was in the distance, Yu Yuheng immediately shouted to his colleagues in the car. "No problem for now," the other side replied, and Yu Yuheng breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, although it is terrible, it can be heard during the day, and even repelled. In the car, a researcher holding his backpack said nervously at this time. "Yes, it seems that the best way is for the whole team to rush together, if the forces are dispersed." Yu Yuheng sat back and heard what the two said. His expression was a little complicated, but at this time he nodded in approval and said, "Professional things should be done by professionals. If Team Leader Li is not dead, he should have made such a judgment. Team Leader Yu, this Lin Xian is really amazing." The researcher said with surprise at this time. Mechanical superpowers. In addition to creating machines out of thin air, he can also control the weather. Can he combine superpowers with mechas? Yu Yuheng blinked. The ability to make machinery is indeed amazing. We need to record this in detail. If we arrive in Shilan City, we will immediately find the postman team to upload the information to the headquarters to see what the feedback is. I think the Nightwalker organization must have set its sights on this talent. Another middle-aged researcher said nervously. This kind of superpower is as functional as the strategic level. The Nightwalker department will definitely not let it go. Yu Yuheng pondered slightly after hearing this, thinking about something in his eyes, and did not speak. On the other side, the steel traffic finally closed, carrying the snow dust all over the sky and heading towards the distance. Because of the flash of light just now, the large number of snow monsters chasing were much less at this time, but as time passed, and the blizzard began to intensify, the endless snowfield began to sound boiling again. Fortunately, the movement of the earthquake seemed to have gone away, so that everyone's heart could be slightly relieved. Left wing, 3 vehicles and 9 people lost. Right wing, 4 vehicles and 17 people. Central, 2 vehicles and 7 people. In the communication band, the report of casualties made the atmosphere between the teams a little heavy. Kiki returned to the passenger seat with a pale face and sighed, "It's really abominable." Xiaoqing, who was driving beside her, looked at her silently, then retracted her gaze and drove quietly. Lin Xian could hear that the girl blamed herself. At this time, he was also very tired. He leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes, and said, "It's the limit of what we can do." Although her ability has been enhanced by the energy of Hell Black Chrysanthemum many times, it is really beyond Kiki's ability to take care of hundreds of vehicles at a time, and almost all of them are heavy vehicles. This stinky guy is too smart to come out from there. It seems that our detonation of the Black Worm's corpse did not cause any effect, but only caused some confusion to the monster tide. This phenomenon also fully illustrates that Yu Yuheng's previous method of running away with blood was completely wrong. The Abyss Worm may not be afraid, or even if it is afraid, it is the huge deterrent brought by Unit 01, not the same kind of blood plasma. Teacher Chen. After driving into the snowy plain, Lin Xian had no time to relax and immediately began to contact Infinity. "Lin Xian, I'm here." Chen Xishuan's voice came, making Lin Xian feel relieved. "We have passed the pass, and it will take about 40 minutes to arrive. It is still the original route. There are many monsters, and our ammunition will not last too long." "Okay, I know you guys, be careful." Although they had escaped the first wave of encirclement, Lin Xian was not at ease at this time. In order to repel or even severely injure the Abyss Worm, many psychics including him had already gone all out, and the ammunition was thrown out without hesitation. If the expected effect was not achieved, and the Abyss Worm rushed out again before joining the Infinity and Longshan No. 1, the convoy would probably be in danger. The sky was gradually getting darker, and there was only one chance to attack. Although it was dangerous, it must be unreserved. So even if Lin Xian had a complete plan, it was a gamble. Everyone pay attention to the alternation of firepower. Now the road is open, keep the formation, and let the psychics and good enhancers deal with it at close range. If there is no 4-legged monster, try to reduce the firepower output. Captain Qian, your anti-aircraft gun should pay attention to suppressing the 2 flying wing weird bodies. As long as they don't raid the team, don't fire. They should not dare to come out in the thundercloud now. Lin Xian began to arrange the communication frequency band in the convoy synchronously. Also, pay attention to the condition of the train. When we get close to the track, Longshan No. 1 and Infinity will break the ice and rush forward. The speed may be very fast. You must keep up. Lin Xian's words were passed on by the leaders of each team. At this time, the drivers of each car looked extremely serious and kept their attention highly focused. The blizzard has intensified. It seems that the temperature will drop tonight. On the all-terrain train of Longshan No. 1, Ning Jing looked at the thermometer that was already minus 59 degrees Celsius and frowned, saying, "The situation in Xilan City is not clear at the moment. I hope we can hold on there before dark." In the car, many team members were accidentally frostbitten during the battle, especially on their hands and faces. Some even had their hands cracked and bleeding. "Hold on, we will see the main force soon." Shi Diyuan walked through several carriages and shouted to his men. After that, he picked up the communicator and contacted Lu Yong of Longshan No. 1. "Yongzi, preheat the artillery in advance. In this weather, don't freeze the barrel. It will be ugly if it misfires." "Kaka. Zizi. Okay. Got it, brother Shi." In the armored vehicle of the Emperor Project Team, Qin Wei sat in the back seat. At this time, a medical staff was giving him an injection and infusion on his wrist. At the same time, another person was applying medicine to his hands. The front was burned and the back was frostbitten. At this time, his hands were covered with blood and looked very scary. "Hey Chen Wei, how are you?" Yu Yuheng's voice came from the communicator. "Not dead." Chen Wei closed his eyes and said lightly, "What about you?" "Xiaoyang is dead." Yu Yuheng sighed. "He's in that car." Chen Wei opened his eyes suddenly and took a deep breath, his eyes full of anger and powerlessness. In the polar car rubbing, Lin Xian urged the mechanical heart to repair the car windows and doors, blocking the cold wind outside. The heater in the car gradually took effect, and the air became warmer. Kiki glanced at Xiaoqing next to her, and said to her, "Hey, let me drive. I see you seem to want to do it." Xiaoqing looked back at her, then looked at Lin Xian, and whispered, "You rest." Her voice sounded very careful and mature. Lin Xian and Kiki were a little tired just now. At this time, a large number of snow monsters rushed to the front of the battle. Ning Jing and Shi Diyuan on the Longshan No. 1 train next to them had already climbed onto the roof again to deal with the monster tide. Xiaoqing also wanted to help, but Ning Jing's task for her was to drive, so she could only remain silent. Now, after hearing Kiki's words, she finally came to her senses, so she handed the steering wheel to Kiki and flew out with a knife, joining the camp of killing the enemy. Kiki sat cross-legged in the driver's seat, using 2 fingers to control the steering wheel and throttle of the polar car with telekinesis, and at the same time propped up a telekinesis shield to block the snow monsters that suddenly jumped out of the snowfield in front. "I heard that Hu Lushou talk about the Emperor plan before, and I thought we could get a super large mecha," Kiki said faintly. "In the end, I got into a lot of trouble and didn't get any benefits. If there is enough time, the mecha may still be saved, but we can't take it away," Lin Xian said. "Are you talking about the Phoenix?" "No such a large mecha, except for combat use, is hoisted by the Hercules transport plane at other times. Now a Vulcan mecha can't fit in the carriage, let alone this." "Oh, that's true, but it's very cool." Kiki looked at the rearview mirror. "Brother, don't you want such a cool mecha?" Lin Xian's eyes were burning, thinking of the high-frequency blade chain sword of Unit 1 that killed an abyss worm, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Such an Emperor mecha seemed to be born for his mechanical heart, and it was also one of the potential development directions of his mechanical heart. Exhausted, Lin Xian leaned against the window of the polar car, watching the rolling convoy driving on the boundless snowfield, the snow monsters raging, gunfire bursting, and the resistance convoy of hundreds of people fighting with all their strength. This seemed to be his first time to escape the monster tide by car. "The train is still safe," he murmured. Hundreds of cars, each overturned, would kill several people. As the leader of a large convoy, the pressure seemed to be much greater than him. Lin Xian seemed to understand Xu Qin a little, running all the way, escaping from death. Tired, too tired. Suddenly, there were flames and gunfire outside, and the killing continued, but Lin Xian felt a little exhausted. He leaned against the window dizzy and fell asleep. In his dream, he returned to Jiang City, and returned to his apartment shelter. Beep, beep, the dark reminder sound rang. As usual, he pulled up the alloy iron gate made of mechanical superpowers, sprinkled deodorant in the corridor and the door, turned off the lights, and nestled in the dark room, listening to the strange movements upstairs and downstairs, and feeling the whispers and roars outside the street. The wandering zombies passed by the charred frame of the fire, and the rotten trachea made a hissing sound. Lin Xian sat on the floor in the corner of the bedroom, with his short knife next to him, waiting for the night to deepen, and waiting for the dawn. Whoosh, there was a gust of wind in the living room. His windows had been closed for a long time, so there was no possibility of wind. Lin Xian searched in the darkness, but found that there seemed to be a shadow standing in front of the French window in the living room. In an instant, he picked up the short knife and rushed out of the bedroom. There was no one outside, but he found that the French window on the balcony was completely open, and the night wind was whistling, blowing the curtains to flutter. Lin Xian walked out of the balcony with his mind focused. He looked up and suddenly felt that he was blocked by a terrifying giant in the sky. His pupils quickly condensed and focused. He saw a floating giant corpse that covered the sky and the sun, overlooking the entire Jiang city. The body that was as big as a continent was slowly moving in the sky, completely blocking all the moonlight. The whole city seemed to be left with only a rustling outline. Creature number 2, moving. Moving. Direction east, direction east. A hurried voice suddenly sounded in his ears, as if someone was reporting with a communicator. Lin Xian immediately looked sideways, but there was no one. "Who are you?" Suddenly, the voice shouted, as if it was coming towards him. Lin Xian was immediately horrified. Who was in his home? He turned his head suddenly, but found a dark shadow standing in the corner, seemingly looking at him. Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Wrapped in a warm force, Lin Xian felt that he had regained some energy. When he opened his eyes, he felt a chill coming. Physical signs test. Hypothermia, hypothermia. The alarm of the power armor also sounded from far to near in his ears. His. Lin Xian woke up immediately and looked at his watch. It was 17:40. He had been asleep for 10 minutes. Was that a dream just now? This was the second time he saw the floating giant corpse. The shock was still stirring in his mind, and his face was dazed. Bang bang bang, duh. Outside the convoy, the sound of gunfire and artillery fire gradually intensified. Kiki was driving the car and shaking him with telekinesis. His little face was full of anxiety. What's wrong with you? I shook you for a long time, but you didn't wake up. Lin Xian's face was pale. He took a few long breaths. He rubbed his eyebrows and said, I was a little exhausted just now and fell asleep. I feel better now. Kiki breathed a sigh of relief and said with some concern, Your move is too energy consuming, but it is really powerful. You can even pierce that big bug. Lin Xian nodded. Gravitational lens is his most powerful means now, but its shortcomings are also very obvious. In addition to consuming energy, it is difficult to use it during the day. If it weren't for the strange bodies in the snow brought by these extremely cold vortexes that can attack humans during the day, he really couldn't think of a place to use it. I found that the monsters don't seem to be afraid of light itself. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, Have you noticed that in the sun, these strange beings seem to become extremely unstable? Kiki thought about it and said, At first I thought they were afraid of sunlight or ultraviolet rays, but I just found that it doesn't seem to be the case, especially those snow monsters, who seem to be torn apart by something. Lin Xian nodded. So it is indeed safe for us during the day. The dark tide is to be completely covered by the polar night. The only advantage we humans have now is actually dawn. Bang bang bang. On the roof of Longshan No. 1, the heavy machine gun's firepower line swept over the top of the polar car. The powerful metal jet instantly took away a piece of snow monster that drilled out of the snow layer, and the ground was covered with blood. Lin Xian opened the window and used the observation mode of the power armor to try to find the position of the Infinity in the snowfield in the blizzard. Because of the signal column, the overall direction of the convoy did not deviate, but the sky gradually darkened, and it would be dark in more than an hour. We should be close to the northern track. Ning Jing's voice came from the communicator. She was standing on the roof of Longshan No. 1 car, her fist stained with demon blood, and said to the communicator, Captain Lin, is it time to start the train? Not enough time. Lin Xian shouted. She looked at her watch and calculated the distance. Under the blizzard, the speed and direction of the car are always prone to deviation, so Lin Xian asked Kiki to find the nearby signal pole and drag it back to the car directly. The signal pole he made has a number on it, which can help him to calculate the distance to the train. It should be about 15 kilometers away, but it is not visible now. If the Infinity starts, the direction of the signal pole closest to the train is wrong. It is best for the team to be able to see the train visually, but in the storm at this time, the visible distance is less than 100 meters. Going back along the signal pole is the safest way. Once the train leaves, the entire team may lose their way and can only turn around and run toward Shilin City. But at this time, the snow monsters in the entire snowfield began to gather towards the convoy in large numbers. In the sky, huge winged creatures roared down, occasionally passing over the convoy, trying to take away the living or overturn the car. Fortunately, there were anti-aircraft machine guns to suppress it. Once the convoy lost these heavy firepower suppression, the hundreds of people in the entire convoy would become lambs to be slaughtered. We can't see anything clearly, and they have to start in advance. It's too difficult to reunite. Ning Jing said anxiously. Smash! Sure Yuan twisted the heads of the two snow monsters from the air and landed on the roof of the car. He said in a stern voice, We should be able to receive the signal from the car within 2 kilometers. As long as the direction is right, we won't run away. Our speed can't catch up with Longshan No. 1. Now the snow is getting thicker and thicker. Once we rush up, we can't slow down. We have to find the right time. Ning Jing said. Report, this is Yu Yuhing from the Phoenix Technical Team. Just when the team was facing the huge pressure of the monster tide, and the Infinity and Longshan No. 1 were waiting for the signal to start, Yu Yuhing's voice suddenly came from the communicator. Team Leader Yu, please speak. Lin Xian was constantly calculating the distance, and was still thinking in his mind. At this time, he heard Yu Yuhing say in the communicator, We just lost a base antenna for testing. At present, we can contact a range of 2 kilometers in a straight line, but this number is decreasing due to the impact of the blizzard, and we need to reserve a safe distance. On a large snowmobile, Yu Yuhing quickly calculated on the computer and said very quickly, So I simply designed a mathematical model. The speed of our current convoy is 60 kilometers per hour, and the direction is 86 degrees with the north line track. Ignoring the visual distance, we can only determine the direction through signal positioning. Team Lin told me before that it takes 4 to 6 minutes for the train to break the ice and accelerate to at least 60 kilometers. If the speed is too fast, we can't keep up. If the speed is too slow, we will be dragged by the snow demon tide. The best way is to start early, and we will also turn and keep up with the train at a speed of 60 km. Speak to the point. Lin Xian yelled directly. At such a critical time, these scientific researchers still like to talk about problems from the perspective of principles. Papa, Yu Ying finished the operation quickly, and then raised his glasses confidently, and said in the communicator, after entering the 3-kilometer range, we can start the train immediately. We turn right 30 degrees, and reconnect the train signal in 2 minutes. As long as the direction and speed are correct, we will reunite with the train in 4 minutes, and the error will not exceed too much. Lin Xian was determined when he heard this. He was upset just now, but he just wanted a more accurate number, and Yu Ying just solved the urgent problem. Okay, let's observe the signal direction and don't go astray, Lin Xian said. In addition to the snow monsters that were gathering like a tide, there were only vast snowfields and raging blizzards. In this case, the 2-kilometer signal coverage range was actually just a very small signal point compared to the vehicle's driving speed. Once missed, it would completely lose contact with the train. In this case, all you can do is look for track traces all over the ground to chase. Chapter 260. The wind was cold, and Longshan No. 1 and Infinity, parked on the northern track, were ready for battle. On the front of Longshan No. 1, Lu Xingchen was sitting on the roof in thick cold-proof clothing, looking at the wind and snow, waiting for the signal at any time in the communication headset, while Lu Yong and others on Longshan No. 1 were also preparing to start the train. There were no old people or children in the double-decker carriages. All adults were fully armed. The heavy machine guns, turrets, anti-aircraft machine guns, and electromagnetic guns on the roofs were all in place. Everyone looked towards the vast snowfield in the east, waiting for something. 3 kilometers, right? I know. In the cockpit of Infinity, Qin Sichuan became nervous when she heard Lin Xian's words. The giant Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive had been preheated by the electric deicer in advance, and the engine of the Gemini nuclear-powered locomotive at the rear had also been started. The heater in the carriage maintained a comfortable temperature. Everyone, get ready. We start the train in a few minutes. Click, click, click. After a long stop, the armor outside the train was covered with ice. The originally black heavy train was now covered with white frost. The flap guards on the side wings were buried in the snow. Under the train, the tracks and the iron wheels of the train kept making metallic humming sounds. As the temperature continued to drop, some of the train's equipment began to malfunction or even stop, such as the water pump of the water tank, the air circulation machine, and even the warning lights of some brake valves were lit in the cab. Qin Sichuan frowned, her eyes were solemn, her hands were on the forward push rod, and she was concentrating on waiting for Lin Xian's signal. At this time, the rear compartment of the Infinity was quiet, and everyone was waiting nervously. The building was standing behind the explosion-proof door with machine guns, waiting to launch fire support at any time. On the roof, the 1130 close-in defense gun and the G3 electromagnetic rail gun had already been raised, and the search radar remained on. Every rotation of the base would break a layer of newly condensed ice shell. On the other side, the steel torrent of the defense line rushed across the snowfield with a violent momentum, and the snow monsters that were like waves and could not be seen at a glance were following behind. More and more strange bodies gathered from all directions, and large four-legged monsters kept knocking away the surrounding snow monsters and rushed out of the blizzard head-on, rushing towards the polar car on the flank of the convoy. The sounds of various light and heavy firepower lines gradually became deafening as they approached the convoy. At the forefront of the convoy, from time to time, a dark red laser beam like a lighthouse was shot from the huge all-terrain train in front, bloodbathing a large area of snow monsters. Ha ha, Abai put on his sunglasses again, panting heavily. His body couldn't stand the long-term use of lasers. Xiaoqing had a hook hanging on her waist at this time, and she kept charging on the top of several carriages, beheading all the snow monsters that tried to jump onto the train. The firepower of the armed company of Captain Sun on the right wing was almost exhausted, so they had to give up the outermost formation and let Lao Zhou's armored convoy in the rear take over. On the polar car, Lin Xian looked at the signal and judged the direction of the return. His face was very serious, and he kept muttering numbers. 1 kilometer more. In order to ensure information connectivity, Lin Xian had already cut off the communication frequency with Qin Sichuan of Infinity. About 1 minute. Everyone prepared to turn. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Lin Xian looked ahead. Still the snow and wind blocked his view, but at this distance, he knew the train was in that direction. 3 kilometers. Teacher Chun, let's go! Finally, the entire convoy entered the predetermined range, and at this time, Longshan No. 1 and the polar vehicle began to turn right. The sky began to gradually darken, and as soon as he finished speaking, a tremor that shook the earth and mountains began to roar. Everyone in the convoy was startled and immediately thought it was the abyss worm, but the tremor came from all directions. Sun Kai sat on the chariot, searching the radar and looking at the red dots that kept appearing around the convoy. At this time, his face suddenly changed. On the radar screen, behind the dense red dots surrounding the convoy, a crimson wave that was almost like a solid object approached the convoy from all directions. The radar's recognition module instantly jammed and issued a harsh alarm. He suddenly raised his head and quickly pressed the communicator, shouting, "It's a strange tide." On the Infinity, Qin Sichuan immediately used the in-car frequency band to shout to Lu Yong and Brother Hua on Longshan No. 1. "Let's go!" Fire explosion Sky Road? The voice in his ear sounded, and Lu Xingchen immediately stood up with his hands above his head. In an instant, a red fire shot up into the sky, like a burning pillar of fire. Then he shouted loudly, and smashed the huge pillar of fire forward. At the same time, the flames ejected a flame blue Mach ring, detonating a huge airflow roar. Boom! The ejected pillar of fire instantly burned a hole of hundreds of meters in the snow layer in front of the track of Longshan No. 1. The snow water melted and evaporated, and even the track became charred. Woo! At the same time, the combined power output of Infinity and Longshan No. 1, which exceeded 250,000 kilowatts, roared at the same time, and the engines of the traction locomotives roared. Because there were too many carriages towed, Longshan No. 1 lowered the horizon gate and tightly attached it to the icy rails for grip. Clang! 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 A total of 82 carriages of the 2 trains were subjected to huge traction at this moment. The ice shells of the armor outside the carriages burst under the force, and the snow on the roof kept sliding to both sides. The connecting cars between the carriages made a harsh hum. Everyone felt the carriages shook violently, and immediately began to move forward. The power of the traction carriages was running to the extreme, and the deep snow squeezed on both sides of the train began to collapse continuously. In the Infinity carriage, the snow was almost close to the height of the window. I don't know how many monsters will be hidden in these deep snows. 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, speed up. Qin Sichuan stared at the communicator. At this time, the signal between them and the convoy had been interrupted, which meant that the distance between the 2 sides had exceeded 2 kilometers. Woo woo woo, the blizzard was raging wildly, almost covering the sky and the sun. The visible distance was only 10 to 20 meters at this time. Qin Sichuan could only see the last carriage of Longshan No. 1 in front of her, and it was already a vast expanse ahead. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Qin Sichuan stared at the communicator in her hand. There was only the rustling sound of electric current in the frequency band, and the signal light was red. Lin Xian, can you hear it? Lin Xian, can you hear it? Outside the car, there was only the sound of the whistling blizzard. Qin Sichuan looked out the window. The snow layer collapsed and rushed in from the middle of the 2 trains, and then sprayed up and splashed on the windshield of the Infinity. Boom! At this time, a monster screamed and rushed up from nowhere and hit the window of Infinity head-on, causing Qin Sichuan to retreat violently. The snow monster broke the ice shell on the car body and suddenly slid down, and was instantly crushed into pieces by the iron wheels of the train. At this time, more and more snow monsters came out from the snow layer that was deep to the windows, and began to attack Infinity and Longshan No. 1. Looking at these strange bodies surging out, Qin Sichuan seemed to hear the sound of explosions in the wind and snow in the distance. She immediately looked at the communicator, and saw that the signal light above was constantly flashing between red and green. Ka. ZZ. Chen. Lin Xian. Qin Sichuan shouted. Teacher Chen. Lin Xian's voice finally appeared, but the next sentence made Qin Sichuan's heart rise to her throat immediately. Open fire. Boom boom boom. On the right side of the nearly 2-kilometer-long Doomsday train on the snowfield, the convoy of Lin Xian and Shi Diyuan had not yet been seen. The first to come were the snow monsters that covered the sky like a swarm of locusts. Thousands, tens of thousands, countless, endless and endless. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the right side of the train seemed to be hit by a huge wave, which hit the armored plate with a huge impact. The people on the Infinity and Longshan number 1 only felt that the entire train seemed to tilt to the left. The huge rail train creaked and wailed, and the mighty momentum seemed to overturn this tens of thousands of tons of rail fortress directly. Beep! The 1130 close-in defense guns fired at full power in the face of the blizzard, and more than a dozen heavy machine guns and close-in defense guns on the entire combined train fired at the same time. In an instant, a mighty jet of iron rain splashed in the tsunami-like strange tide. The firepower fin swept through the insect swarm like an aurora ray, bringing up pieces of broken meat and snow dust, madly harvesting the lives of these monsters. Woo! Z. At this time, the electromagnetic rail guns and anti-aircraft guns on the Infinity and Longshan number 1 vehicles seemed to have found dangerous targets. Under the control of the fire control radar, they all raised their heads and aimed their muzzles at the sky and fired directly. Boom! The blue electric light blasted out a straight pulse arc, exploding in the sky, reflecting an unknown creature with huge wings in the high-altitude blizzard clouds. The next moment, more winged creatures in the sky began to reveal their figures, and the huge wings flapped the cold wind vortex and swooped down. One of them pounced on an anti-aircraft turret in the middle carriage of Longshan number 1, and instantly tore the turret and the guns completely, leaving only a broken steel base and torn gray-black flesh. Woo! The Infinity was also like this. The G3 electromagnetic railgun reacted quickly and fired again, hitting a flying monster that was approaching rapidly at close range. The winged monster was blown to pieces. It struggled madly and fell down, making a shrill roar, and crashed into a group of climbing snow monsters on the side of the car. The winged monster was huge, nearly half the size of a train car. Its whole body was gray and white like a snow monster. It had a huge split head and mouth, and was covered with spikes, making a harsh and sharp sound. Swish! The automatic door of car number 5 opened, and the building held a Gatling gun and madly shot at the tide of snow monsters outside. Beep beep beep! In car number 12 at the back, Sasha was sitting in the alley. The Vulcan machine gun and flamethrower were fired at the same time, sweeping down the monsters that had been piled up like a tower of Arhats. Shu-Chin was wearing power armor, holding guns in both hands, and quickly killed the snow monsters that climbed up around the 1130 close-in defense gun and the Sally. Too many! Oh my god! Hold on! Captain Lin and his men haven't appeared yet. The tsunami-like strange tide was something that no one on the Infinity had ever seen. Before they saw the approaching convoy, the entire combined train had already been turned into a mess, with firepower pouring out crazily. Boom, boom, boom! The speed of the train gradually increased to 50. 60. Chen Sichuan, wearing power armor, quickly came to carriage number 2 and came to the roof from the shooting elevator. She knew that Lin Xian's convoy was within a few hundred meters of the train at this time, led by Longshan number 1, so she also directly joined the battle. Whoosh whoosh! Just after coming out of the car roof, with the help of the power armor, Chen Sichuan dodged the attack of a snow monster with a backflip. Bang! While still in the air, the alloy armor-piercing bullet of meteorite number 3 had already pierced the snow monster and several snow monsters behind it, and the huge cavity effect caused the bodies of these carbon-based creatures to explode. As soon as she landed, she was half-crouching and waving her gun towards the sky. The muzzle of meteorite number 3 turned to the same direction as the G3 electromagnetic railgun at the same time. Bang! In the blizzard, before seeing any monsters, Chen Sichuan had already pulled the trigger in advance without any hesitation. Woo! Ziz! At the same time, the electromagnetic railgun also fired. The Azure Pulse line of the artillery world rushed into the sky, and a dived-winged monster's head was instantly pierced by an alloy armor-piercing bullet, leaving a blood hole of nearly 10 centimeters. The next moment, the chest was blasted through by the electromagnetic railgun and exploded. Ugh! The giant winged monster, which was almost half the size of a carriage, rolled over the roof of the car, and smashed into the snow field behind it with a strong wind, exploding into a cloud of snow dust. Boom boom boom! At this time, a burst of gunfire sounded in front, and Chen Sichuan immediately used an infrared sight to search over, and sure enough, she saw a black steel traffic flow in the wind and snow hundreds of meters away. That was Longshan number 1 and Lin Xian's polar car. In order to avoid the train's firing range, the convoy began to approach from the side and rear of the train, and hundreds of cars began to appear behind the Infinity. Lu Yong, Teacher Chen, speed up again, rush to 80. As soon as the convoy appeared, Lin Xian's voice sounded in the communicator. Can everyone keep up? Kiki said to Lin Xian anxiously with a shock wave that dispersed a wave of snow monsters. Lin Xian looked at the huge monster behind the convoy. We must speed up at full speed, even if we can't keep up. The strange tide is like the ocean. If we don't run hard, we will have no chance to run when the ammunition is exhausted. Boom! Boom! A huge vibration sound came. The mighty convoy followed Longshan No. 1 and Infinity, and rushed forward with horsepower. The firepower line, that stretched for nearly 3 kilometers, was now surrounded by the monster tide, like a tsunami, the huge winged monster flying in the sky, and the unknown abyss worms underground. It felt like a suffocating island in the snowy ocean. Wawa Wawa! The all-terrain power locomotive of Longshan No. 1 drove directly onto the North Line track. The triangle track strong magnetized all-terrain drive module below began to deform under control. The automated track wheel pressed against the track, bursting out dazzling sparks, and then the engine of the traction locomotive burst out with surging power, directly forward to connect to the active traction hook of the Infinity Gemini nuclear power locomotive. Brother Lin, I'd protect the car behind you first. Sure, Yuan shouted at this time. All non-combat vehicles, turned to the left side of the train for shelter. Lin Xian and Kiki drove the polar car out of the car formation, took the living vehicles behind, and the vehicles of the Emperor Project technical team across the track, turned to the left side of the Infinity, and avoided the snow monster attack from the right side. The original car line drove forward at this time, following the Longshan No. 1. Beep! 11:30 The violent metal storm swept over, directly suppressing the torrent rushing towards the convoy, blasting a large area into pieces, and lifting the snow and gravel on the ground directly onto the windshield of the armored vehicle. The flamethrower of the Sally ignited a large area of snow monsters, and covered the convoy following behind with full firepower. The firepower of 11:30, and the roar of the firepower of the Vulcan mecha relieved a lot of pressure on the team. Kiki grabbed Lin Xian, and flew out of the polar car, and returned to the roof of the Infinity. Wawa Wawa! A hissing sound of flapping wings suddenly came, and Kiki directly held up a telekinetic shield. Before she could react, a huge winged monster had already crashed down. Help me! Sister Kiki. Sasha, who had reacted, saw a black sky above her head. The monster opened its bloody mouth, and bit, but was blocked by the invisible telekinetic shield. She immediately controlled the Vulcan mecha to raise the main gun, aimed at the throat of the split giant mouth, and pulled the trigger directly. Boom! The armor-piercing bullet penetrated its throat, and exploded in its stomach. Blood and flesh spurted out. Kiki shouted, grabbed the monster that was still struggling and tore, and threw it into the group of snow monsters below. Bang, bang, bang! The huge body of the winged monster immediately overwhelmed a group of people. Lin Xian took this opportunity to rush to the car of Longshan No. 1 in the back. At this time, Ning Jing, Xiaoqing and Abai were still on the roof of the car to defend against the enemy. The sea of snow monsters roared and began to swallow the firepower line of the convoy below. As the joint train began to accelerate violently, these monsters almost surrounded the flanks of the train and the convoy. The remaining firepower of the Emperor Project team has reached the bottom. Only Qin Deli and the other 5 convoys are still resisting with all their strength. As soon as the 2 waves of people and horses merged, several more cars were overturned and swallowed, and the death began to expand. All those without ammunition should move to the left side of the train, drive forward, and follow the train track. Lin Xian commanded loudly in the communicator. Looking at the surging group of snow monsters, Lin Xian realized that he had to use the train as a fortress to resist. Except for the heavy polar vehicles, if any small vehicles of those convoys had any accidents, they would face the destruction of the car and the death of people. There were too many monster waves. Even on the train side, the Infinity and Longshan No. 1 cars were almost crawling with snow monsters. At this moment, the arc pulse string vibrator of the joint train began to accumulate energy and start. Ziz, on the side armor of the train, white plasma sparks suddenly exploded. The ultra-high voltage discharge field emitted a sharp vibration sound that even pierced the air, and in an instant, all the snow monsters on the side were bombarded and burned and smoked. A large number of broken limbs and charred pieces fell down, and the Infinity's outer armor electric blade device made it difficult for those snow monsters to climb onto the roof. The team members in the carriage were also startled by the ionization sound exploding outside the window. As the snow monster that blocked their vision fell, they immediately used the shooting hole again to suppress the monsters rushing outside. With the first arc string shock of the joint train, large pieces of snow monsters were burned and fell, and the pressure of the first wave of offensive suddenly decreased a lot. The string shock device has 40 seconds of energy storage. Everyone pay attention to stay in the safe area. Lu Yong's voice came from the communicator. On the side of the main car of Longshan No. 1, the offensive was extremely fierce. Large blood demons and winged monsters continued to attack this heavy fortress train. The 68 carriages were almost regimental-level firepower output, and the heavy locomotive continued to accelerate according to Lin Xian's instructions. Bang! Hoo-hoo-hoo! A large number of snow monsters rushed in, coupled with more than 1.5 meters of deep snow. The train rolled over with surging potential energy. In front of the train, the heavy snow raised by the huge impact force instantly flew dozens of meters high, like a bursting snow fountain. Lu Yong couldn't see the front line at all. He only heard the rain-like collision sound densely on the ice-breaking shield and steel armor in front. At the same time, there were also the howling and screaming sounds of various monsters. The track was not clear, and the sight was out of sight. At this time, Longshan No. 1 could only rush forward with its eyes closed, hoping that the horizon gate could hold the track tightly, and praying that the track ahead was fine. Boom, boom, boom. Longshan No. 1 rolled through the snow and dust crazily, like a series of explosions. Various broken bones and skulls were shattered under the kinetic energy of this only 2-kilometer steel behemoth, and the internal organs and plasma completely covered the glass. Boom, boom, boom. After Lu Xingchen opened the road, he sprayed fire on the roof to resist the monster tide and ran towards the back. The monsters along the way ignited a raging fire. The flesh and fat of these snow monsters in the ice and snow made a sizzling sound. It seemed that they were afraid of Lu Xingchen's fire ability. This superpower who set fire on the roof soon became the target of those large blood demons and skywing monsters, and rushed up crazily to attack him. Stop it! Quick, quick, quick! Bang, bang, bang! The first wave of monsters was so huge that even though it was partially blocked by the string vibrator, it soon crawled up like a locust again, with sharp tail stings, and began to pierce the armor plates and windows of the train. Screams were heard from time to time in the carriages of Longshan No. 1, and injuries and deaths began to spread. Ah! Replace the bullets. Medical team, Opping is injured. Give me the flamethrower. Bang, 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 bang. Wow! A scorching flame swept across, helping to reduce the burden on these carriages. In addition to Lu Xingchen, there were also many foreign combat personnel of Longshan No. 1 on the roof. There were strange limbs, beasts, giants, blood, evil bones, and other strange powers, as well as a large number of excellent enhancers wearing power armor, all of whom were fighting against the monsters with all their strength at this time. Lu Xingchen's face was solemn at this time. He looked at the strange tide, like the ocean, and completely lost his usual indifference. He ran towards the rear at a very fast speed. He knew that when the speed increased, the last infinity would be under the greatest pressure. At that time, the terrifying wave would attack the rear convoy and infinity with the power of swallowing. It was about to enter the night, and the pursuit battle on the 3-kilometer front had just begun. Chapter 261. Z. The arc pulse string vibrator completed its second energy storage, and the burning white plasma spark suddenly exploded. Z-la, thick black smoke whistled past, and the air was full of the smell of burning from the high-voltage discharge piercing the air and the monster's body. Swish! The blue mechanical energy cannon pierced a 4-legged monster that rushed towards the Emperor's team's armed vehicle. At the same time, a black gun was inserted into the head of the 4-legged monster head-on, blocking its attack. Chen Wei, who was raising his machine gun to shoot, looked up at Lin Xian on the train, and immediately hung up the magazine and continued to fire. Hold on. How can there be so many? There are not enough bullets. Stop talking nonsense, it's not dark yet. If you want to survive, you can only run quickly, you can't kill them all. At the same time, the shouts of other team leaders rang out in the communicator. A huge sense of oppression hit the convoy. In this situation, the only way was to run for their lives. Facing these endless snow monsters, the number of bullets might not be as many as the number of monsters. The monsters pouring out of the blizzard could not see the end at all. At this moment, even Shi Diyuan, who had seen many big scenes, looked extremely solemn. Bang! In the wind and snow, Ning Jing flew through the air, punched a 4-legged snow monster, and then landed on the train, saying to Shi Diyuan, who was throwing shells, "It will take at least until the second half of the night to reach Shilon City. It's almost unbearable before it gets dark. What should I do?" Clusters of clusters. A golden afterimage also rushed over, and Qian Deli came over with a flick of his wrist. Hey, we have to speed up, and we can only get rid of it if we rush. If something more troublesome appears after dark, we can't run away even if we want to. I can't speed up. Buzz, The telekinetic shock wave blasted away a large area of snow monsters. Lin Xian and Kiki also retreated. He took the flying black gun with one hand and said quickly, "Such thick snow is already the maximum speed." Longshan No. 1 even used the horizon gate. So many monsters rushed over and couldn't even hold the rails. "If we go faster, we will definitely derail and overturn." Sure, Duyuan shouted at this time. "The ammunition will definitely not last that long. I originally thought of alternating firepower to persist. Who knew that all the monsters in the Yae's Lake area came? It looks like they are ready to bite us to death." Ning Jing's face was also gloomy. This situation was too bizarre. They had encountered monster tides before, but this was the first time they encountered a whole area of hunting together. These monsters first concentrated on Trakama Ice Valley. The northern route was empty, and now another army swept in. She thought, could it be that these monsters are targeting the members of the Emperor Project team? What should we do then? Xian Deli frowned. His team had already lost a lot of money. Now there was no ammunition. In addition to the living team, the technical team's team had 30 or 40 vehicles hiding on the left wing of the train and temporarily driving safely, but there were still 70 or 80 armored vehicles in the rear that were still losing people. In this case, the crisis of extermination of the team could happen at any time. Rely on the armor. Lin Xian said decisively at this time. There is no other choice here. We can only let all the superpowers and enhancers climb onto the train to resist. Except for the heavy firepower tanks, all other vehicles will be moved to the left, and a small amount of ammunition will be reserved to defend the left wing to minimize casualties first. Good idea. Let's do it this way. There may be strange bodies on the left after dark. Sure, Duyuan looked at the continuous convoy behind. If so, no one can take care of them, and they will definitely become sitting ducks. Then the firepower will be reduced a lot. Sun Kai responded in the tank. Hey, it's not a matter of firepower now. We can't kill them all. Kiki immediately responded in the communicator. The convoy can only reduce some of the pressure of support if it moves here. Cars can't handle our trains. That's right. Xian Deli nodded at this time. The convoy's battle line is too long, and it's impossible to take care of it. It's better to gather the main force on the train, rather than being defeated one by the monster tide. Okay, adjust the convoy formation immediately. Sun Kai has rich combat experience, and immediately understood the intention at this time. Buzz buzz buzz. Soon, except for a dozen heavy polar vehicles rushing to gather formation behind the train, all other armed convoys accelerated to the left wing of the train, and protected the periphery of these live convoys and technical team convoys. At the same time, all the superpowers, enhancers, and those carrying heavy weapons, Lin now built a ladder on the left side of the carriage, and quickly built a row of arc-shaped iron needle walls on the right side of the roof to resist the climbing snow monsters, and the large winged monsters swooping down from the sky. Instantly, the top of the high-speed moving rail train in the blizzard was full of people, and the rapid-fire machine guns, anti-aircraft machine guns, close-in defense guns, and rail guns on the weapon station were madly spraying firepower towards the sky and the ground. Facing the rolling waves of monsters, Infinity and Longshan No. 1 were engaged in an unprecedented high-speed pursuit battle, with nearly 2,000 people involved in the battle. Smoke filled the air, and artillery fire shook the sky. At this time, in the No. 3 carriage of the Infinity, the red light in the center of the hell-black chrysanthemum flashed wildly. The alarm of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube never stopped. And the power of the dark invasion also impacted everyone's mental defense. Like a flood and a beast. Facing such a high-pressure and terrifying scene, coupled with a blizzard at -60 degrees, the suffocating feeling of death lingered in everyone's heart all the time. Bang! The sound of the Meteorite No. 3 heavy sniper rifle exploded, smashing the head of a large four-legged monster in front. Qin Sichuan specifically aimed at those large monsters. At this time, a black gun came in an instant and pierced a snow monster behind Qin Sichuan. Qin Sichuan turned around in surprise. The defense system of the power armor never stopped warning, but in this case, there would still be fish that slipped through the net. Lin Xian rushed over quickly, looked at Qin Sichuan and said, "Be careful and protect yourself." Okay. Qin Sichuan gritted his teeth, his face was stern, and he immediately raised his gun and shot again. At this time, Miao Lu also rushed over, and the two began to resist together back to back. Z. The arc pulse string vibrator suddenly exploded with white plasma sparks. On the top of carriage No. 5, Delu, who had run out of bullets, was holding a steel-cutting sword, and Lu Cheng, who was holding a GK-03 electric knife, was fighting together. Facing the endless monster tide, even Lu Chang, whose physical skills had been strengthened many times, was a little overwhelmed. "Xiao Chang, squat down," Lu shouted. LV Chang reacted quickly and fell backwards without saying a word. Buzz buzz buzz, in an instant, a steel-cutting sword slashed across, with the sound of a whistling blade, cutting the snow monster that jumped out from behind him in half. Then Lu Chang turned over, and the electric knife in his hand burst into arcs. He threw it backhand. The electric knife rotated at high speed in the air, slashed through a bunch of monsters, and flew back like a boomerang and landed in his hand. It turned out that he had modified the electric knife a little, added a flexible steel cable, and made a rotating wheel device on his wrist like a fishing line. This was made for him by Lin Xian, according to his ideas, when he was still in Hingshan Pass. The process was relatively simple. I didn't expect that Lu Chang could use it so skillfully in just a few days. Ah! On the roof of carriage number 12, in the cockpit of Sally, Sasha gritted her teeth and manipulated the Vulcan mecha to spray fire crazily, saying viciously, "Kill all of you monsters! Kill all of you!" Bang bang bang. In the 11:30 fire interval, the PX-05 robot was loading the last ammunition chain. The pressure of the rear carriage suddenly came to Sasha. Before she could catch her breath, dozens of monsters jumped up on the bodies of snow demons scorched by plasma sparks. Two large snow demons suddenly rose from the snow layer, raised their long front feet, and climbed up on the grille armor of the carriage, rushing towards the Vulcan mecha. Kiki was suppressing the snow demon army in the rear at this time. When he turned around and saw this scene, he immediately flew over. The defense radar of the Vulcan mecha sounded an alarm at this time, and the small pulse string vibrator on the chest burst out with a plasma arc, shining brightly. But the two four-legged monsters were huge in size, and could withstand more than those snow monsters. After being hit by the high-temperature arc, they still did not stop. With a roar, they faced the Gatling gun of the mecha and fought to the death. Ugh! Boom! At this time, a huge fire dragon exploded on the right side of the Infinity carriage, instantly annihilating all the snow monsters outside the 7 or 8 carriages. The two four-legged monsters clinging to the carriages were all engulfed by the high-temperature flames. The high-speed flames instantly charred their bodies, and the front feet nailed to the grille armor broke from the middle. The four-legged monsters fell down with burnt and smelly flames all over their bodies, leaving only two front feet stuck on the carriage. The god of fire is coming. Lu Xingchen directly turned on the violent state. The cold-proof clothes on his body had been burned, and he fell on the roof with a raging flame. Just now, even the team members in the carriage felt a surge of heat. At this time, the armor plate on the right side of the Infinity was burning hot, and the steaming white gas continued to diffuse. "Thank you, Brother Hua." Sasha widened her eyes, and breathed a sigh of relief. She shouted at the figure, swallowed her saliva, pushed the joystick in her hand, and was about to join the battle again. The radar of the mecha suddenly sounded an alarm. The 1130 close-in defense gun next to it had just been equipped with a belt. It immediately rotated the base, and adjusted the muzzle to fire rapidly in front of the monster tide. Beep! The violent metal jet swept away, and in the blizzard, a monster larger than the previous winged monster flew over the snow monster tide and rushed towards the Infinite Gemini nuclear-powered locomotive. The whistling blizzard was shaken away by the air pressure brought by this flying. "No! This thing wants to knock over the train." Chen Sichuan's perception ability is extremely good. Seeing that this huge flying monster did not dive from the sky, but flew sideways, she reacted immediately, but facing the huge body, it was too late for her to raise her gun and shoot. At this time, Kiki's figure has appeared on the nuclear-powered locomotive. With his hands together, he pushed forward. A cone-shaped strong wave blasted out from the front of him like splitting the air, directly splitting the snow layer, and the snow monster tide in front of him like a river in waves, trying to block the momentum of the impact. Who knew that the next moment, the large winged monster spread its flesh wings of dozens of meters, let out a piercing scream, and directly hit the telekinetic cone wall, which shocked Kiki so much that his face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. "It's bad," Kiki shouted softly. "You dare!" Lu Xingchen's whole body was burning with flames, bursting and rushing over, but it was too late. Bang bang bang. Shu Qin, Chen Sichuan and others had already fired crazily to suppress it, but they couldn't shake it at all. Seeing Kiki's telekinetic wall broken, this monster, which was as big as the entire carriage, swept over thousands of snow monsters on the ground and crashed straight up. Boom! Just when everyone's heart was tense, they heard a sound of explosion. The monster stopped in the air only a few meters away from the carriage, as if it hit an iron wall, and a huge shock wave spread out. Looking closely, they saw that in the air, Shi Diyuan turned into a tiger body, with the Queen of Strength Ning Jing on the left and the Speed Force Qian Deli on the right. The three of them arrived in an instant, and actually launched a joint force to block the impact momentum. Looking for death. Ha! Get out! The three of them shouted coldly, and their fists, tiger claws, and flying kicks with explosive power actually directly blasted the split head of the large winged monster that had not yet opened into a piece of mincemeat. The impact caused the hard cortex of its body to explode and crack, and the body was split in half from the front. Bang! The huge reaction force blasted it out, and the open wings crushed a large area of monsters, sliding out a bloody road of more than 100 meters on the snowfield. It's coming again! Separate actions? Go and block it. The monster surged. Time passed by minute by minute. At this time, every minute on the battle line was like hellish torture for everyone. No one could take it lightly at this time. In the safe of Longshan No. 1, there was a faint light. A large number of children, boys and girls hid inside, all with silent faces and heads buried. They seemed to have gotten used to such days. There were gunfire and rain outside, monsters howling and human screams. Everyone was praying, afraid to hear familiar people screaming. The resistance firepower intensified, and the monster's collision with the train never stopped. The time had come to 18 o'clock, and it would soon be dark. Similarly, on the Infinity side, the personnel of each carriage gathered on the right wing to resist, and even the few logistics personnel, who had not participated in the battle before, also raised their guns to contribute their strength. The broken grille armor continued to have the snow demon's tail spikes and claws attacking the outer wall and windows of the carriage. At this time, several windows had been shattered, and the biting cold wind caused the temperature in the carriage to drop sharply. Ah! Xiao Yuan, who was resisting with a gun, was pierced in the arm by a snow demon's tail spike, and blood splattered. At the same time, two other people began to show injuries. Sister Xiao Yuan, go to carriage number 3 to find Director Ding for treatment in the medical cabin. A companion shouted. No, I can't stand it anymore. Xiao Yuan gritted her teeth and covered her arm in pain, picked up the gun on the ground, and raised the gun to resist again. Bang, bang, bang. Howitzers and rockets continued to explode in the strange tide. The heavy polar vehicle in the rear was almost surrounded at this time. The roof of the vehicle was full of snow monsters, densely packed, biting and gnawing at the vehicle's armor. Buzz, the telekinetic wave vibrated, blasting away wave after wave of monsters. The golden afterimage kicked a large area of snow monsters, like a golden needle shuttling through the strange tide. This was Qian Deli and Kiki who came to support. It's going to be dark soon. Yu Yuheng, who was sitting in the car, looked at the blizzard outside the car nervously at this time, and shouted in the communicator, if we can't get rid of it, we can only take the risk of speeding up. Once it gets dark, the attack of the strange tide will be more crazy, and many unknown weirdness and horror will happen. At this time, everyone's heart began to feel despair with the endless strange tide, and the dark invasion power carried by the blizzard under the extremely cold vortex aggravated the pressure of psychological suffocation. Lin Xian. Kiki shouted in the communicator, the car behind can't hold on any longer, why don't we let them abandon the car? It's useless to abandon it. Without these heavy weapons, we're just waiting to die. Qian Deli said calmly at this time, we can't protect so many people. Brother Lin? Shi Diyuan was looking for Lin Xian at this time, and found that he was no longer on the roof. Lin Xian. Hearing everyone shouting, Chen Sichuan also shouted in the communicator at this time. Wait for me. At this time, Lin Xian's voice suddenly came. Dong dong dong. The war was raging on the roof, and the situation was critical, but Lin Xian rushed into the infinite carriage at this time. He entered from the elevator of carriage number 2, and then rushed towards carriage number 3. Non-mechanical energy has been converted, and 1,000 mechanical source points have been obtained. As soon as he entered the carriage, the light curtain in front of Lin Xian lit up, and the dark power absorbed by the hell-black chrysanthemum was converted into mechanical source points, and replenished to Lin Xian's mechanical heart. At the same time, he also felt that his energy had been restored. He suppressed the urgency in his heart, and came to the number 3 carriage, and the hell-black chrysanthemum was shining brightly at this time. Level 4 Dark Mark. Ding Junyi seemed to have guessed Lin Xian's purpose. Seeing him rushing in, he immediately said, there is one thing we guessed wrong before. The superposition of marks will not rush all the way to level 5. Lin Xian immediately turned around and murmured in a low voice. That means that only S-level weird bodies can be marked with a level 5 mark. The level 5 mark encountered by the Infinity was observed in Jiazhou. It should have appeared after being marked by S-level, and a large number of weird bodies at Yubei Airport. Ding Junyi was inexplicably surprised to see Lin Xian turn around and leave. He thought he had other actions, but he left after just asking a question. Walalelo. The entire snowfield was almost full of waves of snow monsters. More and more large strange bodies began to appear. A large number of anti-aircraft missiles were fired into the sky, suppressing the countless large winged monsters hovering in the sky. The armor on the right side of Longshan No. 1 and Infinity has been severely damaged. Some steel frame plates have become sieves, and even the grill armor has begun to fall off. I can't stand it anymore. I can't kill them all. Bullets, bullets. Ready the flamethrower. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 250,000 kilowatt power joint train engine roared wildly, carrying everyone in the blizzard. Behind them was an endless army of monsters, making a boiling sound that shook the earth. Walalelo, hundreds of snow monsters climbed onto the roof of the Infinity. The building, Chen Xishuan, Lu Cheng, Miao Lu, and Xu Qin were constantly pressed by the monster tide. Sasha Sally's ammunition had already been used up. She came out of the mecha, picked up her Thunderstorm A1 grenade launcher, and stood behind a group of brothers and sisters, and fired wildly. Lu Xingchen and Kiki tried their best to suppress the army coming from the rear and flanks, but although both of them were powerful superpowers with a large range, they felt exhausted when facing the endless snow monsters in the blizzard. Lin Xianwei seemed to be unable to hold on. Kiki was flying in the air at this time, her chest heaving rapidly. She was also seriously injured just now. The excessive use of telekinesis had made her hands tremble, and her nose bleed from time to time. She wiped it off quickly and blasted a telekinetic shock wave at the large number of four-legged monsters rushing towards the nuclear-powered locomotive again. There was no response in the communicator. But the next moment, a bright light suddenly appeared in the sky, like a dazzling sun. The light became brighter and brighter, penetrating the blizzard in the entire area, like the sun shining through the clouds, and even the dark clouds in the sky were swept away to create a hole. The twisted ball of light became larger and larger, with a glowing halo, condensing the orange-red sunset, and then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, it emitted thousands of rays of light, like a sun phantom in the sky, like a lighthouse in a blizzard, illuminating the snowy land below. Gravitational lens. Lin Xian stood on the front of the giant Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, pointing one hand to the sky above the joint train. At this moment, his face and lips were pale, and bright red blood flowed from his eyes and nose, which was very tragic. This is the last resort. Boom! The dazzling light was like a divine fire from heaven that burned away all sins, penetrating the snow and fog and illuminating the earth. The gray skin of the snow demons and demons was cracked at this moment, and the screams were echoing through the world. Black smoke and steam rose from the ground. In just 1 second, thousands of monsters were torn apart. The snow demons madly drilled into the snow layer and fled. The skin of the snow demons hanging on the train was quickly swallowed by the cracks around them like flying ash. They all lost their combat effectiveness and only screamed. At this moment, everyone felt that the pressure disappeared instantly. Under the surging firepower, the monsters that were still surging just now drilled into the snow layer at an astonishing speed and disappeared. The boiling sound went away in all directions. Buzz, the light was fleeting, and the blizzard clouds filled the sky again, an endless wind and snow rolled in. Drip, drip. The reminder sound of the watch has become dull in my ears. It is about to get dark. This is the last sunset in the sky. On the front of the car, Lin Xian lost all his strength and fell backwards. He saw a golden flash, and was supported by a man with perfume. Qian Deli. Hey, handsome guy, can you still hold on? At this time, Lu Xingchen, Ning Jing, Shi Diyuan and others also rushed over. Brother Lin, how are you? Lin Xian. Chen Xishuan and Kiki also rushed over. Not bad. Lin Xian wiped the blood on his face, and forced himself to stand firm in the cold wind on the roof of the car. Everyone was relieved to see that Lin Xian was fine, but the suffocating despair still did not diminish. It was getting dark soon, and everyone knew that the real terror had not yet arrived. But at this time, everyone had almost no spare time. What should we do now? It's getting dark soon. Shi Diyuan looked heavy-faced, and looked at the snowy fields around him. The ammunition can't hold on. Damn it, am I going to die here today? Let's take advantage of this gap, and reorganize immediately. Chen Xishuan said hurriedly. Huh? Lin Xian took a long breath, holding a communicator in his hand, sat down shakily, looked at the distant sky, and murmured. I hope they saw it. They? Kiki asked. Who are you talking about? Lin Xian, how are you? Qin Sichuan saw that Lin Xian's face was bloody, and he was exhausted, so he immediately came to his side and said worriedly, "Hurry, go get treatment, leave this to us." Wait a little longer." Lin Xian looked pale, and gritted his teeth and said, "What are you waiting for?" Everyone looked puzzled at this time. At this time, a roar suddenly sounded in the sky behind the train, which seemed to be some kind of aircraft. "It seems useful." Hearing this voice, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and could no longer hold on, and fell down with his eyes black. Lin Xian. Brother Lin. Just when everyone was anxious, they found that a chaotic electric current sound came from the communicator in Lin Xian's hand, and everyone gradually heard a clearer sound. Caw 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 caw. Caw caw caw. At this time, a voice sounded in everyone's communicator at the same time. "Infinity, Infinity, we are the Reconnaissance Team 2 of the 7th Survey Corps Air Combat Formation of the Interstellar Army. We have seen your flare mark. The rear combat force is expected to arrive at the target position in 3 minutes to support you." As soon as the voice fell, there was a rolling thunder in the sky above the blizzard, but it was not thunder, but a large number of aviation weapons were coming from far and near, with the sound of supersonic air braking, whistling. Chapter 262. Interstellar Army. "It's the support of the Phoenix Order of Shilon City," Kiki exclaimed. "That's right. The 7th Survey Corps is the garrison of Shilon City. We are saved," Captain Sun shouted excitedly upon hearing the voice in the communicator. At this time, everyone finally realized that Lin Xian had used the gravitational lens just now, not only to repel the monster tide, but also to light a beacon for the Phoenix Order Interstellar Army coming to support Shilon City, using flares to replace the signal blocked by the wind and snow, so that the support could locate the direction of the joint train. It seems that Brother Lin must have caught the signal of the Phoenix Society, so he did this. Shi Yuan said happily at this time, "Wow, this move is simply amazing." Qian Deli looked at Lin Xian in surprise, nodded and said, "Old Shi, I believe you now. This handsome boy is really extraordinary. Quick, quick, let Captain Lin receive treatment first. It will be dark soon. Let's rescue the wounded and reorganize the train." Ning Jing said decisively at this time. After a fierce battle, the entire front almost collapsed. It is best to take a breath at this time. No matter what the situation is, it is the best choice to reorganize it as soon as possible. "Okay, hurry up. Shu Qin Miao Lu, rescue the wounded. Building Lu Cheng, check the train." Qin Sichuan immediately arranged at this time. Kiki quickly picked up Lin Xian with telekinesis and flew into the carriage. Infinity and Longshan No. 1, plus the Emperor Project team, and 5 fleets of hundreds of people seemed to have gained a breath from the suffocating water surface. When they learned that the support from the Phoenix Society was coming, everyone was very excited and many people cried for joy. Instantly, each team began to get busy, rescuing the wounded, counting the losses, preparing weapons and ammunition, and waiting for the night to come. On the Infinity, Kiki brought Lin Xian back to the No. 3 carriage. At this time, the team members in other carriages rushed over. Everyone looked at Lin Xian, who was receiving treatment in the treatment cabin with eager eyes. At the most desperate time, it was their Team Lin who ignited the fire of hope again. At this moment, in everyone's heart, Lin Xian was like a savior. Buzz buzz buzz, Warhawk-class aerial gunboats, Lightning II aerospace fighters, H-50 bomber formations, and even a 30,000-ton Dreadnought-class aerial aircraft carrier, surrounded by the escort formation, broke through the sky with a thunderous air roar. At the same time, in the snowfield ahead, the rumbling ground forces turned from the east and approached the direction of the northern track. This unit was the Phoenix Interstellar Army heading to the Trachoma Ice Valley for support. They received the automatic signal feedback set by Lin Xian's signal column on the way. The electronic beacon of hundreds of kilometers was like a signal network, successfully contacting the support troops and guiding them to the direction of the northern track. This was originally a small feedback device designed by Lin Xian under caution. He did not think it would come in handy because he also thought that it would be difficult for the Phoenix support to successfully find them in the wind, snow and darkness, and even the flying ability person who went to ask for help might not be able to make it to Shilon City. As a result, his electronic beacon really contacted the reinforcements of Shilon City. The only problem was that the direction of the signal columns had deviated, and the train had started. When Lin Xian captured the signal of the patrol plane responsible for the search of the Phoenix, the signal disappeared before he could contact it. That's why he came up with the plan of using the gravitational lens as a flare beacon. It was getting dark, and the wounded on the Infinity were receiving treatment. Longshan No. 1 also suffered a lot of losses. Abai had spent a lot of energy in the pursuit, and now he was a little relieved. He came to the roof and used his ability to observe the anomaly. No one dared to slack off on the danger after dark. Abai on the train looked at the back of the traffic, and his young face suddenly changed slightly. In the blizzard behind, he seemed to see a giant with countless strange long legs swaying in the wind and snow, like a giant sea urchin standing in the snowfield, with red eyes flashing by. As the train accelerated and the Phoenix Society reinforcements approached, it soon disappeared in the wind and snow. On the Infinity, everyone was busy at this time. The injured Xia Yuan and others were treated. Xu Qin and Chen Xishuan were also urgently charging the power armor, but the ammunition on the train was basically used up. Except for the electromagnetic railgun, there was basically nothing left. Lin Xian's head was dizzy. When he opened his eyes, he found that he seemed to dream that he was in Jiang City again. On the roof of the apartment building, the floating giant corpse that blocked the sky had disappeared, and the huge mass of clouds was gone. The setting sun was slightly slanting, and the city was desolate and desolate. Beep beep. The reminder sound of the watch sounded, and Lin Xian glanced at the time. 1840. His face changed, and he ran downstairs reflexively, but when he came to the corridor, he found that the door of his shelter was locked. He was puzzled, stretched out his hand to operate the mechanical heart, and easily opened the mechanical lock inside, and then pushed the door open. The living room was empty. Lin Xian held a short knife and gently closed the door. He checked each room. Strangely, no one was in any room. Whether it was the living room, kitchen, storage room, or bedroom, it was the same as it was after he left Jiang City. He remembered that the door was smashed by Kiki, so the door behind him seemed to have been reinstalled. Because the hasty escape plan was disrupted, he still had a lot of things that he didn't have time to take away, including some food supplies, generators, and some kitchen equipment that he didn't have time to swallow. But strangely, his shelter seemed to have been lived in. There were cans that had been opened in the kitchen and living room, and even some hot food had been cooked on the fire. This strange scene made Lin Xian begin to realize that he didn't seem to be dreaming. Logically, Jiang City should have been covered by polar night, but it was bright just now. These changes happened after I left. What on earth is going on? Just when Lin Xian was confused, he suddenly heard a noise coming from the bedroom, but he had just checked and there was nothing inside. At this time, Lin Xian's head was heavy. He took a deep breath and walked towards the bedroom again. When he walked to the door, he found a shadow standing in the bedroom. The shadow seemed to be a woman from the body shape. Who are you? After activating the mechanical heart, Lin Xian found that he could use his superpowers, and he was not too afraid of facing a human being at this time. Who knew that when the woman heard his shouting, she suddenly turned around and looked in his direction with a frightened expression, but she didn't seem to see him. Who's talking? Lin Xian was also startled at this time. He saw the woman clearly. She looked about 26 or 27 years old. She was not tall but very beautiful. Her short hair was slightly curly, and she had a sharp heroic spirit. Suddenly, the woman looked at his position, raised her hand and pointed, and an extremely powerful force made the position where Lin Xian was located begin to distort like water ripples. Lin Xian took a step back. The opponent was not only a superpower, but also this move was very similar to his gravitational lens. He was ready to fight back immediately, but found that the woman walked up and grabbed the position where he was just now. The space began to fall madly, and a strong sense of weightlessness came. Wow, non-mechanical energy has been converted, and 600 mechanical source points have been obtained. Current mechanical heart level LV.4, 4690/7000, the buzzing sound, and the light curtain appeared in his consciousness at the same time. Lin Xian was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He took a deep breath and sat up. Clang, clang. At this time, he was sleeping in the bedroom of car number 1. Infinity was driving quietly in the snowfield. It was pitch black outside the car window, and the howling of the blizzard was isolated. Inside the car, the heating system conveyed warmth. At this time, there was no one in the car. Lin Xian, who had just woken up, felt a little dizzy and his face was very confused. First, he was confused about why he had 2 dreams today and returned to Jiang City. Who was the woman who appeared in his shelter? Second, he was also confused about his current situation. He raised his hand to check the time, and found that it was already 23:12. It was close to the early morning. There was no strange tide, no attack, no gunshots, and it was terribly quiet outside the car. Lin Xian was a little surprised. Did the support from Xilan City solve all the monsters? Rubbing his heavy head, He used the little energy that the heterogeneous cube helped him recover to forcefully use the gravitational lens. He felt a sense of weakness that was even more terrible than when he was in the high-altitude corridor. Lin Xian seemed to be able to understand the danger when Kiki lifted the train and jumped over the broken track. The whole person seemed to be infinitely close to death. The kind of exhaustion was almost a terrifying feeling that even the heart and breathing could not be maintained. Congratulations, the mechanical amplification was successful, and the ice wall has been upgraded to an adaptive at-force field shield. Adaptive at-force field shield. Generate and manufacture spectral dispersion concentric polygonal force field shields. Buffer and slow down the damage of kinetic energy approaching weapons, and weaken the damage of energy weapons to a certain extent. Force field shield. A technology that the interstellar military technology has not yet realized. Lin Xian sat on the bed, with his 5 fingers open, and a nearly transparent warm white polygonal light shield opened in front of his palm. The surge of electricity in his palm continued to maintain the existence of the force field, and began to expand rapidly with his thoughts. It could also adjust the size and maintain it continuously. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with joy at this time. He was originally worried about whether the force field would be consumed too much when he saw it maintained. Now he found that although it was more than the ice wall, it was still within the acceptable range. It didn't seem difficult to create a force field shield to protect the front of him and maintain it for a while. At the same time, he opened his own R&D Center, TRP 4th Generation Special Industrial Active Exoskeleton Power Armor. Blueprint 1 day 17 hours. Are you awake? Lin Xian was still looking at his R&D Center when Chen Sichuan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. He looked up and saw Chen Sichuan standing outside with the door open. Seeing him wake up, his face was happy. Lin Xian rubbed his head and pointed out the window in confusion. What's going on? Have our marks been cleared? His first reaction was that the support from Shilin City eliminated a wave of monsters and helped them clear the marks, so that they could travel safely at night. Who knew that Chen Sichuan shook her head and walked over and said, yes, all the marks have been cleared. It's strange that the wave of monsters has never appeared again after it retreated. We guess it might be because the 7th Survey Corps is covering us. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. The marks are cleared? How is it possible? Although his gravitational lens is powerful, it can only kill a part of them at most. Most of the monsters were repelled. Logically, the marks should not be cleared. Now the hell-black chrysanthemum is no longer lit. Director Ding confirmed that there are no marks on our bodies at present. Okay. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. This abnormal phenomenon always made him feel a little uneasy, but at this time, the United Train was running quietly in the blizzard. Chen Sichuan was also a little worried and said, in fact, we also feel very strange. It seems that the situation has changed too quickly. If the mark is not cleared, it is difficult to explain our current situation. Caw. Hello, Brother Lin. At this time, Lin Xian's communicator sounded, and it was Shi Yuan's voice. Brother Lin, are you awake? Lin Xian rubbed his head. Better. What's the situation now? Oh! It's good that you woke up. You were really scary at the beginning. Shi Yuan was delighted when he heard Lin Xian's voice, and hurriedly said, now we are going back to the city with the Shilin City support troops. Hey, I don't know what happened. It's night, and no strange body has appeared. I guess either the firepower of the support troops is too strong to intimidate those ghosts, or Brother Lin's initial move shocked those snow monsters, and made them dare not come out in the snow. Well, that should be the case. It's great that you're okay. I treat you to a drink after we get into the city and fix the train. Lin Xian responded, and then fell into deep thought. There must be a reason for everything. He didn't think that the snow monsters would suddenly be shocked by human troops and suddenly change their nature. As for being frightened by his gravitational lens, it was even more impossible. It seems that the mark was cleared. Although it is a bit unbelievable, it is a good thing for everyone. At least they can take a break and save their lives. On the Longshan No. 1 side, the aftermath of the battle was cleaned up until late at night. At this time, many combatants in each carriage had taken turns to rest, and the personnel responsible for engineering maintenance and logistics were working overtime to repair the carriages and outer armor of the train. In the blizzard, many maintenance personnel in heavy work clothes were hanging outside the carriages to do welding work. The carriages inside and outside Longshan No. 1 were full of busy figures. The right side of the armor has been damaged by more than 35%. It will be a big project to repair it. The main problem is ammunition. We only have less than 20% of the ammunition we exchanged and purchased from Silent City and the Phoenix Society. In the meeting room of Longshan No. 1, Ning Jing said solemnly, while holding a mobile terminal. Shi Diyuan waved his hand. These are irrelevant. We have plenty of time to replenish and prepare when we arrive in Shilin City. Now the Nightwalker organization has also come. We now choose to cooperate with the Phoenix Society. With their support, Longshan No. 1 can be regarded as a regular army. After speaking, he looked at Lu Yong. Tell me about the casualties. Lu Yong, who was standing aside, looked gloomy. He held a list of casualties in his hand and sighed. 27 people were killed, 133 people were injured, and 19 people were eroded by darkness. They are being isolated. The method given by the Nightwalker organization has been used, and it should be better. Bang! Shi Diyuan slapped the table with a complicated expression and angrily snorted. Oh! Damn it, what a disaster. Fortunately, the Infinity provided a full-effect medical cabin, and many of our seriously injured personnel were rescued. The situation in other fleets is even more serious. Ning Jing said. What about Abai? How is he? Shi Diyuan asked at this time. Ning Jing shook her head. He hasn't woken up yet. He must have overused his superpowers, and has been unconscious until now. But boss, isn't it too weird now? We haven't encountered any troubles all night. Fat Cat said worriedly. Why do I feel uneasy? What's uneasy about it? Lu Yong gestured outside. The entire 7th Survey Corps has been dispatched to protect us. When have we ever been treated this way? Ning Jing looked at Shi Diyuan. Old Shi, don't blame yourself. If you hadn't assisted the Emperor Project team, Shilin City wouldn't have sent such a large force to help. If we had encountered such a terrifying monster tied by ourselves, I'm afraid we wouldn't have made it to Shilin City at all. The reason why Longshan No. 1 was anchored in the snowfield was because it was attacked by the snow monster tide. Ning Jing saw Shi Diyuan's face gloomy at this time, so she could only comfort him. Shi Diyuan waved his hand. Let's treat the wounded first. This is not the first time we have fought a big battle. We should learn from our mistakes. We should upgrade the armor if necessary. The Longshan fortress cannot be made of paper. Boom boom boom. In the snowy night, the heavily armed vehicle of Longshan No. 1 broke through the thick snow and surged forward. On the Emperor team side, the convoy was driving smoothly under the escort of the support troops. In the car, Yu Yuheng had just finished communicating with Captain He of the Survey Corps through the communicator, and immediately began to make emergency arrangements with the team. For copies of the experimental data have been copied. When we arrive in Shilin, we can hand them over to the Nightwalker postman to take them out of the shielding range of the extreme cold vortex from multiple directions overnight for relay. It's just that the steel core is a bit troublesome. He looked at a large silver metal box in the car, which contained the steel core of Unit 01 Pangu. In simple terms, it is the black box of the mecha, which stores a huge amount of mecha movement data and combat data, and the most important thing is the data captured by various experimental instruments in the direct confrontation with the S-Class weird body. In addition to helping the Emperor plan to improve and upgrade the project of super-large human weapons, the most important thing is to help humans gradually uncover the mystery of the S-Class weird body and find more secrets related to darkness and the abyss through research. Therefore, the value of the steel core is even greater than Unit 01 itself to some extent. Team Leader Yu, the delivery of the steel core is a problem. Now the entire Yunjiang Plain cannot transmit any information to the outside world. The superior team has no idea where we are. They cannot provide support even if they want to. Only after the postman goes out to deliver the coordinates can the steel core be delivered. Yu Yuheng nodded. This thing is more important than the lives of our entire team. I have already talked to Captain He. The commander of the Shilin City branch, Zhao Yu, is the regional director and has an intercontinental radio station. They will find a way to help our team deliver the things. Infinity sighed. Ka. ZZ. Synchronized with each fleet, the aviation formation has returned, and we are still about an hour away from Shilin City. The voice of Hezhen, the leader of the support troops, came from Lin Xian's communicator. Some of the reinforcements of the 7th Survey Corps are following our train now. The aviation formation has returned in advance, and will reach Shilin City in about an hour. By the way, Lin Xian, Qin Sichuan said at this time, there is a group of people from the Nightwalker organization in the support troops, who are now on our train. They seem to be very interested in Kiki, Brother Hua, and your superpowers. On our train? Yes, they took the initiative to ask to get on the train, and are now in carriage number 2. I go and see. Hearing the people from the Nightwalker organization, Lin Xian was shocked. This official superpower organization of the Phoenix Society finally showed up. He did not hesitate, and decisively stood up, and walked towards carriage number 2 with Qin Sichuan. In the information center of carriage number 2, most of the backbones of Infinity were here at this time. 2 strangers came into the carriage, 1 man and 1 woman, wearing uniform winter clothing and black windbreakers on the outside. The windbreaker looked very hard, like some special synthetic material made of hexagonal small plates spliced together, which seemed to absorb light, and was very mysterious. Lin Xian, you're awake. Seeing Lin Xian come in, Kiki floated up from the chair in surprise. At the same time, Shu Qin, the building, and Sasha also looked over. Lu Xingchen was also pulled in to help, but he had fallen asleep on the chair at this time. And Ding Junyi seemed to have chatted with the two. The man and woman turned around when they heard the voice. Lin Xian discovered that they were both very young. The man looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, with regular features. He had a cheerful and sunny look, and his eyes seemed to have lightning flashing. The other woman was younger, probably only about 22 or 23 years old, with short, neat hair, a strange black lipstick, and was chewing gum. She looked at Lin Xian with one hand on her waist. Hello, Captain Lin. The man looked at Lin Xian with a little surprise in his eyes, and then walked forward and stretched out his hand to him. Nightwalker 1, Postman Group, Zhou Wu. This is Peng Peng, my partner. Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook hands with him. Postman Group, what do you mean, specializing in delivering messages? Yes. Zhou Wu nodded. The Nightwalker organization is divided into 3 departments, Postman, Polar Knight, and Spark. Everyone is responsible for different mission areas. Polar Knight 2 is responsible for the Dark Tide and Star Abyss investigation, and Spark 3 is responsible for assisting in protecting survivor organizations and various important assets in various places. The main job of our postman is to transmit information. One of our tasks this time is to contact you. How did you know you were here? Kiki asked curiously. I don't know, but now all the postman groups in Yunjiang Plain have received this task. Our postman groups are saturated in carrying out tasks and have activities in different areas. Whoever finds you will meet with you and complete the task. The other woman named Peng Peng also spoke. Lin Xian nodded. Wei Kishua had mentioned to him before that Phoenix Club has 3 ways to conduct global dispatch. The first is the drone signal column anchor point. This is the same logic as his previous signal column insertion, but to maintain a wider range, it is necessary to invest dark blood essence, so most of them are transmitted through postman and radio codes. At this time, he looked at Zhou Wu. Phoenix Club specifically contacted me. What is it for? Of course, I want to thank you for your previous assistance to the Phoenix Club support team, and I also hope to cooperate with you. Zhou Wu spoke with a smile, looking very cheerful. Phoenix Club Yubei City No. 4 support team uploaded the mission log, and specifically mentioned you, the mechanical mutant, very bold and wonderful traction plan, which saved tens of thousands of people. Judging from the mission log, the leader of the team has a high evaluation of you. Team leader Bai? Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Bai Shuang to think so highly of him, that the Phoenix Society would now pay special attention to him. Oh yes, I remember they also passed Hingshan Pass. Kiki said, I haven't seen them for a long time. I thought I could meet them at Hingshan Pass. Zhou Wu said seriously yes, but the No. 4 support team has cancelled the operation code. Ah? Cancellation? What do you mean? Chen Xishuan asked. During the transfer operation in Weha River, the 5,562 survivors successfully transferred by the No. 4 support team were received by the Phoenix Society Weha branch and are now being transferred to Longjiang River. Team leader Bai Shuang and most of his team members have died, so the operation code of the team has been cancelled. Zhou Wu explained to her. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Lin Xian frowned. When did it happen? A few days ago. Zhou Wu looked at everyone, without sadness in his eyes, but with great respect, he said, the rescue of Yubei City Airport was an unprecedented and successful rescue operation. Whether it was the 52nd Iron Guard Brigade or the No. 4 support group, these partners firmly defended the Phoenix Society's supreme program of protecting human civilization. This has been absolutely affirmed by Phoenix City. Shu Qin in the crowd looked heavy at this time, and said, Is the Phoenix Society's current dawn rescue operation sacrifice rate so high? I remember that the emergency team of Yubei City also sacrificed 3 groups of people. Team leader Bai and her group successfully arrived at the airport in the 4th group. This is still under the premise that the Iron Guard Brigade has been guarding and resisting all the way from Fengcheng and Chong'an. Zhou Wu was not too surprised when he heard this. He suppressed the seemingly relaxed smile on his face, and said, Sacrifice is inevitable. The apocalypse and the disasters around the world happened too quickly. Humans did not have much time to react. In order to save more living forces, the emergency teams organized by our Phoenix Society also went to support in a saturation manner, including our Nightwalker organization. There are only about 500 postman groups active in various parts of Asia and the Pacific, but our action number has been updated to 2564, so death is not unfamiliar to us. Ah? Chen Sichuan was very surprised when she heard this. The Nightwalker organization is not a superpower group. Is it a weaving? Is the mortality rate so high? With great power comes great responsibility. The woman named Peng Peng said lightly, "It is precisely because of the power of the superpowers that we are responsible for investigating the polar night and transmitting information. The success rate will be higher. Of course, the danger is also great, and most of us have to use flying vehicles, so the death rate is even higher. But in fact, I don't really like to use flying vehicles. It's too dangerous, and I have acrophobia. If it weren't for the mission, I would rather take the train." Zhou Wu seems to be a person with a good mentality. He said this very easily, but everyone can feel a huge sense of heaviness from his words. Before this, many people thought that the Phoenix Society was a safe haven, and the Nightwalkers were an authoritative organization where powerful superpowers gathered. Unexpectedly, it was such a cruel operating model. Seeing that everyone fell into silence, Lin Xian looked at Zhou Wu and said, "Let's get to the point. What did you come to me for?" "2 messages. Zhou Wu said without further ado. "First, I thank you for your previous assistance and provide you with a special gift from the Phoenix Order. I also hope that you can join the Phoenix Order or reach an official cooperation relationship with the Phoenix Order. The second thing is that I hope you can allow us to conduct some measurements on your superpowers. Our superpower research is currently very interested in the characteristics and mechanisms of mechanical superpowers." "And you, Miss Kiki?" Zhou Wu looked at Kiki again after he finished speaking. The telekinesis system is also a rare type. In addition to combat, it actually has many other uses in strategic terms. For example? Kiki raised her eyebrows and asked curiously with her hands folded across her chest. For example, the theory of quantum consciousness, verifying the quantum consciousness hypothesis of the von Neumann-Wigner interpretation, exploring whether consciousness has the ability to disturb the collapse of wave functions, and building a consciousness particle coupling experimental cabin to measure the accuracy of the influence of thinking on the double-slit interference experiment. These are still in the scope of basic physics. Zhou Wu said incessantly. There is also neuroscience. Telekinesis can control matter. Even if it is energy driven by cold and dark elementary particles, what is the output form? Quantum entanglement channel? This aspect is likely to improve neural decoding technology. You have already come into contact with the Emperor Project, and you should be familiar with neural synesthesia driving technology. If you have to say it, this is too much. Kiki was surprised when he heard it. Good guy, are you going to use superpowers to pry physics? Why not? Is superpower necessarily theology? Now that cold and dark elementary particles have been discovered, doesn't it also mean that this is just a way for matter to exist? Zhou Wu answered seriously like a top student. Ding Junyi nodded. I agree with this. When human ancestors first discovered fire, they also thought it was a miracle. But with the development of science, it was discovered that the essence of fire is high-temperature gaseous or plasma substances, so it is not impossible for supernatural powers to be explained by science. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Wu and said meaningfully, using materialism to dissect idealism, the Phoenix Society is worthy of being the light of mankind. Don't worry. Zhou Wu smiled and waved his hand. We won't dissect you, that's what anti-human organizations do. Hey, but Brother Lin is our train conductor. If you poach Brother Lin and Sister Kiki, what should we do? At this time, Xia asked Zhou Wu a key question. When asking this question, Lu Xingchen, who had been sleeping, also squinted his eyes and looked over. Joining the Phoenix doesn't necessarily mean disbanding your team. The woman named Peng Peng said confidently. The Phoenix is now a global mobile organization. Even Phoenix City and Noah are not safe fortresses, and they cannot accommodate all survivors. The Phoenix is now building the Dawn Line and space elevators in the polar regions as a backup plan. Our main responsibility is global assistance, so joining the Phoenix does not necessarily mean being on standby at the headquarters. Survivor organizations scattered around can also become part of the force. As the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. The Phoenix or Nightwalker branches can be in any survivor team in any region. Including Longshan No. 1 and the other 6 teams, they have become partners of our Phoenix. This time, your rescue of the Emperor Project team has been recognized by the Phoenix. You are recognized as a trustworthy organizational partner in the event of a breakdown of order, so the Phoenix's attitude towards you is different from that of other ordinary survivors. What's more, you have also proved your excellent combat organization ability and survival resilience, which is even more rare. Zhou Wu nodded and added, yes, the enemy's strength is unmatched and unknown. In this case, we must first preserve the vitality of mankind, proceed step by step, find opportunities for survival, and mobilize the power of the masses who survived all over the world. Only then can we find light in the crisis. It is not advisable to find a permanent solution, and there is no absolutely stable fortress. Therefore, the Phoenix Society can be above or below, in the main city, or among the masses, and survive in a dispersed manner. Lin Xian's pupils condensed when he heard this, and he opened his mouth and said in a daze, "You mean, even if I join the Phoenix Society, I don't have to be dispatched like you? Our team is like a mobile militia team, cooperating with the Phoenix Society's actions in the form of guerrilla warfare." That's right, Zhou Wu and Peng Ping said in unison. They looked at Lin Xian in surprise. They didn't expect his comprehension ability to be so high. Everyone's faces became extremely excited after hearing this. Lin Xian looked at Chen Xishuan beside him. Guerrilla warfare? The two suddenly felt a numbness in their backs. Why does this set of policies sound so familiar and so far-sighted? Okay. Lin Xian nodded. He probably understood the logic of the Phoenix Society, so he said, if this is the case, it means that we have an additional identity when we join the Phoenix Society, but we are struggling to survive now. What can we contribute? You want to ask what benefits the Phoenix Society can provide you? Zhou Wu smiled and blinked at him, with an expression that said, brother, I see through you at a glance. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Although I recognized the goodwill of the Phoenix Society, he certainly wouldn't take up the banner for no reason. He had just come back from the brink of death, and even felt powerless about the life and death of the infinity. How could he still think about the heroic righteousness of saving mankind? Speaking of which, Lin Xian has always insisted that he should be a little selfish in the end of the world, so that he can live well. But every time when he was in danger of life and death, he would always do some stupid things, although he always hinted to himself that this was for his own survival, not to be a savior. But after doing so many stupid things, he inexplicably had a sense of doubt about his own powerlessness. Of course. Zhou Wu snapped his fingers at this time, and a hidden wave emerged, and then a silver metal box suddenly appeared on the ground behind him. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. What kind of supernatural power is this? Peng Peng immediately turned around and picked up the metal box and put it on the table, clicked the lock, and then opened the metal box in front of everyone. First, let me tell you about the special gift that the Phoenix Society has provided to you, in gratitude to the Infinity Fleet for providing assistance to the support team at Yubei Airport and helping to complete the transfer of tens of thousands of people. Sneak, at this time, all eyes were focused on it. The metal box lid was opened, and 10 special reagent tubes were neatly stacked inside. Inside were some kind of light green liquid. As soon as they were taken out, Lin Xian's heterogeneous Rubik's Cube issued an early warning, detected the invasion of the power of dark fear. Lin Xian frowned immediately. He saw that the liquid in the reagent tube must be related to the dark invasion power, but since the other party was a member of the Phoenix Society, he just kept it to himself. At the same time, he also noticed that in addition to the 10 reagents in the box, there was also a red round badge with a phoenix pattern on it, but Lin Xian found that it did not seem to be a simple badge, because he felt a kind of precise mechanical force in it. What is this? It looks like the Resident Evil? Kiki came up with a curious look. Everyone also began to be very curious. Zhou Wu walked up and picked up a metal reagent tube and said to Lin Xian, "This is officially called cold dark reagent. It is a liquid that is diluted with pure water after the cold dark energy, separated from the blood essence through the cold dark basic particle separation device. The dilution ratio is 0.5%. Drinking it can increase the energy density of the soul value in the body of the superpower. You can understand it as a drug used to upgrade superpowers. Only 0.5%? This? Can it be useful?" Xu Qing frowned immediately after hearing this. Ding Junyi said directly at this time, "It should be that the energy density is too high, and it must be diluted before the human body can bear it." Zhou Wu nodded, looked at her and said, "You are worthy of being the chief scientist of the Federal Biological Laboratory. You are really smart." After saying that, he shook the metal reagent tube in his hand. Don't underestimate this point. Each one is separated from 10 first-level blood sperms, which is enough to exchange for a car. 10 first-level blood sperms? So many. Then, there are 10 here. Doesn't it mean 100 first-level blood sperms? Kiki said in surprise. The woman named Peng Peng nodded and said, the energy density of this substance is extremely high, and it is an extremely dangerous substance. This dilution ratio is already the limit of what the human body can bear within the safe range. Even so, drinking it will cause some discomfort, so it is not recommended to drink too much in a short period of time. So has it been confirmed that swallowing this kind of thing can artificially enhance superpowers? Qin Sichuan asked at this time. Qin Sichuan's question made Zhou Wu tut his lips. To be honest, in fact, in terms of research and development, this is not the first batch. You should understand that the Phoenix Society is very cautious in this regard. Our Nightwalker organization has also been tested by volunteers, but now it is considered the official version. Volunteers? Who? Kiki asked. Everyone in the Nightwalker organization is a volunteer. Peng Peng turned and looked at her. This is what our Nightwalker organization is researching, so of course we are the volunteers. Zhou Wu nodded. Of course, we cannot completely separate the power of the dark invasion with current technology, and this penetration power is still unknown. However, the concentration of the dark invasion in the blood essence itself is much less than that of the night. After such separation and dilution, the damage to the psychic is very small, and we can't be careless. Our Nightwalker organization often uses black water, and the risk of corrosion is also very high, so we have now announced the way to deal with it to balance or neutralize this invasion in the body. What method? Get more sun and... Zhou Wu reached out from his waist and took out a metal-sealed water bottle. He pressed the switch and a straw popped out. He took it and took a sip. He couldn't help frowning, looking at the water bottle in his hand, and said helplessly, drink more vegetable juice. Vegetable juice? Everyone was surprised. Zhou Wu fully anticipated everyone's reaction, nodded, and said helplessly, when I was a child, my parents always told me to eat more vegetables and get more sun to stay healthy. I didn't expect that now that the world is ending, we have to rely on sun and eating vegetables to deal with the invasion of darkness. But unfortunately, everything is barren now. Even the soil is eroded by black water, and vegetables are more precious than blood essence. You can't eat them even if you want to. The Phoenix Club is equipped with a special Doomsday planting base to maintain a small amount of production capacity. TSK. It's really ironic that humans always know how to cherish after losing something. I used to hate bitter melon the most. Now we, the Nightwalkers, can only be allocated one bottle of bitter melon juice every week, which is not enough to drink. Zhou Wu said seriously, but everyone looked at each other and looked at Lin Xian. Especially Ding Junyi, who had never changed her expression for thousands of years, couldn't help but look at Lin Xian in surprise. She thought that Lin Xian's preparation for planting carriages was very far-sighted before, but she didn't expect that this matter could be connected with supernatural powers. Lin Xian was also full of astonishment at this time. He never thought that eating vegetables in the sun could resist and balance the dark invasion in the body. If it wasn't said by the Phoenix Club, he would definitely think it was a joke. But Zhou Wu's serious face at this time, even treating the vegetable juice in his hand as a treasure, all show that this is indeed true. Zhou Wu felt the strange atmosphere with a surprised look on his face, slowly took back the kettle, and explained, the vegetable juice is currently provided to our Nightwalker organization by Phoenix as an antidote for the invasion of darkness. Because the effect will not be particularly fast, it mainly requires human body regulation, and there is no actual evidence, so it has not been disseminated as official information. The external radio station has promoted it, mainly to avoid misunderstanding and cause a series of problems, but it has gradually spread among the survivors. Ding Junyi's impression of Lin Xian in his heart was once again much greater when he heard this. Paying attention to the adaptability of day and night, and preparing to plant the carriage, these 2 points were all prepared by him before. Ding Junyi has even begun to observe the changes of the superpowers in the car during the day and the observation data of the Hell Black Chrysanthemum. This man is really mysterious. Ding Junyi looked at Lin Xian expressionlessly at this time, but his heart was thinking hotly. Chapter 263. Oh, I understand. Kiki flew over at this time, picked up a test tube with telekinesis and looked at it carefully. So drinking this can improve superpowers, then our blood essence finally has other uses besides exchanging things. What is this? She picked up the round badge again, put it in her palm, and found that it was not light. She turned it over, and saw that there was a data connection port and some information device on the back. This is the Phoenix Order. Zhou Wu also took out one from his body at this time, but the one in his hand was a little different. The color was silver black. The special badge issued by the Phoenix Society to the cooperative team is called the Red Phoenix Order, and our internal staff has the Starry Sky Phoenix Order, which can receive and decode the information packets transmitted by our regional radio station or branch. We call this the Firebook, which contains valid information within 48 hours and the latest research content in superpowers, astral survival, and strange bodies. At the same time, you can also use special frequencies to send and receive help messages and leave your own Firebook. In short, the Phoenix Order can directly use a one-way signal to contact the Phoenix Society within a certain range, and you can also leave specific information. For example, if you are in danger, you can use full-band broadcasting to send out your Firebook information package. This information package will be temporarily stored through the available information equipment around, the broadcasting equipment of other survivors, and the information towers distributed by the Phoenix Society. As long as there are other survivor teams passing by or broadcasting here, the information can be transmitted by jumping and received by the Phoenix Society farther away. Zhou Wu scratched his head and said, "Is what I said too complicated?" Of course, it is the greatest role to simply regard it as a kind of identity recognition. With a team with the Phoenix Order, Phoenix organizations in various places will regard you as a trustworthy partner or even a peer unit. I understand. Lin Xian nodded. Having just experienced the blizzard pursuit, Lin Xian's electronic beacon used the transmission mode to contact the infinity number 100 kilometers away, and also contacted the rescue team signal through automatic feedback. And this Phoenix Order is more advanced. He remembered that Wei Kishua had told him before that there was a kind of code in the Phoenix Society's broadcast, which was used as a way of communication to contact and dispatch organizations in different regions. This communication cost was very high. Lin Xian's previous broadcast in a small area in Hengshan Pass consumed 2 first-level blood essences. It is not difficult to imagine how difficult it is to broadcast globally. In order to reduce this cost, the Phoenix Society will hide many codes in each global broadcast. As for this Phoenix Order, Lin Xian guessed that according to the decoding authority, the content that can be received by different departments or different levels in different regions will be somewhat different. If he had this thing when he was in Hengshan Pass, he might be able to directly contact the Phoenix members who were operating nearby. However, after listening to Zhou Wu's talk, Lin Xian was very interested in the Firebook information package. Being able to obtain the latest research content of the Phoenix Society is equivalent to synchronizing information with the official, which is a very important resource. Acquiring information is the key to survival. For this reason, some survivor teams even set up information personnel to collect regional and global information of the Phoenix Society 24 hours a day. On Lin Xian's side, Kiki, Ding Junyi, and Teacher Chen are mainly responsible for this matter in turn. However, even so, it cannot guarantee the complete collection of information. For example, under the extremely cold vortex, they have not received any radio information from the Phoenix Society for several days. In short, this Red Phoenix Order is a symbol of our external cooperation team, and it is also a convenient way for us to prepare and contact the living forces in the future. With this, you are equivalent to an organization recognized by our Phoenix Society, and it also represents a kind of goodwill. Of course, since it is just a cooperative team, we will not give you direct orders, but if assistance is needed, the Phoenix Society will give priority to cooperating with a reliable team. Whether it is commissioned or collaborative, we will give rewards in the end, and you can also provide requirements. As long as the action personnel in the area can give, we will try our best to cooperate. Lin Xian nodded, and Kiki threw the Phoenix Order over. He took it in his hand, and said to Zhou Wu, "This way of cooperation is very good. In any case, thank you very much for your help. Let's talk about the second thing. Now our Nightwalker organization is conducting a large-scale ability measurement and information collection in the uncovered area. It is mutually beneficial. We provide valuable information and help evolution to the superpowers, and we can also obtain the situation of many superpowers, and can also recruit them by the way. But for you, we hope to be more detailed," Zhou Wu said. "Now? No, in Shilin City, you won't leave in the short term, right?" Zhou Wu asked. Lin Xian nodded and said, "It depends on the situation. We should move with the main force and make plans after we pass the number 5-star abyss first." "Oh, right." Lin Xian started talking about business. "In fact, we are looking for the Phoenix Society for an important matter." After Lin Xian finished speaking, he looked at Ding Junyi. Since the other party was a member of the Phoenix Society, he could just hand over the research materials on the Dark Mark to him, which would save some trouble. Ding Junyi nodded, took out a miniature mobile hard drive from his pocket, and handed it to Zhou Wu. "This is a research material on the behavior pattern of dark creatures attacking humans. Although it lacks some specific parameter verification, I believe that the Phoenix Society should have done more in-depth research in this regard. The content here includes our practical data, which has a certain reference value. I hope it will be useful to you. Regarding the research on the dark mark, there are currently some key issues that Ding Junyi cannot come up with. The most important one is the theory and capture method of cold dark basic particles. The equipment required for particle level measurement is not available on the Infinity. It is precisely because of this that it is impossible to conduct a comparative analysis with the changes in the correlation effect of the hell black chrysanthemum. So Ding Junyi mainly conducted a comparative experiment on the soul value meter. Zhou Wu and Peng Peng were surprised to hear this. They didn't expect that a train of survivors on the run would actually do research on the train. Facing the mobile hard drive handed over by Ding Junyi, Zhou Wu took it with interest and nodded. Wow, you are really amazing. You have to face zombie monsters and study how to save humanity. It's not about saving humanity. Lin Xian said bluntly. It's just that we happen to discover this law from it, and it is this law that has kept us alive until now, so we don't have to run around in a daze. Zhou Wu was quite curious. Although I am not a relevant person, can you disclose it conveniently? Ding Junyi heard this, and simply explained to Zhou Wu about the judgment of the dark mark. Unexpectedly, Zhou Wu was immediately interested after listening, and took a breath and said, Oh, I know this. Our Nightwalker organization and the Phoenix Society's Scientific Research Department have also been studying this aspect. One of them is very similar to the dark mark you mentioned, but we call it. I forgot, it means something similar to the dark mark. This sounds more vivid, and now many people in the Phoenix Society have begun to support this judgment, but there is still a lack of more powerful arguments. After he said that, he looked at the mobile hard drive in his hand. I didn't expect you to provide this. Okay, I will submit this immediately. Shilin City has a scientific research team of ours, and they should be very interested. Everyone was relieved when they heard this, and Chen Sichuan asked, Now, many survivors mainly support the group hunting effect, which will actually increase the survivors' refusal to unite and take risks alone, increasing the risk of death. If your Phoenix Society confirms this theory, how long will it take to announce it on the global radio station? Well, Zhou Wu smiled awkwardly and said, It is not the scope of our postman, but you should know that the Phoenix Society is extremely cautious about any official announcement, so the key issue is whether the scientific research team can come up with strong evidence. Before it is fully confirmed, the official will not provide guidance, and all they can do is try to save people. Hey, do you know that other bad organizations have already used dark marks as bait bombs to harm people? Your Phoenix Society is the largest official organization. How can your research progress be slower than those bad organizations? Sasha was a little anxious when she heard it. Do you know how many survivors this information can help? Bad Guy Organization? An organization called SID Foundation Laboratory. They are very advanced in many aspects of the research of the Dark Tide. We have contacted them in Hengshengwen, but their research institute is deserted. From some traces of experiments they left behind, I can see that their research on superpowers and the Dark Tide is much more advanced than ours. Ding Junyi was the head of the Federation No. 9 Underground City Biological Laboratory. Her judgment has a high reference value. As for the bait bomb dropped at Hengshengwen Station, she also described it. However, there is no evidence that the action is related to the Foundation. However, the other party left the Phoenix logo, which still made Zhou Wu frown. Using the Phoenix logo, Zhou Wu looked at Lin Xian at this time and frowned. Where is the location of that research institute? About 3 kilometers north of Qinshui town. It should have been flooded. Lin Xian replied. Zhou Wu nodded upon hearing this. Okay, this information is very critical. I will report it to the headquarters. They should send someone from the Polar Night Department to investigate. As far as I know, the largest Adventist organization is called Crimson World, which is a very big trouble in the Phoenix Society's global rescue operation. The fall of our Qingwan Sky City seems to have a certain relationship with this organization. Zhou Wu took a deep breath, put away the mobile hard drive in his hand, and said to Lin Xian, Then our mission has been completed, and we will leave first. If there is a chance, we will meet again in Shilin City in the next 2 days. If the superiors or other brother departments need any assistance, I hope Mr. Lin can support you. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Goodbye. Zhou Wu immediately asked Kiki to open the top compartment of carriage number 2. Peng Peng reached out and pressed on Zhou Wu's shoulder. The next moment, the special cloaks on the two of them suddenly wrapped them up and flew into the air, whistling above the train with a strong sound of breaking through the air. Flying superpower? Seeing this scene, Shu Qin couldn't help but say, I've heard people say before that the Postman Group is generally a superpower with strong mobility. It's not surprising that they have the ability to fly, Lin Xian said. Qin Sichuan looked at the gradually closing top compartment and said with some worry, I don't know why, I always feel that the dark mark is not as simple as we think. We can only do so much. Let the officials study the rest themselves. Lin Xian pinched his eyebrows. He had provided what he should provide. It's impossible for him to send out the hell-black chrysanthemum. This matter has been settled in his mind. Now he is more concerned about the situation inside the car. How are Xiao Yuan and the others injured? Nothing serious. Shu Qin said, fortunately, our armor is strong, and we can withstand this situation. Strong. Lin Xian was in a headache. Now the right armor plate of the Infinity was in tatters, and many grill plates were completely detached. The armor plates made of high manganese steel and high hardened tungsten steel were like being baptized by artillery fire, and even the car body plates were scarred. Originally, these armors were designed to deal with the zombie tide, but the pressure of the snow demon tide was completely different from that of the zombie tide. We have almost cleaned up the interior, and as for the external armor, we will slowly repair it after we arrive in Shilan City. Qin Sichuan came over at this time. She knew that Lin Xian was very tired, so she said comfortingly, Yes, Brother Xian, these are not a problem, and I can still bear it. The building also said at this time. Lin Xian nodded, and then walked over and picked up a cold dark reagent. I forgot to ask him just now, can I drink this thing directly? Looking at the dark green liquid, Lin Xian couldn't help frowning, always having a bad feeling. And it didn't say what changes would happen after drinking a bottle, and how much it would improve. Now I only know that it is worth 10 first-level blood essences, and 10 of them were given to Infinity. It is worth at least 100 first-level blood essences. In comparison, it is worth a lot of money, almost catching up with all the supplies of a medium-sized convoy. In fact, Lin Xian knows that the Phoenix Order in his hand is the real good thing. This is equivalent to entering the white list of the Phoenix Society in this unruly Doomsday. People who can directly contact the Phoenix Society in the regional radio waves can even trust and cooperate with each other, which gives the team more survival options. And you can also get the Fire Book information package with time-sensitive information, which is very beneficial for his choice of routes, cognition of superpowers, and judgment of danger. In short, compared to the original blind running, looking for the Phoenix Society's base is undoubtedly taking the initiative. The Phoenix Society branch in Shilan City has a superpower detector that can detect the superpower level by stimulating the peak value of the soul. Ding Junyi said at this time, they have already told me about it. In addition, I know you must be very interested in the separation device of cold and dark basic particles, but there is no official civilian version yet. It may take some time. This reagent is mainly launched by the Phoenix Society. I heard that Shuguang City also has a similar version, but it is expensive. Detector? Lin Xian heard this and said, is it for detecting the level of the superpowers? Yes, it is part of the Nightwalker organization's extensive experiment. Zhou Wu just said that superpowers need a clear understanding of their own superpowers, and the Phoenix Club also needs more superpowers data, so now the Phoenix Club is sparing no effort to launch these pilot projects, just to help superpowers improve, and by the way, it can also collect data and recruit talents. So now the Nightwalker organization has initially formulated the classification, positioning, and rarity of superpowers, and even synchronized various effective means to help superpowers grow, helping more superpowers to become stronger, and improve the survival rate of survivors. Lin Xian picked up the red Phoenix Order in his hand, then the Fire Book information pack inside should have these. Yes, I was very curious just now, let's take a look and we will know, right? Kiki said with bright eyes at this time. Lin Xian nodded, and handed the Phoenix Order to her, and Kiki immediately picked it up, and connected it to the computer in the information center. Soon, a set of special keys were automatically entered, and the Phoenix Order was activated and started. This thing really needs to be connected to a radio station to use, Kiki said after studying it. It should be a sophisticated information device itself. Lin Xian looked at it and said. After being activated, the Phoenix Order quickly decoded a message, but not from the current radio wave, because the Infinity is now in the blizzard. Except for the short-range communicator, it can't receive the long-distance signal frequency band at all, even if there is a dark radio station. And this information was obtained from the temporary frequency, obtained from the radio station before the Infinity entered the blizzard a few days ago. The content is not complicated. It is the direction of the activities of the Phoenix Society in several areas, including some schedules and special events in Shilan City, Weia River and other directions. In addition, there are some requests for assistance. However, because the time limit has passed, this information has lost its value and can only be used as a reference. The main reason is still because of the blizzard, otherwise they should be able to receive real-time information in the radio waves. In addition, there is the Firebook Information Package. The Phoenix Order stores an information package provided by the Phoenix Society. What is different from the radio station is that this information package is very detailed, and the radio station can only contain shorter text messages due to the limitations of the dark tide. This is very important. The Firebook Information Package is a bit like a kind of Doomsday survival guide. It is mainly divided into 3 parts. First, the map. It contains the changes in the expansion rate observed in 13 star abysses around the world within 48 hours, the coverage range, the distribution of natural disasters in various regions brought by the star abyss, and the latest survival map, marking many safe areas. These safe areas are specially marked as intelligence summaries that have safely passed the night, which can provide some reference under certain conditions. 2. Strange body illustrations. The strange bodies that have been observed and encountered are named and numbered here. Most of the more clearly observed ones have pictures or hand-drawn pictures, and a few are text descriptions. This strange body illustration divides various dark creatures into 5 levels according to the threat level, namely C level, B level, A level, Special level, and S level. For example, the atmospheric mica they encountered in Yubei City before was number 10, but the abyss monster in the number 9 dungeon was not found. In addition, Lin Xian and others also saw another existence for the first time in this atlas, and the level was actually ranked above S level, called World-Class Disaster. The Phoenix Society has another description for this, Dark Invaders. This kind of world-class disaster has actually been discovered to have 4, numbered 01 to 04, among which is the floating giant corpse that Lin Xian and Kiki had seen in Jiang City. Creature number 2, Unknown Sky Giant Corpse, humanoid, observation scale exceeds 10,000 meters, floating height 3,000 to 4,000 meters, disaster capacity unknown, current location in the airspace from Ping'e Lake to Tsongshan area. Kiki looked at the text on the screen and couldn't help frowning. Oh my god, this thing is actually real, not a nightmare. And this monster seems to be moving. What is this? Lu Xingchen stood behind the crowd. When he saw the existence in the blurry picture, his face changed drastically. There are actually such evil demons in the world. 10,000 meters, this is much larger than the atmospheric mica. Xu Qin also frowned at this time. As a human being, seeing this scene, a deep sense of powerlessness suddenly emerged from his heart. Lin Xian was surprised at this time. He was surprised that the number of the sky giant corpse was exactly the same as what he heard in his dream, which made him a little confused. What happened? He originally thought that it was mental disorder caused by excessive use of superpowers, but when he saw this official illustration from the Phoenix Society, he realized that his 2 dreams seemed very unusual. Creature number 2, moving. Moving. East. He clearly remembered that the woman said this, as if she was observing the movement of the floating giant corpse. The question is, who is that woman? Why did Lin Xian dream of her? Lin Xian's mind was full of questions at this time. After a long time, he suppressed his random thoughts and focused his eyes on the current discussion again. This thing has been hidden in the huge cloud before, in Jiang City. I always felt that there was something wrong at that time, but I just didn't see its true face. Lin Xian said and looked at Kiki. It was the first time he saw the face of this floating giant corpse in Kiki's consciousness. Kiki's face was a little dark at this time, and he whispered, "Anyway, it's terrible, even more terrible than the atmospheric mica. I really don't know how humans should face this kind of thing." Oh my god, Sasha's eyes widened. I was scared to death when I saw it. And this doesn't seem to be the biggest. Organism number 1, unknown underground biological organization, discovered in Siberia number 1 star abyss, in the form of a giant crustal parasite, disc-shaped. The first observed diameter is 65 kilometers, with a huge amount of radiation reaction, and the disaster capacity is unknown. Chapter 264. Number 03, Iris-like star ring, photographed by Harper Space Eye before it crashed. Angel Project speculates that it is some kind of interstellar creature hidden in the dark matter cloud. Due to the lack of existence evidence, it is not listed as related to strange biological phenomena. It is waiting for repeated observation and retains the number. Number 04 creature, unknown Pacific Abyss creature, first discovered in the Pacific Ocean, Black Ocean Abyss on July 11, 2069. The form is unknown. The observed size is more than 13 kilometers. It has caused the Bull Island tsunami. Oh my god, why do these things appear on the blue planet? Looking at the Phoenix Society's strange body illustrations, Xia seemed to have lost the light in her eyes, and couldn't help saying. Qin Sichuan sighed and said, these seem to be more desperate than zombies and darkness. Seeing this, the building was also surprised. Brother Hua, who has always been arrogant and confident, seemed to have completely lost his temper at this time. He stood aside and smacked his lips. Only Ding Junyi had a calm face. In her opinion, the fear of death is the same. Even from her materialistic scientific perspective, facing the abyss monster and facing a zombie that can kill her seem to be no different. Both are the destruction of the body. It's not despair. At least humans are not dead yet. Lin Xian looked at the depressed atmosphere of the crowd and couldn't help but said, now we have just escaped from death. As long as humans are not dead in this world, there is still hope. Lin Xian's words wiped away the depression in everyone's hearts. Qin Sichuan nodded and said, well, humans can also build sky cities of hundreds of thousands of tons, and weapons with an equivalent of hundreds of millions of tons. We are not without a chance to defeat these monsters. Kiki sat on the swivel chair, her eyes constantly passing through the strange body illustrations. At this time, she suddenly exclaimed, it turns out that not every strange body has strange blood essence. Her words attracted everyone's attention. Ding Junyi raised her glasses and looked at the contents inside. According to the Nightwalker organization's more than 1,000 C-level and B-level strange body experiments, the reason why strange bodies generate blood essence and accumulate blood essence concentration is proportional to the scale of the strange body's hunting of humans. Sure enough, blood essence is human blood. Ding Junyi's face turned cold, and she took a deep breath and said, sure enough, I have speculated before that the human body experiment on the 7th floor of the Foundation Laboratory may be an experiment to use humans as rain and dew collection and filtering devices to collect dark power, and then use them to feed strange bodies to generate blood essence. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Qin Sichuan covered her mouth directly, and the faces of others changed drastically. Really? Kiki looked over with wide eyes. Lin Xian frowned upon hearing this. You mean, the stronger the mutant or the evolver is, the higher the level of blood essence will be generated after being devoured by the strange body? If it is true, it is simply too horrible. Feeding blood food with humans is no longer anti-human. Who knew that after he finished speaking, he found that everyone else was looking at him in astonishment. Ding Junyi put his hands in his pockets and looked at Lin Xian and said, I just roughly inferred based on the content of those experiments, but your idea seems to be much more terrifying than this. Lin Xian was speechless, thinking to himself, am I not just following your words? Okay, let's see what everyone is most interested in. Kiki glanced at Lin Xian quietly, and then continued to call out the third item in the Fire Book information package, which is also the most concerned by everyone at present. Superpowers. Before, everyone's understanding of superpowers came from the early information Kiki obtained from the Angel Project. At present, Lin Xian only knows that several superpowers in the team should have reached the evolution level. No one knows more details. Only Brother Hua is obsessed with developing different superpowers. In addition, Kiki and the building are almost wildly growing without any direction. Of course, Brother Hua's direction cannot be considered a direction. His skills are all based on thinking and naming. As for how to improve his strength, Lin Xian currently knows that in addition to the energy converted by the Hell Black Chrysanthemum, it seems that only combat experience is left. 3. Superpowers. From the latest superpower intelligence released by the Phoenix Nightwalker organization, the Phoenix has collected and summarized more than 100 types of superpowers, divided into more than 10 major categories, and the Nightwalker organization divides them into S, A, B, C, and D levels according to the particularity, potential, and threat of superpowers. Among them, strange proliferation, limb mimicry, and giant limbization are rated as D level, which is currently the most common superpower type. Going up in order, there are more than a dozen categories such as beast form, blood, corpse transformation, water walking, metal skin, etc., which are rated as C level. Lin Xian carefully learned about it. Judging from the description of the ability, the building should be a blood type ability, which enhances strength and accelerates physical recovery. With blood loss, it will further increase strength, but the disadvantage is that it puts great pressure on the heart, lungs, and spinal cord regeneration. And many of the B-level abilities are what Lin Xian has never seen before, such as demon form, earth and stone, evil bones, and strange eyes, and all flying abilities are basically defined as B-level. The A-level abilities currently recorded include wind system, water system, super body, resonance, sound wave, laser, spirit, speed force, object control. Among them, Jiangyan's wind system, Li Guangwen of the sun-chasing team seems to belong to resonance, Abai's laser, and Qian Deli's speed force, all of which Lin Xian has seen. Finally, there is the S level. The 4 very powerful abilities of telekinesis, fire, thunder, and light are all within Lin Xian's expectations, but there is one that surprised him. Evil desire. He paid special attention to the introduction of this ability, and was surprised to find that they had encountered this ability before. It was the green-haired woman who could control the corpse tied in the Black Crow 4 when they just entered Hingshan Pass. Wow, that woman is actually an S-level ability. Kiki couldn't help but say at this time. Being able to control the corpse tied is extremely threatening. Shu Qin looked at Lin Xian and said, "One person almost destroyed so many of our convoys. This ability is indeed not simple." Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan nodded when they heard it. Speaking of it, that night was indeed dangerous. The mighty corpse-tied army was like an avalanche. And the girl's ability level was not high. It can be imagined how terrible it would be if such an ability continued to grow. But we have 2 S-class psychics in our car. Sasha glanced at Lu Xingchen. "Brother Hua, you are an S-class psychic. Do you have anything to say?" "Humph." Lu Xingchen snorted disdainfully. "I am the incarnation of the god of fire. How can I disdain this kind of ranking dispute?" After saying that, he couldn't help but add, "But this list puts the fire system before the wind, thunder, rain and light, and I am very satisfied." "Then you put it behind me." Kiki became excited. Lu Xingchen waved his hand. "Then it should be sorted by the first letter of the pinyin. It doesn't count." Delu frowned and said, "It seems." "Makes sense." "Bullshit." Sasha slapped her brother. "Brother, how did you calculate it? The light should be in front." "That's right," Kiki said with a smile. "Don't argue about it." At this time, Chen Xishuan couldn't help but intervene and said, "Didn't I say it? It's just a list, not a ranking. Why argue about it? If you have time, you might as well learn how to upgrade your abilities." As soon as Chen Xishuan spoke, she immediately spoke like a teacher, and immediately stopped the struggle. Lin Xian helplessly held his forehead. At this time, he realized that his mechanical ability was not on the list of abilities of the Phoenix Society. There was another person besides him, that is Director Ding. Plant abilities. It sounds like his mechanical ability is very unpopular and strange, but there is huge room for development. He even feels that the plant system has more potential than his mechanical system. Now he understands why the Phoenix Society is so interested in his ability. The rarity is higher than Kiki's telekinesis system. Since there is such a list, it is very likely that Kiki is not the only telekinesis system user. Moreover, Lin Xian also discovered that the same superpower system could even develop different results depending on the different superpower users, which was indeed intriguing. Chen Xishuan's words stopped Lu Xingchen and Sha from arguing, and they immediately turned their attention to the improvement of superpowers in the information package. It seems that there is no way to improve it. Kiki sat with her legs crossed, constantly searching with the mouse, but found that there was no more detailed content than the previous Angel plan, and even the classification of superpowers was exactly the same, and there was not much difference. For all superpower growth, the Nightwalker organization summarized it into 2 points. First, the spiritual power of the superpower is enhanced, and it can resist the increasing dark invasion force in the body. Second, absorb more dark invasion force and maintain its balance. The so-called absorption is actually experiencing the night, which is called passive absorption. Killing the weird body and swallowing blood essence are called active absorption, but because of the great risk, there are cold dark reagents and the balance method of sunbathing and drinking vegetable juice. Other than that, there is nothing else. It seems that there is no effective way. Kiki crossed her arms and said, "No matter what, the dark invasion has side effects. In fact, there is a key problem." Lin Xian's face was slightly stern. If humans cannot block the power of the dark invasion, then it means that there is only one way left, which is to chase the dawn. At least in order to improve superpowers, this road must be taken. Ding Junyi looked at him. "Are you saying that the Federation's underground city plan will lose its meaning and popular support because of this unavoidable problem?" "Yes. But it may be." Kiki turned around. "What if they can produce a lot of vegetable juice? In this case, will their superpowers become more powerful?" "Mathematically correct, but the theory is difficult to implement," Ding Junyi said directly, "unless the human body metabolizes this dark power. It has exceeded the balance value, or human means can completely suppress the invasion of darkness, so that humans can fully adapt to survival in the polar night and become stronger and stronger, but it is obviously impossible now. Yes, if we are not afraid of the polar night, we don't even have to run away, Shu Qin said at this time. But the Federation Dawn City probably has their own response strategy, and they will not just sit there and wait for death. Lin Xian weighed the cold dark reagent in his hand and said, absorb darkness, assimilate darkness. Those snow monsters dared to attack in the wind and snow, which means that these strange bodies are also adapting to the dawn, so the fittest survive, and we humans must speed up the progress. Do you want to try this? Qin Sixuan looked at the green liquid and couldn't help frowning slightly. Ding Junyi responded at this time. As for vegetable juice, some can be distributed at present. Some green plants and vegetables in carriage number 4 have grown a lot at this time. Even out of the rigor of scientists, Ding Junyi observed the separate compartment catalyzed by plant power, mainly worried about what would be different. This kind of thing is really a bit. Lin Xian also looked at it with a heavy look. The heterogeneous magic cube can sense the power of the dark invasion from it. Lin Xian is a little hesitant, and he forgot to ask Shou Wu whether this thing can only be used by people with special powers, or even gene enhancers, like Qin Sixuan and Shu Qin can use it. At this time, Delu stood up and said, Brother Xian, why don't you let me try? I have a strong recovery ability and can handle it. I think you are just greedy, brother. Shasha rolled her eyes at him. 10 first-level blood essences in a bottle, enough to buy so many boxes of canned food, such a valuable thing to use for experiment. Delu scratched his head in embarrassment. In fact, he was simply worried about the harmful power of this thing, but he didn't think much about it. Lin Xian thought about it, shook his head and said, it's okay to try it, but since the Nightwalker organization in Shilin City now has equipment to detect people with superpowers, I think it's better to use it after we understand it. At least we can know what changes there are to superpowers. Now we can only rely on our feelings after drinking it. That's right, Kiki also agreed. I want to see if my strength is broken through the diamond level now. Lu Xingchen lost his sleepiness immediately after hearing this, and said loudly, interesting, I think it is very necessary to test it. Lin Xian smiled helplessly after hearing this. His mechanical heart has a perfect growth progress, which he is not worried about. He is mainly curious about his new skill reward. Now Lin Xian is very glad that he took the risk to swallow the nuclear-powered turbine engine in Qingshui town at night to obtain the gravitational lens. This skill has saved his life 3 times. Although it consumes a lot of energy, it is really worth it now. Wah 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 wah. The joint train broke through the wind and snow and rushed in the dark night. The rescue convoy, the Emperor Project team, and the survey corps that came to support from Shilin City, hundreds of chariots formed a steel torrent that rolled over the snow layer and headed toward Shilin City. Lin Xian rested for a few hours and recovered a lot of energy. Taking advantage of the gap, he quickly made some ammunition for supply in case of crisis. Not long after, thunderous sounds suddenly came from the snowstorm. The dense gunfire and explosions awakened many passengers who were already sleeping on the joint train. They picked up the weapons beside their pillows. It seemed that responding to disasters at any time and anywhere had been engraved in their blood, making it difficult to distinguish between day and night. All survivors' convoys, Longshan No. 1, Infinity, I am Heijin, the head of the 7th Survey Corps. We are about to arrive in Shilin City. Reconnaissance report. Shilin City is currently under attack by strange bodies. The intensity is medium. There will be covering fire to clear the way for us. Everyone don't need to be nervous. We will go directly into the city. Heijin's voice made people's blood boil. It was obvious that the defense forces of Shilin City were no strangers to such a night tide, which made many people feel relieved. It seems that Shilin City is a city defense, and the whole city should be safe. On the Infinity, Shu Qin was surprised to hear what Captain he said. It should be. Lin Xian was also excited at this time. Along the way, they had never been to a city that had not been conquered by zombies and strange bodies. This was very surprising. No wonder they had to look for him in the city, after hearing what the Nightwalker postman Zhou Wu said. It seemed that Shilin City was still maintaining some kind of city operation under the protection of the Phoenix Society. Qin Sixuan nodded. I once heard my father say that Shilin City was originally an industrial city built on iron ore. The city is not big, but it has a nuclear defense-level city defense system. It was originally built by Longwu as a northwest defense fortress before the establishment of the Federation. Moreover, it is related to many oil and natural gas energy transportation hubs, which is of great strategic significance. There are even a full set of production lines for heavy tanks and mechas. Kiki held a lollipop in his mouth and operated on the computer with his fingers. He soon called up a city layout map. Although this city is not big, it is built on the mountain. Although Fenghuan Mountain is only more than 1,000 meters above sea level, it is already the largest mountain in this grassland Gobi. Wow, this city actually retains the war wall that was built in the last century. There is also a very famous Dada radar array here, which is also an antique from the last century. The radar power is over 10 MHz. Once it is activated, the radars of the entire Yunjiang plain will be disturbed, but it has become a tourist attraction. I remember there were many heavy industrial bases here before the apocalypse day. The population was small, and there weren't many tourists. Look! At this time, the image in the sighting system on the roof of the infinite train became clearer and clearer. The outline of a towering mountain appeared in the field of vision. At the same time, under the wind and snow, the visibility became wider and wider, and a steel city that looked completely poured with reinforced concrete began to show its grandeur. A boiling tide of snow monsters began to appear in all directions, but they were all heading toward Shilin City. In the picture, a huge war wall surrounded this industrial city, and many heavy artillery were firing in the back, with fire and smoke shaking the sky. On the snowy peaks in the back, radar towers and a large number of spotlights illuminated the city, giving people a cold and heavy sense of oppression. The first place the joint train approached was a large oil refinery outside the city. The huge oil pipeline was covered with wind and snow, like a blood vessel extending from the earth. A large number of snow monsters and monsters shuttled and roared in it, and many of them were already rushing towards the convoy. At this time, the support troops of the Survey Corps began to open fire. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, a huge explosion exploded in the snow demon tide like thunder. A giant thermobaric bomb exploded a few kilometers away from the convoy, creating a white hemisphere of shock waves that swept away the wind and snow and rushed towards the joint train convoy. All vehicles and trains only felt a sudden tilt, and the shock wave instantly made everyone's ears tinnitus for a moment. It's the support artillery and bombing troops, don't panic. Enter the city immediately. Bang, bang, bang. On the wall behind the refinery, dozens of large-caliber rail guns fired in unison, setting off a series of explosions in the rushing snow demon tide. Boom, boom, boom. Beep. The power of the large city defense-based weapons is far beyond the weapons on the joint train. The so-called caliber is strength. The Great Wall 50 base rail artillery array, the Iron Curtain defense air defense system composed of air defense missiles / electromagnetic guns / close defense guns, hundreds of heavy firepower artillery towers, plus a main force of the Interstellar Army Survey Corps, and the special terrain of Shilin City, can be regarded as a solid fortress that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Under cover, the joint train rushed into the outer city from the rail station along the Shilin mining line in the wind and snow. Under the heavy defense line, the snow monster tide behind it has disappeared. The wind and snow gradually stopped, and a heavy city under a mountain range appeared in everyone's sight. The large buildings in the city were shrouded in darkness at this time, but the further you go, the more lights are lit in the city center and various streets. They are all various types of motorcade camps. Some people even temporarily live in some buildings to avoid the wind and snow, making some streets look brightly lit. Many eyes in the city are looking at this joint train that came in the wind and snow. When the Infinity and Longshan No. 1 passed the passenger track outside the city and began to enter the Shilin City Rail Terminal, they saw a large number of Doomsday trains parked on the spare and branch tracks. These trains are of various shapes and sizes. Some of the carriages still have lights on, while others are covered with thick armor plates, which are airtight. The waiting room is even more crowded with people, and the ground is full of various tents and mats. The Survey Corps guards with live ammunition can be seen everywhere on the platform, and since entering the city, Lin Xian and his team have seen at least dozens of mechas of various types. In addition to the Iron Guard 3 military assaulters, Guard 2 Guard 3 light assaulters on the front positions, there are also all the T-8Z Vulcan military assault types owned by Lin Xian and his team, and even the Destroyer heavy military assault type. In the city, there are also many mechas such as the Arcturus special industrial type used for material transportation, as well as various types of drones, etc. Most of them belong to the Phoenix Society, with uniform mechanized paint on them, and some belong to the survivors' convoys, which have undergone strange modifications. The difference from entering Yubei City before is that many of the survivors' convoys here have upgraded their firepower iterations to a high level, and more large and special vehicles have begun to appear. The convoys of hundreds of vehicles connected by small nuclear devices can only be called medium-sized convoys. Lin Xian and his team even saw a large square full of a large convoy group with the same paint called the Arctic Wind Alliance. I'm afraid there are 50,000 people in this city. Shen Sichuan said, looking out the window. According to the time, today is already the 29th. The evacuation time announced by the Phoenix Club of Shilin City is the 31st. This is already very late. They are almost evacuating at the edge of the tidal coverage of the number 5-star abyss. Why don't these convoys leave in advance? The Phoenix Club chose the last time to evacuate in order to wait for the rescue of more survivors rushing to Shilin City. The time has been announced, so the official organization will definitely not leave in advance before the end. However, the survivors actually have a choice. They can go east to catch up with the Dawn Center in advance after getting replenished and rested in Shilin City. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Although they are afraid of the group hunting effect, they know that it is safest to follow the large group. Shu Qi nodded. Some people will definitely leave in advance, but most of them are more willing to follow the Phoenix Club. In the end, people will be more dependent on the crowd, so they would rather wait until the last day to evacuate. Lin Xian looked at the city under the wind and snow. Above the sky, aircraft flew by from time to time, and the tactical spotlights on the city wall in the distance flashed, bringing an extremely rare sense of security to the city. 2 days left. Hope everything goes well. Chapter 265. At 032, the joint train entered the Shilin City rail station. After entering Shilin City, the defensive front convoys separated. The Emperor project team was escorted by the Survey Corps to the Phoenix Society's base. Qian Deli and other 6 convoys drove to the outer periphery of the rail station near the central street to temporarily station at the Doomsday camp. Because there were many trains parked at the rail station, the Infinity and Longshan No. 1 moved from the branch line to the rail area originally used for freight mining lines to park. There is a large mining area near the side of Fengwan Mountain. Because it is far away from the central street, there are relatively fewer survivor camps gathered in this area. However, Lin Xian still saw several convoy camps stationed in the freight platform area of the original Shilin Mining Company. There are many containers here, and the mine car tracks extend all the way. There is another advantage of choosing this area. There are many rail gantry cranes for lifting goods. For Lin Xian, there are also a lot of swallowable materials. All the way from Hingshan Pass, the team suffered from many battles, and now even the basic armor has problems. We must take this opportunity to upgrade the protection of the train. Longshan No. 1 also encountered a dangerous blizzard pursuit battle like the Infinity. Everyone was very nervous. As soon as the joint train entered, the people on the train started to move non-stop under the arrangement of the team leaders such as Shi Yuan and Ning Jing. Swish! At this time, Longshan No. 1's all-terrain drive train was unmounted from the rear of the Infinity, and the temporary docking frame in front was also cancelled. This train with thousands of people was reassembled. Bang, 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 the door opened, and there were hundreds of engineers and maintenance personnel on Longshan No. 1, plus the logistics support personnel. Soon, this quiet freight area was boiling. Hundreds of people were busy packing up the carriages and dismantling the outer armor. The armed personnel on duty on the roof were also working tirelessly. In order to understand the situation in the city, Shi Yuan said hello to Lin Xian, and then personally led people to the direction of the central area. The rest of the rest work was fully handed over to Ning Jing. It must be said that there is indeed strength in numbers. This nearly 2-kilometer train was soon rested by hundreds of people. After the power was turned on for maintenance, the tower crane of the store that had been stagnant for a long time was also started. In the snowstorm, the engineers of Longshan No. 1 set up rows of headlights to illuminate the freight area. Perhaps because it was close to Fengwan Mountain, the snowstorm in this area was not as violent as outside the city, and the tall concrete walls also gave everyone a great sense of security. As for the Infinity, Lin Xian checked it, and found that the armor plate of the train was also severely damaged, including the left side. Before entering the Wuliastai Mountain, it also encountered a whole day of snow monster tide, and the density of perforation was very high. Fortunately, in this pursuit, the all-terrain train of Longshan No. 1 protected the rear of the Infinity nuclear-powered train, and the Gemini used special lead plates to thicken the armor to isolate nuclear radiation, so it did not suffer much damage. However, this time it also reminded Lin Xian that he had always put the Gemini last because of concerns about nuclear accidents. Although the No. 12 carriage was a weapon station, the protection at the rear was indeed a bit weak. So Lin Xian planned to add a special carriage for protection, and put it at the end. In addition, he also planned to add an electric locomotive as power output to make up for the lack of power link caused by the previous upgrade of Huanqing 7F. In the wind and snow, Lin Xian looked at the busy maintenance team of Longshan No. 1. Here, he did not let others come down to help, but arranged several key members to rest first. Because he planned to find out if there were any available power units first, and by the way, devour some more special steel machinery to obtain materials. Are you alone? I accompany you. Chen Sichuan saw that Lin Xian arranged for everyone to rest, and immediately said worriedly, I've rested enough. There are still many things to do tomorrow that need you. It's you who needs to rest. In the cockpit, Lin Xian had just finished talking to Longshan No. 1, and immediately said to Chen Sichuan, from the situation we came in, Shilan City should be safe for the time being. This opportunity is rare. Everyone has fought to the death for a day. It's rare to have such an opportunity. We must seize the time to rest, and you too. Lin Xian looked at Chen Sichuan. At this time, Teacher Chen's face was full of blood stains and frostbite. Because she had been busy since Lin Xian fell into a coma, she had no chance to rest at all. From the Foundation Research Institute, to the Hengshan Pass and the encounter with the lamp monster all the way to now, this college teacher who was once unable to carry anything has completely joined the battle sequence, and her growth rate is amazing. The heavy anti-material sniper rifle in her hand has gradually become familiar with it, and has solved a lot of problems for the team. And Lin Xian took advantage of the coma to rest for a few hours, and now he is also energetic. In addition, his main purpose tonight is to devour materials and redesign the outer armor of the car, so he doesn't need too many people to help. Okay. Chen Sichuan looked at Lin Xian with a complicated expression. For some reason, when Lin Xian's car roof fell down, she felt her heart was pulled up. Just when Lin Xian was about to turn around, she suddenly stepped forward, took the initiative to put her arms around Lin Xian's neck, and pressed her soft lips against his. The softness was fleeting. After they separated, Chen Sichuan looked at him eagerly. Take care of your health. Lin Xian was stunned by this unexpected initiative, and then smiled and responded, okay. Late at night, the wind and snow continued. Buzz, Lin Xian opened the mechanical heart and called out a special blueprint. This was a component with a strange shape. In fact, when Lin Xian was in the Trakama Ice Valley, he secretly scanned the configuration design of the right arm composite armor of Unit 01. This was actually his idea that came up on the spur of the moment. Although most of the materials used in Unit 01 are supercarbonine alloys, nanoceramics, and other high-grade materials, it is difficult for Lin Xian to convert them into train outer armor on a large scale through the preparation factory, but his idea is to make do with what is available, and use titanium alloy plus tungsten titanium alloy and tungsten carbide steel instead. After obtaining the blueprint of this composite armor, Lin Xian was greatly surprised and secretly sighed that his move was indeed wise. Compared with the outer armor plate that he had drawn manually in Jiang City at the beginning, which was only a rough steel plate splicing without any design, the composite armor plate design of Unit 01 was simply amazing in Lin Xian's eyes, which made him have to sigh at the professionalism of the designers of the Emperor project. Active Defense Layer. Composite Armor Structure, 5-layer design from outside to inside. Active Defense Layer, 0 to 5 mm. Material, Integral Forged Tungsten Titanium Alloy Type 2. Energy Dissipation Layer, 5 to 15 mm. Material, Boron Nitride Ceramic/Titanium Alloy Honeycomb Sandwich. Main Protection Layer, 15 to 25 mm. Material, Supercarbonine Alloy. Process, Laser Additive Manufacturing Porous and Dense Alternating Structure. In addition, there is a Buffer Isolation Layer, using basalt fiber 3-dimensional braided fabric, and a self-healing lining layer using magnesium-based composite materials and shape memory alloys. After seeing this blueprint, Lin Xian deeply felt the awesomeness of his mechanical heart, which can almost solve the power of a complete industrial system such as material science, structural mechanics, metallurgy/chemical engineering/new materials, precision machinery/military equipment, etc. by himself. In addition, now that we have a research and development center, we can solve the research and development design as well. It doesn't need to be so complicated. Simplifying the materials should work. If the armor plate made with such a design configuration is used, the protection level will definitely be much better than the previous pure plate combination, and one more thing, it looks better. The original Infinity was almost all a rail fortress armed with black armor plates, which had no aesthetic appeal at all. Although talking about aesthetics is completely useless in this Doomsday, it is better to have it than not. After arriving in Shilan City, it can be seen from other convoys stationed here that the city seems to be relatively safe, but Lin Xian did not dare to relax at all. He had to work overtime to make the armor before he could rest assured. Because most of the personnel were arranged by Lin Xian to rest, and there was no one to take turns to stand guard, Now the train has a sentry system, and there are thousands of people in Longshan number 1 next to it. Lin Xian can completely let the team take a rest under the big tree. After all, these partners have just experienced a brutal battle and are exhausted, and they have to recover their energy quickly. In addition, there was another person, who was also very tired, but was pulled by Lin Xian to work. Kiki. If this armor configuration design is used, then the original armor grille may have to be cancelled, and the window design should be synchronized with the train window? In carriage number 2, the lights have been turned off, and the computer in the information center is still fluorescent. Kiki is sitting in front of the computer to adjust the armor design of the train for Lin Xian. The little girl's eyes are slightly black, and she is yawning. She has almost exhausted her superpowers in the previous battle. At this time, she is very sleepy, but she has been helping Lin Xian with the design, and her hands are busy. Wouldn't it be unsafe? Opening the window will open it to the outside, and the whole train is airtight, which is too depressing. Lin Xian frowned. The temperature inside the train was warm. Kiki took off her heavy winter clothes and wore casual shorts. She floated in front of the computer with her legs crossed. She poked Lin Xian's chest with her finger and said, "You can't have your cake and eat it too, brother. Just add a layer of high-strength polyester bulletproof glass in the middle of the grille armor. Open the windows when necessary. You can't just shoot blindly outside during a battle," Lin Xian said directly. Kiki pursed her lips when she heard this. If that's the case, why not just make it an automatic turret, and let people in the car use a remote control monitor? Lin Xian looked at her speechlessly, then just put it on the orbital combat cabin group. Yes, yes, yes. Kiki's eyes lit up. All-round array gun. Then I upgraded directly to an orbital battleship. Okay, okay. Lin Xian poked her back with a finger. You're getting more and more ridiculous. If these things can be done now, I just rebuild a train or a floating city. Why at armor? Hee. Kiki giggled. I was just teasing you. But the plan you just mentioned is good. I think it's feasible. Lin Xian took a deep breath, stood up and nodded. That's it, you take a rest first. I go get some materials. He planned to take advantage of the time to get the armor materials out. And by the way, see if he could scan the modified triangle of Longshan number 1. If the blueprint of the track strong magnetized all-terrain drive module can be completed, it will solve a problem. As long as it is manufactured before entering the ocean orbit, his Infinity will have an extra option, and can also leave the orbital terrain to go to many places. Hey, are you okay? I saw you almost fainted. Seeing Lin Xian was about to leave, Kiki asked in a casual tone. Just like you before, it's just overexertion, nothing serious. Lin Xian responded. Then Kiki said, and suddenly flew over and wrapped her legs around Lin Xian's waist like before, hanging on his neck like a kangaroo, looking at him with big eyes. Do you want me to accompany you? I can protect you. Lin Xian saw the bloodshot eyes of this little girl, and her fresh and moist mouth was also very dry at this time. He sighed in his heart, reached out, and picked her up, walked to her bed, bent down and put her on the bed. Who can you protect in this state? Wait until you wake up. In order not to disturb Sasha, who was sleeping above, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Seeing that Lin Xian dared to reject her, Kiki was immediately furious. Although she was lying on the bed, she hung on him with her hands and feet tightly, and said unyieldingly, "Oh, you look down on my superpowers, believe it or not." After that, she became more aggressive, aimed at Lin Xian's nose with a sly look in her eyes, and immediately prepared to bite him, trying to teach him a little lesson. Who knew that Lin Xian had already seen through the little girl's actions, and leaned forward directly, kissing her little mouth. Bo, this unexpected move made Kiki stunned immediately, and her hands reflexively let go of the hands that were hugging Lin Xian's neck, covered her little mouth and said, "You." Lin Xian took the opportunity to get away, frowned and touched his mouth, and said to her meaningfully, "You dared to kiss me secretly, okay, then we are even now." I didn't kiss you secretly." Kiki was immediately confused by Lin Xian's shameless reaction. She realized that she was being counterattacked and was about to lose her temper, but she saw Lin Xian looking at her seriously and said, "You want to follow me so much. Do you want to kiss me secretly when I'm not paying attention?" Bah! Kiki's face turned blue and red, and she spat at him fiercely, pursed her lips, and stared at Lin Xian's eyes. The next moment, she avoided his gaze with a guilty conscience, turned around and pulled the quilt over her body, turned her face away and snorted, "Humph, if you don't want to follow me, then don't follow me. Who cares? You can freeze to death outside. Bye, I'm going to sleep." Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. A smile flashed in his eyes, and then turned and left without saying a word. Teacher Chen and the girl were the people who accompanied him on the first day that the Infinity left Jiang City. Of course, he could feel that the other party cared about him. This feeling surpassed the loneliness in the cold winter of the end of the world and made people feel hot in their hearts. Lin Xian had just left. Kiki, who was lying on the bed, turned her head quietly and looked at Lin Xian's back. She gritted her teeth angrily, with a complicated expression, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Then she closed her eyes, thinking, "Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep." The heterogeneous Rubik's Cube in the carriage blocked the terrifying invasion from the night and the blizzard, making the infinite carriage less cold and irritating than the outside. Seeing that the whole carriage was quiet, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door, and stepped into the wind and snow. The lonely figure of Fulwan Mountain stood above in the blizzard, and the figures of Longshan No. 1 were busy outside, and the sound of various steel plates welding and cutting machines did not stop all night. Lin Xian saw the warm yellow lights in the double-decker carriages. Many families were resting in the living carriages behind the armored vehicles. A child who had come out of the safe was staring blankly out the window. When he saw Lin Xian passing by, his eyes fell on him, and he waved at him. Lin Xian smiled slightly and waved back. He immediately climbed onto the top of the train and used the Power Armor's vision enhancement system to observe the mining freight station in the snow. A large square was filled with thousands of containers and cargo containers, which were stacked high and covered with snow. The track system extended all the way to the foot of the mine in the distance, which had been completely blocked and seemed to have collapsed. Lin Xian continued to climb a tower crane and looked up. He found that he could see the surrounding walls in the distance. The sky over there was still flickering with fire, but the intensity was much lower than when they first came in. Although he was in a blizzard at this time, for some reason, it was the first time in the past few months that Lin Xian felt a sense of safety. "I have been running alone in the dark night. I haven't felt this way for a long time. There are no zombies or strange bodies in the city. There are at least thousands of survivors' convoys gathered in the city." Looking at the survivors, who entered the city earlier than them and rested in the wind and snow, Lin Xian believes that the members of both Infinity and Longshan No. 1 will be extremely envious. Looking in the direction of the mine, Lin Xian found that there seemed to be many freight trains transporting iron or parked there. He breathed a sigh of relief and set off immediately. After walking for more than 10 minutes in the wind and snow, several abandoned mine cars appeared in sight. Many of them were buried under the deep snow, and only the body of the car above the frame was exposed outside the snow layer. Freight carriages are generally useless to survivors, and they can't even be used as shelters. Generally, no one cares about them. However, Lin Xian has a mechanical heart, and these large mechanical structures can provide a large amount of materials. Moreover, the materials Lin Xian needs this time are not only high-grade but also large in quantity, so these freight carriages that stretch for hundreds of meters become very useful to Lin Xian. Moreover, this place is far away from other survivors' convoys, so he can swallow them more freely. Although Lin Xian doesn't mind his mechanical ability being exposed, swallowing a large number of train carriages for no reason will still make people feel very surprised. The less trouble, the less trouble. He can't do this in a group of unfamiliar convoys. This is it. Lin Xian climbed onto the top of a mine car, swept away the snow on it with one foot, and pondered. Just as he was about to start devouring, he suddenly saw something and his eyes lit up. So he jumped down again and ran forward along the track. He scanned the carriages one by one until he reached the front of the freight train. He saw a big guy parked there. It was a high-power electric locomotive of the Weilong class dedicated to freight. It was very heavy and divided into two sections. The combined length exceeded 60 meters. It was yellow and black. One of the two carriages was a high-power traction motor, and the other was an energy storage system, an auxiliary motor. Although it looked a bit old, it looked very tough. Lin Xian didn't know much about this model. After finding the locomotive nameplate, he knew that this traction locomotive was mainly used for mining. The power was as high as 70,000 kilowatts, which was more powerful than the previous Huanqing 7F electric locomotive. As expected of an industrial city, there is such a big thing. Lin Xian directly reached out and put his hand on it, and the mechanical heart unfolded, but after a while, his face suddenly changed. Broken? No wonder no one took it. This kind of drive train itself has no value under the premise of lack of energy in the Doomsday, and it is a broken one. Lin Xian checked it, and found that the problem was in the circuit system. It was very simple for him to repair it, but for other survivors, it was not a simple matter to repair the circuit system of a heavy electric locomotive in the Doomsday environment. Now Lin Xian understood how these survivors stopped in Shilin City for so long, why there was still an electric locomotive parked here. After all, many Doomsday trains now have small onboard nuclear power systems, and it should not be a problem to take a Weyland-class electric locomotive on the road. If it was not broken, it would probably not be his turn. It's just a good bargain. Lin Xian was interested. This electric locomotive can well ensure the voltage stability of the Gemini nuclear-powered locomotive, and it is tough and thick. As the tail car, it can provide nearly 70,000 kilowatts of power output at critical moments, which perfectly meets Lin Xian's idea. Although the carriages cannot be directly connected, he only needs to cover the heavy armor plate and monitoring system for this thing, and he doesn't need to worry about anything else. At most, he can arrange PX-05 robots to be stationed in the carriage for command maintenance. Speaking of PX-05 robots, Lin Xian is going to build a few more of these things next. They can help Lin Xian solve many problems as mechanical maintenance assistants, and they can repair them in battle. At critical moments, they can also help teammates deliver things. As long as the program is set, they can be used as service robots on the Infinity. As soon as he said it, Lin Xian immediately began to devour the freight carriages behind him. After clearing the track, he was going to repair this Dragon-class electric locomotive and move it back to mount it behind the Gemini nuclear-powered locomotive, and then start making new armor plates. Buzz, the speed of the level 4 machine swallowing is more than twice as fast as before at Yushan Station. It used to take about 30 minutes to make a freight carriage, but now Lin Xian only needs 10 minutes to make a more than 10-ton empty frame carriage disappear on the spot. Swish, a large amount of snow fell quickly with the carriages, turning into flying ash. Lin Xian took advantage of the night, and swallowed all the more than 10 freight carriages in less than 2 hours. After all this work, the mechanical source points only increased by more than 100 points, but his purpose itself was for materials. At this time, the decomposition center became rich again. After finishing all this, Lin Xian began to repair the Weyland-class electric locomotive. Chapter 266. Qi, the mechanical heart was running. Lin Xian opened the cabin door of the electric locomotive, and a strong stench of decay came to his face. He frowned, and the mechanical arm automatically set up a flashlight on his shoulder. Lin Xian stepped on the pedal and climbed into the carriage. He was shocked to find that the narrow carriage of the electric locomotive was in a mess. The decayed bodies of a man and a woman were frozen by frost at this time, which looked very strange. Lin Xian looked around and found that the narrow carriage was filled with a lot of food and garbage that had been eaten. There were sleeping bags, blankets, some broken lighting equipment, pots and pans, etc. on the ground. From the clothes of the two bodies, it seems that the factory workers and their spouses had been hiding here before, but they had died before the arrival of the extreme cold vortex, and their bodies were rotting quietly. The ground was full of paper boxes of various medicines. Perhaps due to illness and hunger, the two bodies were withered and desolate. During the escape, Lin Xian had seen many survivors who died in despair. He just sighed in his heart, and then he activated the mechanical heart directly, began to repair several faults in the power system, and tried to reactivate the battery. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, in the cockpit, the lights of various subsystems began to light up, the roar of the engine began to sound slowly, the iron wheels and brakes that had been frozen for a long time trembled and whimpered, and the two huge power locomotives began to move. Crash, the snow kept sliding off the locomotives, and Lin Xian began to drive the two trains back, and soon stopped behind the twin nuclear-powered carriages of the Infinite. Many engineers from Longshan No. 1 on the opposite side were also paying attention to Lin Xian's actions, and they were also quite surprised to see him drive back a large traction electric locomotive group. Lin Xian did not connect the carriages directly. He planned to arrange team members to clean out the two driving carriages after dawn, and then connect them. He was ready to start making a new composite armor plate. Over there, a large number of engineers at Longshan No. 1 looked at Lin Xian standing alone on the top of the train, not knowing what he was going to do, but the next moment, everyone was shocked, and those who were welding steel plates, hoisting materials, and dismantling equipment stopped their actions one after another. With a rustle, the mechanical light in Lin Xian's hand flashed, and a large amount of materials kept flying out at this time, and began to be combined forging. Soon, a hoisting frame and an assembly ceiling began to be created out of thin air, covering the Infinity and blocking the howling blizzard. On the track hoisting frame, the two track cranes on the left and right rose directly from the ground. Clang, on the Longshan No. 1 side, a man who was working hard to move the steel frame looked at this scene in amazement, and the steel frame in his hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Did he build an assembly workshop temporarily? Oh my god, What kind of supernatural power is this? Awesome. Lin Xian ignored these looks. He planned to make the frame needed for assembly first, and then get the armor plate. The rest could wait until dawn, and other team members would help dismantle and repair the carriage body before installing it. He could save a lot of time. At this time, several lights in the distance lit up, and several track polar vehicles roared through the wind and snow, rushing towards the freight platform. Buzz, soon, these track polar vehicles stopped in the big square. Lin Xian glanced and found that Shi Diyuan, Qian Deli, and a group of people in winter clothes got off the car. They were all leaders of several convoys on the previous defense line, and a group of strangers got off the two cars in the back. The leader was a woman with long red wavy hair and an extremely tall figure. She was wearing high boots, which made her look taller than ordinary men. Brother Lin. Shi Diyuan saw Lin Xian busy on the top of the train at a glance, and led a group of people to come over in a hurry. Hey, Brother Lin, how come you built a factory in just a short time? It's not that exaggerated. Lin Xian came over with an armor plate in his hand. Brother Shi, what is this? I introduce you to a friend, haha. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile speechlessly when he saw the scene. Shi Diyuan was really a warm-hearted person. Not long after arriving at a new place, he got familiar with others again. The woman stood among a group of men, with a strong aura. At this time, she took a step forward and raised her head. A pair of deep eyes under the windshield swept towards Lin Xian on the roof and looked at him. Brother Lin, I heard from them that the city is very safe now, and there is no need to be so tense. They have a lot of information to exchange here. After knowing that you have mechanical abilities, they also want to ask you for help. Shi Diyuan said casually. Lin Xian put down the steel plate in his hand and looked at the woman. What can I do for you? Hello, Captain Lin, my name is Monica. Are you interested in meeting me? The woman's voice was bold and feminine. This time Lin Xian guessed wrong. This woman named Monica was actually Qian Deli's old friend and the leader of another train team. Lin Xian nodded and jumped off the roof. Lin Xian, Infinite Team. Monica shook hands with him, and when she saw the steel plate that Lin Xian had just dropped, her eyes were subtle. Mechanical ability, could it be that this whole train was built by you? Lin Xian looked at Shi Diyuan and Qian Deli with a strange expression, thinking how did you introduce each other? From the tone of voice, could it be that you want me to build a train for her? No, if I had the ability, I would definitely build a spaceship. Why am I still running on the ground? Chuckles, Monica laughed at his words and waved her hand apologetically. Sorry, I am rude. Monica, don't underestimate this handsome guy. Although he is not very old, if it weren't for him, our group, including the Phoenix people, might not be able to escape from the blizzard alive. Qian Deli said slowly, and then he wrapped his coat and looked at Shi Diyuan. Old Shi, let's change places. Didn't you say there is a good place to drink? Yes, come with me. Shi Diyuan laughed. Longshan No. 1 has a special dining and bar carriage. In addition to daily necessities, it also uses special storage cabinets to store a lot of alcohol. It can be regarded as a carriage that combines a restaurant and a bar. Longshan No. 1 has several entertainment carriages, and this is one of them. It is also used by other passengers to relax. The car was warm inside, and the welding sound of the maintenance team outside continued. In the car, Shi Diyuan, Ning Jing, Qian Deli, Lin Xian, Monica and other team leaders sat on the sofa. Shi Diyuan poured wine into a large cup for everyone. The clear wine poured out in tons, and a strong aroma of wine immediately spread. Lin Xian realized that Shi Diyuan poured white wine. This is our Longshan specialty Longshan Shadaozi, which is most suitable for drinking in such cold weather. Come on, everyone try it. Wow, white wine, it smells quite strong. Captain Zhou was rough, and his eyes lit up when he smelled it, and he immediately took a sip. TSK, not bad, not bad. The woman named Monica also picked up the wine in front of her, put it in front of her and sniffed it. Her eyes flickered and she smiled lightly. Then she drank it down in one gulp. This scene immediately stunned the other people. They didn't expect this woman to be so brave. Qian Deli, who was standing next to him, was not surprised. He glanced at him, moved the wine glass in front of him a few inches away, and said proudly, "You drunkard, don't get drunk again later. I can't hold you down." Nonsense, who is drunk? Monica chuckled, and after a sip of strong liquor, her face suddenly flushed a little, but her eyes became clearer. She took off her coat directly, revealing a tight red wool sweater and a bold bust, and said, "Brother Shi is right, white wine is best drunk in cold weather. I have all kinds of wine in my car, but there is no white wine. I have missed this for a long time. She poured another glass while talking, looking like she was in high spirits. Ha ha ha, this girl is so generous. I give you a box later? Sure, Yuen said with a smile, and then he picked up the wine glass. Come on, let's have a drink first, and then talk about business. Captain Lin. Ning Jing noticed that Lin Xian was silent, and raised the wine glass to smile at him. Okay. Lin Xian also took a sip, and immediately a sweet and spicy taste rushed to the top of his head. In a few breaths, it seemed that the remaining coldness on the surface of the body began to dissipate. After drinking a few sips, he could even feel his ears and limbs starting to heat up slightly, and the whole person was comfortable and hot, very comfortable. In this cold winter at the end of the world, he could still have a drink like this. The people who were fighting against the snow demon tide a few hours ago didn't dare to think about it. After drinking a glass of strong liquor, the people sitting together felt that their fatigue and coldness had dissipated a lot. Brother Qian, how about letting this girl surnamed Mo introduce the situation in the city to us brothers first? After Shi Yuen finished speaking, he said to Ning Jing and Lin Xian, this girl surnamed Mo is an old acquaintance of Brother Qian. Their convoy came several days earlier than us, and is more familiar with the current situation in Shilin City. In addition, she happened to ask Brother Lin for something, so we came together and let everyone feel at ease first. Ning Jing nodded when she heard this. The nerves of Longshan No. 1 were completely tense, and they dared not slack off at all. At this time, she finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Shi Yuen's words. Just ask me directly. There's no need for Lao Qian to introduce me. We saw your convoys rushing into Shilin City late at night. You must have encountered a big battle. Monica poured herself another glass of wine skillfully, then held the glass and crossed her legs, saying, It's okay. Many newcomers are like you. Especially after the cold wave came in the past few days, there are fewer convoys coming. Most of them have escaped from the snow monster tide. But don't worry, the current Shilin City is much safer than the places you have been to before, so you can relax a little. Since you are here, your life is safe first. Is it because of the city defense system here? Ning Jing frowned. Monica nodded. There is this reason. This place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. There are also very complete defensive walls and land-based heavy weapons. At the beginning, the Federation was going to build this place as a permanent city like Dawn City. However, after the collapse of the government, their financial and personnel gaps were too large, so they had to give up and concentrate on repairing the underground city in Dawn City. Has there been no strange bodies in the city since nightfall? Lin Xian asked at this time. Very rarely. Monica looked at him and said with interest, even if they appear, there is nothing to be afraid of. There are tens of thousands of people in the city. A few strange bodies are not enough for those large teams to grab blood essence. Other survivors don't have to worry about this problem for the time being. Everyone's face changed slightly when they heard that it was the first time they heard that someone was fighting for strange bodies. In the past, they couldn't even hide. But everyone thought about it and understood it. If only a small number of C-level or B-level strange bodies appeared, facing the tens of thousands of survivors who were fleeing with strong troops and horses, it really wouldn't pose any threat. So you can rest assured in the city these days. Monica said, regain your strength and recruit soldiers. The Phoenix Society and the Arctic Wind Alliance have a lot of supplies. Even if there is no blood and essence exchange, you can get some basic supplies and defensive weapons from the Phoenix Society for free, or simply join other teams and the Phoenix Society. It is also a good choice. Recruit soldiers? Shi Yuen felt fresh when he heard this word. Why, are you starting to rob people here? It's not really robbing. Xian Deli said lightly at this time. This is what happens when there are too many people, Xiao. The team wants to find a big team to join together, and the superpowers also want to find a backer. The Phoenix Society is just a support and cannot take care of such a large group. Moreover, joining the Phoenix Society is not only demanding, but also dangerous and has a high mortality rate. So it is better to follow a big team. That's right. Monica smiled slightly. Joining the Phoenix Society is not a good job. Most teams choose to cooperate. After all, the survivors go to the place of rebirth, while the Phoenix Society goes to the place of death. Ordinary people have to consider whether they have such courage. As soon as this was said, everyone present fell into silence. At first, many people thought that joining the Phoenix Society was like finding a big backer, but this was exactly the difference between the Phoenix Society and the Federation Dawn City. Lin Xian had actually figured this out a long time ago. Although Dawn City collected protection fees, The sheltered survivors did not have to bear the responsibility of protecting the city unless the city was destroyed. But the Phoenix Society had no city, they had no base, and the whole world supported them, guiding the survivors to follow the dawn. The purpose was to lead these survivors to resist the darkness together rather than sheltering them. This meant that joining the Phoenix Society was actually participating in the mission of saving mankind, which was not something that ordinary people could have. In fact, this was also the reason why the Interstellar Army could always be respected. After the Apocalypse Day, the Interstellar Army became the only armed force that could protect the survivors. When the world was in dire straits, only they chose to stand in front of the people without hesitation. The big teams recruit powerful psychics, genetic evolutionists, and some people with special skills. The other teams are the same. They accumulate and strengthen their own strength in order to gain more self-protection capabilities. Monica continued to talk to herself while drinking. Now blood essence has become hard currency, and it can be exchanged for a lot of living supplies and weapons and equipment from those big alliances, organizations, and Phoenix. Anyway, Shilon City now looks like a survivor resettlement area, and it has started to have some temporary commercial flavor. You may even be able to buy spring on tea on N Street over there. Qian Deli rolled his eyes and spat at her. What's the matter? It's all for survival. At this time, customs and laws are meaningless. That's not what I meant. Monica put her wine glass against her tipsy cheek and looked at the men meaningfully, saying, those women are tough characters. Have you ever experienced the prostitution service of a person with special abilities? Puff, as soon as the words fell, several team leaders who were drinking immediately vomited, and even Lin Xian and Shi Diyuan couldn't help but look stunned. Special abilities. Before Monica said it, Lin Xian had never even thought about this aspect. A group of men looked at each other, but Ning Jing crossed her arms and looked at Monica calmly. Let's talk about something serious, such as what we can use in the city, or the plan of the Phoenix Society. Monica smiled faintly, took a sip of wine and said seriously, anyway, you can go to the streets where the survivors gather on the central street when it's dawn. Basically, you can find everything you want. As long as you have supplies or hard currency like blood essence, you can find anything. As for the Phoenix Society, I currently only know that the person in charge here is Zhao Yu, and the 7th Survey Corps is also under his command. The current plan is to prepare to evacuate Shilon City before dawn on the 31st, which is the day after tomorrow. In other words, everyone still has 2 days and 2 nights of rest time. In addition, the Nightwalker organization is organizing psychics and genetic evolutionists to conduct psychic tests at the Michelle Church on the central street. If it is a psychic above the evolution level or a genetic evolutionist above level 3, the Nightwalker organization will also give some supplies as a reward for participating in the test, and more for the King Kong level. But I also want to remind you. Monica looked at everyone. There are many powerful characters in Shilon City. Both the big teams and Phoenix City are eyeing it. If our people are tested to have strong strength, they will definitely be targeted by some teams. These big teams offer a variety of conditions. In other words, there are many temptations. It happens every day that the superpowers of our team go for the test, but never come back and jump to other teams. It's nothing strange. Oh, what do I think of it? Who knows that Shi Diyuan heard this and said indifferently, people are willing to go, the conditions are good and they live well. It's human nature. If my people find a good place to enjoy the shade of the big tree, I will be very happy, and I won't be so stressed, ha ha ha. Shi Diyuan seemed to be completely unconcerned about this. Lin Xian, who was standing next to him, could actually see that most of the people on Longshan No. 1 were ordinary people. Except for the residents in Longshan at the beginning, the rest were survivors rescued along the way. These people were protected by Longshan No. 1 on the way to escape, and Shi Diyuan and Ning Jing mobilized these ordinary people, trained themselves. Although in terms of individual combat power, the more than 1,000 people in Longshan No. 1 are not as good as those elite teams, but it is naturally not simple to allow such a large orbital fortress to survive until now. Since it is safe here, it is just right. During the day, we can let those bastards go out and walk around, pick up supplies everywhere, and Abai and other superpowers and enhancers can also arrange for inspections. It is also good to collect some supplies. Shi Diyuan said to Ning Jing at this time. Ning Jing nodded. Well, I promised them when I was on the train. We are now partners of the Phoenix Society. Letting them go for inspection can also help us increase our strength and morale. Supplies are not the most important thing. Lin Xian thought to himself after hearing this. It seems that the people of the Nightwalker organization should not only find him, the Infinity, but also the Dragon Mountain one. So it seems that Shi Diyuan must have obtained a piece of the Red Phoenix Order, but I don't know if he has obtained the cold dark reagent. Monica looked at Shi Deyuan curiously after hearing this. I thought that Brother Shi was preparing to recruit more elite soldiers with such a large Doomsday fortress. Why does it sound like he doesn't have this intention? Yes, we don't actively recruit. Ning Jing said bluntly. We help those who can help, and we won't keep those who want to leave. The guys on this car are like a family. Everyone is fighting together to survive. There is no treatment. Ning Jing's words also resonated with several other teams. They were also a group of survivors, who gradually formed a team along the way. They shared food and drink inside, and never talked about any treatment. What about this handsome guy? Monica looked at Lin Xian at this time, and said with interest, I heard Lao Qian and Brother Shi talking about your deeds before. For a capable person like you, even the Phoenix Society would extend an olive branch to you. Have you ever thought about recruiting soldiers and expanding your power to gain more chances of survival? Me? Lin Xian saw that the topic suddenly turned to himself, and said in a calm voice, I don't need to increase manpower now, so I don't have such an idea. It's okay to exchange other things, or buy some supplies and weapons. He said this to reject some troubles, who came to seek asylum because of his mechanical ability. Lin Xian knew that he couldn't protect so many people, but if there was a suitable partner, he would consider it. Monica groaned softly, and said in a slightly disappointed tone, Is that so? That's a pity. I was completely shocked when I heard about your deeds before. I admired you so much that I was thinking about whether I should take my mobile train to join you. After that, she looked at Qian Deli complainingly. Old Qian, you see, they don't think highly of me at all. Oh, take the train to join you, that's great. Shi Deyuan's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he said to Lin Xian, Brother Lin, I advise you to think about it carefully. This girl surnamed Mo has an intercontinental train, which is an elite route, and the carriage is an automated weapon vehicle. The compartment, all-terrain system, and weapons on the car are all managed automatically. It's awesome. Even though there are only 20 people in a car, it can match the firepower of 200 people. She's kidding, old Shi. Qian Deli crossed his arms and glanced at Monica impatiently. TSK, didn't I tell you to drink less? You drank too much again. Didn't you ask for help? If you say a few more words, people will think you are a crazy woman and I can't speak for you. Lin Xian was speechless after hearing this. This woman drank one glass after another. After chatting for a while, the bottle in front of her was already empty. She drank at least half a caddy. But she seemed to be getting more and more sober, and her speech became more open. Chapter 267. I'm telling the truth. Which woman doesn't like heroes, right? Monica winked at Lin Xian and said with interest. By the way, Captain Lin, there are some minor faults on my train. I heard that you are a mechanical expert. I wonder if you can help. Minor faults? Lin Xian said, since it is a minor fault, no one else can fix it. Stefan had just mentioned that the other party was a highly automated weapon-grade train. He didn't believe that the people who drove such a train on the road didn't know how to deal with minor faults. There are many engineers on big guys, like Longshan No. 1 and Silver Star. Now in Shilon City, there is no environmental dilemma that Longshan No. 1 encountered before. What kind of minor fault can't be fixed? Monica put the wine glass on the table and snapped her fingers. At this time, a younger brother standing behind her wearing thick glasses quickly handed over a mobile terminal. Lin Xian took it and looked at it. Not long after, his eyebrows slightly raised. On the mobile terminal was the situation blueprint of Monica's train and the fault information of various systems. He was first surprised by Monica's train, which made him feel like seeing the Silver Star again. But Monica's train only had 8 carriages, and the whole train was highly intelligent, like an integrated land mobile warship. Energy carriage, power carriage, full vehicle integrated power integration system, 42 automatic machine guns, full vehicle situation sensing, multiband radar, fire extinguishing system, de-icing system, air defense system, all-round closed defense denial electric field. The train of more than 200 meters only needs less than 5 people to fully control it. The rest are Monica's combat personnel and logistics maintenance personnel. The solid interior space is simply the Doomsday shelter that countless people dream of, and there is even automatic air circulation and so on. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He had thought about these things before, but Monica's train was made in an integrated manner, which was completely different from his Infinity, which was a modification of an ordinary train carriage. It was obvious that it cost a huge amount of money to build. This train seems to be designed specifically for the Doomsday. Monica seemed to see Lin Xian's doubts, smiled slightly, and said directly without any concealment, The Doomsday train built by the Cole Group was a gimmick in conjunction with the military. It is a limited edition of 2 billion yuan. It is my 18th birthday gift. A 2 billion birthday gift? Others looked strange when they heard it, but Qian Deli glanced at her lightly. Oh, who said that this gift was the one they disliked the most? But now it has become your life-saving treasure. Hee, no. There is no way. Monica showed a helpless smile. At this time, of course, staying alive is the most important thing. Lin Xian heard that this Monica was the daughter of a top wealthy family before the Doomsday. He knew that the rich circle liked to build some Doomsday fortresses, survival capsules and the like, because the rich always have a strong sense of crisis. In the eyes of the rich, nuclear war, flood and Doomsday are not impossible. In addition to the countless wealth, those technology companies have seen this point and built this kind of Doomsday survival vehicle to make money or hype. It's just that I didn't expect that this kind of thing would actually be put to practical use. At this moment in Shilin City, Monica's Queen Mo can be regarded as a fortress-level vehicle that everyone in Taiwan is jealous of, with powerful firepower and a full sense of security. However, Lin Xian couldn't help but frown when he saw the fault information on the train. The problem on the Queen Mo was similar to that of Longshan No. 1 before. The most important thing was that there were more than one fault, almost all of which were concentrated in the drive components, power components, and even the nuclear power energy core. These problems seemed to be irreversible faults caused by lack of maintenance. In short, many of the components can only be replaced but not repaired. However, if it was Lin Xian's mechanical ability, although the materials of some components were special, it was nothing more than a matter of spending more time for him. But it was indeed a big trouble for Monica and her team. First of all, her train was a limited edition. The Cole Group, as a technology company, had gone bankrupt long before the apocalypse day. Because it was linked with the military, there was no need to worry about the weapon accessories. Most of them were standard. But in other aspects, whether it was the body, drive, or various designs, they were specially made in conjunction with many industries, which meant that there was no substitute at all. In addition, the people on the Monica truck seemed to lack professional maintenance capabilities, so this situation gradually became an irreversible loss. So Monica's train seems to be more serious than expected, and Monica seems to know this. When Lin Xian looked at the mobile terminal, her open-minded and cheerful face revealed a very subtle sense of tension. Everyone drank silently, but Monica kept shaking her glass and quietly waiting for Lin Xian's response, as if the glass was actually red wine. It's not a big problem. Lin Xian glanced at Monica's movements and immediately handed over the mobile terminal, but... What? Monica frowned slightly, and Lin Xian's words made her heart race. Don't worry about the reward, there is enough blood and sperm. That's another matter. Lin Xian shook his head. The main reason is that I'm not free tonight. My own train has not been repaired yet. Maybe I have time to help you tomorrow morning. Monica's face relaxed immediately after hearing this, and a smile appeared on her face. She said loudly, "Oh, so it's this? I thought it was something else. Handsome boy, you scared me. It's okay, there's plenty of time now. Wait until you're done, and then come to me. I can also take you to the city to meet some people." Sure Yuan was excited after hearing this, and looked at Qian Deli at this time. That's great. Why don't we go to the Michelle Church tomorrow to find the Nightwalker organization to test our superpowers and see the world? Our people will also grow up, and we will be more capable when dealing with weird bodies next time. Yes, it happens. Several people in my team are going. All the superpowers and genetic evolutionists should go for a test, even if it's just to see it for themselves. Ning Jing also nodded. Even I don't know whether I am superpowered or genetically evolved, how I grew up, and how to control it. I never thought about this before except for running for my life. Lin Xian looked at her. Sister Jing, don't you know which one you are? We don't know, Sure Yuan spread his hands. Her strength is getting stronger, but many genetically evolved physical masters will also be like this, so we can't tell the difference. Now most superpowers are crossing the river by feeling the stones. If there is no guidance from the Phoenix Society, who knows what's going on? Qian Deli crossed his fingers and said in a sissy way, my speed is simple, but I don't know what the use of this level assessment is. We can know whether we can beat the strange body by trying it. Does it mean that my test level is stronger than the strange body, so I will not die? This is not a poker game. There are many people with special abilities who die in the dark. You are right. Ning Jing agreed, but I think this assessment level should be used by the Phoenix for observation. In comparison, those who survive to this day will have a higher degree of evolution. Of course, it is also a factor of weapon firepower. As an official organization, They may use it to assess the survival rate or find the evolutionary limit of human beings. If we can understand this aspect more and be more proactive and enhance our own strength, it will also be useful. It can improve our survival rate. For example, at what stage can we survive longer in the dark? Monica drank half a glass of wine and said, "It makes some sense, but no one knows the logic of the dark monsters, and who knows whether they are encountering a C-level weird body or an S-level weird body. Don't worry about it, just test it. Let's understand our own abilities first." Sure Yuen said in a serious voice. "Now these ghosts dare to run out during the day. If they really cover the polar night, it will probably be a group of demons. To study those monsters, we have to live until then." Lin Xian nodded, drank the wine in the glass, felt a surge of heat, and immediately put down the glass and said, "That's it for now. I still have to go to repair the car. Let's talk about it tomorrow." After everyone had a general understanding of the situation in Shilin City, the tense feeling of escaping from the line of life and death was also relaxed a little with the strong liquor, but Lin Xian was not going to drink and chat all the time. He had encountered sudden crises countless times. Even if he wanted to rest, he had to prepare the train first, otherwise he would not be sure. Shi Yuen and Ning Jing actually thought so too. There were many people on Longshan No. 1, and there were many carriages. No one could sleep peacefully without improving the safety issue. The chance of survival was reserved for those who were prepared. This was almost the consensus of all survivors in the end of the world. Okay, then let's withdraw first. The team is still a mess now. I will not feel at ease if I don't finish it. The captains of the other teams were also preparing to leave at this time. Handsome guy. After getting off the Longshan No. 1 car, Monica behind him suddenly called Lin Xian. In the snow, the younger brother behind her put a coat on Monica. She walked forward and handed Lin Xian a small communicator. "This is my exclusive frequency band. You can find me if you have any questions or needs in Shilin City." Lin Xian took it in his hand and looked at it, then glanced at her. "I didn't say I could definitely help you fix it." Monica smiled lightly and said, "People like you, even if it's just a promise, will bring hope to people, and I believe in Lao Qian's judgment. Even if you can't fix it, I hope to gain your friendship." Lin Xian was slightly surprised. Monica's tone of voice was completely in line with the flattery of the rich circle, who were proud of themselves, but did not deliberately flatter others. But he didn't take it too seriously. If he had to say that he was interested, it was that he wanted to take the opportunity to understand and observe the design of the train and scan the drawings, which might be of great use to his future planning. As for the reward, that's another matter. His top priority is to make his train better. Lin Xian glanced at her lightly, without saying much, just nodded and said, "Okay. See you tomorrow. I hope everything goes well for you," Monica said, looking at the train behind Lin Xian, and then turned around and left. Late at night, the maintenance work of Longshan No. 1 was still busy. Lin Xian also noticed at this time that Longshan No. 1 did not seem to be an ordinary repair, but planned to install some new equipment on some newly installed armor plates and weapon stations. Many of them were carried out from the carriages, and even many tools used to maintain the carriages were prepared in advance. These are all the plans we purchased from Silent City, and it cost a lot of money. In the wind and snow in the distance, Ning Jing, who was directing the maintenance of the carriages overnight, saw Lin Xian looking at Longshan No. 1 from the roof of the Infinity, and then came over to chat with him. After saying that, she looked at the giant armor plates in Lin Xian's hand with envy in her eyes. These factory-standard castings cannot be made without large equipment. Most survivors' external armor is made by picking up ready-made materials and installing whatever they want. Captain Lin, your supernatural potential is comparable to an industrial chain cluster. Lin Xian exhaled a breath of cold air and squatted down. He was very interested in the Silent City mentioned by Ning Jing. "I heard that this Silent City has a cooperation with the Phoenix Society. Now it is becoming more and more powerful by producing industrial products in the Doomsday?" Ning Jing nodded. "Yes. When Silent City passed by the Wei River before, it had a transaction with us. It was there that we obtained some intelligence and learned that the Phoenix Society emergency team that was climbing the elevator also encountered trouble there. So we temporarily changed the route and returned to Hengshan Pass and turned to Shilin City." Lin Xian frowned slightly when he heard this, thinking of the incident that team leader Bai Shuang had encountered as Zhou Wu had mentioned. But at this time, he had a question. "Passing the Wei River? Does Silent City sound like a convoy?" Ning Jing looked at him. "No, it's a city, a mobile mechanical industrial city." "What?" Lin Xian was shocked. Didn't he hear that Silent City was a ship before? Ning Jing seemed to be able to predict Lin Xian's expression, and immediately said, "We were also very surprised when we first met. It is said that the city has the ability to move by land, sea and air. Now it mainly travels between the unswallowed areas of Xingyuan and cooperates with various organizations and alliances. There is a complete industrial system there, and it is a mechanical city that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. Our strong magnetized all-terrain drive module was modified by them. In addition, we also purchased a lot of defensive weapons and carriage design plans." Mobile arms dealer? Lin Xian was a little surprised. Interesting. Ning Jing shrugged and said helplessly, "The whole world is already like this. All the wonders are made just to survive. Even the floating city may not be safe. However, industrial products have indeed become scarce now, and they are also a necessity for survival. That's why I said that your ability is comparable to an industrial chain cluster and has huge potential. Potential must survive to be useful." Lin Xian did not comment and continued to make armor plates and said, "Our current weapons are still difficult to save lives, so it is not a matter of quantity, but quality. For darkness, it is unknown, a generation gap, and a problem that cannot be described, understood, or solved." Ning Jing sighed, with a complex expression. "I hope we can find a way to break the deadlock before humans disappear." Lin Xian made a simple calculation and found that there were more than 30 armor plates to be removed from the entire train. Except for the top plate, which did not need to be replaced for the time being, he planned to replace all the plates on both sides with new ones. In this way, the entire train would be an integrated armor plate with a fully sealed structure. The windows and doors can be opened automatically, and the protection can be improved by several levels after the upgrade. In addition, Lin Xian also scanned the arc pulse string vibrator given to them by Longshan No. 1. He planned to copy it and apply it to all carriages, so that there would be an effect similar to the all-round close defense rejection electric field on the Queen Mo. With the electric blade armor system, the external protection of the entire vehicle has attack means, and there is room for breathing in the face of the monster tide. Then, there are the equipment in the carriage, which has also been greatly tested in the extremely cold weather, including the heating system, de-icing, circuits, cars, etc. The most important thing is the overall drive problem. Lin Xian is now a bit troubled by the drive problem. This modification is a particularly complex and huge project. It sounds hopeless to just do it by hand. The teammates on the Infinity, including the building, can help with welding, disassembly and maintenance, but if they want to solve the modification of the whole vehicle, it will not work at all. This kind of major modification is no less than rebuilding the train. Lin Xian thinks that maybe finding Silent City to upgrade is a convenient solution. In addition, Monica's integrated intelligent Doomsday train is also good. Thinking of this, Lin Xian began to have more interest in Monica's Queen Mo. Let's go and have a look tomorrow. As for the test of the superpowers conducted by the Nightwalker organization, Lin Xian promised Zhou Wu to go there. He also felt that it was necessary for the other people on the train to have a look. Lin Xian was more concerned about whether he could help the team members grow. He found that after the transformation of the dark power by the Hell Black Chrysanthemum, the team members on the train seemed to grow much faster. Especially Xu Qin, Chen Xishuan, Lu Cheng, Niao Lu and other gene evolutionists, the strength and speed of their physical evolution were amazing. Take Niao Lu for example, this little girl could even crush Feng Yuming, whom he met in Beiwan County before, with her personal means. That was still an evolved superpower with strange limb mimicry. In a short period of time, the evolution and growth rate of human beings have been increasing at a high speed. This may also reflect the strong adaptability of human beings in special dangerous environments. Bang, bang, in the special train maintenance shed, Lin Xian manufactured a new type of composite armor plate modeled after the ARM armor of Unit 01 piece by piece. This type of armor plate is more difficult to manufacture and requires a lot of materials. While Lin Xian's preparation center is fully converting tungsten titanium alloy, he has never stopped manufacturing. But the good thing is that his mechanical manufacturing proficiency is constantly improving. Mechanical manufacturing proficiency plus 10. Mechanical manufacturing proficiency plus 10. Mechanical manufacturing 4, 766/2000, improved construction efficiency. Over the night, Lin Xian's mechanical manufacturing proficiency increased by nearly 300 points. He estimated that during the 2 days of rest in Xilan City, in addition to the armor plate, as long as there is enough time, he can also manufacture another 1130 and G3 rail electromagnetic gun to fill the firepower gap between the front and rear vehicles, and at the same time try to make that missile system, which can be used as a big killer. Then, there is the power armor manufacturing. 2 more sets can be manufactured for Miao Lu, Lu Chong and others to use. This will not only improve the strength of the team, but also greatly improve his mechanical manufacturing proficiency. In addition, after finding out the situation in the city, Lin Xian also thought that he could do some arms business like he did in Hengshengwen before. He also learned from Silent City that in addition to selling arms and supplies, he could also manufacture some mechanical industrial products, or help others repair them in exchange for a lot of supplies and resources related to superpowers. Now that there are cold and dark reagents, the role of blood essence has been greatly improved, and he must quickly stock up. There are more and more things in his mind, and unknowingly, it has come to more than 8 o'clock in the morning, and the sky is still shrouded in darkness. The wind and snow gradually subsided, and the sound of artillery outside the city in the distance had died down, since I don't know when. The whole Shilin city fell into an extreme tranquility. Everyone on the Infinity ushered in an extremely peaceful night. This safety comes not only from weapons and city walls, but more from the cluster effect. Seeing tens of thousands of survivors gathered here, it was like a safe gathering area encountered after many days of fleeing. Once humans gather into a group, they naturally have a little more sense of security, which is not available when running alone in the darkness. In carriage number 1, Qin Sichuan woke up after a night of rest. She had never felt so tired last night, but now she was full of energy. After leaving Jiang City, it was the first time for her to personally participate in a battle like yesterday, where life and death were on the line. After opening her eyes, she immediately turned over from the bed. She felt a soreness and tension all over her body, and her heart beat vigorously. She looked around quickly. After not finding Lin Xian, Qin Sichuan immediately picked up the communicator. Lin Xian, are you awake? Hearing Lin Xian's reply, Qin Sichuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, where are you? I come right over. After putting on her winter clothes, Qin Sichuan opened the door of the carriage and saw the door handle outside the carriage. Without thinking, she stepped on it and then exerted her strength. She actually jumped onto the roof of the car with a backflip. Boom! Qin Sichuan, who had just stood still, had not yet recovered from the amazing action made by this conditioned reflex, and saw Lin Xian standing in front of her at this time, looking at her with horror. Teacher Qin, how did you get up? Qin Sichuan opened her mouth slightly, frowned and looked back at the bottom of the carriage. She was still a little conscious. I thought I was wearing power armor. Qin Sichuan said in surprise. She had already gotten used to the movement mode of wearing power armor after yesterday's battle, so she did the action just now without thinking. But when she heard Lin Xian's surprised words, she realized that she was not wearing power armor at this time. Lin Xian looked at Teacher Qin, who had just jumped 3 meters high, and couldn't help twitching his eyes. Isn't Mr. Chen's evolution too fast? Lin Xian thought to himself. Even he couldn't do such a move without a power armor. It seems that genetic evolution is not necessarily weaker than that of a mutant. Qin Sichuan clenched her fist with a puzzled look, waved her arm, and said to Lin Xian, I feel that I am getting stronger and stronger now, and... She looked at Lin Xian and frowned, saying, I can even hear your heartbeat. Lin Xian looked down in surprise. The two were still 2 or 3 meters apart. He was wearing thick winter clothes, and the cold wind was howling outside. In this case, could her hearing be so abnormal? It seems that not only your athletic ability has been improved, but also your sense of perception, Lin Xian said with a deep breath. Qin Sichuan was still a little uncomfortable and nodded. It may be related to yesterday's battle. Sure, Lin Xian said. In addition to fighting, there is also the transformation of the power of the hell-black chrysanthemum. Facing the monster tide that numbers in the tens of thousands, Lin Xian believes that this will be of great benefit not only to Qin Sichuan, but also to everyone in the Infinity and Longshan No. 1 Joint Fleet, as long as they survive. Chapter 268. This really conforms to the law of survival of the fittest among predators, but this evolution is too fast, Lin Xian murmured in a low voice. What are you talking about? Qin Sichuan asked. Nothing. What do you want to talk to me about? Qin Sichuan looked at the densely packed armor plates on the roof and the platform below and looked at Lin Xian with concern. You have been busy all night. Leave the rest to us. Go and rest. Lin Xian shook his head when he heard it. It's not finished yet. There are still many things to do. Don't worry. I'm still energetic now, and everyone will rest later, and let everyone come to help. Seeing Qin Sichuan's situation, Lin Xian decided not to wake up the resting team members, and let everyone sleep until they wake up naturally. Such rest is very rare, and it can be seen that it is also very helpful to the health of all the personnel in the car. At the same time, Lin Xian also told Chen Sichuan about the situation in the city. After completing the armor upgrade, he planned to let everyone go to the Phoenix Society's Nightwalker organization for a test, and also go to the various camps in the city to get some intelligence and information, and exchange some supplies. If the situation allows, he also wants to give some free time to let the team members move freely in this relatively safe city. Sometimes, the psychological pressure is often greater than the physical problem. These dozens of people have hardly relaxed since Yubei Airport, and even a little girl like Shasha has become less talkative. We now have 41 first-level blood essences, 5 second-level blood essences, and 1 third-level blood essence. Chen Sichuan heard Lin Xian's words and told him the existing reserves in the car. For the current supplies, we have exchanged a lot at Hengshan Pass. All food and water are not lacking for the time being. Some hygiene items may be needed for life, but there is nothing else. Lin Xian nodded. Then the most important thing for us now is the problem of trains, weapons, and superpowers. After solving the problem of food and water, it is the problem of living environment and defense. Facing the strange tide, how can the train's defense, power, and driving mode not be restricted by the track? Facing the invasion of strange bodies and dark sides, personal physical fitness, mental strength and combat effectiveness, etc. Bang! Lin Xian put the armor plate he made on the crane, and then operated the crane to put it on the platform below. Now each car armor plate is made of composite armor instead of pure steel plate, but it weighs more than 2 tons, and each car side plate is assembled from nearly 8 armor plates of different standards. In one night, he only solved half of it, and then he fell into the problem of materials again, because the conversion and preparation of tungsten titanium alloy requires too much ordinary steel. Looking at the densely packed armor plates on the platform on the right side of the train, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Let's do this first. Finish the right side today, and then the left side at night." The armor on the right side was the most seriously damaged, and Lin Xian also started from the most important place first. It was only a few hours before dawn, and he had to find Zhou Wu and Monica. He was very tight on time. If necessary, Lin Xian was going to directly replace some high-level armor materials to improve efficiency. Buzz, at this time, suddenly a few military snowmobiles were driving fast in the wind and snow in the distance, heading straight towards the infinity. It's the Phoenix Society. Chen Sichuan had excellent eyesight, and saw the logos on the vehicles from a distance. Lin Xian's face changed, and he clapped his hands. He expected that the people from the Phoenix Society might come to find him, but he didn't expect them to come before dawn. "Let's go down and take a look." "Jump down?" Chen Sichuan asked subconsciously. She didn't have this doubt when she came up just now, but now she began to doubt her ability. Lin Xian smiled. "Teacher Chen, you jump higher than me now." Chen Sichuan opened her mouth. Lin Xian's words inexplicably made her feel like she had turned into a monster. At this time, looking at the white snow under the carriage, she took a deep breath, resisted the pressure in her heart, and jumped directly. Wow, her body was agile and her eyes were focused. At this moment, she seemed to be able to clearly feel her movement speed. As she descended in height, all the muscles in her body were mobilized. In the moment in the air, she could even feel that the snowflakes in the air slowed down a little. As she landed lightly, Chen Sichuan's anxiety completely dissipated, and what immediately emerged was a lightness beyond the limit of sports, a kind of confidence that she could do anything with all her strength, which made the timidity and tenderness in her heart gradually retreat and gradually become firm. She turned her head, raised her face, and looked at Lin Xian with warm and firm eyes. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian also smiled lightly, walked forward and jumped off the train. At this time, the snowmobiles also drove up, the doors opened, and a thin middle-aged man with messy hair and heavy glasses got off the car with a happy face and shouted to Lin Xian immediately. "Captain Lin." Lin Xian looked at it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Wei Kishu? It's me, it's me!" Lin Xian was surprised to meet his old friend. He could still remember the time when he and Wei Kishua repaired the gate and the climbing elevator at Yubei Airport. But after learning from Zhou Wu that the airport support team had died, Lin Xian thought that Wei Kishua was gone too. He didn't expect to see him again in Shilin City. At this time, Wei Kishua looked completely different from when he was at the airport. He seemed to have lost a lot of weight, with messy stubble on his face, and looked more vicissitudes and decadence. Only his eyes under the glasses were still full of burning vitality. Wei Kishua jumped off the track of the snowmobile. At this time, an old man in his 50s or 60s with a vigorous face came out of the car. Wei Kishua wanted to help him get off, but the old man waved his hand stubbornly to signal him to get out of the way. Then he jumped off the edge of the track and almost lost his balance. Then, he hurriedly staggered in the snow and walked towards Lin Xian quickly. Captain Lin, it's really you. I saw the test data submitted by the postman team with the word infinity written on it, and I thought I had read it wrong. Wei Kexue said excitedly as he walked over. Lin Xian walked up to him and hugged him, saying, "Didn't I hear that something happened in your team?" Wei Kexue opened his mouth, as if he was about to say something, and then hurriedly explained, "Something happened, but I was lucky enough to survive. I was found among the dead by the Phoenix Society, and now I am incorporated into the Shilon resident research team." He immediately introduced the old man next to him. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is Professor Guo, the leader of the Shilon Joint Research Group, my mentor, and now my superior, who is very advanced in the research of cold and dark basic particles." "Hello, Guo. You are the captain of the Infinity team, right? Did you provide that research material?" Lin Xian looked at Wei Kexue, and then nodded to Professor Guo. "It's me." The old man took off his gloves immediately after hearing this, and shook hands with Lin Xian very solemnly. Lin Xian thought that Feng Wang would come to him because of supernatural matters, but he didn't expect that the first person to come to him was actually the scientific research team. When shaking hands, Lin Xian made a special observation. He saw that the collar of the winter coat on the old professor was still rolled up in the collar, and the buttons were buttoned wrong. He looked like he was in a hurry to go out. Guo noticed Lin Xian's gaze, looked down, smiled awkwardly, and said while turning up his collar, "I came out in a hurry, it's okay." At this time, Wei Kexue said excitedly, "As soon as the teacher received your research materials, he called all the researchers and held a discussion for several hours. For this, he found his superiors to apply for some specific experimental equipment and assistance, just to restore the experimental process as soon as possible. Unfortunately, there was a dispute with the people of the Emperor group over there, so I hurried to find you without informing you in advance. I know you just escaped from death and came to disturb your rest. I hope you can forgive me." Emperor Project? Lin Xian was a little surprised when he heard this. How did the research on the Dark Mark have something to do with the people of the Emperor Project? As soon as he finished speaking, a lot of people, who looked like laboratory researchers, got off several snowmobiles at the same time. Most of them were older, and in the cars behind, Lin Xian saw Yu Yuheng from the Emperor group. "Captain Lin." Yu Yuheng also walked forward with a somewhat awkward smile. "I haven't had time to thank you for your previous assistance, and I'm bothering you again." Lin Xian looked at the two teams, and was confused. The joint research team mainly studies superpowers and dark tides, while the Emperor team studies mecha warfare. Why did they argue with the research data he provided? "Professor Guo, team leader Yu, what are you doing?" "It's like this." Yu Yuheng spoke first. "The Shilon Command Center is now studying the evacuation route in 2 days. Although our Emperor team is not. Coming here was not part of the original plan of the garrison troops, but we still have the obligation to synchronize our encounters in the Trakama Ice Valley with our brother departments. We believe that this is a very abnormal phenomenon of strange body clusters, so we combined our Evangelion's contact data with the S-Class and communicated with the people in the scientific research team here, preparing to provide an effective suggestion to the superior command." Then, Yu Yuheng looked at Professor Guo's team. Professor Guo seems to have a very unique view on the characteristics of the appearance of dark creatures. Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan looked at each other when they heard this. How did the debate between the scientific research team come to him? "What's your opinion?" Lin Xian asked. "Dark Mark." Before Lin Xian could finish his words, Guo came out and looked at Lin Xian excitedly and said, "Your naming is very accurate. Our Phoenix Society's global research team has proposed more than a dozen different conjectures on the subject of studying the action patterns of dark creatures. The purpose is to find out the logic of the appearance of these dark creatures, including group hunting effect, hunter tracking, soul value attraction, and mutual frequency of psychics, etc. However, so far, none of them can be verified by experiments, but you. Professor Guo looked at Lin Xian in an anxious tone and said, "How did you manage to achieve a 99.9% accuracy rate in judging the presence of strange bodies without intervening in the soul devastating value data?" 99.9%? Lin Xian thought to himself, Director Ding is really rigorous. Professor Guo's words made Lin Xian a little unable to digest for a while. Wei Kexue beside him quickly added, "Captain Lin, the teacher also proposed a bonfire theory before. Coincidentally, this is basically consistent with the dark mark you mentioned. Although there is no effective theoretical support at present, our research team has compared the results of the survey data of many survivors' convoys. At present, many other teams are also increasingly inclined to this theoretical conjecture, but we can't find such a bonfire. The factual basis of existence, even from the perspective of behavioral logic. From the perspective of behavioral logic, it is completely inconsistent with biological behavior. At this time, Yu Yuheng stood up and said bluntly, any creature in nature has survival and reproduction as its main behavioral logic. Our current research has found that there are differences in levels among these dark creatures, and this level difference also has a certain form of command and order, which is enough to show that there is a certain communication ability between dark creatures, rather than the need to be transmitted through the medium of humans. Your results are only compared with the periodic death data of the survivors' convoy, which is obviously not of any reference significance. In the current environment, everyone knows that every dark tide is a great test of survival, and it is normal for the death rate to be higher and higher. But this cannot explain the logic of the appearance of these creatures. Professor Gua heard this and argued with him again in public. Why would the same target, once attacked, be attacked by different creatures in different areas after escaping? We learned in elementary school mathematics that we should grasp the invariant among the variables, and humans are the invariant among them. Yu Yuheng also immediately retorted, the appearance of dark creatures is inherently uncertain. This is essentially a problem of darkness, not a problem of humans. No one knows what monsters will appear in the same area after darkness. Yu Yuheng became more and more anxious as he spoke, and immediately looked at Lin Xian and said, Captain Lin, isn't our experience in Trakama Ice Valley the best example? The high-level weird physical energy drives those snow monsters and snow demons to besiege us, attracting all the snow monsters in the surrounding areas. If we follow the bonfire theory, how can we explain the differences here? So what you mean is that whether we can encounter weird bodies in the dark depends entirely on luck. Another middle-aged professor on the research team also spoke. At least we can't see the behavior patterns of dark creatures during the day, that's the problem. The people from the Emperor team also stood up. Professor Gua tapped his palm with his fingers. Invariant and variables. Invariant and variables. Let's focus on this most basic problem first, don't magnify it. If dark creatures can see us during the day and communicate in the dark, isn't this easy to explain? Yu Yuheng also argued. Oh right, the monsters in Yubei City called the monsters in Weha River and told them that our support team was going there, so they were attacked immediately after entering the night, right? The old man from another research team said unwillingly. For a moment, the two groups started arguing fiercely over a disagreement. Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan were confused when they saw the scene. Wei Kexue walked out with an embarrassed look on his face, and said to Lin Xian, we have been arguing all night long. What are they arguing about? Wei Kexue said, because the Emperor team just submitted a report of their research inference to Director Zhao, which may change the next action decision of the Shilon Phoenix Society, so they started arguing about this issue. Lin Xian asked in confusion, why did the Emperor team interfere with this project? It's not interference. Wei Kexue took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian and said, the behavioral logic of dark creatures is not just a problem that the Night Walkers or the Emperor team need to study. This topic belongs to the common problem of all mankind. For this problem, arguments between various research groups have been common. Now that the cold dark basic particles have come out, we all think that we should be able to quickly reveal the communication logic of dark creatures. So my teacher's research team, including Team Leader Yu's secret mission, have this content. In short, Team Leader Yu's team believes that my teacher and his bonfire. The theory is totally untenable. Chen Xishuan looked at the two groups of people who were arguing more and more fiercely, and couldn't help asking, why are they so tense? Wei Kexue said helplessly, I support the teacher's theory, but in fact I can understand both sides. You participated in the rescue of Trakama Ice Valley, and you should also know that the Emperor team sacrificed many people this time. Of course, they don't agree that the reason why the team was wiped out and besieged by the swarm is the hidden danger left after their experiments with S-level weird bodies in other places. Lin Xian nodded upon hearing this, but this is the fact. All the strange bodies from Ye's Lake to Trakama Ice Valley were attracted there, including two giant abyss worms. If it weren't for the marks of the S-level strange bodies, it would be hard to explain it by other reasons. Chen Xishuan frowned slightly. So you came to us overnight, hoping that we can give you an answer? In fact, the bonfire theory is indeed a more counterintuitive argument among all the mainstream speculations, but this time the information you provided contains very accurate observation data. Our entire team, including the teacher, was very surprised, because although his bonfire theory can match the results of many experimental control groups, it is impossible to observe the process, because we don't know what kind of bonfire theory is. What is it? So although the teacher's theory has more and more supporters, it is not mainstream, and many people even say it is divination, which only cares about results. After all, the mortality rate of the survivors' convoy is high, and the survival rate of the survivors who have experienced S-level monsters and monster tides is even lower, so some people say that his theory is a blood-sucking bun. Although the teacher has already had an observation sequence in this regard, it is not accurate at all and lacks a reference system, so this Mark energy form has not been accurately detected. Wei Kexue sighed for a long time and said to Lin Xian, "So when we got this research data, we were all shocked and curious about how the observation data you provided could accurately predict the change curve of this Mark energy. In order to find out, everyone came to you after arguing. After all, this research data was provided by you. The reference system in the research data they provided is definitely not just a hypothesis." Over there, Guo Xiqing, who was arguing with Yu Yuheng's team, hurried over to Lin Xian and took out a mobile terminal, which seemed to be the research data provided by Ding Junyi. "Captain Lin, I want to ask, your observation data seems to lack an important control group. We studied it for a night, and found that the data was described with a specific descriptor. Although it seems like a hypothesis, this hypothesis can accurately predict the appearance of strange bodies. You even successfully judged the safe area 3 times in a row. This is what we want to know." Yes. Someone from another research team also came up, so we concluded that you may have very special superpowers with this observation ability. Of course they have very special psychics. Yu Yuheng also stepped forward and said, "I have told you before that this time we were able to evacuate from the Trakama Ice Valley. Captain Lin helped a lot. He and his team have very powerful psychics, and Captain Lin can disperse thousands of snow monsters by himself, which is a great threat to the dark creatures. Our Emperor Project team are all non-psychics, but they can be besieged by monsters on a large scale, and even the threats of other survivors' teams in the area are attracted. So this hunter thinking and group hunting effect are all untenable. Dark creatures have high-level thinking. This also proves what I said before, that dark creatures are threats that can judge targets, so even after a large-scale transfer, our Emperor Project team will still be besieged by monsters. What about cross-regional threats? Those ordinary survivors are running away all the time. Running away means fear. The more fearful you are, the more likely you will be targeted by hunters. Professor Guo, you should understand this principle better than me. You? Being marked by dark creatures and having high-level thinking do not conflict with each other." At this time, a cold voice suddenly interrupted the argument between the two groups. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that a woman got off the Infinity at the back and came to Lin Xian's side. Ding Junyi. Lin Xian turned off the communicator at this time. When he learned the purpose of the other party's visit, Lin Xian opened the communicator with Ding Junyi in advance. In this case, Lin Xian thought it would be better to leave it to professionals to deal with. "Who are you?" Professor Guo and Yu Yuheng asked at the same time. Ding Junyi stepped forward and responded calmly. "Ding Junyi, the former chief scientist of the Federation No. 9 Underground City Biological Laboratory, is currently a biological researcher of Infinity. This research data was provided by me." "Ah, it was you who provided it. No wonder you are so professional." Everyone gathered around after hearing this. Yu Yuheng took the lead and introduced himself. "Hello, Yu Yuheng. I would like to ask Professor Ding, your research report on the attack of the strange body is based on the special ability of a certain superpower in the car, or your monitoring of the peak value of the whole car's soul value. Because of the missing information in this research data, we cannot restore the experimental results, which has an important impact on our judgment of the results. I think you should understand as a researcher. This research material clearly states that the soul angling value is only used as auxiliary monitoring data. The peak and trough are judged after the attack of the strange body, not as a predictive judgment of whether the strange body appears or not. Young man, be rigorous in examining the questions." Professor Guo said hurriedly with a red face. Ding Junyi looked at Lin Xian when she heard this. From her expression, it seems that she had expected such a result. An accurate research report, but the most important reference system does not exist. If this data was not provided by Infinity through the Phoenix Club postman, and Ding Junyi made very detailed annotations and detailed derivation process in it, it would definitely be thrown away as a joke. It was precisely because of Wei Keshua's intervention that Guo Xiqing knew the deeds of the Infinity team, and Professor Guo really took it seriously and wanted to find a result, not a hypothesis. Lin Xian saw Ding Junyi's eyes and knew what she meant. He sighed in his heart. At this time, Wei Keshua, Professor Guo, and Yu Yuheng brought a large number of research teams to visit late at night. He knew that he could not hide it, so he nodded to Ding Junyi. Ding Junyi got Lin Xian's affirmation and immediately said to everyone, It was not caused by a special superpower, nor was it caused by a group threat, but a blood disaster plant. During our escape, we found that this disaster plant had the ability to sense this kind of mark, so we began to conduct in-depth research. Of course, we used ourselves as the experimental carrier. Facts have also proved that this mark is indeed the main factor that triggers the attack of dark creatures. After we eliminated this mark, we entered a kind of silent state in the dark night. So I infer that darkness is a living area and environment for dark creatures. Unless we are within a certain distance and range, dark creatures cannot sense the existence of humans. This mark is a special form of hunting. At present, I have also discovered that this mark has the characteristics of being superimposed and covered by high-level creatures and being hunted alone. That is, this mark can be cleared by solving the highest-level dark creatures in the area, or absorbed. Ding Junyi spread his hands. To explain it more vividly, it is like a ring. Dark creatures can eat people, but people can also eat each other. This power is fair to all creatures, which can also explain why we humans can evolve. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's face changed. Blood disaster plant? Guasicheng was surprised to hear this. What is? What kind of nature? As soon as this was said, the people in the scientific research team were all shocked. Wei Kexue looked at Lin Xian and said in surprise, Captain Lin, is it the thing that Taylor from the Federation is causing trouble for you? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, we found it in the number 9 underground city. Sure enough. It makes sense. It is the special power resonance of the disaster plant. I just don't know what kind of science it is, what kind of nature it is. Great, there is really such a reference system, which means that Mr. Guo's bonfire theory is indeed the right direction. As long as we can locate the form of this energy, perhaps we can decipher the communication mode of dark creatures, and even peek into the secrets in the dark. Yes, yes. This will save tens of millions of survivors and change the survival mode. The people in the scientific research team were talking in a frenzy. Lin Xian didn't expect these people to react so strongly. On the other hand, Yu Yuheng was also in disbelief. Yu Yuheng walked up and asked Ding Junyi in a deep voice, have you observed the exact form of energy? Ding Junyi looked at him and immediately took out a mobile terminal and handed it to him. I used an Axion wave detector to detect the reaction of a certain type of massive particle similar to the cold dark basic particle, so I can be sure that there is. But the problem is that it cannot be captured with current technical means. Yu Yuheng snatched the mobile terminal, and the researchers behind him also gathered around at this time. But before long, these people's faces became more and more gloomy. Yu Yuheng frowned and flipped through the content. At this time, the words he wanted to refute seemed to be completely suppressed by the argument given by Ding Junyi. According to the theory provided by Ding Junyi, the crisis caused by their Emperor plan did not come from the deterrence of Unit 01, but from the mark that Chen Wei and Chen Lai were given after they operated Unit 01 and came into close contact with the S-Class strange body. This also caused them to frequently encounter large-scale strange body attacks during the transfer process, which was the ultimate reason for the destruction of the General Aviation Transport Group and the armed company. Thinking of this, Yu Yuheng's face turned pale, and he kept muttering, impossible. Impossible. Then why don't those monsters dare to approach the defense line? It's very simple, they are just adapting to the light. Lin Xian said lightly, don't you find that the frequency of the attack of the monster tide is the same as that of the blizzard? Yu Yuheng opened his mouth, and his eyes were full of disbelief. At this time, Professor Gui came over. Yu Yuheng looked at him, and struggled with an ugly face. Then he handed over the mobile terminal, and said unyieldingly, unless this energy particle is successfully detected, it is still impossible to make a complete conclusion. The research on the blood disaster plant is still very unclear. Although the process of this research material is very rigorous, I can only say that there is a certain basis for this direction. If the results can match after multiple experimental controls, we must rule out other impossibilities. Young people, we can't think about these dark existences with the logic of Earth creatures. What hunters, what threats, their behavior is completely a mechanical behavior, and the driving force here must have a logic that we can't understand. The experiment of Captain Lin and Professor Ding is enough to prove that this conjecture is worthy of in-depth experimental demonstration. Professor Gui took the mobile terminal, looked at it carefully, and explained to Yu Yuheng excitedly. The more he looked, the more excited he became. He immediately said to Ding Junyi, where is this? This blood disaster plant? Can you give it to us for experiment now? As soon as the voice fell, Lin Xian's face changed slightly. The hell-black chrysanthemum is now an important treasure of the infinity. In addition to being able to warn of the dark mark, it can also absorb black fog and transform energy to help the people in the car evolve. It can even be transformed into a mechanical source point after combining with a heterogeneous magic cube, so that Lin Xian's mechanical ability is also improved. Lin Xian is reluctant to give away this kind of thing comparable to a treasure pot. When Professor Gua saw that Lin Xian and others were silent and did not respond, he immediately raised his head and looked at Lin Xian inexplicably. Why? Can't it be done? I'm sorry, this thing is very important to us. Lin Xian refused bluntly. Ding Junyi once told him that the cold dark basic particles have been discovered. As long as the people of the Phoenix Society follow her experimental method to capture the energy form, even without the hell black chrysanthemum, they can quickly find the answer, so he doesn't have to hand it over. But the premise is that the other party believes and is willing to conduct large-scale experiments with this unknown reference system. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Professor Gua immediately became anxious. It's time now. Survivors in various places lack effective means of investigation and countermeasures. They die on a large scale every day. If we have this reference system, we can greatly shorten the experimental process and develop equipment that can detect this mark. 1 day earlier, 1 hour earlier, how many lives can be saved? Yes, if the existence of this mark can be discovered, it will be subversive to the survival concept of all survivors. Another old researcher also said anxiously. Just for the topic of identifying the attack logic of dark creatures, Phoenix Society has spent a lot of energy and financial resources in hundreds of research groups and thousands of researchers around the world. This matter cannot be delayed. Professor Gua saw that Lin Xian was in a dilemma and his lips were trembling with anxiety. He hurriedly said, I know this thing is very important to you, but I guarantee with my personality, Gua Xiqing, that we are just borrowing it for research and not for any other purpose. As long as the results are obtained, we will definitely return it to you intact. Okay, I will ask Director Zhao to apply for subsidies for you. Apply for a lot of subsidies, okay? Wei Kexue saw that Professor Gua was getting more and more excited, so he quickly grabbed him and said, Teacher, don't worry, I talked to Captain Lin. Then he walked up to Lin Xian and said in a low voice with apology, Captain Lin, don't mind, my teacher is a little anxious. He has been in the laboratory all his life and doesn't know how to deal with people. If it's inconvenient for you, I can understand. If you have any needs, my teacher and I will help you talk to your superiors. The main thing is that this matter is really critical for us now. You see? Lin Xian sighed slightly and said to Ding Junyi, Director Ding, what do you think? Ding Junyi said to Lin Xian, I said before that the observation reference has essentially found the answer, but our car. There is a lack of equipment to observe particle-level substances, so it is impossible to effectively sequence the energy sequence of the black chrysanthemum changes. So if they have such equipment, theoretically they can find the answer in a short time. How long? Ding Junyi took a deep breath. I can't give a specific time. Science requires continuous repeated experiments, and it is also related to many interfering factors, including time, darkness, strange bodies, etc. So this involves the scale of the experimental group, repeatable experimental subjects, etc. In short, if the scale is large enough and the experimental base is large enough, it may take a week to a month to find this energy under the premise of a reference system. Lin Xian's face sank slightly when he heard this, and he fell into hesitation. Of course, if you are lucky, you can get it in one experiment. Ding Junyi shrugged. Science is like this. The randomness and uncertainty of the experimental results, especially the material system, are even more exaggerated. It is a completely random combination of molecular materials. In the words of normal people, it is just a matter of luck. We only have 2 days here, Lin Xian said. 2 days is fine. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Gua Xiqing suddenly said, what Professor Ding said just now is right. With observation reference, we have essentially found the answer. If you just lend it to us for 2 days, I will. Professor, no. At this time, the research team said with an unpleasant look, I just read the information provided by Professor Ding. There are at least thousands of large mass particles with the same characteristics. Even a control experiment requires at least hundreds of times. Yes, unless you are lucky, 2 days is not enough. Enough. Gua Xiqing said anxiously at this time. I will find Xiao Yu now and ask him to send someone to Quancheng to borrow an ultra-pure germanium detector. We can directly use the captured weird body to conduct a positive test on this kind of large mass particle. 2 days should be enough. It can be seen that the old professor has thought of all the ways he can think of in order to solve this problem as soon as possible. No. Wei Kexue shook his head and said, there is not enough time to rush to Quancheng now, and we must be escorted by the Survey Corps, and the signal cannot be transmitted. After this, The scientific research team suddenly became quiet. Even if they can go without food for 2 days and 2 nights, they cannot guarantee that they can get results in 2 days, which makes these scientists feel troubled. We have ultra-pure germanium detectors. At this time, a voice broke the silence of the scene. Everyone looked over and found that Yu Yuheng, who had been silent since just now, suddenly spoke. Yu Yuheng took a long breath and said sternly, "The Emperor Project has a special ultra-pure germanium detector for energy particle detection after close contact with S-level weird bodies. If Professor Gua needs it, we can provide it." As soon as he finished speaking, the researchers of the Emperor group behind him were shocked. "Team Leader Yu, this detector is what we are going to use now. Support them first." Yu Yuheng's face was firm, and he resolutely said at this time, "The current data judges that their theoretical direction is correct. Once successful, they can save many people. The priority is above us. But, have you forgotten the highest principle of the Phoenix Society? I will be responsible for any problems." Yu Yuheng suddenly shouted loudly. As soon as this was said, the whole audience fell silent. After speaking, Yu Yuheng looked at Lin Xian. "Captain Lin, if you are worried about the progress of the experiment, our team can cooperate with Mr. Gua's research team to speed up the progress of the experiment and provide you with protection." As soon as this was said, the research team members on Professor Gua's side looked eager, and everyone felt a great confidence and looked excited. "Really? Great. Then the progress can be accelerated." "Yes, definitely." Professor Gua was very excited at this time, and the wrinkles on his face were stretched out. These old guys were arguing so loudly just now. Lin Xian couldn't help but mutter as he watched this strange scene. Ding Junyi, who was beside him, heard his words and said calmly, "Science is the pursuit of truth. Any prejudice is unimportant in front of it." Ding Junyi's words shocked Lin Xian's heart, and he immediately said with regret, "I am narrow-minded. In this case, I will lend it to them." "To save mankind?" Ding Junyi asked. Lin Xian's eyes swept over the research team, which was now over 50 years old, and Professor Gua, who was so excited that he could not express it in words, and said lightly, "I don't have that kind of righteousness. Just think of it as giving face to these desperate old guys." Ding Junyi's eyes moved over his face, and she smiled faintly and said, "Do you think I will believe it?" Lin Xian sighed, "Actually, I'm still worried." "I know." Ding Junyi said at this time, "I can go with the team to participate in the research in the next 2 days. I can't guarantee whether I can speed up the progress of the experiment, but I will protect the hell black chrysanthemum for you." Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he thought this was a good idea. "And the Phoenix Club is currently cultivating green plants. Maybe I can get some of what you need from it." Ding Junyi glanced at Lin Xian. As she got to know Lin Xian better, she gradually got in sync with Lin Xian's thoughts, and knew what he was concerned about. After saying that, Ding Junyi looked at Lin Xian with a bit of subtlety, as if she wanted to get Lin Xian's affirmation. "Director Ding." Lin Xian looked at Ding Junyi with surprise, and was stunned for a moment before looking at her. "You are really getting better and better." "Good? What kind of adjective is good?" Lin Xian couldn't really describe how smart she was. She was already smart enough, and a smart woman's actions were all in line with his wishes, which made him feel extremely comfortable. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. "In short, it's good." Ding Junyi looked at him in confusion, and then smiled gently. She could feel Lin Xian's recognition of her, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort in her heart, like a flower blooming. Chapter 269. After a while, Ding Junyi got ready and dressed, and got off the car with her computer, while Chen Sichuan took the pot of hell black chrysanthemum down. When the members of the research team saw the strange black plant, they immediately surrounded it and began to communicate with Ding Junyi. Afterwards, the hell black chrysanthemum was carefully escorted to the car by Gua Xiqing and others, and Ding Junyi also simply signaled to Lin Xian and followed him into the research team's car. "Be sure to protect it well, go back now, and start arranging the experiment, and call everyone who can help." Professor Gua's old face seemed to have no trace of fatigue, but was full of excitement, and he started to make arrangements before getting in the car. Yu Yuheng also came over to express his gratitude to Lin Xian. "Captain Lin, I really don't know how to thank you. Not only did you save our team, but you are also willing to support the work of our Phoenix Society. I have nothing else to say except thank you. If I can escape this extremely cold vortex, I will apply to my superiors. Your ability may have a different solution for our Emperor project." "You're welcome." Lin Xian had a good impression of Yu Yuheng at this time. Although he was a bookish person as Kiki said, his actions just now made Lin Xian look at him with new eyes. Putting aside prejudices and choosing cooperation at critical moments is not simple, and it is also the reason why Lin Xian admires these scientific workers. At this time, Everyone got on the bus, except Wei Kishua. He stood in the snow and hurriedly took something out of his pocket. Then he walked towards Lin Xian, and Lin Xian found that Wei Kishua took out a black iron box from his inner pocket. He took off his gloves, blew a breath of hot air on his hands, and opened it carefully. There were 3 first-level blood essences rolling inside. He immediately handed the iron box to Lin Xian, smiling awkwardly. Professor Gui is an old academic who doesn't understand those conflicts of interest. He can only say some great words. I know that this disaster plant is very important to you. Maybe after the research is successful, the Phoenix Society will give you some rewards. But now our research team has nothing. This thing is a little gift from me on behalf of our research team. I hope you don't dislike it. We will definitely not delay for a moment in the next 2 days, and will not waste your trust in us. Seeing Wei Kishua's haggard face, Lin Xian knew that it must be very difficult for a technician like him to collect this, so he immediately stretched out his hand and pushed it, saying, "Since I am willing to cooperate with the Phoenix Society, I naturally believe in you. I won't talk about the benefits. I just hope that we can make some discoveries as soon as possible, which will really help all the survivors." When Wei Kishua heard this, the smile on his face froze a little bit, his eyes sank slightly, and he lowered his head to look at the iron box in his hand and said, "In fact, the teacher proposed this theory a long time ago. At the beginning, I didn't support him at all. Not only me, but many people didn't want to believe it, or dared not believe it. Are you afraid of facing dark creatures?" Lin Xian said. Wei Kishua said in a deep voice, "For the survivors, it is, but for the Phoenix Society's top leaders, it's not entirely." Lin Xian's eyes were slightly stern when he heard this. If the attack mode of the dark creatures is to mark humans as bonfires or lighthouses in the dark and then attack, it also shows that the Phoenix's plan to chase the dawn is inherently more risky. Lin Xian asked back, "So the Federation's plan to stick to it is right? The problem of dark invasion cannot be solved. Humans can't live long without sunlight. It's just a matter of long-term pain and short-term pain. What's the point of deceiving yourself?" Wei Kishua sighed helplessly. "I know it, we all know it, but ordinary people actually think very little, and I think the most important point is not the issue of position choice, but that this theory will change the human survival mode to a certain extent." He looked up at Lin Xian and said, "If it is confirmed, it means that these survivors who have finally survived will take the initiative to fight with dark creatures. To put it bluntly, it means sending people to die." Lin Xian paused when he heard this, and did not speak. Without investigation, there is no right to speak. That leader is right. Wei Kishua pondered, whether from the perspective of scientists or doomsday leaders, we must provide practical evidence for this dangerous theory, otherwise it is likely to accelerate the extinction of mankind. Lin Xian looked at him at this time. "What exactly did you encounter in the Wei River?" When Wei Kishua heard Lin Xian's words, he couldn't help shuddering all over. His expression fell into great pain, and his lips began to tremble unnaturally. The mark reached a certain threshold of death. When these words came out, Lin Xian felt the hair on his body stand up. Wei Kishua's eyes were full of pain and struggle, and he seemed to be afraid to recall. "At that time, I gradually confirmed the teacher's theory. I also mentioned it repeatedly to team leader Bai Shuang that our death pressure was increasing every night, but at that time everyone felt that we were about to meet up with a large force supporting the station. Only the last dawn." Lin Xian fell silent after hearing this. He now understood what Wei Kishua had encountered. Although they successfully escaped from the climbing elevator, they were facing a level 5 mark. Fortunately, the Infinity escaped in Yuzhen by chance. After the discovery, they successfully suppressed the dark mark with the help of a territorial parasitic monster, otherwise the entire train would not survive at night. But other survivors were not as lucky as him. For example, the Fireline convoy they encountered was completely wiped out, and no bodies were found. As for the other survivors' convoys coming from Yubei Airport, except for Longshan No. 1, none of them have been seen, including Su Jin, Lao Imo, Jiang Yun, etc., and Jian Shui's Silver Star. So this. Wei Kishua patted the snow on the iron box and handed the iron box to Lin Xian again, saying, "I can't use it either, just consider it as a favor from me, accept it." Lin Xian took it, looked at the 3 blood essences in the box, took a deep breath, and nodded, "Okay, thank you." Seeing Lin Xian accept it, Wei Kishua breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes seemed to have a little more spirit. He said to him, "Then we will go back first. If you have anything, come to Shilan University on Central Street to find us." Our research team temporarily borrowed the research room in the university. Lin Xian nodded, and Wei Kishua got on the car immediately, and the group left in a hurry. Watching the snowmobiles of the research team and the Emperor project team leave, Chen Sichuan walked to Lin Xian and said, "This dark mark seems to be much more troublesome than we thought, but how can that foundation have such a forward-looking judgment?" Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "Let's not talk about that foundation. We still don't know where they came from. As for the Phoenix Society, the official is like this. Wei Kishua was right just now. Now their every move, any measure, and any advocacy may affect survivors all over the world. For example, the vegetable juice proposed by the Nightwalker organization can suppress the dark invasion power in the survivors' bodies, but the problem is that some people with bad intentions will exchange some unknown weeds for benefits. Now it's the end of the world, and there is no detection equipment. Those desperate people may really be fooled. What's more, the Phoenix Society cannot determine what substance in the vegetable juice can neutralize the dark invasion toxin, so it is even more impossible to promote it as a solution." "That's right." Chen Sichuan nodded. "Ordinary people's ability to distinguish is actually very weak. Now, at the critical moment of life and death, they are more likely to be misled by wrong information. I can understand this point. Even a vegetable juice is like this, so if there is no conclusive judgment, the Phoenix Society will not officially announce the theory of the dark mark. This has a much greater impact than vegetable juice, so the rigor is understandable. The most important thing is that even if this theory is confirmed, a way to observe it must be found, otherwise it will be meaningless. Because even if the survivors know and recognize the dark mark, they don't know whether they have the mark or what level of mark they have, and they can't make an accurate judgment. It's impossible to fight against the weird body when you meet it. We have the hell-black chrysanthemum, but others don't. It's hard to judge. If it doesn't work, it means that the theory doesn't exist." "I understand," Chen Sichuan said. "I hope the results will come out soon." At this time, the lights in the living car on the Infinity began to light up. Chen Sichuan saw it and said, "Many people are up. You have been busy all night. Come and have something to eat first, and then you can arrange for everyone to load the train." Lin Xian nodded. "Okay, there are still many things to do when the sun rises." Inside the Infinity car, the team members began to wake up one after another. The living car was filled with a surge of vitality. Many people sighed repeatedly. Soon, the sounds of washing and exercising began to sound frequently. Kiki also had a good sleep. When she opened her eyes and woke up, she found that it was almost 10 o'clock. Sasha squatted in front of her window, with a bowl of hot soup, blowing hot air while looking at her. "Sister Kiki, you are the last one to wake up. This is the first time I see you sleep for so long." Kiki sat up suddenly, looked at the soup in Sasha's hand, and then looked at her. "Where is your brother Lin?" Sasha pointed out the window and said, "I'm installing the armor plate with him. Brother Lin said that after dawn, we will go to the Phoenix Club to test our abilities and exchange materials. We can move freely in the afternoon." Hearing Sasha's words, Kiki knew that Lin Xian had been busy all night and felt a little worried. "Get out of the way." She immediately flew out and headed for the bathroom, ready to wash up immediately. Unexpectedly, she was too fast and almost hit the roof of the car. She was so shocked that she opened her telekinetic shield without thinking, and was bounced to the ground with a bang, and she screamed in pain. "Sister Kiki, what's wrong with you?" Sasha looked at her with a surprised look on her face as she was about to destroy the house. "Do you want to knock through the roof?" Kiki stood up from the ground while rubbing her buttocks, looked at her hands with a strange expression, and muttered in her heart, "Why do I feel that my telekinesis has increased a lot? Is it because I rested too well?" Lin Xian was on the roof of the car. When he heard the noise, he opened the roof compartment of car number 2 and saw Kiki below and said, "What are you doing?" I'm fine." When she looked up and saw Lin Xian, Kiki hurriedly ran into the bathroom. Lin Xian looked at Sasha with an inexplicable expression. Sasha shrugged at this time, saying that she didn't know what happened. In the temporary assembly workshop of the freight station, the brand new Infinity armor was being installed piece by piece. The old armor on the right side had been completely dismantled, revealing the scarred internal car box. Lin Xian used his mechanical powers to repair the damage to the carriage. The new armor now includes a buffer lining, which not only provides protection, but also has a certain thermal insulation effect. The crane was constantly operating, and the entire Infinity train began to be equipped with new silver-black armor. Modular loading racks were used outside the carriages now, because these armor plates were manufactured by him in an integrated manner. If they were damaged later, he could completely make modular replacements and then directly fix them with mechanical bolts. At 11:20, the sound of welding and assembly in the workshop was deafening. At this time, The black curtain covering the sky quickly faded, and the entire Shilin city suddenly welcomed the dazzling sunlight. The wind and snow that had fallen all night had stopped at this time, and a warm feeling penetrated the gaps in the extremely cold vortex and sprinkled on the ground, making Shilin city covered in white snow feel like the sky was bright. The Infinity, which was loading and unloading armor plates, and the people on Longshan No. 1, who had been busy all night, instantly felt a warmth and comfort rising at this time, and it seemed that even the temperature had risen a little. In an instant, everyone protected their eyes and looked up at the sky, looking at the long-lost dawn. Folon Mountain not far away also became clearer at this time, and the cold fog lingered on the mountainside. Although the darkness was getting longer and longer, after dawn, there would always be a sense of fireworks worth living for all survivors. It's dawn. Lin Xian stood on the roof of the car. At this time, the armor plate on the right wing of the Infinity had not been completely installed, but he planned to take advantage of the day to complete the supernatural power detection. Moreover, there were so many convoys in Shilin City, and he was also going to take a look, get to know them, get some weapons and ammunition or drawings, and take this opportunity to upgrade the train. The rest of the installation work was handed over to other team members. As for the left armor plate of the Infinity, they could only wait until they finished the Phoenix Club's work today, and then come back to install it. Captain Lin. Shu Qing came over at this time. We are not superpowers. Do we have to go too? Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Now the Nightwalker organization is no less research than superpowers on genetic evolutionists, and evolutionists belong to the vast majority of species, with great potential. We can't miss any opportunity to recognize this evolutionary power, which will be of great help to our survival. Shu Qing nodded. Okay, then do you want to arrange more people to guard the car? No need. Lin Xian pointed to the dozen people who were installing armor plates. They are enough. I have also said hello to Captain Shi, Longshan Yi. Hundreds of people here will also look after us. Building, Sasha, Kiki, Lu Xingchen, Chen Xishuan, Miao Lu, Lu Cheng, Xiao Yuan, these core members must go, and Director Ding can't go because he went to the Phoenix Institute for a temporary stay. However, Lin Xian has no plan to develop Ding Junyi's ability for the time being. First, her ability has not yet fully shown a growth path, and second, her ability is too mysterious. Lin Xian is also worried about attracting some unnecessary attention. His mechanical ability has made Infinity a point that even the Phoenix, and even the Advent organization have been eyeing. In this case, there is no need to recomplicate things. It's great, everyone is like going on a trip together. Sasha walked out of the crowd, her little face was excited. After fleeing for so long, it has been a long time since such a comfortable and sunny time. Kiki flew in the air, closed her eyes, and bathed in the sun, with a comfortable face. Yeah, there are no ugly zombies, no bugs, no monsters, it's so comfortable. Lu Xingchen put on sunglasses in a coquettish manner. He didn't wear winter clothes, but a handsome fiery red sweater. He wore the least among all the people. At first glance, he stood out among the people wearing thick clothes. Because he was a fire-type superpower, his anti-freeze ability was obviously not at the same level as others, but people who didn't know would only look at him like a fool. Wearing a sweater in the weather of -50 degrees, Shu Qing and Chen Xishuan were fully armed and put on power armor, looking heroic. In addition, Miao Lu and Lu Cheng also followed behind. Xiao Yuan was arranged by Lin Xian to participate in the task of the core team for the first time. She was very excited to follow the crowd, looking at the figure in front of her eagerly. She was also a genetic evolver, but her performance was not particularly outstanding at present, but she was able to fight alone. Brother Lin. At this time, on the Longshan No. 1 side, Shi Diyuan, Ning Jing, Lu Yong, Abai, Xiao Qing and dozens of superpowers and enhancers came down from the train in a mighty manner. So many people? Lin Xian looked at the battle team and said in amazement. Not bad, not bad. Shi Diyuan waved his hand. Now at least 100 or 200 people on the car have gradually shown signs of genetic evolution, but I only picked these outstanding ones. In addition to testing, I also let everyone see the world. This opportunity is rare. It is hard to say whether you will see so many people on the road in the future. The third team leader Lu Yong on Longshan No. 1 said helplessly, We have more people, and the pressure we face when encountering crises is also greater, so the eldest brother picked more people, and let everyone learn more from other teams. Of course, we also need to show our strength and let those guys who want to poach from me think twice. Shi Diyuan coughed lightly and said loudly. Lin Xian understood what he said and felt a little funny. This guy said last night that he didn't care and let others poach from him, but he went with a large group of experts. It seems that he still wants to save face. By the way, Shi Deyuan knew that Lin Xian was commissioned by Monica, and said, "Aren't you going to repair the car for that girl named Mo later? I will go with you to see her Doomsday train, and see if we can learn some modification experience." "Whose car are you repairing?" Hearing Shi Deyuan's words at this time, Kiki came over curiously. "A friend of Qian Deli uses a train vehicle like us, but her car is very interesting." Lin Xian briefly talked about what happened last night. "Wow, a 2 billion Doomsday fortress sounds good." Kiki's eyes lit up. "Then we must go and see it." At this time, Shi Deyuan suddenly came over and whispered in Lin Xian's ear, "If this Monica wants to join your team, you'd better investigate it clearly. I heard Lao Qian say yesterday that the people in her team are not all quiet guys. I won't let anyone join the team casually." Lin Xian smiled and said immediately, "Besides, her 2 billion Doomsday special train is better than mine. She just said that to flatter me." "Ha ha ha." Smart Shi Deyuan spoke directly, and patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. By the way, Ning Jing came out at this time, and said to Lin Xian, "Abai reported a situation to me. He saw a monster in the blizzard yesterday after the monster tide retreated, but he was not sure what it was, because none of us had the mark you said." Lin Xian was slightly surprised. "Abai can see the dark mark?" He had always said that this was the breath left by the monster. Now it seems that it should be the same as what you said. Lin Xian looked at Abai in surprise. He didn't expect that a blind psychic could sense the existence of the dark mark. It seems that Hell Black Chrysanthemum is not the only case that can sense the dark mark. That monster just appeared for a moment, and then disappeared. Abai, standing in front of the crowd, whispered, "But I can feel a very scary breath." Lin Xian asked, "Is it the abyss worm?" "No." Abai shook his head. "It's more terrible than that." Lin Xian and others' faces changed immediately after hearing this. He exchanged glances with Ning Jing and Shi Deyuan, and guessed something from each other's eyes. S-class weird body? The purpose of the Emperor's plan in Parma Grassland was originally this, so it's not surprising that there is one. "It's not the first time we have seen an S-class weird body," Shi Deyuan said in a deep voice. "Anyway, we will stop the enemy with the generals, and cover the water with the earth. I have already informed the people of the Phoenix Society of this news. Be careful." Lin Xian was silent for a while. He was wondering why the people on their train didn't have the dark mark after an S-class weird body appeared. Hell Black Chrysanthemum didn't react at all. But from the reactions of Ning Jing and Shi Deyuan, they seemed to have no doubts about Abai's ability, which made Lin Xian's heart sink. "Let's go and negotiate with the people of the Nightwalker organization first. There are many people who go to test their superpowers today. I guess they will have to queue up." Shi Deyuan said nothing more. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen large trucks drove down from Longshan No. 1. "Let's go too." Lin Xian also drove the polar car, and the two groups drove towards the central street of Shilin City. As they entered the main urban area, more and more motorcades were parked on the streets, or camped around some shopping malls. Lin Xian's side was not crowded, and he followed the Longshan No. 1 motorcade. Many people looked at Kiki flying on the car with strange eyes. Flying superpowers and other survivors were no longer surprised, but Kiki was the kind of person who could fly in the sky without any wings, looking like a god descending. The key point was that this little girl had purple hair that moved without wind, and she was beautiful, which soon attracted a lot of attention, causing many motorcades to start talking about it. Because the entry of Longshan No. 1, Infinity, and the Emperor Action Team into the city last night was the largest rescue operation of the 7th Survey Corps, so these convoys attracted the attention of almost all the convoys stationed in the city in less than one night. Many convoys speculated what kind of lineup needed such a large-scale Phoenix escort, but the Emperor Action Plan was kept secret, so all the attention was focused on the Infinity, Longshan No. 1, and Joker convoys. The entire Shilin City was like a city sealed by ice and snow. The high-rise buildings were covered with ice crystals, shining in the sun. Zombies frozen and buried under the snow could be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys. These monsters obviously posed no threat to humans in the extreme cold vortex. The convoys moved along the way. Perhaps in order to improve the depression of living in the car for a long time, Lin Xian found that many convoys occupied some buildings as temporary camps and parked their cars around. In particular, some hotels and shopping malls were occupied by various large convoys. It seems that the city is indeed safer, and these people can live in these buildings, Shuqin said as she watched the scene. How can ordinary cars be as spacious as our train? It is really depressing to stay there for a long time. Shasha also has a deep understanding of this. Before, she and Dalu lived in a pickup truck. Not to mention sleeping, it was difficult to lie down at ordinary times. How could they have their own bed, sofa, and toilet like now? Chen Sichuan nodded when she heard it, and remembered that when she first learned about Lin Xian's train plan, she didn't understand it very much. Later, she realized that in addition to Lin Xian's ability, choosing a train as a vehicle was a very wise choice. The only problem was the track. However, now Longshan No. 1 has a practical solution, and the idea of a steel fortress that can be taken anywhere is no longer empty talk. As she thought about it, she turned her head and looked at Lin Xian, thinking, including what he once said about flying into the sky, maybe. It's not far away. The survivors gathered in Shilan City are mainly concentrated in the Central Street area. The reason is that the original Shilan army compound here has become the Phoenix Society's base, and these survivors have set up camps around the Phoenix Society's temporary command post. Therefore, the closer to the Central Street, the more convoys and camps there are on both sides of the road, and some large squares and parks are full of cars. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a gloomy look. Although it is said to be a group for warmth, it is too dense. If the outer city is lost, you will be blocked if you want to escape. But looking at these people, they don't seem to worry about this problem. It seems that there are people from the Phoenix Society in Shilan City, and the situation in the city is indeed relatively stable. Chen Sichuan said at this time. The light was bright, the wind and snow stopped, and more convoys drove into the Michelle Church, where the Night Walker organization conducted supernatural observations. In addition to the several convoys that entered the city with the Infinity yesterday, there were also many unfamiliar convoys. It was unknown whether they came with them to cooperate with the Phoenix Society for testing or to watch the fun. At this time, the convoy passed a large central square, where hundreds of vehicles were parked in an extremely neat manner. The outermost ones were all uniform tracked heavy trucks, with more than 30 vehicles at a glance, followed by heavy armored vehicles, wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, heavy tanks, and even anti-aircraft vehicles, land shield close and defense artillery vehicles, and then rows of 9-wheeled material heavy trucks and multiple small nuclear-powered energy vehicles. In the center of the square, there was a super-large track polar vehicle parked, which was even larger than the train and looked like a land cruiser. In addition, there were various types of modified tanks, off-road vehicles, pickup trucks, etc. that filled several streets. The camps on the square were neatly arranged, gathering a large number of survivors, people coming and going, repairing vehicles, assembling supplies, just like a small city. This magnificent scale immediately shocked the people on the polar vehicles. If it weren't for the uniform tornado paint on those vehicles, everyone even thought it was the station of the Interstellar Army Survey Corps. Is this the Arctic Wind Alliance? What kind of car is that? It's awesome, Lu Chang explained. Kiki is well informed and said directly at this time, that's the Terex 300, an all-terrain vehicle with a nuclear power on board. You haven't seen it before. This thing can even go into the water. I've heard their broadcasts on the Survivor frequency several times before. It's said that they have more than one convoy, but they are all cooperating with the Phoenix Society in various regions, absorbing various convoys along the way, and their destination is to converge with the Dawn Center and then go to the polar regions. Chen Sichuan said at this time. More than one convoy? Xu Qing glanced over. The scale here alone is estimated to be more than 10,000 people, equivalent to a division. Most of them are survivors, and they are definitely not comparable to the army. Lin Xian said in a calm voice. But after the resources are gathered, the firepower is definitely much stronger than the average medium and large convoy. I guess there are many convoys here that will join them. Normal, people want to find a big tree to lean on, and they dare not join the Phoenix Society to risk their lives. Choosing to join a large car group is also a good choice. The more darkness they have experienced, the more they want to stick together. Fire Brother Lu Xingchen was lying on the roof of the car basking in the sun. He couldn't help but glance over when listening to everyone's words, and grinned and said, sheltering tens of thousands of people, it seems that the leader of the Arctic Wind Alliance must be an incredible guy. The cold wind wrapped in ice crystals whistled through the central street. As the convoy moved forward, a magnificent church building gradually appeared in the distance. The tallest statue of the saint in the back was transformed into a watchtower. A radar system of the Phoenix Order was spinning rapidly. The broken marble skirt of the saint statue was covered with ice ridges. The colored windows of the Michelle Cathedral glowed with a faint blue light under the helium lamp. Many equipment and base vehicles appeared on the outer square. From a distance, you can see that the square has supported some kind of large folding transparent curtain wall, which seems to be a device used to isolate or shield some kind of energy. There were more and more survivors on the road. Many of them were not active near their own camps, but seemed to flock to the church square to watch the excitement. Survivors gathered around empty oil barrels to keep warm on the roadside, watching the convoy passing by with curious eyes. Some convoys drove between the camps, using trucks and pickups to transport various exchanged materials. Lin Xian observed the various survivor camps. Perhaps because they were under the protection of the Phoenix Society and the Survey Corps, he could clearly feel that these people were not as nervous as they had encountered in Hengshangwen before, and the convoys were relatively friendly. At this time, the speed of the vehicle slowed down, and there were more people on the streets ahead. At least thousands of people gathered on several streets near the church. The cars on the Infinity and Longshan No. 1 had no choice but to stop the car, and a group of people walked instead. Hey, it's really packed. The tall Shi Yuan wore a plush coat and a bear felt hat, looking like a big boss of the Doomsday forces. He looked at the huge crowd in front of him, and couldn't help saying, Old Qian and Old Zhou are also close to the water. Looking at this situation, we won't have to wait until the afternoon, right? So many people? Ning Jing frowned and said, they shouldn't all come to test their abilities. I guess most of them are here to watch the fun. Lin Xian and his group also came over and said, there are at least thousands of convoys in this city, and tens of thousands of people gathered here. I think there are many people who come here with a purpose besides watching the fun. Kiki crossed her arms. Hearing what you said, it looks like a talent market. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions began to become extremely exciting. Good man, if a monster wave breaks out at this time, we will all be doomed. Shi Yuan shouted as he looked at the dense crowd outside the church square. That's not necessarily true. At this time, a high-pitched female voice came from far away. Everyone looked and found that it was Monica, who was walking towards the crowd with a group of people. Surprisingly, the subordinates behind her were all wearing the same Lone Wolf, a military-type rapid response power armor, with blue energy lines flashing, giving people a sense of arrogance and domineering. Monica came with a smile on her face. The most powerful psychics and enhancers in the entire Shilin city are basically concentrated in this area. It is not so easy for ordinary monsters to penetrate here. Why are there so many people? Lin Xian asked. Are they all here to test their superpowers? No, today's number of people is already considered small because not many people arrived in Shilin City yesterday, including the few of you who arrived late at night. There were at most 3,000 people, so I estimate that there should be only 300 to 400 people coming for the test today. Monica glanced at the many psychic teams of Lin Xian and Shi Yuan, and said, so many people here are actually here to see you. See us? Ning Jing asked. What do you mean? Monica smiled faintly and said, yesterday, the 7th Survey Corps escorted your convoys into the city with such a large scale, which attracted a lot of attention in the city. Many convoys speculated that there might be high-level cooperation targets of the Phoenix Society among your convoys. So at dawn, all the convoys came together. Hey! Shi Yuan couldn't help laughing when he heard it. I was wondering what the fun was. But it turns out you came to see us, haha, we've become the focus of this incident. How long will it take for 300 or 400 people? Kiki flew up on the spot, looked towards the center of the square, and said in surprise, does this test take a lot of time? When Monica saw Kiki's strange flying ability, a strange color flashed in her eyes, and she said immediately, the peak detection is okay, but the limit coefficient is a little more troublesome. If these hundreds of people want to be tested, it will probably take 3 or 4 hours. Shi Yuan heard it, and said, 3 or 4 hours, that's okay, it's not a waste of time. Then let's go quickly, hurry up. Lin Xian said sternly. He didn't want to waste time queuing in vain. With this time, he might be able to solve all the faults of the Queen Mo. In addition, there are many things waiting for him to do, and he doesn't want to waste a minute or a second. Thinking of this, he looked at Monica. Is your camp far away? If the queue is long, I can go to help fix the car first. Monica was delighted when she heard this, but she said to Lin Xian with a strange expression, it's not far, but, she said, looking at the people behind Lin Xian, as if she wanted to say something but stopped. For Monica, she would definitely be willing to let Lin Xian solve her problem first, but what she was curious about at this time was that she had clearly reminded Lin Xian yesterday that many teams were watching the inspection square, and today, because of the news last night, it caused a grand occasion, and all the major teams came to watch the fun. At this time, Lin Xian actually had the mind to split himself and leave to help him fix the car. Isn't Lin Xian afraid that the powerful people in his team will be targeted by other teams and then poached? Okay, after the test is over, I will introduce you to the leaders of several large teams and see if we can get what we need. Monica suppressed her doubts and said to everyone. Okay, then don't waste time. Shidiyuan waved his hand and immediately led people to the direction of the church square. Monica greeted them and said meaningfully, "Good luck to you." As the crowd moved in, more and more eyes turned to this mighty team. Lin Xian looked around and saw that several high-rise buildings around were also full of people. It seemed that these people seemed to regard the Phoenix Society's ability test as an entertainment program under the Doomsday, and all kinds of discussions were heard. In the church square, a large number of soldiers of the Survey Corps with live ammunition maintained the order outside and set up a cordon. The Phoenix Society set up multiple inspection entrances. Lin Xian and others walked over and found that everyone had to register their irises, vital signs and palm prints, and a special door-type recognition robot was scanning and counting. Metal Slug Team, Wang Xiang. Scanning successful, former Federation, Wang Xiang, native place Longwiguicheng, citizen number CN113284156802, Phoenix information synchronized to Metal Slug Team, Wang Xiang, new survivor number input, D195266633. Please pass. The light curtain of the door frame recognition robot quickly scanned the information of a man at the front of the team. Soon, his original citizen information was retrieved, and then the information was corrected and entered into the Phoenix system. In this case, the Phoenix also considered population input. Shuqin said when she saw this. It should not be as simple as population entry. Those who come to test are either superpowers or enhancers. They should want to use big data to study the differentiated information of these superpowers, which is better than investigating one by one. Absolutely correct. At this time, a hearty voice came, and everyone only heard a sound of breaking through the air, and then Zhou Wu and Peng Ping flew down from the sky. Lin Xian noticed at this time that Zhou Wu was taken to fly by Peng Peng. Peng Ping did not have wings, but there were wind vortices under her feet. She seemed to be flying in this mode. Captain Lin, I've been waiting for you all night. It seems you were very busy last night, Zhou Wu said with a grin. Lin Xian nodded, but asked in surprise, "At night? Do you also test at night?" Considering safety issues, we are mainly worried that the fluctuation of a large amount of soul value will cause some unnecessary trouble. We usually don't test at night, but you are a special case. We took the initiative to invite you, so if you come, it's not a bad idea to test at night, Zhou Wu replied. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Kiki crossed her arms. I fell asleep. Lin Xian was also speechless. If he had known earlier, he would have come to finish it last night. In the free time, he could have made a PX-05 robot or even a 1130 close-in defense gun. Chapter 270. It's okay. Zhou Wu smiled and said, "That's fine." Peng Peng beside him explained seriously, "You experienced a big battle yesterday. If you have a good rest and regain your energy, the test results will be better." "Yes, register first." Zhou Wu pointed to the threshold robot and said, "I tell you in advance that after entering the information here, you will queue up in the system. There are not many people today, so it should be finished in a few batches, 100 people per batch, about 30 minutes. Hey, handsome guy, what are you testing?" At this time, Sasha couldn't help asking him, "Are you going to do any human experiments?" Zhou Wu heard. Yin immediately smiled. "How is it possible? At present, our Phoenix Club's detection of superpowers and enhancers is mainly divided into two steps. One is the peak value detection of the soul value, and the other is called the limit coefficient. The combination of the two can determine the evolution level of this person." Peak value detection of soul value? Shuqin came out at this time and said, "Can our enhancers also detect soul value?" "Of course." Zhou Wu said, "Gene evolvers are also affected by cold dark basic particles, causing humans to evolve beyond the limit. This is essentially a superpower. Testing this limit peak value can represent the evolution degree and energy density of this individual." "Then what is this limit coefficient?" Lin Xian asked. "This is very simple." Peng Peng explained, "You can understand it as a person's fighting talent, courage, mentality, experience, response to crisis situations, and development of their own superpowers. If the peak value of the soul draining value represents the power of a gun, then the limit coefficient represents the quality of a soldier. The combination of the two determines the power of the gun, which is the evolution level. If a heavy machine gun is given to a rookie, he may not be able to kill a zombie and break his hand. If a pistol is given to an expert, and he performs at the level of a sharpshooter, the power may not be small. Therefore, there are many aspects that affect the performance of superpowers, including knowledge. Knowledge? Not bad. Peng Ping chewed the gum in her mouth and blew a bubble. She took off the bubble and poked a hole with her fingers. The bubble suddenly became hard. It hardened, and a stream of air continued to gather in the bubble. Then she clenched her palm, and a vortex of air flow sprayed out, forming a rapidly rotating vortex ring in her palm. As she compressed some kind of superpower, the power of the vortex ring became stronger and stronger, and even emitted a buzzing sound of airflow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Cluster. Peng Peng shot the vortex ring towards the ground, instantly shooting a circular hole in the hard ground under his feet, with a power comparable to that of a bullet. Vortex ring effect, junior high school fluid physics knowledge, combined with my superpowers, can turn the most ordinary air into a move that is more powerful than the alloy bullet. Peng Peng said calmly, and stuffed another chewing gum in his mouth. Lu Xingchen, who was behind the crowd, saw this scene and his eyes lit up immediately. Peng Peng's operation instantly made him seem to open up a whole new world. Physics combined with the power of the god of fire. Interesting, he murmured in a low voice. Even Kiki at this time was frowning with interest, thinking about something. Peng Peng's move was simple and direct, and people immediately understood. Lin Xian said at this time, so this limit coefficient varies from person to person, and is used to evaluate a person's talent? Zhou Wu shrugged and said, that's the meaning. But this evolution level is only a relatively objective numerical evaluation, and it does not completely represent a person's combat effectiveness and survival rate, because some abilities are more functional than lethal, such as the flying ability with a relatively high survival rate and strong functionality, but the combat effectiveness is relatively not too high. We understand this. I heard that if you come to cooperate with the test, Phoenix will have material subsidies, right? At this time, Miao Lu in the crowd came over with an excited look on his face, and asked curiously. Yes. Zhou Wu smiled and said, as long as you are at the evolution level, you can receive a box of living supplies. If you are at the King Kong level, in addition to receiving 3 boxes of supplies, you will also be issued a heavy machine gun and 1,000 rounds of bullets. So many? As soon as this was said, everyone was surprised. Zhou Wu nodded. Seeing everyone so surprised, he said proudly, haha, if it is the violent level, we will directly provide a supply vehicle, 1 bottle of cold dark reagent, a YJ-03 vehicle-mounted anti-aircraft gun, and 200 rounds of artillery shells. How about it? Is it attractive? Ah? Everyone shouted. Anti-aircraft gun? Really? Absolutely true. Zhou Wu shrugged and said, and these are all free. The only requirement is that people above the King Kong level need to leave a blood sample for our Nightwalker organization to track and study. Qin Sichuan heard this and said, not only research, do you hope that these high-level superpowers can strengthen cooperation with the Phoenix Society in the future? We have this purpose, and we also hope to help these teams achieve a higher survival rate. Zhou Wu said helplessly, from a certain perspective, these teams that survive 9 deaths may be the last hope of our human race in the future. The Phoenix Society is of course willing to invest resources in the majority of survivors. This is our significance. In addition, when you conduct the test, your colleagues in the Spark group will also simply train you on some training and application methods summarized by our Nightwalker organization, which should be of some help to you. It is equivalent to an emergency supernatural training, so our Phoenix Society is not only a material rescue economy. Rescue stations in various places are currently carrying out all-round survival skills popularization, not only in terms of superpowers, but also in the use of firearms, medical training, survival routes, night response, psychological counseling construction, etc. I understand. Looking at the Longshan No. 1 team in front gradually passing the identification threshold and entering the Vatican Square, Lin Xian said to Zhou Wu, it seems that we will be in the last few batches. Can I register first and come later when there are fewer people to do something else? Zhou Wu was slightly surprised when he heard this. Absolutely, I will wait for you here. Hey Lin Xian, where are you going? I will go with you. Kiki heard it. Lin Xian shook his head and said to everyone, you all test here first, and learn more by the way. I will come as soon as I am done. It is still relatively safe in Shilin City now. Lin Xian does not need to bring Kiki. Since Zhou Wu can specially leave time for him, he is not polite. He does not want to waste time in line. Buzz, in front of the threshold light curtain, a faint blue light curtain swept over Lin Xian. Infinite Team, Lin Xian. Scanning successful, former Federation, Lin Xian, native place language Yancheng, citizen number CN151321924301126, Phoenix Club information synchronized to Infinite Team, Lin Xian, new survivor number input, D195295527. Please pass. After successfully entering, Lin Xian explained to the team members, and then directly contacted Shi Yuan and Monica with a communicator, preparing to drive directly to Monica's Queen Mo. Monica didn't expect Lin Xian to actually let the whole team come for testing, and she came to help her repair the car first. Originally, she wanted to see the situation of the superpowers in these teams, but at the moment, she was more concerned about her train, so after receiving Lin Xian's message, she drove to pick up Shi Yuan and Lin Xian without hesitation. Kaka, hello, Lin Xian, good communication. After the vehicle drove out of a few streets, Lin Xian pressed the communicator and found that the signal transmission was very clear. After they enter the test site, the communication will be blocked, but my men will pass the message all the way from the periphery. At that time, the detection information of your team can be synchronized in real time. In a polar car, Monica sat in the co-pilot and said to Shi Yuan and Lin Xian in the back seat, "It doesn't matter, it's still early, maybe you can see it when you rush back. My people also have separate records. It doesn't matter whether you know it earlier or later. Sister Mo, I am very interested in your Doomsday chariot, ha ha ha." Lin Xian's idea is the same as Shi Yuan's. After Zhou Wu told him, he roughly had a preliminary understanding of the content of this test. For this kind of thing, he only needs to know the final result. There is no need to spend several hours just to see other people's ability test results, and he doesn't care about it very much. He was not going to poach anyone. Since Zhou Wu had promised him that he could do the test later, which would prevent him from using his mechanical abilities in public, he didn't need to show off his identity as a repairman. There were tens of thousands of people in this city, and it would be a headache if Hua Xiaoling came along. So Lin Xian thought it was better to do less than more, since he had been frank with the Phoenix Society anyway. Of course, he was still quite curious about the Phoenix Society's reward. The Michelle Church Test Square was crowded with people, and many survivors were standing on the roofs of cars, and many people were looking at the venue inside with binoculars. After the Infinity team followed the Longshan No. 1 team into the temporary venue, the space suddenly widened. More than 20 large base vehicles held up a blue rectangular giant screen shield, surrounding the entire square's airspace. Qin Sichuan stepped in, and suddenly a numbing feeling of ionization shock swept over her, and soon disappeared. The crowd of onlookers were blocked outside the square by the isolation fence, and with the layers of base vehicles surrounding it, the original church fountain square seemed to have been transformed into an indoor place. Looking around, there were already hundreds of survivors of all kinds in the square. Because Lin Xian was not there, Shu Qin and others all followed Qin Sichuan and Kiki. Everyone looked and found that there were 10 large black devices neatly placed on both sides of the fountain square, which seemed to be some kind of holographic simulation cabin. In addition, a huge heavy ring stood in the center, with white light flashing from time to time, as if the ionization feeling just now was transmitted by that thing. Your brother Lin is too busy. He has to use the time he spent in line to do things. Kiki pinched Sasha's little face, and said while looking at the crowd in front. When he first heard about the S-level weird body, I guess he couldn't sit still. He told me in the morning that time was very tight. He wanted to assemble the Infinity, while it was safe in the next 2 days, to avoid the situation we encountered before. Qin Sichuan said seriously, and then she took out a list. After we finish the inspection here, we will take the blood essence to exchange for some necessary supplies. Kiki nodded. I don't know if there are any of us who are at the King Kong level or the Berserk level. It would be great if we could earn some supplies back. I think you and Brother Hua must have reached the Berserk level. Lu Chong came over and said with a smile. I think so too. You two are so powerful. We should strive for it. Qin Sichuan turned around very seriously after hearing this. Lu Xingchen was wearing sunglasses and crossing his arms. He grinned when he heard Lu Chang's words and said nonchalantly, Rewards, I don't really care, but I don't know if this kind of mortal can identify my strength. Kiki glanced at him and said, Then you have to try your best later to see if the machine can give you a high score. My god, that machine looks so scary. Sasha shrank her neck at this time. I don't know what it is used for. The peak pressure gauge of the dangling value, you don't need to use your best. Just stand on it, and your body will naturally reflect the highest value of the dangling value fluctuation. At this time, a female staff member holding a mobile terminal came over, while lowering her head to operate something and explaining to everyone. She walked over, and then summoned the people from Longshan No. 1 and Infinity to a field, and said to everyone, "Okay, you are the 5th batch of testing team. Wait about 2 hours. I will tell you the precautions first." The female staff member pointed to the large circular instrument at the back. "The peak detection is very fast. When it's your turn, you just need to stand on it. It will be over in 5 seconds. Pay attention to relax. There will be a moment of fear, but don't be afraid. It won't cause any harm to the human body." Woo, rub. As soon as she finished speaking, the pressure gauge at the back suddenly sounded, bursting out a whistling sound of electric energy, and then an ionization wave vibrated, making thousands of people, including the onlookers, feel a numb feeling on their faces. The huge noise made everyone present change color. Someone on Longchamp number 1 was immediately confused. What is this noise? Will it really not kill people?" "No." The staff explained. "Don't worry, this instrument will stimulate the body's automatic defense mechanism, but it will not cause substantial harm. As long as you close your eyes and relax, you can quickly detect it." Kiki nodded with his eyes narrowed, and said, "It sounds like it makes people feel like they are going to die, so the body's conditional reflex shows the highest resistance, and the peak value is measured from this? That should be the case." Ning Jing on Longchamp number 1 also nodded. "It's a good idea. The accuracy of such detection will be very high, and the standards are the same. After passing the peak pressure gauge, it is necessary to conduct multidirectional testing in the extreme test chamber behind. Don't worry, there is no danger inside. It is mainly assisted by holographic light and shadow, and some non-lethal mechanical structures." The staff continued. "The extreme test time is 5 minutes. After each batch is finished, the Night Walker will have a guidance group to give simple guidance to the batches of personnel. If you have any questions, you can communicate directly with the guidance group." Swish, at this time, a person who had just finished the test walked down from the instrument with a certain fear on his face. "Test completed, peak data. 320, 320. It's already an evolutionary level, right?" Someone said at this time. "No, the current standard must be multiplied by the extreme coefficient to determine the final level. The normal person's extreme coefficient can also reach about 1.2, so he should be close to 400. The crowd watching near the church square talked a lot. After every 10 people were tested by the pressure gauge, they would enter the test cabins on both sides of the back for the second round of extreme coefficient testing. Watching the scene, Shu Qin from Infinity asked the staff, "What is the normal value of this limit coefficient?" The Phoenix Society sets the limit coefficient between 0.8 and 2. Normal people usually have an index of more than 1.1. A value lower than 1 indicates that there may be health problems, such as disability, heart or respiratory diseases that affect movement, and neurological and intellectual problems, etc. The staff patiently explained. Normal people usually have a value of 1.2 to 1.3, which is within the qualified range. 1.4 to 1.5 is considered excellent, and more than 1.6 is considered a person with high intelligence or extremely strong athletic and combat talents, and the psychological quality is far superior to that of ordinary people. If it reaches 1.8 or above, it is a genius with strong all-round ability. Even if such a person is just an ordinary weird limbs ability user, his potential is very terrifying. Well, it is very reasonable." Lu Yong of Longchamp number 1 nodded at this time and said, "Your set of standards is indeed very objective. But it is only at the combat level. Other application levels cannot be judged in this way." The staff said seriously, "In short, the purpose of the test is only for reference. It is not of much significance for us to deal with the dark weird body. I believe everyone should know how cruel the battlefield in the polar night is. The biggest purpose of Phoenix Club setting such a standard is to allow all survivors to clearly recognize the danger of the soul value and monitor our evolution progress." Everyone nodded when they heard it. Everyone agreed with this point. As long as they know how much change can be made to their own evolution after experiencing the night, experiencing a deadly battle, or using cold dark reagents, they can let the survivors more clearly control this power, thereby increasing their own confidence, and at the same time, they can have a reference comparison of the threat of the soul value, rather than just a numerical value. This sounds very meaningful. Test completed, peak data, 280. Test completed, peak data, 430. Test completed, peak data, 600. Wow, at this time, a number that surprised everyone appeared on the dangling value pressure gauge, which immediately attracted countless eyes inside and outside the venue. To be able to reach this data means that even if the limit coefficient is only 1, it exceeds the standard of the diamond class, 500. Everyone looked and saw a burly man, with a stern face walking down from the instrument, and then under the guidance of the staff, he walked towards the limit test chamber. Wow, the King Kong class appeared. On the Infinity side, Miao Lu and Xiao Yuan couldn't help but exclaimed like two fans watching the fun. Then he can take away 3 boxes of supplies, a heavy machine gun and 1,000 bullets. Sasha's face was full of envy, and she poked Kiki with her finger and said, "Sister Kiki, it's up to you. I've seen that person, he seems to be from the Joker team." Chen Sichuan looked over and saw Qian Deli, who looked proud, in the first batch of people. Interesting. On the other side, Lu Xingchen found a lounge chair from somewhere, and ran to an open space beside the square to bask in the sun, while waiting for monitoring. Hearing this voice, he couldn't help but raise his sunglasses and look over here. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually a little nervous inside. Although he knew that he had exceeded the evolution level before Yubei City, now in public, he really didn't know what level his peak value of dangling value had reached. Calm down, calm down. When the Diamond class people appeared, it was obvious that the atmosphere around the church square began to become enthusiastic. Looking around, the reflections of telescopes were everywhere on the surrounding high-rise buildings. It's amazing that the Diamond class appeared so soon. I saw several flying superpowers. They are all from the convoys that arrived in Shilon City last night. The discussion of the crowd began to boil. Yes, it's them, and there are also some during the day. I heard that Captain, he has dispatched half of the Survey Corps, and the ground forces and aviation combat formations have come out in full force. With this posture, I think there will definitely be an incredible battle, and there may even be S-class weird bodies. You mean this group of people escaped from the attack of the S-class weird body? Impossible? Who knows? Otherwise, why would so many people be dispatched? In addition, it means that there must be very powerful masters in these teams, who may not be worse than those guys in the Arctic Wind Alliance and the Space Team. That's too exaggerated. Forget about the Space Team. Can it compare with the Arctic Wind Alliance? They have more than one violent level. Let's wait and see. At this time, on the roof of a tall building next to the church square, there were more than a dozen figures standing. Among them, several people who looked like subordinates were constantly transmitting information in the internal frequency band of the communicator. In the cold wind, the 3 figures in the lead stood in the front, looking at the church square surrounded by a huge transparent sky curtain below. It is said that last night, in addition to this group of convoys, other Phoenix groups were escorted in together. Such a big battle should not be just for that train. A middle-aged man with a red-gold face wearing a coat said in a stern voice. It came from Hengshangwen again on the track railway. My people have seen it. The firepower is not bad. They have also reached a cooperative relationship with the Phoenix Society. The other person who spoke was a short-haired woman wearing combat uniforms. The left side of the woman's face showed a metal structure, and her left eye was a mechanical prosthetic eye that flashed green light. The optical system in the mechanical eye focused quickly. Although it was hundreds of meters away, it could still clearly capture the faces of everyone in the square. That Infinity team, Zhou Wuer from Nightwalker 1 just had a long communication with them. They should be the focus of Nightwalker. But for some reason, the leaders of the 2 Doomsday trains, Infinity and Longshan No. 1, left early. Let's see first. I can sense that there are very strong fluctuations in the spirit value in those teams. There should be some interesting people. Standing in the middle is a man with a fair face, about 36 or 37 years old, with handsome eyebrows, narrow eyes, and a gentle aura. If he were in other places, no one would have thought that such a man who looked gentle and harmless in the Doomsday escape was leading a super large convoy of more than 10,000 people. He is the leader of the Arctic Wind Alliance No. 1 League, Han Jun. After saying this, the other 2 people's faces changed slightly. Han Jun could also sense it from such a distance, which means that there may be very strong guys among those testers. Inside Michelle Church, the Nightwalker organization's base, countless staff members dressed in Phoenix uniforms are busy in an orderly manner. These personnel are field staff, who follow the Nightwalker organization's actions. In essence, they act together with the Phoenix group. The direct department is the Spark department that accompanies the team. The Spark department is responsible for supporting and guarding the Phoenix Society in various places. It is of the same type as the Interstellar Army, responsible for various investigations and detections on the front line, and also serves as a fulcrum to support the dispatch work of the Postman Department 1 and the Polar Night Department 2. Let Lin Chuan and his team from Team 3 go with a flight team to investigate the area 100 kilometers to the south. The research team requested to send more superpowers to guard the laboratory last night, but they are short of manpower now. The Gospel Hall in the main building has been transformed into a temporary Nightwalker dispatch hall, which directly contacts the command center in the South City. The superpower detection data of the church square below is also summarized here. Beside the colored window, a man who was not tall but had handsome features was wearing an ear-clip communicator, listening to the dispatch information while looking at the test square below. Wenjue, leader of the Shilon action team of the Nightwalker Spark Division 3. Has Lin Xian, the A-level list person, from the Infinite Fleet, been registered? Yes, 15 minutes ago, a total of 10 people from the fleet were registered and are in the 5th batch of testing teams. An assistant behind him reported at this time. Okay, I know. At this time, his eyes condensed, as if he had noticed something, and the whole person suddenly disappeared in a residual image on the spot, and appeared directly in front of the desk 10 meters away, raising his hand to catch a thief, who was stealing things from his desk. Damn, I haven't seen you for a month, and you're faster again. The man who was caught on the spot was not panicked at this time, but smiled and helplessly put down the bottle of Xinghua Fengjiu that even Wenjue was reluctant to drink. Wenjue snatched his treasure back from the man, and a rare smile appeared on his cold face. Get lost, I exchanged the treasure for half a month's action points, and you can't even get it. Shou Wu, who failed in the action, smiled awkwardly and said, You are so stingy, so you can have a sip, right? It was freezing cold, and it was a good thing to be able to drink this kind of wine on the blizzard front at the edge of the polar night. Not a drop. Wenjue opened the drawer directly with a stern voice, stuffed the bottle of wine in, and said seriously, Besides, it is working time now, and the Nightwalker regulations prohibit drinking. Although you are in the first department, I also have the right to ask your superior to apply for a disciplinary action for you. Do you think I'm afraid? Zhou Wu looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He sat down on the chair, put his hands behind his head, and said with a comfortable face, You are working, but our postman team has been on vacation. Now we are on standby with the team and are under the command of Director Zhao, so I am free now. Wenjue looked to the other side. Zhou Wu's partner Peng Peng was also holding a game console and sitting aside playing by himself, so he said in a deep voice, You should practice your special ability well if you have this time. In addition, the pressure on the garrison troops is getting greater and greater. Your postman team may need to reinforce the front line at any time. What to practice? Zhou Wu smiled faintly, snapped his fingers, and then the computer on Wenjue's desk suddenly became transparent and disappeared strangely. Before I joined the Phoenix Society, who told me that my superpowers are of great strategic significance and have a lot of room for development. You see, the biggest role is to save my life. After saying that, he snapped his fingers again, and the computer reappeared. His superpower is to make an object optically invisible within a certain range, which is very strange. Isn't saving your life a skill? Wenjue said seriously, You joined because you thought that the postman could better play your superpowers, but I didn't ask you to choose. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Zhou Wu looked very happy at this time. It's rare to have a 2-day break, so come here and relax. You, the master of the Spark Department, don't you teach the survivors who come to test their superpowers every day that superpowers have a natural disadvantage in physical evolution compared to genetic enhancers, so they should focus more on superpower development. Hey, I heard what you said, so I and superpowers like Peng Peng will not participate in physical training. Wenjue sneered when he heard this. Brat, don't think I don't know that you and Jingtian have been practicing martial arts secretly, so don't act lazy in front of me. By the way, he changed the subject at this time. There seem to be 2 special names in today's test sequence. One is Lin Xian, and the other is Kiki. You are the one who contacted and gave the Phoenix order. Yes, a mechanical superpower and a telekinetic system, both are here today. Zhou Wu scratched his nose, but Lin Xian has something urgent, so he may be a little late. Wenjue nodded when he heard this, and pondered. Mechanical superpowers are interesting. Not to mention the headquarters, even I am very interested. Don't fool me, I don't want to work for the Nightwalker, and I heard that the Emperor Project seems to be interested in this person. Emperor Project? Aren't they engaged in mecha? Wenjue swallowed the words to his mouth, his eyes flickered slightly, and he didn't say anything else. On the other side, Lin Xian and Shi Diyuan took Monica's car and drove all the way to the Shilon Rail passenger station in the north of the city. They actually passed by here last night, but because all the rail lines and the maintenance branch lines were full, they had to turn to the mining line and drove to the Fengwan mine freight platform near the west. Shilon City was built on the mountain. As a strategic city in the west, there are air raid shelters everywhere. The heavy city walls are mainly concentrated in the east and north of the city. The north of the city is the direction where Lin Xian and his team came in yesterday. It is a canyon terrain. The famous Shilon refinery is located 20 kilometers outside the city, and the east of the city is an open terrain facing the Parma grassland. Before the arrival of the extreme cold storm, the roads were accessible, and many highways, national highways, and railways ran through here. There is also a medium-sized airport in the north of the city. It was originally used for both military and civilian purposes, but now it has become the base camp of the Phoenix Interstellar Army Air Combat Formation. The Dreadnought-class aerospace carrier is docked here at this time. Standing on the high-rise building, you can still see the majestic steel behemoth. Monica and her group took Lin Xian and Shi Deyuan through several streets, and came to the entrance of an underground platform of the track station. Lin Xian followed behind and found that there were several trains parked underground. The ambient temperature in the underground track is obviously higher, and it is safer than the platform outside. There are many camp tents on the wide platform. Some survivors who are preparing lunch see Lin Xian and his group coming down and look at them. I prefer to stay in a safe environment, so I parked underground. The wind is smaller here, and I won't be buried by snow. How about it, not bad? Monica introduced Lin Xian and Shi Deyuan with a smile, as if she was introducing her own experience of survival in the wild. Shi Deyuan didn't care much, and said lightly, "It's comfortable, but if you encounter anything, it's hard to run underground." Shi Deyuan manages thousands of people, and is always cautious about these issues. Lin Xian has experienced the horror of underground city number 9, and doesn't like the feeling of staying underground at all. However, Monica doesn't have to worry too much about cold waves and snow when choosing this place, and can save some energy when starting. Because it's in the city, if it's outside, I definitely don't want to stay in the cave. After walking along the underground platform for a while, at this time, on the track in front, a rose-red painted, black and red automatic heavy train appeared in the sight of Lin Xian and Shi Deyuan. As soon as they saw it, both of them couldn't help but change their expressions, because the appearance of this train looked a bit sci-fi, and it was completely different from the modified passenger train carriages such as Infinity and Longshan No. 1. In addition to the automatic explosion-proof door, the carriage is a fully enclosed survival unit design. The exterior is a solid composite armor shell plus a modular weapon platform. The power carriage also contains photovoltaic alloy panels that are harder than titanium alloy, which means that this car has more than one way to obtain energy. In other aspects, Lin Xian looked at the weapon module ports on the side and guessed that there must be some kind of vertical missile launch, rail electromagnetic gun, and other hidden weapon stations, which are now all put away. As for the drive system below, although it is using conventional rail wheels at this time, Lin Xian found the triangle track strong magnetization all-terrain drive module similar to Longshan No. 1, and even a magnetic levitation module. Lin Xian and Shi Deyuan's eyes met at this time. They only took a glance, and knew that the system integrated in this car could definitely reach a crazy level. At this time, Lin Xian even worried that too many subsystem elements would be too flashy and affect the normal operation of the vehicle. After all, when designing before the apocalypse, the technology companies considered more about the imagined apocalypse. They added everything they could to make it look powerful, but in fact, they didn't consider the biggest hidden danger after the apocalypse. For example, maintenance. If such a system is only a nuclear winter or a zombie apocalypse, it seems that there is no problem. But if it encounters this strange trend, the maintenance costs will be directly desperate after the delicate subsystem components start to have problems. Brother Sure, Captain Lin, can you take a look inside? Monica walked to the automatic door with a smile on her face. After the recognition system above scanned, the door opened directly. At this time, two men happened to appear behind the door. They looked to be in their 30s. They held wrenches and screwdrivers in their hands. They were covered with all kinds of black oil stains. It was obvious that they were repairing something. Sister M.O. Song Hao, Zhu Peng, is the transmission system fixed? Monica frowned when she saw the two men and asked immediately. It's impossible. One of the slightly fat men said bitterly, the subsystem below is too complicated. We can't dismantle it completely. Now we can only put it back together. We are afraid of problems. The man named Song Hao looked at Monica with displeasure and said in a deep voice, I think it's better to leave it to professionals, otherwise it will be a problem to start. Monica's eyes flashed with anger when she heard it. She crossed her arms and lowered her voice. Song Hao, you said before that you are a senior mechanical technician of Chuanka, so I brought you to the car. You have been responsible for the maintenance work for the past few months. Now you tell me to find a professional? Song Hao looked embarrassed. Sister Mo, I told you many times before that this car originally had many design problems, And many vulnerable parts need to be replaced frequently due to maintenance. These things can't be repaired just by wanting to. Are all of us just waiting to die? Monica asked back with a rebuke. It's not that exaggerated. It's not to the point where it can't start. Song Hao explained, but we'd better prepare a backup plan in advance, such as an electric locomotive. At least our energy carriages are not a big problem for the time being. If there is a problem with the traction and transmission system, we can replace it immediately, so we don't have to worry about breaking down on the road. Yes, Sister Imo, didn't we find a Weilong-class high-power electric locomotive at the Fenghuan mine freight platform in the west of the city? Although it's broken, didn't the people from the Jincheng team say that as long as we are willing to pay 40 blood essences, they can fix it for us? The other fat Jew also echoed. 40 blood essences, so expensive? A voice came from the back at this time. Lin Xian frowned and walked over. The electric locomotive the other party mentioned sounded so familiar. Could it be the one he repaired and drove away last night?